rough when it came to Blast in the opening. Did you feel that? Did you feel there was a reason for that? Was it maybe you being not ready back in the game, maybe too focused on what you were doing at boot camp?
No, I just think the overall confidence level just wasn't there.
Yeah.
I just felt like I liked 2 maps where I actually felt like I was, playing the game.
Yeah.
And the other maps were just like not there. And yeah, just need to get over it and just like not overthink too much about it. Like just need to get the confidence there and get rolling.
How hard is it? When I watch you, you can sometimes look frustrated, but you don't tilt. Like if I have a game like that, I'm full losing it. It's like, how do you still manage to do it and cool?
I mean, I don't know. It's just like after games, it's a different kind of mood. But I know, like I've been playing too long. Like I understood that in the moment, it doesn't really matter. Like I can only either bring the team down with me, or try to lift the team up. And yeah, that's what I tried to do. But obviously, I understood that I wasn't there individually.
We have been seeing, though, some more of the frustrations kick in from you guys as well. Is it something you've noticed turn up more in the team? Is this a conversation the Na'Vi guys are having, saying like, guys, this pattern's happening again?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's been quite a lot of frustration, even though it's like the start of the season.
Yeah.
But I mean, we've been a team for a longer time now, so obviously you tend to tilt to each other more maybe once you know each other inside out. But at the same time, I just feel like, yeah, we need to be more relaxed also. We need to enjoy the game more and, go from there.
Do you think it's quite a weird thing for you guys to go through where, say, the beginning of when this Na'Vi formed, there wasn't so many expectations? Obviously, then you win a lot. You're in so many grand finals. The year's looking great. Do you feel like that's where the frustrations come from? Because obviously, this change happened very quickly for you guys.
Yeah, I do think so. And I think that's pretty normal also. Like the expectations get higher.
Yeah.
And individual goals by players get higher, and sometimes you lose yourself and the team goal, kind of. Like you just need to be thinking about the team goal and not yourself. And obviously that's not saying that's all the issues, but the thing is that we kind of like need to bring ourselves back to where we came from, because I think that was the strength we had.
And that's the one I was kind of get to, is like, that Na'Vi we saw when they were doing so well was like you had this almost perfect team synergy in the game as well, right? And the way you played off each other. Do you feel like some of that got lost in when you guys didn't perform to the standards you wanted to?
Yeah, and I do feel like CS overall is a very small margin game, and a lot of our games, like a lot of times, could have went either way, and maybe we had that extra 2% to get us over the finish line. And, right now it's just trying to get back to where we were, because obviously the past couple tournaments haven't been there. But, yeah, I mean, we just need to... We have been having a lot of good discussions, like understanding where we came from and why we played good in some of these other tournaments.
So not just game theory, like a bit with Ula, I guess, as well?
Yeah, I mean, yes. And just overall, and just... need to keep believing as well.
Is it good that you had games that were more difficult this early on, so you could kind of learn, feel better from it, know where you're at coming into an event like Katowice?
I think this Blast Bounty, it was a good experience overall. Not saying that it was only online and offline as well. The online part, it was a bit horrible for us. I mean, for me at least, is to play with 0 ping to 40 ping and your opponents have 20 ping official game. I don't know, it is so much different.
Why did you have 40 ping? Romanian internet's good. Oh no, you're in boot camp in Spain.
Barcelona, yes.
Yeah, because my mind was like, Romanian internet's really good, yeah.
Yeah, Romania we have like 20, max 30 ping.
Yeah, you guys are good.
But no, in Barcelona we have like 45, 50 maybe sometimes. And it's not that good, I would say. But yeah, like I said, it was a good experience for us because we played also Spirit, who at the moment, the best team.
Yeah.
And we can see where are we right now, basically. And it was good to have that game.
Was it frustrating not to be able to take a map from them, especially with how crazy that overtime game was against Spirit on Ancient?
think the ancient we deserved we deserved a bit to have that map, and then
You had it.
we kind of choked a bit, or some rounds, I will say. Maybe we hurry up in some moments, but like I said, it was a good experience for us to learn and to see where are we in this start of the season.
All right, so you had your holidays and you actually were doing the Everlone Duo Cup and you ended up winning it with Dog. We obviously were covering that and talking about it with you. Do you ever stop playing Counter-Strike?
No. I mean, we won with Dania. Dania Avalon Cup. I was looking for the teammate to play 2v2.
The most overpowered team Counter-Strike has ever seen.
I mean, I don't know. Everyone could win on this tournament. Not only us. We also lost like one map against Kyosuke and Bas. But I was looking for a teammate. I couldn't find anyone. And I wrote to Dani if he wants to play 2v2 with me. And he said, let's go. And we said,
I mean, this is world number 2 and 1 on the same team.
yes, it's okay.
It's okay.
Bro, everyone can win this 2v2. It's a little bit of luck, a little bit of... you just need sometimes to be lucky, maybe to win this. But it was very nice.
It was fun, right?
Yeah, the way you started the year, the way you're gonna end it, you know, or how you say it. Like,
Oh, okay. Started with a 2v2 win, ends it with a major win. maybe. For you, though, OG to Cloud9 to G2, I look at this as like huge progression, but obviously someone who is wanted by teams. You've also had to change roles the whole time, the whole way through of doing this. You said on an interview that like you can do anything, whatever a team needs you to do. You mean anything, right?
I mean, basically, yes, because like in OG I played anchor lurker, and then some position I was second star. In C9 I was like kind of main star with also lurk and also anchor. So like I was mixing everything, and in G2 I'm like kind of full anchor and lurker. So it's fine for me. Like I don't really mind it because I think I just do what, like basically what I said in any interview, that I will do what each team needs.
But not a lot of players are willing to do that. Do you understand? Like you're very unique in that sense. Is that something you wanted to try and do always?
I mean, maybe I just see it a bit differently, the way like in CS, because I know some players are just saying like, I'll play only this or only this. But for me, I don't really care, because I think like some people may disrespect like any role, like any anchor role, because like it's not a star role and you don't have all the kills, all the ecos, or like whatever, your stats are not the best, but I guess it's like really important role, and yeah, like it can do so much in like really close games, and I think some people underestimate them, like in a way of only role, like being an anchor, but I think it's really important role, and it's not easy to do it, and maybe people just want to, yeah, like be in the action all the time, because as an anchor you don't have action all the time. So a lot of time maybe sleepy, and then when they pop, yeah, and then maybe if they pop, then like you're like, oh, like I was sleepy a bit, but you need to be focused every round as well. It's like any other position, but with a bit less of action.
How do you keep that focus in those situations? Because yeah, I can imagine you sit there, nothing's happening on your site again and again and again, and then all of a sudden, oh yeah, need to go.
I mean, you just need to be in the game, right? Talk. Like for me, something like since I joined G2, they told me like even if you're not feeling the game or they're not coming to you, all this stuff, like you need to be in the moment and talk a lot and help the teammates and support them. It doesn't matter if they come to you or not. Like you're a team in the end. It's not only like one guy game. So you just need to be in the moment, talk a lot, and enjoy the game.
How are you coming into Katowice? Home crowd advantage?
I mean, you know, it's pretty easy. 40 minutes by car, even 30 if you go fast, you know, from Krakow. But yeah, I mean, obviously it's nice to play in Katowice again. I would like to see maybe playoffs, and hopefully the crowd will cheer for G2 and for me. You know, and this is what I'm aiming for, obviously.
Now you bring a new roster once again to here. We see things change up. Heavy God comes into the team. What has impressed you so far the most about Heavy God?
Versatile. I think that he can do everything, and he's really a polite guy and really nice, I would say. It's pretty easy to play with him. It's not a hard guy, you know. He may be sometimes a little bit tilt too much, you know, but mostly when he's playing Face It.
Yeah. It's fun.
Yeah, that's okay. But yeah, I think He reminds me a little bit of me when I was younger and playing with VP. I was also trying like every role, so I think it's good for him to just try his best. But I think at some point of his career, he should stick to one.
So you're trying to tell him from experience, like, okay, let's maybe just get into this, feel comfortable, it makes things easier. For you though, we're looking at like G2 always getting a lot of criticism. People love to focus on you. You don't care about this, do you? You've never cared about this stuff. You've always been able to deal with it very well.
I mean, people always tell shit, about me. And even when I was in VP and let's say top 5 in the world as a player, it was the same, Like people like to say some shit stuff about you. It's whatever, I don't care. I mean, the only thing I care is when I feel I play like shit, then I will admit it. And I mean, last month wasn't the best, I would say. Yeah, Ile is dragging me down a little bit,
Polska górą.
He's been learning. He's been doing good.
I mean, some of the tournaments, let's say even last year, like at the end, Shanghai Major and I think Singapore, it wasn't that bad for me. I mean, even though I don't care about rating, like this, it's more about like when I feel like sometimes I can clutch the runs or win the pistols or just do my kills. I'm happy about that. But like, let's say last tournament was pretty tough for me individually. I couldn't like hit my shots. I wasn't happy about that. But I think it's just the start of the season and like. I can play better for sure, and I hope Katowice.
Does this feel like you guys are right now favorites for Katowice? If you're being honest, don't tell me. Don't. So that means they're going to win just to us to keep going through this. No.
No. I'll throw.
You're going to throw. Troll. Oh, okay, throw. I thought you were going to throw. You're not throwing. No match fixing.
Just playing bad.
Just playing bad.
Yeah.
Isn't that all the time?
It's all the time, yeah.
You just do it for Donk, to make his stats better, make him look better.
To make the game interesting for people. Like to find a balance.
Yeah.
But I can throw the molo on them and they will not be winning. Or I can make some team kills.
Just start flashing your teammates.
Yeah, it happened.
Okay, I'm going to set you a goal. First game of Katowice, I need you to flash 4 teammates. Can you do it?
Like 4 teammates at the same time.
Or just across the whole game, I'm fine. Whatever you want to do.
Yeah, okay, I'm doing that.
Yes, let's go. I'm very sorry for all Spirit fans, but he needs to give the other teams a chance, right? We have to be fair.
No. They have all the chances.
Because of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. You're giving them the chances because of you.
No. If you say that I'm giving them a chances, it means that they're not favorites to win, but anyone can fuck us.
Last year, yeah, think back to last year when we were here. First time we saw Spirit coming to a really big event, and you went on to win Katowice. How different do you feel as a person and a player through everything you've been through in the last year?
Championships does not feel that interesting from the point that, I wanted 4 years to play here because I'm playing already here and I won some of them, so it's not that exciting, but still kind of higher expectations. And, you think you're okay only with win, and probably if you have your individual performance not that good and you'll win anyways, you'll probably not be okay anyways. So.
And what about as a person, not as a player? Like, do you feel how much you have grown as a player through going through these wins, also going through some losses? Do you see the difference in yourself?
Yeah, obviously, because there is a lot more experience and a lot more confidence from the point that you don't think that some of the best players or best teams, they're like way beyond your understanding of the game or your mechanics, but still I think at some point I was playing better a year ago than right now.
Really?
Yeah, maybe.
Why do you think that is? Because I know we spoke at Blast and you said like there's some things you've done to try and change it to be a better player. So do you understand what you need to do?
Yeah, but I need time to apply all of that and to check and to see how it's working and all of that stuff. But even if you open
stats, for example, you'll see the difference between the start of the year and the end of it. So,
Do you want to defend this trophy? Do you believe you will make it to playoffs?
I don't know. I think for us it should be hard tournament because all of teams can watch us in Blast and do a lot of preparation to us. And also a lot of teams was not in good shape on Blast and start of season. Yeah, new teams, new players, a lot of roster change. And now I think they play really better and they can do good preparation for us, and it should be really hard for us. And I think playoff is good point for us. No, we don't think about win or something like that. I think we need just go to server, maybe win, maybe lose, I don't know, but sometimes.
See how it goes. And I got to ask one last thing. Hallie, is he here?
Yes, it's here already. Yeah, yes, he's coming.
Okay, so you did Blast Bounty in the hardest way possible. Now you got Katowice with Hallie. Easier.
No.
I tried.
No. It's not easy. I don't know. All teams better than we are, but you know, yeah.
I love their mentality, but we'll have to see how it goes throughout the whole tournament. Thank you very much, Chopper. I will leave you alone.
Hello, Kerrigan. Welcome to Katowice. Once again, a big project change for you with John in there. I know Bounty perhaps wasn't ideal for you guys, but I also think that online is not your favorite thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we wanted to go to the finals and get some LAN experience, right? But also I think it gave us not a wake-up call, but kind of like, okay, there are some issues we can work on. It is a change, I would say, that is not focused on the honeymoon phase. I would say when we got frozen in, we were in a very good direction when Ross left the team, and we just kind of set him in a team. Now we have changed a lot of basics of the team. Things I have seen the past year I want to change. And I think with John coming in now, we can all kind of like figure out a new way of approach the game and change a lot of basics. So it's going to take a longer time than I usually say we need.
Okay, because I remember last year I was talking to you, I think it was around Cologne, and it was that situation where you were experimenting with the calling kind of differently or more fluid or not. Do you feel, looking back now, that was all lessons you learned that you're now going to put into this new lineup? There's one person you changed, but the impact is big.
Not really. I think one of the reasons why we had to change some approaches there was because we don't really have a secondary caller. We didn't have a vocal voice in the mid rounds. We had sometimes Roki, sometimes Frozen did some things, but we didn't really have a set guy who can kind of direct the group with me or take in big initiative in what he wants to do in a certain area of the game. And John is that. So that means we are changing some positions. We are getting used to each other. And John stayed with me for 2-3 weeks. We discussed a lot of CS and kind of how he approaches, how we approach it. So there is, normally I would say the player has to adapt to us, but we are definitely also adapting to him. So there will be hiccups, but I'm in here for the long run, and we need to make sure we have our basics covered, and hopefully they're good enough here in Katowice.
Yeah. New year, new phase, of course. Perhaps a Bounty wasn't exactly the start you wanted, but maybe that's also not the environment you thrive in.
yeah, I mean, it's been some time since we played some online CS. It's probably the worst CS I played in a while, I think. I mean, yeah, that was a cool experience, but it feels good to be back online.
Yeah, I can imagine Katowice is also very important, of course, for the formation of a new lineup. Now, tell me about the goals for you for this year, because a lot of people are theorizing about how you had a great year, but maybe the configuration of the team wasn't ideal for you to be your very best. How do you feel about that? Or more positively, how do you feel about the lineup as it stands now?
Well, I would leave the last year to be the last year. Yeah, I mean, we have a new member, right? We're fresh with John now. So, you know, we're getting to know each other a bit, see how he works, how we work. And I think we're just trying to find synergy at the moment with the things we have. And I think goal through this, or like for this tournament, would be, you know, just to improve game by game, because it will be very easy to say that we want to go to the not playoffs, finals again. But I mean, there's so many games to play, right? And I mean, we need to beat so many good teams that are here, and everyone wants to win this tournament. Yeah, I mean, I think just a step by step for now, you know. And but so far, very impressed by John.
Yeah. What specifically?
I mean, just his attitude, his skills in game. I mean, he has some skills that I don't think I ever seen at a player yet. It's like hard to explain, but you can easily see while watching him that he's putting so many hours into like perfecting his aim, you know, the clearing of the angles, and you know, all these things that I could read about Elige before he would join our team. I can see why people say it, and I can see why it's true.
But still, you know, you're probably like, whoa, this is a guy from NACS and he's doing this? What the hell?
I mean, I had my respect for Elige for a long time because, I mean, he's...
I was joking.
No, of course, but no, just to put it out there, you know. I mean, he's been one of the rifles that I respected for a long time because he's from the NA, but he's still one of the best rifles that CSGO, CS2 has, so... Yeah.
How are your teammates?
I mean, they've been great. I mean, everything that you've probably seen on camera and stuff is what you'd probably expect. So that's a really good thing. So everyone has been awesome. I've been really enjoying it. So yeah, super excited to get the season started.
Ah, so no one's fake is what you mean.
Exactly. I mean, honestly, sometimes you can't tell like on camera, but yeah, everything like they're as awesome as you'd expect.
You want to drop a name of someone who is fake?
Whoa, we can't do that. Can't do that.
Yeah, that's true. We can't do that. Anyway, it's nice to see you. Tell me about, you know, the expected question, goals at Kato. I know you're going to say we're a new team, blah, blah, blah. But for you, I feel like for the player of your caliber, going a long time without having like this result that you can really be proud of is probably really annoying, right? So you probably want to get the results already.
I mean, for me, the goal is to win off the bat. I mean, I came to win, and we're here already. I mean, obviously, we didn't do great at like the Blast Bounty online, but I mean, that's whatever. Like, that's an online tournament, so I think everyone's gonna level up for the LAN. I think that we're gonna show up really strong here. So yeah, I'm super excited to get started.
Awesome! I'm excited to see it. Enjoy your lunch.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, 1xBet, and Zowie.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Norby!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Only one team has ever won back-to-back Katowice championships, and that's Fnatic. And already, that's a long time ago. Fnatic have not been a successful team. But if there's one team that can be destined to win back-to-back IEM Winter Championships, it could be Team Spirit. They are the team that everyone wants to beat. They're the team that has the best player in the world. One player who maybe could be the best player we have ever seen at the game. He's certainly showing up every single time. Team Spirit have that chance, and while they say they don't care, while they say it doesn't matter to them, you know in the back of their minds that would be a dream scenario, because Katowice last year is where that dream run all started from. It's where the Golden Boy showed us everything he had with an insane rating. So let's see what can happen this time around. Don, good morning. How you doing?
Bad.
Bad. It's too early for you. Well, I want to ask you this.
It's okay, to be honest. I don't care.
You don't care, so you're fine, you're ready. Now, not many teams, only one, Fnatic, have won Katowice back-to-back. You guys have won the favorites right now. How confident do you feel for that?
I don't care.
You don't care, but would you like to win back-to-back? Win again this year?
Yeah, why not?
Why not? Do you think many teams have a chance of stopping you?
No.
You're going to do what you do best and dominate then, yeah?
We'll see.
We will. Good luck, man. Thank you very much. A year divides the championships here at Katowice that Astralis were able to win. It was Fnatic that came in and stole their thunder of trying to make it happen in the back-to-backs, because Fnatic were never going to allow that to happen. Now we fast forward to today, and this Astralis, with the heroic core, they don't look as good as what you might expect just yet, but they still have Device shining and doing the best he can. They've got to take some more time to make this work if they want to have a chance of winning Katowice, but it seems a long, long way away. But maybe, just maybe, they can pull it together, hold their hopes and dreams, come through as a full Danish roster, and make some magic happen. Good morning, guys. Hello, Device. What's up? How are you doing this morning?
Fine, fine. How about you?
I'm doing very good. Now, I got a couple of quick questions for you here. Obviously, you know what it's like to win Katowice, but it's been a little while for that one. What do you feel about your form and return to form to be able to make that possible?
I mean, we faced the best team in the world today, so if we beat them, I think we're off to a good start.
Okay, and do you feel like this Astralis right now is on that rise to be able to do it? You had a good end to the year in terms of World Final, when the full team was there.
I mean, yeah, I think you have to believe it. It's not our peak form, but we're still working together as a unit, and if we play our good Counter-Strike, we can beat them. But it's Bird, they have won a lot of games in a row, I think 3 tournaments in a row, so we are the underdogs for sure.
They have to lose at some point. Let's see if we can do it.
Hope so.
Good luck, mate. Thank you.
Yeah, Astralis definitely got a tough road ahead of them as they do once again join us for the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2025 Day 2, Stage 2. We got 6 best-of-3s going down, 3 of which will be beginning on the A stream. That aforementioned Spirit, the reigning champions, a chance to be doing the double. It all starts today. But when we talk about rivalries, I've got my eyes on these 2 very tasty matchups indeed, not least because the second between G2 and Falcons is an elimination game, but it's also got Nico up against his former organization and teammates at that. Last game of the day on the A stream, Vitality versus Hality Jersey, going up against his former organization, in which he lifted a trophy with a couple of years back. If we move on to our other elimination games though, because it's not just going down on the A stream, we've also got some on the B stream too. That's going to be 3D Max taking on Big. Unfortunately, 3D Max losing to Vitality after multiple overtimes in that first matchup. But we've also got another advancement game coming that way as well. If we move on to take a look at what's going to be going down the B stream too, as we mentioned, A stream, last game of the day, Vitality taking on FaZe, VP versus Eternal Fire, one of which will be advancing on through to the Spodek. Lots of amazing Counter-Strike going down today, but I want to begin with a few equally amazing gentlemen over at the Telestrator. Gentlemen, how is it feeling to be back for Stage 2? I think you got your suit on. Well, not a full suit. You got a blazer on, at least. Things are hotting up.
You know, it's a Sunday. It's 2 games. I just kind of woke up on the right side of the bed.
Yeah.
I feel like, I don't know. A lot of interesting games. G2 and Falcons, obviously the big one in an elimination game.
That's the one he dressed up for.
Yeah, you see, I'm wearing
That's
green.
why you're in your Sunday best, yeah. What about you, Josh? You're just chilling out in the shirt?
Just wearing his first.
We got some elimination days, so, you know, some earth tones for the people that are going back in coffins, you know, at the end of the day. Figuratively speaking, of course.
Anyway, should we move on to the Telestrator? I've got a little game for you guys because at Chengdu last year, so I guess 8-9 months ago, I asked players to predict what would happen to Counter-Strike 2 by the end of the year. So I want you to match who said what prediction. Any that are piquing your interest at the moment, Yako?
Well, fixed game crash, that has to be one of the VP guys.
Yeah.
That has to be Fame or Dastan because of what happened at the Copenhagen major for them. So, do you think Fame?
I'm just going to say, yeah, it's always on Inferno, and I feel like that happened to VP a lot with James or just anybody on B site. So
I'd go with Dastan because he's more like deadpan like that. You know, that feels like a Dastan answer.
He is, yeah. He can be like that.
All right,
let's go.
I'll go with you then.
First selection.
And also the players would probably be something more micro, right? Like more game related. Like, let's say...
Yeah, I guess he had to witness that standing behind them, right?
Yeah.
Like, he had to see that in all its horrific glory.
For example, there's no way Hooksy would like to nerf the MP9. That would have his stats that weren't great to begin with. So it's probably someone like Exertion who deals with a lot of entries and then like gets shredded by the MP9s.
Well, like I'm going for something like, you know, Mouse. Do they play Anubis even? So maybe Exertion says get rid of Anubis. And then I'm thinking improved model movement. It's too fast. Maybe that's Hooksy's problem, that everyone's just moving around too fast for him.
I like those two. Yeah.
But I'll just do this one for now. I'll say this one for now. Maybe we...
Not to throw a spanner in the metaphorical works, but Tuscan. How old was Exertion when Tuscan was even still relevant?
-3.
You know?
Tuscan's timeless, though. You look at it one time and you know exactly, oh, this is a map.
Okay.
I love Tuscan 1.6. I'm not sure it would play that well in CS2, but a completely different conversation. So who wants to nerf the MP9 then? Fame? Or Frozen? Fame, maybe.
Maybe.
What makes you go with Fame over Frozen?
I don't know. I think they would give you like those one-sentence answers, you know? They wouldn't elaborate too
We're
much.
going real deep with
VP
this.
players, you know? So I think this is Fame, like just keeping it simple.
Do you agree that the MP9 needs nerfing?
Yes. A little bit, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, though I think it's too consistent at like the mid-range bursts where you just tap people out across the map effectively. Like you shouldn't be up on that heaven angle on Ancient, shooting people down on elbow, 4 bullets, and you just dink them with 3 and they're dead.
But I think only slightly, because I don't want to be that guy where, oh yeah, M4 needs to only be the only gun that works in every single scenario. Like there should be usage for some of these other guns. Maybe the damage is just a little bit too high, or maybe the running accuracy is a little bit too good, but it would only be slight nerfs because it's not OP, it's just maybe too good in those certain situations.
Let's put it this way. If the FAMAS is never purchased because this is too good to pass up, you got the kill reward, you've got the high movement accuracy, you've got the high rate of fire, the time to kill is really low as a result of all of that. You can run and gun, jump around corners. All of that as a package makes it really strong. You take away one of those elements and suddenly it's more balanced.
I think probably then for Hooksy is the smoke and molly bugs. Right?
GL-Brain?
Like he played B Inferno, and that's where you could have those smoke edgings, especially even then. I think there were maybe an update or two since that made it a little bit better. But yeah, I don't know. That just sounds like something that he would die to all the time and then wants it out.
I think that's fair. So Frozen, improved model movement.
I guess that makes sense. It's too fast. He wants to freeze them, slow them down a little bit. I guess that...
Clues in the name, I guess. Are you satisfied with this? There's no redo, so you have to be.
Yeah, if I have to be satisfied with it, then I'll be satisfied with it. That's just how it is.
Well, gentlemen, let's find out if you're right and check in with some of the players who also had a go at these predictions.
Got 5 predictions here lined up, and we gotta match the prediction to the player that originally had the prediction. Nerfed MP9.
That's definitely not a coach thing. That's one of the players. Yeah, who would get mad from dying from MP9? I feel like that's like a Frozen.
A Frozen?
Yeah.
Like, this MP9's too strong.
Yeah, it's too strong.
Alright, let's do Frozen. A Frozen for that one.
It's probably he's too good with it, so it's like.
Yeah, he wants it to be nerfed because he's getting too many kills with it.
Yeah.
Nerfed MP9. People buy it over the FAMAS most of the time now.
Yeah, but that is because the FAMAS is dog shit. it's not the MP9. I'm telling you guys, the new meta is gonna be MP7. You heard it here first.
There's like the gray screen in the smoke. Or like if you break a smoke.
I mean, that's
still in the game, I think.
I'm down to just do like Hooksy or Fame or something.
Alright, let's just do Fame for Fame.
Yeah.
Fame for the smoke and molly bugs. I don't know about Tuscan.
I don't know.
I don't know much about Tuscan, but I'd prefer like a cache or cobble or something like that, or overpass back in.
I mean, I would respect the new map pool because most maps right now, like Ancient, can just go please. But
yeah, I don't know if I get rid of Anubis. I mean, at the time, Vertigo was also in, so I hate Vertigo.
Vertigo was great.
Okay. Yeah, I think IGL is talking about the map pool the most out of anyone, so I'll put Hooksy as well with that.
It's Exertion. I don't think Mouse plays on Anubis.
No, you're right. I don't remember watching any of the Mouse that moves on Anubis, so.
I don't think so.
They fixed that now, but back then, it was definitely quick. Like, when someone swings you, it's just like hard to like track them, really.
It's still a little bit of a picker advantage, but it's not as bad as it used to be, but it's okay. Can't complain.
I think it's fine now. Back then, I mean, out of the 2 players we have left here, I'd have to say Huxley for this one.
I feel like I've almost heard him say that before. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
feeling this is like a Dastan.
Well, it could have been him or Fame, but we'll have to go with Dastan for this one.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so we got 1 correct.
Yeah. All right, well, 1 out of 5. 0.5 for effort. Let's go.
Oh, it is us. Hey.
I thought it was the trophy
I thought
first.
they were doing something over there, but that's fine because
We're
we're
here too.
Hi, that's Chad. I'm Machine, and yeah, we're going to be casting over on the secondary stream for the first 2 best of 3s of today. Now, of course, Freya's filled you in on what we got to look
She
forward
cut
to.
our grass a bit of our segment.
Yeah, right. That's all we've got here to talk about is the fact that we got Mongols Liquid hype for a variety of reasons. Not only is Chad casting a JKS
nuggets.
game, so he's going to be really mean. Expecting that. And Mongols, of course, excited to see Senzu with his arm in a cast still fragging.
He gave me a thumbs up today with the arm in the cast.
Okay, good. We're cooking. And why is this one important, Chad? Because
Qualification for the Spodek.
Qualification.
First team will be locked in for the Spodek. But look, as we said, Freya already stole this from us. So you guys would have seen that. And you can find us twitch.tv/ESLCSP or head over to Face It Watch or YouTube. Plenty of places to watch the Counter-Strike. But we got a goodie bag, which is one of the players
What's in the bag?
That used to be What's in Chad's Box segment. That one's...
Don't make me sing the jingle.
I won't. But Alex, you're going to have to talk us through.
Can I help you open that?
No, you can hold the mic.
Oh, that's clever.
No,
Look
not
how
for
useful
me.
I am.
Oh, not for me.
Oh.
So all the players get these lovely little coins. What would it be?
The Bebok.
No, well, yeah, that's the little guy on there.
There's a guy on there.
Hold on.
So you see, there's a theme this year. Katowice, I don't know why I'm starting to say this. There's a theme this year. You can see these fellas here are apparently Silesian folklore, which is the area region that Katowice is in. The Bebok will come and get you. He'll put you in a dirty sack if you don't listen to your parents, and some Beboks even resort to violence. So yeah, listen to your parents, otherwise Bebok will get you. And that's essentially what I wanted to say. We're going to go sit down and cast, but you can tune in secondary stream. We'll be there.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Katowice while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Опа.
Ебать.
Ой. О, да. И кура. О, да. 0-3 бус, охуенно. Так хорошо.
Это очень жестко
Так
было.
хорошо с ВХ играть вообще легко очень. Когда заграешь.
И побежал.
Изи.
I just stay in ladder room and I just look in left side monitor and I saw 4 headshot and easy. It's blast premium, unstoppable player.
Да, вообще.
Короче, там был момент такой, что Боря говорит, бэдом занял. Мы пошли с ним, убили его, и я Боре отпускаю мышку, даю пятюню, и шифтом иду в яму, и все. А тут просто было понятно, что Вокси пойдет зиги, и я решил прыгнуть и убить. Ну, мы в счете вели, ну, в принципе, не знаю. Тут я, короче, говорю инфу, что это чисто, а оказалось, что под коврами чел. Ну, легкий клатч, не знаю тоже. Просто решил прыгнуть.
Симпл выиграл против тебя так клатч в 21?
Я не помню.
Ну, против знаю.
But we lost пролига. Вот это вообще пиздец.
Да.
Easy moment because I have good position, but it's triple kill. It's so hard.
Хорош, Диман. Nice one.
Mom.
Oh, it was my birthday. It was gift from Navi. Nice.
Как сказать? Короче, я стрелялся с ними, я думал, это я всех убиваю, короче.
He out, he killed everyone.
Да, я убьешь?
But the last kill is...
Вот, я видел, что это я тебе. I remember this.
Per complexity.
But Halzer can have mistake. He's picking me, but he's need to not pick. He's just wait for us, but he's die. I don't know why. 2 versus 5, and we know info for the 2 last guy, one full HP and second guy low HP. Don't tell me low, and I don't know. He's going to first guy going first, and he's low HP, and I kill him, and Magus kill last people. Easy.
Oh, Juicy aim. Yeah, I remember this. There is Juicy one tap on Snappy on the side.
Oh yeah. Wow. It's easy moment. Chopper tell me info 2 behind, and I know info 1 low HP and 1 full HP. It's not buy, it's force buy, and I have good position for me.
Full
but
buy.
It's so lucky. But I hurt him. It's unstoppable clutch. It's semi-final, да?
Нет, это 2-1 счет.
Это группа?
Да.
It's groups. Okay. It's inhuman clutch.
Lucky.
It's super.
Lucky.
To the world of Counter-Strike, he is the meteor overhead. It's Donk.
He's never seen death.
Over decades of Counter-Strike, this man is doing something that no one has done before. Look at Donk do it! That's disgusting! Revolting from Donk! This is unprecedented, eclipsing all who came before him.
Mr. Spaghetti Arm is not fucking getting this trophy. I don't give a shit, boys.
Yes, the coveted Intel Extreme Masters Katowice trophy. Some spend their entire careers chasing it. Some manage to win it on their first try. Day 2, stage 2, we have the defending champions, Team Spirit, show up to play their first game of the tournament going up against Astralis. And this is where it all began for them last year and for Donk.
I remember I was here and we were all doubting Donk, the new kid on the block. Didn't even show up to the event before that, shows up in Katowice against all the top dogs, all the faces down the halls, and we're like, no, he's not going to do it here. No, not this time. But then he did it. And not only did he do it then, he continued to do it. But maybe after a little bit of a, stumble.
The #1 player in the world, the opener of the year, the highlight of the year, MVP of the major, MVP of Katowice, just the most insane year we've ever seen, potentially probably out of any rifler, especially out of any rookie. So absolutely crazy, and they're coming into this tournament running hot as well.
Very hot. They won the last event of last year, the major, opening up this year a week ago at Blast Bounty. Yeah, they win that one too. They're coming in here hot. They're 2 times IEM Katowice champions back-to-back. Can they do it? That is the question that we're going to be looking forward to. Are they able to continue this form all the way through, or are they going to have another stumble like they did last year at the end of Katowice when there was a big target on their back and everyone looked to take them down?
I think you feel as well with how some of these other teams have been playing and all the roster changes, them just continuing where they left off. They're the team to beat by far in Katowice.
Yep, like I said, target on the back. Once you get into that first place, everyone's looking to take you down. And right now, Donk, I mean, you would think this kid would slow down at some point, but it's still putting up 1.7 rating, running circles around all of the opponents. And right now, I mean, this is one of the most prestigious events of the year, this Cologne. So for them to do it again would be wonderful, masterful.
But enough of the two of us. We're going to teleport away, and you guys are going to get to hear from Shiro himself.
First time that we get to see a Team Spirit in Katowice in 2025, and I'm lucky enough to have a couple moments with Shiro. First of all, looking at this trophy, being back in Katowice, what kind of emotions does it bring back?
I'm really feeling good because it's in my career it's most important tournament for me because I'm winning in first achievement tier 1 events. It's IEM Katowice, but it's online, and second I win Katowice with Team Spirit. It's LAN. It's so good tournament for me.
When we think back to this time last year, obviously Donk wasn't with you guys in Copenhagen, the Blast groups, the tournament before. We weren't even sure whether he was going to arrive here, whether he was going to get here in time. How different do you reckon things would be for Team Spirit if he didn't end up being able to come?
I think Copenhagen, it's first tournament in this season. It's we more practice and we show another team's same situation. He's just not have good aim, I think, not good. He's just most all teams try to. So one second. More things try. I feel like yeah, and this tournament it's so big, and we just try to play. If we not win, it's okay for us, but we have good emotions with team, and we try to win with champ.
Obviously, I've just seen that Hallie is back with you guys. Tell me about that. How much better is the team feeling?
For me, Hallie is good coach, and his help for us. Then we have a bad day. Then we lost more rounds. He's take pause and he's calling for us. He's helping for everyone with team, and he's just for me. It's so good. Then he's playing with us.
Yeah, we always see him taking the time to, you know, speak with you between maps. Speaking of this series, you're going up versus Astralis. How do you feel in terms of the AWPing going up against Device, obviously another legend in the game?
Yeah, I like Device, and I like playing with versus him. And but we playing 3 times versus Astralis. It's not good. It's not easy. Best of 3. We lost almost one map, Vertiga and Ancient, but today we can try to just win. We just play and we just win. If he took one map, it's okay for us. We just try to good CS and we show.
Loving the confidence, Shearer. Thank you so much for your time and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, obviously Shearer had many head-to-heads versus Astralis in his time throughout CS, but I would argue that Astralis maybe on a slightly different path at the moment. Yanko, how are you looking? If they were going to be like a graph, what direction are they pointing?
Wow. I don't know. You were hoping they were going to be pointing out upwards, but I think it's going pretty flat at the moment, albeit it's the beginning of the year and we have to see it. But this was the issue for me, like towards the end of last year when they got eliminated and everyone's going straight to vacation. Like Astralis was exactly the team that should have cut their vacation short, like the player break short, and start playing earlier or play a little bit into the end of last year, because you know you had a lot of failures in the past, well, couple of years, especially last year, not being able to make the majors even. So I think the issue with that is you want to grab a head start, and instead what we're seeing in some of these rounds, in some of the games that Josh pointed out, is, you know, basic mistakes like losing to pistols, overconfidence, which I don't know where it comes from, really. I don't know where the overconfidence comes from for this squad.
Yeah, you look at the results so far as well. You know, they're losing a 0-2 to MIBR, a very close series to FlyQuest as well, as 13-11 on the final map of that series. So, you know, you look at a team like Astralis that should be, you know, coming out of the player break refreshed, the fundamentals on point. They've got the system with Katie and calling, Device opping, back to business as usual, but they're faltering to these teams, and you can't do that, and they're going to go up against a team like Spirit, and you have to, you know, also take into account what's the map pool going to look like too, with Spirit banning out Inferno, and that's what Astralis has been going for the last few days too.
And so far, Astralis hasn't beaten a European team this year. So even in the FlyQuest game, the map that they lost, that was Train, and that was what Astralis picked. So even in terms of their map pool, it's a little bit all over the place. They don't have a signature map or sort of a map you feel like if it's available, you can pick it against any team. People who picked Train are 0-8 so far this year. I mean, one of the reasons for that is, you know, you try to, it's like Fnatic picks Train against Spirit. Well, you know, it's not necessarily due to the map. It's just you're an underdog playing against a much better team. You're trying to throw, you know, everyone started from scratch on Train, so you feel like the gap might be smaller there. And unfortunately, it feels like Astralis has to go for the same thing.
Yanko, do you like deagles?
Yes.
Do you like knives?
Yes.
Well, you should be watching through Face It Watch then, because today,
Yay.
February 2nd, that's where you can get your hands on some lovely deagles, some lovely knives, exclusively. If you're watching through Face It Watch, you can select all the player POVs, take a look at the highlights as well. So I'd highly recommend watching through that for the optimum viewing experience. But we need to experience the map veto, Josh, because as you said, the ban makes life pretty complicated for Astralis, right?
It does, and including the fact that, you know, we're going to be looking at maybe a Mirage ban coming in from the side of, sorry, not a Mirage ban. Why didn't you stop me there from sounding silly there? But, well, yeah, we'll see. Like, Spirit's banning in Inferno. We know that 100% of the case, and this is going to force it into a map pool that Spirit really like to play. So the Nuke pick coming out, I think that's still one of Spirit's top 3 maps. You know, Anubis going out for Astralis, that's one of the worst maps for Spirit, actually. It's one of their least played, their lowest win rate. So right there, Astralis having to ban it and not even, you know, potentially floating it because they've never played it. So it's going to come down to, what, like a potentially an Ancient pick or a Dust 2 or a Mirage. And they're going to go for the Dust 2 this time around. And then it comes down to the next ones. Which do they want to play the least? But, I mean, it's still going in Spirit's favor no matter which way they go.
I think Spirit probably gets rid of Train, right? I mean, no reason to play it this early on against Astralis, and Mirage as the decider. And yeah, Astralis doesn't go for the Train pick, right? Maybe dissuaded a little bit by how that game against FlyQuest went, going for something a little bit more standard, which I like to an extent. So yeah, but you're gonna have to start T-side against Spirit and against Donk. Even if Astralis was, let's say, towards the tail end of this line, like peaking with this lineup, this would be a tough game for them so early on. Like, this is almost an impossible task.
Well, it's time to get this show on the road. The reigning champions return. It's time to see if Astralis can handle the heat.
The reigning Katowice champions back in the Hall of Heroes, Jason, and for Astralis, an impossible task lies in front of them, as Yanko said. It'll be exciting to see what kind of level Astralis can get to, but you've got to come into this with expectations of, we're going up against the #1 team in the world. This is going to be a real rough day.
Yeah, I mean, you have to understand it's a possibility, but there's always a world in which it is doable, where Astralis can make this happen, and just so many things have to go right and in their favor, and they've got a really, really tough team on the other side of this. Device himself has won Katowice, not since 2019 when it was a major he lifted that trophy. Now going up against the reigning champions. Let's see what one of the greatest all-time players has to do against one of the greatest current players in Donk.
I'm sure, no doubt, he'll be in that all-time conversation in just a few years' time. But here we go. T-side start for Astralis on Nuke. Sure, we're going to be watching outside. It's got Donk near it.
Yeah. Sorry, I just got really excited.
Yeah, you got excited there. Yeah, I mean, it's an exciting day, Jason, so I can understand why.
I'm just messing with my volume buttons really quick. Get used to the new setup here on the main street. Ooh, Goosh. Shiro taking a ton of damage early. Donk still waiting for his chance to strike. Yabi's going to have to hold back with low HP. He turns into a lurk, but Donk's very aware of his position.
And the charge keeps going down lower. Here comes the swing from Donk. Easily collecting that kill on Yabi, and it's not a great start here for the T's, but maybe they can get into the lower bomb site just before Zontix arrives, and what a shot from Stown. Zontix has nowhere to go, and Device is hearing that drop of Donk down towards ramp. Can the rest of his teammates deal with the threat as Device tries to come around the backside, but Chopper's detected it, turns back and gets that kill, and now they can focus solely on the site retake. Spirit in a 3v3. There's a kid on the back of Magic, so they can move quite swiftly into this and still have a little bit of time as Chopper dives down into the bomb site. Donk is up on top, just rapidly racing to try and get this kill. Donk lands that headshot. Magic's now arriving, but he's down in the vent, and Donk does not have the kid on his back. So he goes in alone, and it's down to 1v1, and he doesn't find Stown hiding in the corner. Donk makes it close, but Astralis pick up the first round.
Yeah, he gets his 3. Good shooting from Stair, though, with that P250. The one tap on a Zontex to open up that lower bomb site is critical. And he's the key to this new Astralis lineup coming together. In my mind, it does fall on Stown. He has to make that leap from what we saw in Heroic as kind of that star player on the cusp of superstar level. He has to become the superstar for this Astralis squad if they want to find the success and get back to the top, which is their ultimate goal with this roster.
But that's the exact same conversation we had about Stown Stown in that heroic team when they were making these finals and constantly choking and coming second place. For them to take that next step, it was always the conversation around Stown. He just never did it.
Yeah, and I mean, that's why it has to change here. There has to be the solution found within Astralis, that they need to find the ways to activate him to a new level. Chopper over in the vents, waiting as they run down. Good kill from Cadian. Look at the assertiveness. Astralis is playing without fear. You know Cadian got the boys hyped up for this underdog matchup they have right now. And they're pushing forward at all times. Shiro alive in the sight to take one down. Bombs planted and another 3-on-3.
And a MAC-10 to play with for Shiro. Little picked up weapon. No kid on the back of the remaining 3 CTs here for Team Spirit, so not a lot of time to play with, nor any utility. Astralis in a good position to try and close this one out, but Defuse tapped, not stuck. Albedo with the double door swing, magic, great shot, a dink lands as well. And now it's getting a little bit scary, but Stairs in the double kill, and Device closes. So it did get a little worrying there for a second, right towards the end for Astralis, but they stabilize.
Yeah, important kills for Stair over at Decon. Looked like Magix might have a world where he could control door side, but that double kill pretty much ends the round. No kit as well, so Team Spirit lose everything in that force buy. Pick up and invest a little bit into this round number 3 after that. 3 nades they've picked up, 3 smokes as well, a couple upgraded pistols, so investing some cash to try and do some damage. As Astralis marches forward with a 2-round lead.
They're going to be charging straight into what's ramp. It's Zontix along with a P250, and they just show some presence towards ramp, no commitment through that smoke.
Yeah, it should be pretty chill. Astralis not going to try and force their way to it through any utility. They forced a lot of nades out with that stack. A lot of smokes have already been utilized by Spirit that they brought into the round, so Astralis happy to play it slow, knowing they're going to have a nice little advantage. There's a fun conversation around Donk. I know Scrawny brings this up. I heard him talking about it a week or two ago over at Blast, and I know we've talked about it privately as well. But he has that whole thing with Donk about like, what if he gets better? Because everyone's just like, he's amazing, and it's like, well, yeah, it's only been 1 year, so what if he gets better? I think it's a fun conversation. I brought this up on our podcast. I think the conversation is almost. There's like a different angle to it, which is like, how does he get better? Like, what area of his game does he flesh out next?
Uncharted territory.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine with the way he's entering and like kind of the records he's breaking with this kind of the role he's playing. Like, I have a hard time seeing where the next ceiling is in that position.
Maybe he'll show us.
Yeah, maybe he will.
No. He creates his own records. He creates his own competition, perhaps.
But, I mean, it's kind of cool, too, because while Donk is, obviously, the superstar of this team and deserves a lot of the conversation and credit and eyeballs, they don't win that major without guys like Magic stepping up, guys like Shiro, guys like Zontix. The role players kind of picking up after a period of Spirit struggling to find consistent success is what netted them that major win. And obviously, Donk's a big portion of that, but you don't win it alone. 10 seconds on the clock means the timer is an enemy, but good cover provided by Astralis to make sure that bomb can go down.
Yeah, nice little burst at the end there for Katie. And just to touch back on that point real quick, and you know, you mentioned Scrawny bringing up that talking point about him getting better, but I also heard a conversation from Maui Snake who was saying, you know, when you look at Donk's play style, and he does take a lot of risks, and the only reason that he's so successful in that is just because of how quick he is, how accurate he is. But if you put any other player in the situation and give them some of the peaks that Donk goes for, they're going to lose that. They're going to look a little silly sometimes, and the idea is that eventually will drop off, right? He's not going to be able to be as quick, in theory, for a long period of time, and so that part of his game will drop off. So maybe he'll have to readapt.
Yeah, down the line. It's very possible. We'll find out. We're all on the journey together.
That's the fun thing.
Yeah.
I mean, this time last year, remember, we were just sitting here in this position. We commentated the first game that Donk showed up in Katowice, and it was at 13-0.
Yeah, and he had like 20, or he had an insane amount of kills.
And we were like, it kind of, you know, what are the expectations? Maybe a playoffs performance, maybe they can just go and win the whole damn thing.
That was the dumb event where it was like, okay, he's done it at a Tier 1 land now. Okay, he's done it in the group stage now.
Oh,
okay,
now he's done it
the stage.
Oh, now he's just had the best tournament ever.
we changed the goalpost on him like 6 times, and he nailed it each and every one.
Yeah.
And just ran off with the year.
Well, the buy's in here for Team Spirit. First sighting of the Shiro sniper. A little bit of an awkward situation here because Yabi just walks right into it. So an easy opener for Shiro to kick things off in round 4. Cadian gone. Shiro enjoying the fact he's got 2 already.
And he has the bomb at his feet. And Shiro even steps in front of a Molotov that was thrown, so takes a risk where if he misses the shot, Cadian kills him. But, you know, the reward of that side of thing is you've already won the round for your team. It's pretty much over. Stown going to try and turn in towards Mini. Gets one kill. Big Garage should have him. Zontix does clean up the kill. Donk has fallen, but it's still a 4-on-2. Make that 3-on-2 with a minute on the clock.
Well, it's all about the ops at the moment. Device finally chiming in for Astralis, but a lot more heavy lifting needed to be done here by Stera and Device.
There's no good avenue either, right? Because you know Shiro with the op has the bomb over in ramp room, and now you're kind of like, how do we get to ramp room? Deep lines of sight that Shiro can post up with the op. Stera and Device going to end up saving this round. 40 seconds.
Long way off.
I think they're just going to walk to CT spawn and call it a day.
Yeah, I mean, just a look at the clock and they realize that's probably the only option available to them. So back off and save that AWP. It was good to see some highlight moments from Device in their earlier games at this tournament. All his classic favorite spots. You know, we've seen him on for Inferno A site around the default position, and then on Train, you know, clutching a 1v3 up on that B bomb site. So, you know, it was a little throwback for me watching that. Happy to see that, and that's the Device we want to see more of, isn't it, Jason? I mean, we know the level he can get to, and it would be great to see him even show glimpses of that again.
I don't know. I think that's the kind of the question about Device right now, especially when you consider kind of you know, I feel bad bringing it up, but it's been so public, some of the health concerns around him as well, and taking some time off around the Shanghai Major also to make sure he could come into 2025 ready to party. I think Device has to answer that question, you know, for himself more than anything, is what level can he play at? Because I actually don't have the answer. He's obviously got a great resume. I think for me, he's the greatest CSGO player we had. I know that's a little controversial, but that's my opinion on Device. But what is he going to have for us in CS2? He's got to show that he's still got some game left in his pocket. Shiro misses an initial shot, but spots a couple players outside, and deep harassment utility from Spirit's defense in this second gun round.
He gets Stera's secret. And the smokes fade outside, now revealing the back garage position for Device to peer down in, and that is not a pretty smoke, that from Astralis. This is one of Donk's classic areas on the map, isn't it? It's just over towards Credit Card in and around main. Such a difficult player to deal with, but they know where he likes to play. It's going to be a big part of their preparation. They throw the utility in behind Credit Card and make Donk uncomfortable, and now they're pushing him from multiple sides. A wallbang, okay, they're doing everything they can. Can Donk fight his way out of this with all the pressure being pushed from different sides? Listening for the steps, gets a dink off, but Astralis overwhelmed him, and they are just cutting through the defense.
That's actually a really sick round for Astralis. I was worried for a moment because Cadian missed the first two initial shots on Donk, and that was the fight they'd burned so much time off the clock looking for. Molotovs to his position, force him out into the open. You missed the opportunity, and it seems horrifying. But nice patience, discipline, not overextending, not overreaching, waiting for the next moment to strike, and it all falls to Astralis as they swarm outside, and they're up 4-1. Timeout burned early by Spirit, because you have not only the lost round, but a real issue with your economy.
The wallbang was sick, though. That was sick. He's just standing by the Credit Card. He's dealing with footsteps coming in from Big Garage. He's dealing with someone pushing Unbreakable.
He's got someone single box. He's wrapping around.
Molly's coming in. Yeah. Device just wallbangs him through it. I mean, I guess that's how you deal with Donk. You throw everybody at him.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if that's... I mean, I don't think they'll have the luxury of running something like that too frequently, because that was a round where Spirit was really patient. They're like, all right, Astralis is looking for a peak, looking for a mistake, so everyone was kind of chilling. I think in the future, we'll see Spirit be way more disruptive and aggressive with utility in terms of setting up some counter peaks, trying to take away these angles, having more bodies kind of dealing with the problem. But certainly Astralis this round identified Donk's position and made sure to take him out. 4-1. Upgraded pistols and an MP9 on Zontix for Team Spirit's defense.
Yanko brought up a point earlier today that Astralis haven't beaten a European team this year. I mean, it's a short year so far, but but it's true. I mean, they lost to MIBR 2-0 in the opener. That was pretty depressing for them, and they went on to beat FlyQuest in Pain. Obviously, a huge step up here in Stage 2.
They haven't beat a North American team this year either, so...
well, that doesn't really matter.
It's been a really rough year for him. Magic's going to drop off the HUD. He's got nothing to do. Great utility usage from Astralis so far, but uh-oh, Donk's got an AK. Uh-oh, it could all turn.
He's going back in again. He wants another pick in towards Hut. And with Donk with an AK in his hands, Astralis give it the respect it requires. They reset. They realize they have over a minute left, so they're going to go back in ramp. They throw that bomb down, pick it up again, and Device is just looking to try and prevent Donk from getting into lobby. But he is so hungry for it.
Such is the respect for Donk. Everyone backs out. Good kill. That Zontix getting aggressive, and Donk's shifted away. So out of position now.
Well, Astralis stabilized. They take a moment to breathe.
You almost feel it building when he picks up that AK-47. It's like, and there's a molly down. He's got time to get comfy and pick a fight.
You know, Device is coming to fight him, and Donk is going to lose that fight against Device. He's half HP, and the body shot's enough.
We need Deva in this match, not Device.
We do.
Deva needs to show up.
I think that's the exciting part about Counter-Strike at the moment, is just the fact that we have so many star players that we get a lot of cool matchups quite consistently. You have the CSGO era star players against now the CS2 era star players. You know, Device obviously one of the biggest names we had in Global Offensive, and now we've got Donk, Monacy. You know, you have these exciting young players going up against them.
The easier way to frame that is it's the change of the generations, right? Because we had that in CSGO when it came out at one point a couple years in. It was like, okay, all these 1.6 and Source Legends that we've known and loved for years, they're starting to drift away and slip away, and a couple of them leaving their teams for the new guys coming in, and it's a similar idea now with CS2. That next generation is starting to kind of fill out and flesh out most of these teams. Timeout used by Astralis with this 4-round lead to talk things over, wanting to make sure they keep up the pressure. Doing a good job so far. Utility usage has been on point. Teamwork has been on point. Astralis not getting away from themselves.
5 rounds T-side of Nuke at this point in the game is a fantastic start for Astralis.
Let's see how much more they can build on top of it in this half.
Team Spirit happy to have Holly back behind them. Obviously, they're running in Blast. They were still able to win the title, but we know how important he is for the squad. The players sing his praises highly, and we were watching some of the behind-the-scenes logs of their Perfect World Major, and Holly was such an integral piece in terms of preparing for them and giving them rallying cries going into the matches.
Yeah, it seems like a coach who's got a lot of faith from his team.
Especially when you have such a young team as well. When you're more of a mature, older figure in the squad, it's super important for them.
All right, sure outside with the AWP, and Big Garage sees nothing. Wall of smoke set up for Stair to cross towards Secret if he wants it. Flash up in the sky, but he's going to wait for some of those smoke breaks and spam before he starts to make his move. No utility on Stair. He crosses over. It'll be Zontix who's dropped down and descended from ramp room to just keep an eye on it, but not committed. Yabby sees this barrel. Ooh, there was an opportunity. Donk, fortunate not to take any damage, and being harassed.
He's taking a little bit now, just forced into the corner by that Molotov. Minute left on this clock.
And once again, it feels like Astralis is hoping for a reactionary mistake out of Spirit, but this time not aligned outside in multiple positions, kind of stuck in lobby. So Device heads on top of the roof with utility. Probably going to chuck some into the upper bomb site to see if they can force any nades out. Looking to be a finish at this A bomb site. Missed Molotov means Magix is going to be very comfortable.
And he can stay up on top of the Hut, and that would have been communicated. Astralis realized they have to deal with the threat of Magix up on top of Hut. MP9 ready to go. It shreds through one. Now Shiro's turn. Dog steps up, but unable to deliver. And so it is still a 3v2 favoring that of Team Spirit in the final 20 seconds. Shiro waiting at the back of the bomb site. Cadian going down, and it's all on Stown. He picked up the bomb, but Zontix has already rotated down here, and he's ready for that decon swing.
Yeah, that one's an easy one. Device is just looking down the line saying, my bad, boys, that's a missed Molotov. If that is not a one-for-one trade, maybe they have more courage to swing wide on the bomb site and try and take it over. But a small mistake for Device that has huge consequences for Astralis. Lead cut to 3, and Team Spirit going to try and build some momentum off the back of this victory. Good one-for-one from Magix. And Spirit delivering across the map afterwards. It's Astralis whose funds are hurting now, and if they can't win this round, ooh, that's a good start. Device finding Shiro, picking him in the big garage.
Yeah, super important considering the fact that Astralis don't have the best buy here. Another bit of wall bang. Oh, they're really countering Dog. That's going to be very frustrating. Getting spammed down through the wall and then blasted away by the Deagle, but Astralis offer it right back up. Zontix with 2 in the ramp room. Chopper's got the push through Secret, and Astralis had a great start to the round, but it's fallen apart.
Yeah, I just mentioned how disciplined they'd look, and this round gets away from them in a 5-on-3. You give the equalizing kills back up in a 50-50 spam battle towards ramp room. Solo play down towards Secret doesn't work. Oh, Astralis has got to be kicking themselves, and they're being flanked out in about 3 different ways. They've got no idea. Easy cleanup, Spirit recover. And you're not going to get those kinds of entries every day. Those are the ones you need to capitalize on, because a beautiful shot from Device, a better shot from Stare. You take down Shiro and Donk, and it feels like that's such an advantage.
This is the shot from Stare. Real nice dig, preventing Donk from finding any impact, but the rest of his teammates step up and deliver instead. Astralis offering them some great fights.
Oh, 5-on-3 with 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. And you give the kills right back.
And you mentioned the fact that if you lose that round, you're down to pistols here.
It's not just being down to pistols, it's also the idea that that's now you let Spirit off the hook. Where their money was still trying to be established and everything. Now every single round, even when you have a full buy, you're going to be going against M4s, Molotovs. Everyone's got a smoke. Everyone's got kits and flashbangs and nades. It's the whole shebang you got to deal with moving forward. So Astralis able to get to 5 off the back of controlling the advantage in terms of economy. And it's going to be more and more difficult to add rounds onto that here.
And then when Spirit follow up with 5 players staying alive, that only worsens the money effect. So Astralis, they have got themselves a situation ahead where they don't actually have the best of buys available here either. You know, you're not going to get that all-out Device, which has been integral to getting opening picks. And they're going to go for a timeout. They have a lot to discuss here heading into the last few moments of this first half. Still 3 rounds to go. So far, Stare has an AK-47. Stone has had a pretty good start into this game so far, 11-5. Definitely impressive to see him get those numbers early on, but you want it to keep up. You can't just be a nice start here for Astralis. They know it's going to keep getting more and more difficult as the series goes on.
I'd almost kind of would be interested to see if Astralis goes back to more like that outside presence with 3 or 4 players, the one where they played it kind of slow and calculated and really harassed Donk behind credit and eventually took it over. I wonder if we go back to a round like that. They might not have all the utility they need for that slow of a pace.
And they don't have the AWP as well.
Yeah, the AWP helped. I don't think it's necessary. More than anything, it might just be concerned about Shiro being outside with the AWP, but for the moment, it's just Donk. 3 players crossing behind the smoke wall. Chopper's going to drop Secret. Blocked the Molotov, meant to head into vent, so he's going to be down, and it's going to be smoked off, and Donk wrapping behind them.
Okay, now he's activated. Now he's got their scent.
They're dead.
And the hunt is on. Device is going to fall first. Donk in behind him. That's the bomb, and it's an easy kill on Stone. Spirit shut this round down. Astralis get nowhere.
I think that Molotov thrown, I think actually this half is kind of ruined by 2 missed Molotovs from Astralis. The Device one obviously onto the hut roof where Magix was able to get a 1-for-1. I think that Molotov we just saw in this round is meant to go into vent to prevent the rotation, and it hits Chopper as he's going into vents. So then he gets to slide down and throw a smoke, which is not what Astralis need at that point.
Yeah, it's the little details. They could have huge ramifications to the half. You know, a few moments ago, we were just talking about how Astralis are going to be extremely happy for finding 5 rounds on the T side this quickly.
Yeah.
But, you know, if that's all they leave with after the start that they had, I think a taste of disappointment begins to arise.
Well, Spirit's not going to have any financial issues for the rest of this half for these final 2 rounds. Such clean victories once they got underway. Looking to extend their lead to 2 into the halftime break. Deagle, again, Stare's just got his number. Stare's coming in with some bangers.
He's in some mad digs outside.
Yeah.
Yeah, Donk has had a pretty frustrating half attempting to defend that position. Zontix, he's been fed a little bit towards ramp, and he's got 2 kills again. $3v3 for Astralis.
Stare needs to make a play. He's really the only one from Astralis in some kind of a position.
Oh, he missed the AK.
If you're Astralis, you're letting Stare make the play, and you're telling Yabby be really hyper aware of the potential for them to push lobby, because they've lost outside control.
Chopper just crosses into main. Here's Magix on the fight. He wins it against Yabi, and that's the bomb down. Now Chopper can focus on Mini, but here comes Ster, the playmaker. He needs to deliver a shot, but he's been spotted. He's taking damage, his teammate gone. Ster can't do anything about this now.
It's so perfect from Spirit. They have such a great sense of timing when they've lost outside for that long. They don't push lobby, but look at where Chopper and Magix position themselves in. One pushes towards Squeak Vent where you have some cover from Heaven. One's in Mini where you have some cover from Heaven as well. So you've kind of taken away the danger of that wrap, and you still get to watch some positions and have impact. Really good find at the end of the day, and a nice double kill from Zontix over towards Ramp Room as Spirit take a lead for the first time in this map. They're up 6-5.
Kadian taking a quick look at the notes there ahead of the final round of this first half. They've got rifles back in hand. Decent amount of utility. But they've got to put it in the right places. Can't afford to miss too much going into a round like this. Chopper this time playing on top hut. Magix out towards the back of the bomb site. And they're going to go for a topside attack again. This time we'll keep eyes on the device if he gets this Molotov to land at the back of the site, and he will. Forces Magix into the open. Util trickling on in. Flashes coming through hut. Magix wants to fight. And it could get a little bit messy as Magix runs out of bullets. Here comes Shiro to try and plug the gap. And alongside Chopper with Donk, it is a close for Team Spirit at a 7-5 scoreline. They lead their way against Astralis, and we welcome the reigning champs here in Kato. Astralis post 5 rounds on their T side. Now they switch to the defense. It was a strong start from Astralis, but things started to fall apart towards the end. A couple of missed details, missed Molotovs, and those kind of mistakes when you're going up against the world #1 can leave you feeling a little sour.
And a shame because they came into this with such a cool idea. It feels like they really targeted Donk a lot in the positions that he likes to play and put a lot of pressure and didn't give him the freedom to run around the map headshotting and deathmatching. And it worked in the early going. But Spirit recovered and bounced back, largely thanks to Chopper, who had a great first half with 10 frags. Stound gushed. He's going to be playing aggressive at red box. Device has his back. Once again, Donk shut down.
Frustrating game for him individually. Device doing a good job at taming him. Now stare at the back of the site. Ooh, not clean. Magic's okay. That's more like it from Boris. 3 headshots on the clock.
He cheered himself on at the end of that in his player count. That 3rd kill, he's even hyping himself up. Yeah.
I mean, I can understand it. That was sick. Magic's giving us a little bit of a show in this pistol. Chopper waiting for Cadian to come back into the lobby, and Chopper with no problem there.
Honestly, this is kind of a cool game if you're Spirit. In the context of if you're sitting here Donk and you're getting shut down and you're feeling frustrated. Remember he gave that interview. He's like, when I have bad games, like I feel bad because it means the rest of my players have to do more.
But they're like, finally, we can actually do something.
Well, also, he's getting shut down, and they're all stepping up to the plate. For him, it's got to be like, hell yeah. I got a team that's got my back.
Chopper's fragging too. That was 13 and 5. Magic said recently, you know, he's very happy that Chopper had a great individual performance back at Blast, and it looks like we're going to see that continue at least into the opening map here of Katowice. Chopper hasn't always been an in-game leader, that we said. He always has great numbers. But the more and more he gets comfortable with the squad, maybe we will
Look at the player cam. Look at the player cam.
Yeah, that's so sick.
Oh, they cut it off.
Oh, they did.
Yeah, I got a little shoot. There we go. Yeah, it's cute. It's nice.
Sound like Mario.
Woohoo! It's a me.
Magic's.
All right, here we go. Chopper running into the flames down the vent with the MAC-10. However, the bomb and Shiro didn't quite make it. Looked like they were sort of motivated to continue moving forward. So 1 down, it's Chopper. He'll wrap around through Secret. Scout and Deagles and a 5-7 picked up for Astralis, reinvested in this round, trying to keep throwing obstacles in the path of Spirit as they begin their IEM Katowice campaign with their first matchup here. Nuke, Astralis' pick, and then Dust 2 next is Spirit's pick. And they're a pretty damn good Dust 2 team, Dinko.
They are. Just a pretty good team, Jason. But it's not as good as last year, man. They've lost 5 rounds. At this point last year, they would have lost nothing.
Yeah.
Outside smokes deployed for Spirit. No one going to use them.
Good timing on that smoke.
Yeah, that's going to change their plans, isn't it? Slightly. Or maybe Zoltex is like, actually, I have an HE grenade in my pocket, and we don't actually have all that much time.
Yeah, they have to go through it, because this isn't getting a fade till like 27 seconds or so. So they break it open and walk on through, and Astralis had thrown that largely as a bluff that is called. And with Chopper already downstairs, it's only control side that Spirit have to worry about.
Yeah, it's Yabby in that position. Ooh. Grenade hits his chest, half of his health gone as it explodes. Bomb plant secured. Yabby into the peak, half of the health of Magic's now dropped off, but with Spirit bomb down and a 5v5 with better weapons.
Astralis isn't winning this. The question they want is how many guns can we take away as the bomb goes off? Can we line up at the escape path to be able to get 2 or 3 kills to limit how much money they'll have moving forward? Good kill from Shiro, looking to escape through ramp room. They've got to deal with Yabby.
Yabby just trying to take someone away, but prevented by Zontix, and now they can all retreat away without casualties. Astralis would have had nothing going into the next round regardless if they lost everything here, so at least they saved 3 players. That's 2 Deagles, a little bit of Kevlar, and a Scout in the hands of Device. But 9-5. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jason, but it was 5-1 at some point for Astralis in this game so far?
It was. 8-0 run at the moment for Spirit, which is a little bit crazy. And you're probably starting to feel, if you're Astralis, like, oh, it's been a while since we put a round on the board, since we've seen that number grow.
Rough. Katowice taking his scout for a spin outside. Same smokes deployed. This time they send Donk with him. And he gets himself towards top of secret. Smokes fade away. The device looks towards red. Looked like he was about to get a peek coming in towards his crosshair. Still might.
Yeah, I saw a shoulder. Doesn't want to stick around though. 1 minute left on the clock. Spirit still very passive, trying to let these last little pieces of utility be utilized by Astralis. Device once again sees the player run back. Tough shot to hit with a very slight gap. Smoke up on the cross. We've got Donk down in secret.
We got Cadian with a Zeus. Let's see what he's able to do with it. Oh, gets baited out. Sends out the electricity. Magic surges through him. And Donk, oh yeah. That's sick.
They're eco-frags, but he hasn't had a whole lot of chance to flex, and that's a quick reaction overward. Zontix adds another onto the tally, so 10-5 will be the score. Team Spirit hit double digits. And Astralis got to get started in these gun rounds immediately.
Good shot from Stound. It's going to go again, and a lot of damage being done there to Donk, but just couldn't get the final blow. 10-5. And the streak continues here for Team Spirit as they look to try and round out Nuke, but Astralis taking their final timeout. They have to start erecting a blue wall of defense here on the CT side. Cadian looks back to Rugga, who has something to say.
Yeah, a lot of things to say. Very vocal at the moment during this timeout. New coach brought in once again to try and retool this Astralis lineup and organization to get them back to their winning ways. Return this pedigree of Astralis to its former glory.
Quite a task ahead of them.
And they brought in help from their once rivals of Heroic, obviously, Yabby, Stound, and Katie, and that trio all joining up. They've looked within.
Slightly awkward, but, you know, as long as they can all get past it.
I think it's fun.
Going back to your previous relationship, who knows? Might be okay. The breathe easy on Chopper. He's getting more oxygen to that big old brain, and that's why he's fragging better, Jason. Something to it.
Yeah, it's a similar vein to Twist chewing gum. All right, Donk, up on the mini roof. He's gonna drop down. Oh. Okay, well, bang. One up on top of the hut. Stair trades him off, but revealed his position and created chaos that makes the follow-up fight awkward. And now it's Yabby, who's mostly alone in this upper bomb site. Good first kill, but cannot convert another.
Chopper on the prowl. Patience is about to pay off. Shearer gets blasted, but Chopper does catch Device walking right into him, leaving Cadian in a 1v2. Flat start to the second half for Astralis. You know, Cadian's good for a clutch, but not this one.
No kid either, so not really feeling very motivated, knowing Chopper had such a strong position for the post plant. No smoke for Cadian to give him any kind of cover.
Man, this is rough.
Yeah, it's, I mean, Spirit took, what, 6 rounds to warm into the game, and then once they did, it was over.
Astralis Commando, yeah, it's working really well. The game plan, we're getting rid of Donk, we got 5 rounds T-side, and that's all you get. 5 is all you get. So far.
So far, they got a chance to add on top of it, but not a whole lot of money, and I think you just kind of, I don't know, at this point, I think you just keep buying. You're down too far to let them get to 12 this easily.
Well, the FAMAS is cheaper now.
Yeah, that's where I was going next, especially with the change to the FAMAS, which we're now playing on that patch. Much cheaper, much more affordable to get with utility in these scenarios. I think as professional teams get used to this kind of a new economy with the reduced M4 price, the reduced, or actually, probably the M4 they don't have to worry about, but the reduced FAMAS price, I think CT sides could feel a little bit of a bolster, a little bit of a buff moving forward.
Yeah, more chances for sporadic round wins and ways back into games.
We played some games last night. Did you use the FAMAS?
I did.
How'd you like it?
It felt really good. It felt like a bit of a laser beam. Maybe it's, I don't know how much of it's placebo, but maybe just the fact that I'm actually buying it, Jason.
Okay, that helps.
That definitely helps. But I liked it. You know, you can get a lot more buys out. And we see it out here for Stara and Stound.
Yeah, Astralis is going to rely on one of those new FAMAS buys to try and keep them alive here on Nuke.
Device has got his outside.
I feel like he's been spotted. I'm not sure, though. Good shot. Good rebuttal. Spam down. Can't get away. Now Donk's got some room to work with.
Kadian marching his way through the lower bomb site. We're trying to arrive towards Secrets down. He actually has a bit of a gap on the left side of that smoke to try and spot them crossing down towards Secrets, so he's just going to hold that for the time being. No one from Spirit utilizing it. And they just take a breather. They pause outside. Donk now crossing in behind Red. They've got to go dry into the fights. They've got some util, but they're just going to fight. It's Shiro and Donk with 2 kills and Chopper to chime in with one of his own. That was the moment for Astralis. If they had won this round, if they had found a way to pick up victory on FAMAS, then maybe they can get a few more rounds to play with. But with Spirit silencing this opportunity, it feels like Nuke is over.
That looks really silly from the outside, but I don't necessarily know what better options Astralis had. They had a number of people at this position to make that kind of a play. Didn't have a whole lot of utility to activate it. And in that kind of a scenario as well, just kind of sitting back in default positions on the map isn't going to win you anything. So tough scenario to be in. Spirit make him look a little bit awkward. Stare on the verge of a 1v3, but no idea that Zontix is ready and waiting behind him. So no real chance in it at the end of the day, despite 2 nice kills and the frustration settling in of 11 straight rounds out of Team Spirit.
The Astralis have enough money to get M4s on 4 players and an MP9. So they prioritize the weapons rather than utility. Only 2 players have util in this round for the CTs. You know, often teams can joke about getting donked, but today, at least in this map, it's been more of a team effort, just getting beaten by Team Spirit.
They're getting donked now that Team Spirit's on the T side and Donk gets to dictate a little bit more. As we kind of saw in the first 6 rounds of this game, Astralis really kind of targeted the positions Donk was playing. You know, attacked him behind credit a couple of times, attacked him directly in midi a couple of times using utility. So CT side, he kind of got swarmed and neutered, but that's sort of what allowed guys like Chopper and Magix to pop off in that first half. So much attention on Donk, they had the freedom to run around fragging. Now they're on the T side, though. You can see there's really just not a whole lot of stopping power to shut them down in the same fashion. 16 and 12 for Donk.
Team Spirit gathering up, just about to go through ramp into the lower bomb site. Kadian, or rather, Stown and Yabby separated from each other with that smoke going up towards control room. Shiro's going to come in with a headshot. Stown dispatched off. With 35 seconds left, the last ditch effort here for Device at the double doors. Yabby's going to combine with him. The bomb yet to go down here is Stown making it complicated from Decon. Yabby doing a lot from control room. There's still some seconds left here to try and close it out for Team Spirit to complete the 12 rounds in a row. And Device is here to try and end that streak and keep his team alive for at least 1 more round. Up against Donk into 1v1, and he will not stop him. Team Spirit with 12 rounds in a row. They come back to win a 13-5 opening map here in Katowice.
We have to go to Device. I don't want to hear about fucking Device. It's the only option. You're not some fucking entry. You're in over your head. That's what we tell him. That's the truth.
That's not the truth.
You told me that yourself. Jesus, what was I thinking? Washed in-game leader. Cooked by Juliano. crook by trade. Casper, please, just admit you're not a rifler.
Who is it you're talking to right now? Who is it you think you see? Do you not know how much I clutch in a year? I mean, even if I told you, you wouldn't believe it. Do you not know what would happen if I suddenly decided to stop clutching? An orc big enough that it was delisted off Nasdaq disappears, ceases to exist without me. No, you clearly do not know who you're talking to right now. So let me clue you in. I'm not in the Crosshair Storm. I am the scope. A guy crosses doors and does 2 and gets shot. You think that's me? I am the one who orbs.
I know. That's the fucking problem.
Really?
I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, and the problem's not ceasing for the side of Astralis. You see those 5 rounds? That's what they started off with, and that's what they'll end their own map pick with. I think I was maybe a little bit baited, Josh, in the beginning. Okay, I thought this could be a really competitive map. Then we switched into the second half, and it was all over for the Danes.
You know what my favorite part about that entire situation is? Astralis is leading 5-1. They call attack pause for themselves. They run a strat, Device misses a molly, they miss their timings, they lose that round. Next round they go into, they have a 2-man advantage. Device gets the pick on Shiro outside. They win another duel somewhere else. And then instantly it's traded back by Zontix, 3-on-3. They lose that round. And that's the beginning of the comeback for Spirit. And basically they just ran away with the entire game right after that point off of Astralis's pause. That's just funny. That's humor.
You're sure it was their pause?
I thought it was their pause. I could be wrong.
Should we get a confirmation?
We can get confirmation from production.
We got the minds working.
I thought it was their pause that they're talking about the next rounds. I'm like, I was blown away. But anyways.
Because it would be really catastrophic. I mean, I thought it was baby spirits, but in any case, doesn't really matter at the end of the day, you know, going from 5-1 to 5-13, obviously not something that should ever happen. And Spirit was always going to win some rounds, right? They were always going to put up a fight, but Astralis not really being able to make that adjustment to sort of still stay in control, to find a way to win the game, I think also tells you why we prefaced it the way we did, where just the gap between these two teams is massive at the moment.
What did you notice after, if it was Astralis's pause at that point? What went wrong subsequently? You talked about sort of the missing utility. Was there anything else that just kind of fell off the face of the earth for Astralis?
I think part of it was missing the utility. It really affected how they were going to be able to do those executes, and then they started to get blocked really well, especially at that upper bomb site. And then we didn't see a lot of Donk doing Donk things, but it wasn't really necessarily up to him. Here on the screen, you can see the timeline of the events, right? It was 5-1. It was 3 in a row. Then Spirit fight back for that 1 round, 2 more for Astralis, and that was it. They had no more after that point. So the game just pretty much fell completely out of their hands at that point. And when you look at it, yeah, Donk wasn't having a good game. And when we're talking about Donk, well, I mean,
by
Donk standards, early on he wasn't having a good Donk game, and the casters were bringing it up. You know,
what do they know?
Well, they know a decent amount. Give them some credit, okay? Donk did have that interview where he said, "Oh, when I'm not playing so good, I feel bad for my teammates that they have to step up." But I mean, the rest of the team does step up pretty well when they need to.
But it wasn't like it was necessary, though, right? For Donk to be putting up like stupid number of ratings. Chopper was obviously chiming in a lot. I mean, it was a whole team performance from Spirit to seal this one very convincingly.
Yes, it was, but this conversation is a little bit tiring as well, where, of course, for any team to win a trophy, you need all 5 players. You're not going to win, 4v5. But for people to say that the reason why they won the final, or, it was Magix and, I don't know, Shiro or Zontix or whoever, no, that team wins because of Donk. Can we just, put a full stop on that and kill any sort of these other storylines? These guys have to do their jobs, right? And they do a good job at that, right? Like they've done that. That's why they've won some of these tournaments. But they're not the difference maker. Donk is the difference maker. You put any other player on the planet in his role on that team, they don't win those tournaments. So yeah, these other guys just need to not screw up basically. And he's going to get them like within the fighting distance, right, to lift a lot of these trophies. And this is him just having a good game, right? Like, is that the standard now? Now, good is not good enough. If it's like he has to have 30 kills every round and every game and win rounds on his own, like, I think it's getting a little bit ridiculous. Just sit back and enjoy the show.
Yeah, I think one of my hot takes, I don't know how hot it is, don't know if you would agree, that Chopper's not even like one of the most elite tier in-game leaders. It's just that the way that they, like specifically on the T sides, it's just like their firepower. I hate that word, but I mean, it's true in this case that they're able to go and do peaks and get all these fights and get all these trades in these hectic, chaotic situations where they're swarming together, and that they are able to turn these rounds around into their own favor just by sheer number and brute force in some of these situations where they're not doing anything crazy or specific, just a lot of grouped hits.
Yeah, and I think they all have to be very good at what they do. Elite is maybe a different level, yes, but they're all very good at what they do, right? And sometimes different pieces falter, sometimes maybe strategically it's not up to snuff, and that's where it helps to have someone like Donk to bail you out. But that happens with every team. Show me one team that's perfect or that has been perfect when they've, you know, had their little era, or maybe they were really, really good for like 3 months, you know, but to win Katowice and then almost a year later to win the major, that tells you of sort of the depth of the team and how strong it is and how strong the pieces are.
SK era, Astralis era. There was a whole team system-wide.
For how long? Astralis, it was... There was the longest, and it was
1 year and 2 years.
And they really...
Fnatic era before that. NIP era before that. They all lasted about a year each.
Josh, it was different times. Let's talk about the Astralis that we have now, though. Dust 2, obviously the map pick of Spirit. They'll be starting on the T side, Astralis, CT side. What do Astralis need to do to make sure they can push us one to a third?
One of the things is that, you know, we talk about something as simple as missing utility. I mean, that was Device setting up the mollies, missing the top up molly. That's like one of the most core standard default pieces of util that you learn. If he's missing those, he's missing his op shots. What isn't he missing here? And this is going to be a big map for him, right? We're going to see him towards long a lot on that CT defense of Dust 2 with his op. We're going to see him mid. We're going to see a lot of action. Cadian and Stown running off cat, running into lower tunnels, putting that pressure onto the likes of Spirit, but Spirit, they like their extremity hits. They like grouping up and doing B-exact or long takes or whatever. So we're going to really see how they're stressed in these situations and see if Astralis is able to come together and figure it out, because if they're not hitting these executions properly, if they're missing their util and then also not converting their kills. I mean, I saw Cadian getting frustrated there a little bit, you know, flailing his arms around, don't know what it was about. Maybe it was a missmoke, mistiming something. Maybe he was just stretching. Yeah, I'm like...
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. Well, let's see. Astralis has 2 of the best hoppers in Denmark on their roster, so maybe that double op setup on the CT side could be a difference maker for you.
Yeah, do you reckon it actually will be, though, when you're going up against Spirit? Anything. If you're going to pull something out, give me hope, Janko. I mean, give me hope that Danish CS isn't going to be put to bed here.
The double op.
That's
just trying to I mean, I don't know, it's tough, right? Because just on an individual level, Spirit is playing with so much confidence, and then when you have that going for you, everything else is just dressing, right? That's the meat and potatoes. So if Astralis, maybe it was, you know, slow first map of the day, right? Getting warmed up a little bit, getting adjusted to, again, having to play a European team, Freya. Maybe that's it. They just needed one map to get warmed up. And you know, people try to pick Dust 2 against Astralis over the course of the years, right? And it didn't work out so great for them. So maybe another one.
As a new
Astralis. What goes so great with meat and potatoes, Janko?
What?
It's a little bit of dust. That's what we're going to be diving into after this break. Don't go anywhere. Spirit's map pick coming at you after the break.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys! Hey! All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
How are things going, Mr. Cervantes?
Things could be better, Hugo. Things could be a whole lot better.
I sure hope it's nothing serious.
No, nothing serious. Just a little problem with the old keyboard upstairs. Nothing that I can't handle though, Hugo. Thanks for asking.
Snap-tap. Can't live with it, can't live without it.
Words of wisdom, Hugo. Words of wisdom. I didn't enable it. God damn it. I didn't. I wouldn't use it on official servers. I wouldn't risk my FACEIT ranking. I'd do anything for Elo, Hugo. Any fucking thing for it. That damn bitch. As long as I live, she'll never let me forget what happened. I did use it once, okay? It was an accident. Completely unintentional. It could have happened to anybody. And it was on the day of the Valve ruling. This little fucker was taunting me, making fun of my entries. All I tried to do was help the team. A momentary loss of muscular coordination. I mean, just a little help from the keyboard, Hughes. Just a little help.
Trace! Trace! Thank God you're here. Tessus used SnapTap at Pro League. ESL overturned their map win.
Tessus used SnapTap at ESL Pro League? The fuck was he thinking?
Team Spirit versus Astralis continues here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2025. We've got Dust 2 up next. Astralis desperately need to come back into the series, but this doesn't feel like it's going to get easier, Jason.
No, absolutely not. You're heading into really dangerous territory. Donk might have, they might have slowed him down on map 1 initially, but you put him on a map like Dust 2, we know he loves to get activated on this CT side. He's going to be all over the place. T side entries are going to be massive, and this is where Team Spirit wanted to take this. There's a reason this is a home map for them and a consistent pick for them. They are so damn good on it, so it gets from bad to worse if you're Astralis.
Well, Device heads into the lower tunnels. He's got KDM peeking up top mid behind him. And that smoke severs off Device's support network, so he's now alone. But he's got the dual Berettas and he's up against well, it's like that was just so violent. Just gone. Or deleted. Well, Shiro goes through the mid doors and they've got space to play with.
And now he's got 2 guns. KD in left mid, Stown and Stare over in CT spawn. Man, they really feel this mid to be split. It's good that Spirit have kind of backed off of this and slowed things down because Astralis was sliding in for the hunt to put a stop to things. Minute and 8 seconds left on the clock. Donk on catwalk, Shiro, Chopper going to join up with him. Same with Magix with the bomb. Zontix left in alert position. Smoke, flash, Molotov for whatever Team Spirit decide to end with. I mean, they have control of the map. They can throw a fake and go elsewhere. They can just hit this mid to B split, which looks like exactly what's happening. Cadian on his own. Yabby back platform.
Cadian can first kill. Damage on the Donk, but eventually the Joe Berettas will come out on top of that fight, and Shiro dealing with the threats at A. It's now Stare just down below, and Shiro now spots him. So bomb down, round done.
That's a really cool, simple round from Spirit once they get into that 4-on-4 and have that space. And that's something that you at home could easily replicate with your friends. 4-on-4, you got a lot of room in mid. It's a little bit quiet. Set up Shiro for a lurk on catwalk. Hit that mid to B split. He's going to pounce after contact is made. Works perfectly for Spirit.
You can do it at home.
You can do that tactic without a donk. It makes it easier if you have a donk, but without one, you're going to be okay as well.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great opening kill. Look at this. It's just so... No, he wasn't even on him initially. Poor Device.
This fight's stupid. If you're Cadian, you're just like, oh, that's unfair. He's got a lot of bullets.
He's got a lot of bullets.
He's got a lot of bullets. They shoot very quickly.
Well, pistol round picked up here for Team Spirit. Astralis going to buy back. They're going to throw everything they've got into it. MP9 out for Device. Couple of Deegs, 5-7s. Here comes the util over the top. It's a long take here for Spirit. Everybody here.
Everybody is here. There's that deep smoke to delay the long progression.
And the reaction for Astralis is to commit players into the tunnel.
And if they can bring more smokes over to replenish this, they might be able to stall Spirit out long enough for these flanks to get in position. Cadian's got one more smoke to chuck out, which should buy the necessary time. You now have 4 players from Astralis clearing middle.
Cadian blocking the cross smoke.
Almost lost his life because of it.
He's done very well there. Makes things a little more uncomfortable for Team Spirit.
Yeah, this is interesting. Spirit doesn't... They have one more smoke. It has to be Zontix who gets the cross, and they have to know that everyone from Astralis is going to be here. They have no control elsewhere on the map. That smoke's got a little bit of a gap in it, and now a defensive one deployed as well to deny access to the bomb site. This is going to get weird for Spirit. They're going to have to slow this down, play it patiently, and use the rifles appropriately.
1-for-1. Donk took Stare rather, and Yabby getting involved with the 5-7. It's Magix to go down, and the pistols are finding a way forward here for Astralis. Chopper trying to keep his team in this fight, but with the bomb down, it's on Astralis to come back and take it.
And Shiro's at long, so Chopper's on his own.
And the MAC-10, look at the farm. He's got health. Same can't be said for Cadian. He moves forward. Shiro's got the cross out over. Chopper dealing with Cadian first. Can't get the second, so it's all on Shiro. Gets the tag landed. And now just trying to buy time. There's no kit available in the remaining 2 Astralis players. They need to get on the defuse, and Stown is holding it all the way. They're going to pull it off with the pistols, and some celebrations for Astralis as they bounce back after a pistol loss.
Yeah, really nice find. That actually, the one smoke deep on long slowed Spirit down long enough, and I think they understood too late that they didn't have the opportunity to fall back, that they'd actually put all 5 players out towards pit way too early and didn't have a plan B. And Astralis, meanwhile, had all the utility in the world. That smoke front sight that allows them to position along the wall, allows them to get close to the bomb site, denies vision to the long players. That was perfect from Astralis. Oh, Shiro's getting in on the computer repair. Multi-talented.
A little tech issues down. I wonder where he went. I was like, he's disappeared. Whose problem is it?
Yeah, don't take their jobs away. Someone else is hired to do that, Shiro.
Yeah, well, he's looking to just get the process going as quickly as possible. We got the refs in.
Yeah, it's happening early. 1-1 over on the B stream with Sponge and Machine. It's Liquid taking on the Mongols. Map 1 is still live. You can head over there and check that one out.
Yeah, I was looking forward to seeing that game as well, so watch that one back a little bit later today. It's nice of Chopper to face the anime pad towards us so we can get the full picture. Look at that. Thank you, Chopper.
Yeah, I really appreciate it.
Thinking of us, the viewer.
I was looking forward to that when I woke up today.
It's like, yeah, I get to see Chopper's mouse pad. seen a lot of people, you know, back in the day, Jason, your day, people would rock up with mouse pads all folded and rolled up. But now players are walking around with a box with their mouse pad, you know, to keep it flat so there's no creases or crinkles or lumps and bumps. And it's already fully rolled out in a box. It does take up a lot of space, but I like the idea.
Divas. All right, well, tech issue is solved. Shiro's back in his seat, out from the desk. Tied up at 1. And a buy from Team Spirit. Scout on Shiro, AK on Donk, Tech 9s and Mac 10s on the other players as they come back into this T-side campaign.
Gathering up just outside of B, here they come. Zontix and Chopper charging in. Kadian gonna be at the window. Yabby the first to strike, slowing down this attack. It looked like everybody wanted to get into that B bomb site, but with the initial kill going against them, Spirit call it off.
Yeah, they wanted to catch him off guard and maybe break in really quickly, and obviously not super motivated after Zontix falls in the leading position. So they'll take that AK-47 elsewhere and hope Donk can open something up for them. And Astralis as a unit converging towards middle. Utility being spent on catwalk. 3 players in mid, 2 at double doors. 2 of them coming catwalk as well. So they want to take over this part of the map and peek down towards lower B. Donk sliding in. Now his position is known and it's backfired. It's backfired in a big way. 3rd player in mid though does the damage.
Kadian's down combining. Now 2v3 for Spirit to try and flip back, and Kadian moves close to the car. Going to be a tough angle to clear out here with a scout. Unlikely that Shiro gains any ground. His teammate Chopper so far away, still in middle. Kadian 3 position's going to work.
Yeah.
Chopper walks to his death. AK upgrade there for Starrett to play with on the CT side.
Just by virtue of the numbers that Astralis had catch Spirit completely off guard. They wipe out 2 players with that little piece of mid-aggression, but never expected the follow-up troops from Astralis. These 2 kills come out and Donk's like, oh, okay, mid's clear. We got Xbox. I can be a little nonchalant. Jump up on Xbox, but Kadian was there to shut him down and get back to the B bomb site in time. So 2-1, Astralis take a lead, but we've seen this on Nuke. No lead is safe.
Yeah, they were 5-1 up.
And then lost 13-5.
That's how it happens. That's how the cookie crumbles. Team Spirit with just Glocks. And a little D in the hands of Donk. First kill there up for grabs for Astralis.
Device really going to keep pushing this. He knows he was spotted and just
kind of asking for it, isn't he?
Well, thankfully he reloaded. Otherwise, Stown might not have a head at the moment.
I think now he's got a deagle around there. Let's cool off a little bit.
Shouldn't be any concerns in this round. There's no armor on these Spirit players. There's no utility. Just the one Molotov picked up on Zontix.
Yeah, they're just going to try and overwhelm Stare, just with numbers running out towards him, and it actually works out. Donk's got another Deeg, but Yabby coming to clean up, and he'll do that without issue. So 3 for Yabby and Astralis.
Yeah, well done from Yabby to save the day there. 3-1.
Buys back here for Team Spirit. It's one that doesn't have an AWP. It's going to be 5 rifles, including 1 Galil as Chopper takes the hit. Actually, 2 Galils. Magix has one as well.
Yeah, Device has the AWP. So, I mean, once again, with this 3-1 lead, like in the early going, Astralis with an AWP can actually rain down some terror on this Team Spirit attack. Device is going to be alone at B in middle. 4-man start towards the A bomb site to hold on towards long. Utility in place everywhere to make sure nothing quick can happen on the map. As Astralis defense rotates and shuffles back into more standard positions, Yabby in middle, supporting Device at the B bomb site, who's on platform with an AWP. Kadian in CT spawn, he's going to geared up with Stown to protect this catwalk position. Stare out towards long.
Chopper going to be smoked out for the time being. Team Spirit heavy numbers at B again, and like you said, Jason, here's Device at the back of the side. How much can he get done? Just missed the timing on the Shiro cross. Lurk smoke coming out. Device deploys utility to try and counter and slow down Team Spirit. But they had no intentions of going straight away, it seemed. Just burning out the utility from the B defenders, and then Shiro has the execution ready to go into the bomb site again. Device Waiting to strike. Util comes in, Miss Molly towards the back of the site, so Device can stand here, and that might just cost Team Spirit their lives. Although effective trading from Magix, Yabby still at the car, they're looking to burn him out, and eventually they will. Just sheer bullets and brawn, and it gets them fighting forward into the site. Chopper's going to lose his life in that fight against Stown, and now a 2v2, a retake needed for Astralis.
And there is a Molotov on Stown. He can put it back platform if he wants to, and looks like he wants to actually send it to the back of the bomb site. Where's that Molotov going to go? Could be huge on Shiro's position to force him into the open, but Astralis haven't made a decision just yet. Molotov goes where it's least effective.
Now it's going to be tough for Astralis to get back into this. They haven't limited the position that Shiro can play. He's still in a good spot.
They're saving.
And time is ticking a little bit too far now for Astralis.
Yeah, they've got no kit, no utility to get in, no flashbangs or anything like that, so exit kills the name of the game. Stare, hearing these footsteps. Magix and Shiro going to try and save inside the bomb site, but only Magic's going to get away with it. The AWP should still be recovered. If he can find it, and he will. Second round for Team Spirit. That round felt a lot like some of those rounds that played out on Nuke. Even during the losing streak of Astralis, it was like they get some of these initial kills. Like this is a 5-on-3 right now. Yabby and Device get the first 2. That's great, but the follow-ups are all Spirit.
Yeah, great movement from Magix.
It's like that second push during the execute is the one that's the most brutal for Astralis.
First time out taking here for Team Spirit.
Gonna tuck things over. Shiro's got his AWP back. That Magic saved from the previous round. Device has another AWP in his hands as well for the CT side, so both AWPers equipped.
Really seen Magic step up his game towards the end of last year, in particular in that grand final at the Major. One of the best performances we've seen from Magic. One of the top performances in a grand final at a Major ever. He was just so lights out. I'm very intrigued to see if he's able to get to a higher level consistently. Obviously not expecting that kind of performance, but this year if he's able to level up even more, that could be a really exciting prospect.
Oh, Cadian
into the lower tunnels. The timing is gone, and so is Cadian.
Oh man, that's yeah, that's a nice easy one for Donk, and that's a nice easy way to open up the middle of the map very early on in this round, so it's going to be tough for Astralis to recover this one. Device slides over with his AWP to peer over the flames.
Donk ready to go around this corner, but Device, should have been able to punish it, but the rifle outmatches the AWP in the end. Stown looking to plug the gap, and he's done pretty effectively taking 2 kills. He'll descend down to cover. And here's the reaction from Team Spirit is to change up, and instead of focusing fully on short, just take a moment to reset.
But they have the information. I think they know there's 2 mid. They obviously saw the first one cross over. That was Stare, but dropping off Catwalk, those footsteps would have been heard in CT spawn and found in the smoke. Just a little bit of the leg shows for Stown.
And Magic's just turning back just to give that one last look and gets a freebie. Stare's on B. A bomb site is open. Team Spirit have this round win.
Yeah, just being cautious at the moment. Maybe didn't have his position as geolocated as I would have thought. But making sure they don't get caught off guard by anything. Shiro moving up long. Magic's clearing things out, and bomb will be planted. So Spirit tie things up at 3. And that's the money gone for Astralis for the most part. 1,300 on Stown, 1,600 on Device. They can scrape some things together if they want to force buy, especially with that new FAMAS price is going to be helpful. But nothing pretty. The AWP won't be available to them. Gideon was very late on that timing.
Very late. I think he'll be a little bit red in the face after that. Sort of one of those things he's just committed to. And it's like, well, I guess there's no real falling back either, because then you have to go in Danger's Way and mid. So might as well, I'm already on this journey.
I don't think it'd be scratching my head as much if he like took a late timing and just went to go fight, but it's like he went to go throw a nade and then pull his knife out to run back.
Reminder of 2019, Astralis winning the Major.
Very different lineup.
Yeah,
probably important to say.
Most recently had on the desk. It was good to see him over there. But yes, very different lineup. Device was there, though.
Device was there.
That final was against Ents with Alexi B at the helm.
Yeah, the Ents breakout event.
He's gone on to win a Major himself. M4 for Stare saved over. Nothing else available for Astralis. You mentioned Dust 2 being one of the maps for Team Spirit. We've seen historically through many different rosters for Spirit that Dust 2 has maintained a staple position in their map pool, and that's Chopper, right? Chopper's been a fixture of this team for a long time. If you remember back to the Antwerp Major, for example, in that semi-final, big game now.
Magic's on that team as well.
On Magic's was there. So Chopper throughout his career has enjoyed calling a Dust 2 game. And never has he had such lethal pieces.
Boost up to guard the mid to be split. Trying to get some information with the USP shooting into the smoke. Kadian hasn't popped up to play whack-a-mole just yet. Donk's looking for it. And now it's been spotted. One single defender inside the B bomb site is going to get nothing done. So another round advantage for Spirit as Astralis tries to grab a couple weapons right at the end of the day. Might as well use that M4 to see if you can grab a kill. Put this AK on the ground for one of your teammates, but they're going to lose it all. 4-3.
Thank you for the score, Jason.
You're welcome.
For any of those audio-only listeners out there today. Device, just biding his time. An AK-47 might be a nice little steal away right at the end here, and Device has long arms. He's reached it. But can he run away? That's going to be a difficult story. And they know where he is around the other side of the doors. They're not giving him chances. They're firing bullets back, but the mercy is given, and Device is allowed to save an AK.
Yeah, he can drop that over and pick up an AWP as well. So he can have a teammate with an AK-47, let himself get the big green. Let's see if he can have an impact on it this round. Team Spirit, much like Nuke, feel like they're starting to warm up into this map of Counter-Strike and picking up the pace. 3 in a row now for Team Spirit. That hiccup of the second round now firmly behind them. Utility out towards long, showing long take. Gonna make these defenders nervous. Yabi calling it clear just as he gets through the smoke.
As a memester, Magix is gonna enjoy his HP. And he's gonna get out of there. Just trying to sell more presence towards long than there really is. And Donk is now progressing up short.
He's been able to get to Xbox, up catwalk, to short for free without being harassed a number of times. And it's a very early timing in the round to apply pressure to catwalk. Look at the way he's forced out that smoke from Stound so quickly. That's something that Spirit loves. Chopper as an IGL probably loves having a player that puts that much pressure on that people have to be afraid of, because late in the round, when they slow things down and they juggle between the bomb sites, that's resources they don't have to concern themselves with. And Astralis running out of those resources, position more passively on the map. Look at the disparity in utility that Spirit have to utilize. Nothing to counter or disrupt their moves behind these two smokes in middle. No nades to break open the smokes.
Team Spirit have everything they want on the map. Apart from the bomb sites, which I'm sure they'll get to soon. 30 seconds. 3-man setup over towards A for Astralis.
There's no counter Molotov. There's no counter smokes. Yabi's got one flashbang to chuck out. Good kill from Kadian, but the hit is on at A.
And they're charging up short. Tip of the spear is Donk.
The
Big from Stallings come in. Donk trying to fight forward. 13 seconds, not a lot of time. But if they get this kill on Yabi, job done. They've taken the site. Donk turning around. It's seconds though. They've got to get the bomb back. Donk picks it up. Has to start planning right now. And
didn't get it.
Oh my god, Team Spirit do just about run out of time. And Device is fighting on. Oh, that is unbelievably close. But with the bomb going down in the dying embers, time cost Team Spirit.
Yeah, very critical kills at the right time for Astralis during that execute to slow everything down. Donk doing a wonderful job with low HP, finding some frags at the end of the day, but not enough time on the clock. So despite not having all the resources in the world, Astralis still find a way to get the kills necessary to win this round by time. And Device picks the op right back up at the end of things. So Astralis sticking in the battle here on Dust 2. Not getting completely ran over the way they did on Nuke.
Device pins himself back at the stairway. And this could be a big opening opportunity. Donk to come around the corner. Device has got one. The rifle support. Enough of a distraction to allow a second out of Device. They would have hoped for a little bit more from that setup.
Yeah, what's Stair going to do with an MP9 as well?
Yeah.
All you can do is nade the default plant spot.
Especially from this range, right? He's so far away that you're just not challenging the AWP or M4 at this kind of range. So he backs away. Cadian's coming down into the lower tunnels. Zontix is around here, so Cadian is about to get a free kill.
Yeah, I don't know if you looked into that, but that's a nice way to exploit Zontix, who's always coming in lower dark a little bit late on these B hits to be the flanker, to disrupt in middle. Smokes on Catwalk going to make this very tough. You're going to have to break this open, and Yabby's not there with the only grenade to do it.
Well, Magix hears the steps and the utility coming through. They'll dribble a smoke out a little closer to Magix. Who actually gets caught by that flash. So effective with that flashbang. Second kill in from Yabby, and Astralis get to it.
Damn. Okay, they find a way to make it work. Good job from Yabby. Beautiful flashbang off Catwalk. Blinds Magix completely.
Oh, dude,
the bomb's still going to go off.
They didn't get it. They didn't get it. They did not get it. The time ran out.
Second defuse, and the bomb explodes.
Oh, that's rough. Oh, Astralis, they get to it, but not in time. Not with the necessary kit. And they make it real close at the end, but the bomb will still go off, and Team Spirit progress into the lead.
Chopper just puts his hand up. We obviously switched away, but Chopper was just like, yeah, we'll take it. You know, we'll take it. We like that. Bummer for Astralis. Played that roundabout as good as you can. A weird situation. Conversations amongst both teams heading into round number 10. Money's tight on Astralis. Going to be very low on funds. Double op setup they switch into, invested a lot heavily. Same for Team Spirit though. They've had to drop down to a pair of Galils because their own money is a little bit busted. Utility is lacking across the board. So swing round could have big implications on who takes the lead into the second half.
Oh no, Device needs to get away. He's lucky to get away. He wanted to try and peel that kill back. They went for the double op setup. Cadian dies in his initial attempt. Stown has to pick it up. And we know Stown is very capable of being one of those alternative offers inside of his team. Used to have second in the pecking order, but now with Cadian and Device, he rarely gets the opportunity, so he'll pick it up off the ground. A lot of work to do for Astralis to flip this back if they want to tie the scoreline.
3 players parked inside the B bomb site, and I mean, I think that's a good call, because this is Spirit just... Okay, well...
Seen a better flash.
Yeah. I think Astralis... You have 2 options right now if you're Astralis. Stay parked in the B bomb site and play for a save. If they come here, maybe. If not, you save. Otherwise, have 2 people start pushing upper right about now. Shrink the map a little bit. But they're late on that timing. Stair's just moving in at this moment. Meanwhile, Team Spirit lined up at the A bomb site. Device has an AWP, but he's out towards long. I have to feel like with this kind of an economy situation, Astralis is just going to back off and let Spirit have this 6th round. There are no kits for the defense. There's no smoke, no flashes.
And they learned a painful lesson about lack of kits in the previous round.
And you have a double op setup, which is going to make a difficult retake. So rinse and repeat, try it again.
Yeah, really, that round, once Cadian goes down, hinges on Device being able to actually get one of those kills in mid. And then control short. Just missing it. Device trying to hold on to the AWP, but he's put under too much pressure, and so one of those AWPs is already gone. So they won't maintain the double AWP setup into the next round here for Astralis. So no longer can they rinse and repeat. 2 rounds left in this half. This is the opening pick from Shiro onto Cadian. He is the one who ops.
He is the one who ops. Kind of.
Definitely not in that round.
No, he's yeah, that's kind of, I think that's like one of the conversations that kind of goes sort of missing with the Astralis camp, is that transition from Cadian back to a rifler as well. Obviously, continue with the in-game leading duties. Spirit lining up towards the B-bomb site this time.
Katowice is here with the Abbey. Oh god, that's the AWP gone. Grenade's going to get rid of him. Katowice is going to be blasted away, leaving Yabby to pick up the pieces. And he's done a very good job at getting a double kill and keeping his team in this fight. Now the rotation's coming back. Stare to support him. Reinforcements required. And oh, Chopper nearly got up to the window in time.
Yeah, he knew exactly where that follow-up peek was going to come from. Shiro now posted up with the AWP. You've got a flank coming in from long. That's Stown turning the corner. Magic's going to join up with his teammate inside the bomb site because they need help. He needs help to get this bomb planted safely. And still going to be a tough retake, even in a 3-on-2, even at this B bomb site. Another Molotov. Magix has his smoke for the doors as well.
Stown's flank still on. Still coming from the tunnels.
This should be fine, though. You put Shiro back plat watching the flank. Magix can have eyes everywhere, and then all of a sudden, Shiro just pivots off Magic's contact. This is a very strong setup.
Oh, he looks away, though. Shiro looks away. There's no kit on the back of the remaining Astralis players, nor utility. This is going to be tough. Stown is getting closer, but Shiro considers it, looks back up, and Stown goes down. It is Cadian left outside of the B-bomb site with not a hope in hell. And he gets absolutely destroyed by Magix as soon as that contact comes. It's a 7th round for Spirit in the opening half here, and they are looking down the barrel of A.
Yeah, nightmare. Once again, like you have, if you're Astralis, it's playing out just the way Nuke did, where you have a nice early start, a nice early run. This time it was just 3 rounds, not the 5-1 lead they had on Nuke. They win the second round, convert rounds 3 and 4, and then it's just all Spirit from there. 6 of the last 7 going to Team Spirit's offense.
Still screaming, but not quite as violently as last year. Kind of miss it.
We'll get there. The playoffs are coming.
I missed the dog scream.
The dog scream.
Dude, it was kind of crazy. He comes in, he's just excited to play his first tournament, just screaming all of the obscenities at the enemy team.
Yeah, no one can find fault in his gameplay, so we just had to get mad at him for screaming.
Now Apex is doing it yesterday. That was great. I enjoyed that French back and forth.
Yeah, we got some translations at the end of the day. I saw a couple coming in this morning. ESL tweeted a couple out. It's great. Apex is a legend.
Yeah, even had his mom holding down the B-bomb site. All right, last round of this first half. A lot of FAMAS usage here in this half from Astralis. Not netting a lot of success. Swing out short, and Donk to deal with Stown. Device looking to make up for it and try and pull one of those kills back. But the smoke, once again, pops up in his face and severs his information flow. Short taken again for Team Spirit. They've had it pretty much anytime they want it. Device is going to play around the ace bomb site over towards ramp. Yabby instead tasked with holding long.
Yeah, delayed take of long A. Little footstep made as they turn the corner. Probably heard from Catwalk as well. Smoke to take away some vision, to give some space to execute this play, but it's just Donk.
Looks like that second smoke maybe lands just a little bit low, but Donk is going to come around to the left side of it. Device holding. Okay.
Jesus, man.
Yeah, Device thought he might have been able to get something done there, but Donk's solo short with the rest of his teammates in the tunnels. Donk finally dealt with, but it's about B right now for Team Spirit, and Cadian's trying to hold them back. He's got to go huge with this MP9, though. His teammate's nowhere near him, and no kill for Cadian means the B-bomb site is under control, and we're looking at an 8th round for Team Spirits. Another slow finish for Astralis, not really at the races here, not at the level of Team Spirit, who are about to get a 2-0 to kick off IEM Katowice. Team Spirit, the reigning champions of Katowice from last year, are back, and it's their first game here in Stage 2 against Astralis. Right now, it is not that difficult for Team Spirit. They lose a couple rounds in the first half, and then they come back and dominantly take control. Jason, it looks like they're going to round out Dust 2 in a similar fashion.
Yeah, you can see Chopper just had a nice, easy time in the mid-rounds here on Dust 2. He was working his team everywhere, finding all the gaps in Astralis' defense, and I actually think in some level the CT side that Spirit plays is even better than their T side. Donk, when he gets unleashed and pushes upper, pushes lower, harasses you in middle, it's just like a different world that you have to exist in. Can be very tough. We'll see if he's motivated in this half to be that Hellraiser. Flash out towards long. Magic's going to back away along with Shiro. Give up long control and head over towards Catwalk.
Donk to cut through triple Redis again. Rapidly taking a kill away from Astralis. It's Yabby to go down, and the long attack from Astralis is in. They're funneling their way forward. Magic's to peek out from the smoke. Shiro's there as well. Team Spirit with this pistol round currently comfortably in their control. It doesn't look like it's going to be wrestled out of their hands anytime soon. So many targets to deal with there for Stairs. He's just rushed down by Donk, who opens and closes the pistol.
Yeah, that's beautiful again for Team Spirit. I'm going to keep using that adjective. Absolutely lovely. The upper push, clear it out. You know what's coming. You fall back from long when you spot contact, but you line everyone up for their smoke and a nice pop flash through, and no one from Astralis is playing anti-flash. Everyone gets wrecked. Everyone's blind. The first three players can do nothing except hide in the smoke and pray to God. Who's on Donk's side, apparently?
Perhaps it's him.
Yeah, he just is.
Chopper. Big chop chop. Where'd you go on device? Nice reply from Stair.
Yeah, but they can't really get up Catwalk or recover that weapon with Chopper and lower, and now one at mid double doors as well. That needed to be a kill. Nice try from Yabby. Awkward engagement as he turns the corner. Can't wait for any kind of a clean fight. Has to do it amongst utility. Cadian crossing long. And he's going to be passed when that smoke breaks, so they have no idea. He might be able to get one, maybe two, but been spotted out in that Tech 9 at range, not landing the way he'd like.
Katie.
Oh, there it is.
That's what the Tech 9 can do. Tap right to the head of Shiro.
All three players here as well from Spirit. No one Catwalk. This can be a tough retake.
Anything else for Cadian? His teammates are gone. Another one from Katie, and he gets dinked up. He's so low on health. He's got 4 HP, and now he's alone in the world. Bomb is planted, and that is just the mini win. Astralis will have to take that, but it's double figures now for Team Spirit.
Yeah, they're going to delay the defuse, so this will go on a little bit longer. They wanted to go get the M4 from Donk. That was on Catwalk, and it is recovered. 10-4, 6-round lead. And Spirit still with no issues, looking to end this map on a huge run, just the way they did on Nuke. It's 6 in a row. It's 9 of the last 10 rounds for Team Spirit.
And that bomb plant doesn't push them into the territory of a really solid buy, but it does give them enough of a cash injection to warrant an AK-47 purchase, a couple of Khalil's, MAC-10, and Deagle.
And I'm not going to fault them for like pressing the envelope, pushing the envelope in terms of this buy. You could obviously wait and have all 5 AK-47s, but the scoreline just isn't there. You have to fight back.
Now there's the attack out long, stopped by Magix. Device does not get very far at all, and so Astralis have to play 4v5 seconds into this round.
That's been a lot of their rounds, it feels like. Chopper got the opening pick in upper the previous round. Donk got the opening kill on the pistol round in upper dark as well. And now yet again, Astralis is playing with a man down situation. And a pretty critical must-win round.
And they've made their way out long. Chopper getting active through middle. Ripping Cadian's head off. Magix's turn at long side, and easy pickings for Magix on the first, but in the end, Stare eventually getting rid of him. Good swing, good damage, but not enough to bring down the remaining 2 players here of Astralis. But there's plenty more chances as Chopper flanks in behind, Stare removed, and Stown alone. He won't be able to stop Chopper. The in-game leader of Spirit closes on their 11th round victory.
Yeah, Chopper's having a great series. 17 kills on Dust 2. He had a really good nuke. He was the leading fragger on the CT side in the opening half for Team Spirit, but he's just continuing this tear. Calling a good game, fragging a good game. And Team Spirit's 2 rounds away from taking this series, their opening series of their title defense here at IEM Katowice.
Scout for Device. Couple of Deags, Tech 9. They'll save money for the next. They want at least a buy here in the second half. And right now, this game feels like a buy for Team Spirit. Pretty easy opening game.
What's that mean?
That means, you know, when you come into a tournament and you're such a high seed and you don't have enough opponents, you actually get a buy, which is a free game in the bracket.
A buy round. I was thinking the other kind of buy. I was very confused.
Yeah.
I was like, I've never heard that saying before.
There you go. You've heard of that one, Jason.
Yeah, I have heard of the other one.
Just a little bit of BM, I guess.
Yeah, that's fair.
Bang. Hey, Astralis had a couple of nice D shots. It's kind of all there is, but.
Well, now they're going to have to pick up the pace because they feel like they've lost too much elsewhere on the map, and they go right into Chopper, who, as I mentioned, is having a fantastic game. Takes his time on the final kill, add 3 more to the tally, and Chopper's up at 20.
Damn, Chopper.
Yeah.
That's what we like to see. You know, all these questions around, can Donk get better? Can Chopper get better,
what if
Jake?
Chopper gets better?
Yeah.
He's got that bald buff, the breathing buff. He's got every buff.
The breathing buff, yeah. Finally, oxygen is flowing through Chopper.
It's amazing what breathing can do for you. Well, second timeout taken from Astralis to discuss exactly how they want to approach these last few rounds. It's actually, I mean, it might even just be the last 1 round. This would be a pretty epic comeback if they were able to make it happen, but let's just start with 1.
I mean, coming in as the reigning champions, winning the first event of the year, winning the last event of last year. This is the kind of performance you want to see from Team Spirit. Current major champions, current #1 player in the world. Coming into their opening game in Katowice in search of back-to-back titles. And an opening game with Astralis where they don't even break a sweat. They'll be passive in this round, allowing Astralis to go through the motions of their round plan. They've got short.
It's a little lurk smoke to get out long. Give yourself some space to work with. Molotov's behind it, so Stown can't activate quite yet. If you're Spirit, this probably feels like Astralis is trying to set up positions for a split on this A bomb site up catwalk and long. However, no one's going to be coming long. Stown gives up that position. So for catwalk, Yabi trying to take some attention in middle.
Chopper moving through a little bit awkward. Was expecting a fight to be right in front of him, but doesn't work out like that, and he just gets caught in the open. Blow for blow, back and forth. Astralis bail out of short. They're going to throw that bomb down into the lower tunnels, but Donk is dishing out death. It's Device and Stown left 2v3 to try and keep Astralis in this game.
Only 18 seconds as well. This bomb has to just sprint to the A bomb site, and there's no time to do anything once you get there. This is done.
Yeah, Shiro's going to stop it. Surely, missed shot, and the run is in. But the time is the problem, and Team Spirit untouched, unrivaled. And the tone has been set. Katowice's Kings are back, and the question is, who is capable of challenging them?
Wasn't Astralis today. Only 8 rounds over the course of the entire series of what Spirit gave away. And even then, they looked so confident doing so, Janko. We talked about, you know, the potential of back-to-back championships. It's only been done once by Fnatic way back when. Spirit starting off looking incredibly convincing here in Katowice.
Yes, absolutely. I think they're coming into this tournament, you know, as the #1 favorite, as the best team in the world, and probably the most informed team too. But man, it's also unfortunately just a testament of where this Astralis team is at the moment. The fact that they can't even make it competitive, and at no point in this game was there a doubt about who's going to come out on top.
Well, let's look at the glass half full. Congratulations, gentlemen. We've got Magix and Shiro down with us. Did that feel as easy as it looked from the outside?
No, it didn't.
No?
Because it doesn't feel that easy, because we have been playing not that well in the beginning of Nuke, and that's the actual reason why it feels harder than we see on outcome.
What was your guys' approach coming into this season, right? Obviously, you end the year, the very last match, you lift the major trophy. It must be difficult sort of to get things going again once you reach the top. Did you give maybe yourself a little bit of extra time off because there's going to be so many tournaments this year?
Well, from the point of view that you're talking about, you are feeling relaxed after they're getting to the goal that you set for yourself, while we probably didn't set any goals before besides the playing the game. And we I mean, personally, me and some of our players, so for sure I know, we didn't set a goal to win a major, because if you set that goal, you will be not hungry after that. And
what's left after you do it, right?
I mean, there's a different way to approach the game. An example, to get a positive KD in every match.
Yeah, that's a much more mature approach to Counter-Strike for sure.
Shiro, we were talking a bit about Hallie in the pre-match interview earlier. I saw you guys sitting down between maps 1 and 2. What was he saying to you guys in that moment, having him back?
Что Серега между картами говорил? Ну, типа, понял, ты говорил, что он, типа, важен, вот он вернулся на этот турик.
I think just then we playing match, if we not win more rounds, I just tell you pretty much, he took pause and say what we need to do. After maybe Shiro just go peek, but maybe don't go kill, yes. And we have stressful, he's just feeling, say, guys, just chill. It's so good, and he's help for us.
Yeah, we saw in obviously the vlog from your major run as well, some of the contributions from Hallie. What would you say, sort of percentage-wise? It feels like a lot of his timeouts are more focused on the tactical stuff. You know, he tells you what he wants you to do in a round, and not so much to just breathe and relax. And maybe if you're too nervous, is that correct depiction?
I think you, as a coach, have to find a balance in these things. If you're feeling that everything is okay and you're taking them out to make a specific play, you can call it from the tactical side of the game. But if you can hear from the team speak that team is like burning, flaming, something is going like other way, you can also use timeouts to calm them down. Like, just find the balance and what you need at this exact moment when you take the timeout.
Gentlemen, I want to play a little game with you. I played it with Donk before the game, but he was a little bit too humble. We've got a chart, which we can bring up, which shows Sleepy Donk.
A chart.
A chart, yeah, sorry, my British pronunciation. You see the Sleepy Donk and then an On Fire Donk. I want you to rank Donk's performance against specific teams at specific matches. He was way too humble, so I want to get your opinion on it. Where would you put Donk's performance, FaZe at IEM Katowice last year, 2024? Because Donk, you put yourself in the middle, didn't you? I'd say it's probably more up towards the Flame end, right?
So we're counting now the match, the grand final 1 year ago in Katowice.
Exactly.
Okay, he was the most sleepy.
He was the most sleepy there.
Yeah.
Well, we'll put it down there. Shiro, do you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. This is about to go terribly wrong then. Vitality at IEM Dallas, the semi-final. You played there. How on fire was Donk there?
It was a bad game. Completely sleepy.
Even more sleepy than that FaZe one?
Even more. He played late, negative KD.
And that's what it's all about, as we just discussed.
Yeah.
You know, it's unacceptable.
What about Na'Vi at the Blast Spring Finals, that best of 5 in London?
Sleepy, but a little bit close to FaZe to the right.
Okay.
But super sleepy, yeah, like that.
What about the Mongols, Group A, IEM Cologne?
Fire. Fire. Too hot.
Super fire.
Yeah, there we go. G2, Blast World Finals 2024 in Singapore.
Это финал в Сингапуре.
Да я понимаю. Sleepy also.
Sleepy? Like more sleepy than Vitality? Like
above FaZe.
Above FaZe.
Yeah.
Okay, so with Na'Vi. FaZe at the Shanghai Major to round out your year. How good was Donk there?
Under Vitality.
And finally, Eternal Fire, Blast Bounty Grand Finals just a few weeks ago. Donk, you giving a thumbs up to that?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
They've humbled you even more than you humbled yourself when you did it with me earlier. I didn't think that was possible. Thank you, Magix. We'll let you guys go. Thanks for your input.
Congrats.
Congrats. We will see you, I guess, tomorrow, next day. You can leave your microphones here. Go off and get some well-deserved rest.
You're free.
I don't think I expected anything different than Magix just to completely humble Donk.
Yeah, probably. I think depending on the conversations that people are going to have, it's all of them are fire or all of them are sleepy. So yeah, I think absolutely a couple of there that maybe would have put on a different place myself.
Oh, Shiro, you've changed. Hi. Oh my gosh. Thanks for joining us. This is the Group A bracket. Did you expect anything differently from this Spirit performance? I think it was kind of written in the stars, if it was, that Astralis would probably struggle in this game.
From the Spirit side of things, no, I felt like things went according to plan. I mean, the last time we saw these guys in head-to-head, it was like 13-5, 13-3 type of results. The only time that Astralis took out Spirit was a Vertigo map.
But it's fine, Freya. You know, in a tournament like this, of this stature, you need to have the games that we just witnessed, because you get rewarded then with the Team Spirit Na'Vi matchup, right? That's going to be up there for a spot in the SPA deck. So yeah, I think that one is going to be much more competitive, much more entertaining than what we've just witnessed.
We just saw it go down in Copenhagen, you know, a couple, I guess, 10 days ago now in the semi-final, where things got pretty close. But Na'Vi, they looked really frustrated in that game. I hope they've, you know, calmed their emotions a little bit.
Well, I remember, I think it was JL saying that things were, after the break, things weren't going super great for them in game. It seemed like they were a little bit rusty. They had to shake that off, starting with that Imperial female roster. That was not the prettiest of things that we saw, but when we saw them at their opening game, didn't they just win, like, they lost 5 rounds total in like the 2 maps that they just played here?
Yeah, they played Fury. I think also with Na'Vi, something that needs to be remembered in a way is there's always frustration with them. When they won, there was frustration. The only thing was they were able to sort of overcome it, and they shown some great mental fortitude to be able to bounce back, to be able to grind out games, and I think it's going to stay there. I think just with the players that they have, I don't think it's as bad, right? They're just used to each other, and sort of airing that frustration almost sort of helps. It's sort of a kick in the ass, right? Like, hey guys, come on, we need to start playing. You know, airing that out sort of gets everyone into gear. So yeah, I wouldn't point towards that and say, oh, this team is now dysfunctional, things are falling apart. I feel like that was just always there, but they know how to manage it, right? And that's the important thing.
So you're saying it's passion from them, that they're...
Yeah,
know,
just like your teams, Josh. Like,
yeah.
you're never tilting, you don't tilt, you just motivate your teammates in a very energetic manner.
Yeah, and as long as
they
everyone...
love all their mothers the same.
If everyone's all feeling that passion, they're all like so frustrated that things aren't going well, that means that they all care and they're, you know, involved in the game, and they want to win and they want to do better, and that's a good thing to have. It's a good quality.
Yeah, having fights, it's not bad. That doesn't mean it's over. You stopping to care, that's when it's over.
Speaking of passion, should we bring up the Group B bracket again? Because with Astralis losing, that does mean they face Furia in an elimination game. We get to see Device taking on Fallen in 2025. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, that is kind of crazy. I mean, how the mighty have fallen, I guess, to some extent. But also, for Astralis, it's not an EU team, Freya. That means there's a chance.
That means there is a chance. Is there a chance, Steele?
Well, based on that logic, I don't think you can argue with it. It seems to be factually, objectively, empirically correct. So it's got to be an Astralis win, surely.
Yeah, I think it's just tough. You look at Mouse also yesterday losing to Gamer Legion in a 2-0 fashion right there in the lower bracket. And who's the Mongols / Liquid are going to be in the lower bracket as well. The loser of that plays Mouse. So that lower bracket is actually going to be, you know, very, very difficult to get out of and to make it into the playoffs.
Let me just have a look at the scores on the doors for the B stream. Oh, Liquid
Mongols was winning the second map.
Yeah, Liquid won 13-10 first map, and it's currently 8-4 for Mongols on, oh, sorry, 8-5 rather on Mirage.
Oh.
That was Mongols' pick. Who are you siding with in that one, Josh?
Mongols and Mirage, that's like a significant thing.
Peanut butter and jelly.
Yeah, it just goes together so well. You know, when I look at how Liquid plays, they do have like these ups and downs, these big high ceilings but the low floors. But I mean, same thing with Mongols. They got a little bit on a hot streak towards the end of 2024, picking up a lot of momentum and wins. So I could see this going to a third map just because the nature of how CS is, especially in the MR12, and especially how the fundamentals seemingly have gone out the window for a lot of these teams. We can see the biggest rounds being pulled out. I think in this first map, there was a 2 versus 4 that Mongols won against Liquid as well, with some sort of ninja defuse. I wasn't able to watch the round. This is something I picked up from a headline or something. So yeah, it could go either way.
Thank you so much for that, Josh.
You're welcome.
I think Liquid wins because it's Mongols' first official of the year and first LAN tournament, and we saw Major said you need to get used to the 600 hertz, Freya.
It's true.
It's not the same like
and the new chairs.
Hertz. There's 240 hertz more, which is where we were at just like 2 years ago.
He really
so
gave
now you
me
have
like
that on top of the
10 examples as well that proved him totally correct. So I guess Liquid is winning this one. What's your take on Nerds so far in Liquid? Do you like what you're seeing?
Yes, very good player, Mr. Nerds. And I like, there was a little bit of speculation who's going to do what, and the fact that Twist has taken some more of those aggressive rifling roles, pairing up with him. I think that's the way to go. I think that might help Twist as well. Obviously, kind of has to be in that position because he's the in-game leader too. So, yeah, let's see how it unfolds for Team Liquid.
Not to get too much in podcast mode, but, you know, Kassad, he wasn't happy to have this conversation. So I'm going to have it with you.
Is Kassad ever happy?
I don't think I've ever seen that man happy.
Yeah.
Shuey, he's out there, sort of. I guess he's on some sort of contract with Miles. Not sure of, you know, the minutiae of the situation, but if you're Liquid, if you're G2, which one makes sense?
There you go.
That's why he hates
if
talking
you're
about
Liquid,
this.
with Liquid, you need to understand this is like Twist's team, right? Like Twist does whatever he wants now. Like they've given him the keys, right? He wants to in-game lead. They're not bringing in anyone to take that over from him if he doesn't want it to. G2 immediately spend all that Nico money, right, to get Shue, I think for me it's a bit of a no-brainer in a way, because you need to look at age, you need to look at these things, you need to look at the future of the organization. Like, sure, you probably want to do your research and figure out what the issue was in MOUZ. You know, maybe if there's something underlying there where that would be a problem for you too, sure. Like, then you know, you're looking at something else. But I think at the time when they brought Snacks in, honestly, there weren't really much better options. There wasn't any obvious pick out there that you could have said, ah, yeah, why didn't they get this guy, right? And I think he's been serviceable in the role for G2. But now with someone like Shue out there, I think definitely you need to try and make that change.
I'm available too. But I think
unbanned.
I did mention age.
I think there is... until we know exactly what went down with MOUZ.
I don't think we will.
It could leak. We
can speculate. That's the fun part.
The year is 2045, and we're on the 8,000th iteration of IEM Kato. You know, we could finally get the bottom of it. We can get the truth out of it. But when it comes down to these situations, it also comes down to, is MOUZ going to let Shue go? Or are they going to be sitting there, the organization standpoint, waiting to see kind of what happens and then see if they pivot a different direction? Because everything these days is all about these VRS points and keeping the core and all these things. You can't make a roster decision without keeping that in mind, because that next major might be on the line if you do something drastic.
I think it's a good point. I think it would be kind of messy, though, to be like, okay, Brolin, now you're in Media. Oh, psych, we're actually going to bring Shue back in, even though there was
he's
a clear...
not coming back.
Yeah,
I don't think he's coming back. It's just the way it sounds like there's a...
Oh, it sounded definitive.
Yes.
Like, this is it.
We just watched Astralis play with Cadian sitting next to Stabby.
Yeah.
Like, anything can happen.
Weirder things have happened, you know. Luka just got traded to the Lakers, so who knows? Anything is possible.
Do you think the whole MOUZ situation with removing Shue was overrated, underrated, or correctly rated in terms of the community reaction to the shock of it? Was it as shocking to you to read that?
Yes, I think it was correctly rated. I think everyone was shocked. I think more so by the timing of it as well. And then Cyclone comes out and says, well, obviously this hasn't been done overnight, but maybe they thought it was sort of fixed and then they saw it wasn't. And I do agree with him on one thing. Like, there's no good time to make it. Like, if you saw, who did they lose to? They lose to BetBoom, right? Like in Blast. So it's like, yeah, better just make this change immediately and eat it here in Katowice, having to play with a stand-in. But then from that point on, you're set, because if you keep him, he made a point of how would have we fared in Katowice, right? If we kept him, if things are bad, we could have just crashed out as well. Better to make the change as soon as possible, start fresh with Spinks, get like the reps in so that, you know, we could be in better shape for the upcoming tournaments.
Agree with that, Josh?
Yeah, I think I do. It's just a question of how the hell does this go on for the entire player break, and then they go to one event online, and then it's like, yep, time to hit the panic button. Like, that's what's crazy to me, is that the timing of everything just doesn't make sense at all. Something seriously had to have gone wrong, where something reached a boiling point and it wasn't dealt with at a sooner point in time.
Very good question.
Questions indeed that maybe will be answered, maybe won't. But we're not going to be answering them in the next game, because we're going to be talking about some very different teams indeed. But still, elimination point for either of these two squads. We're going to head things to a quick break. But when we're back, it's G2 taking on the Falcons.
There should be a plan. 9-10 on CT is getting flanked. Nerd should have him in a moment. And now Techno's position noted as he removes Nerds.
All right, well, Twister's already on the hunt. He was staying catwalk, might catch Techno unawares. And just gets across the line with the duel. So, wiped. And that's where Mongols might have to take a bit of stock of what their money looks like. 3 players, 9-10, Senzu, and Techno are all in buy range. The same to be said for Blitz if he doesn't want any util. Can get out the A4 or the A1 now that they're same price. Maybe you're just joining us. We are on the current patch. It's a cheaper A4. It's a cheaper FAMAS and buffed in terms of its accuracy.
I am seeing still significantly more A1S than I expected after this price reduction, but I suppose there is also the time
The sound,
caveat.
right? There's sound,
yes,
which is the key, and then there's also to do with the spam through smoke.
But if you've been playing with the A1S, you know,
True.
You just need to kind of get reps with the A4 in scrims before you feel confident.
I think positionally as well could play another factor.
Yes, most def.
Well, they're setting up for an A execute.
Okay, Mazinho, he's trying to smoke himself and smoke them off simultaneously. The spam does connect, but he gets away. Oh, Noli for a moment. Now finishes him off. Nice ding from 910. The impact is always being felt. 910 in the server. Okay, Ultimate, this is a real opportunity to convert and tie us up 9 each. And look at that. Bro, he's just such a demon.
Unburdened.
He doesn't strike me as a player that ever has confidence issues. Ultimate, missed shot, getting an elevated angle for the first fight. Techno has isolated this 1v2 into a 1v1.
That's a smoke and a kit.
Yeah, it's perfect. Nerd has a HE, but he's actually just used it.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that HE would have been really nice. And now he's got an angle, staring at the floor. And a defuse for 10. Techno clutches up, despite Nerds' best efforts.
Obviously not expecting a smoke to be in play, otherwise would have held onto that HE for a moment longer. The fact that both of them throw out their nades in unison, that one just slips through the fingertips of Team Liquid.
They've had some rough, like the rounds they've lost over these first two maps have been like quite rough.
And the importance of winning that, Mongols would have been on just a light investment. Liquid would have been able to tie up the game 10-10.
A rough round to lose, and there's...
that right there could be the deciding factor of this map, this round. I'm not putting it all on Nerds. Obviously, it was a 2v1 scenario, but yeah, look at their buy. Switch to the Deagle. Ultimate's been given the good graces of an AWP again. Fires off the shot. Blitz takes the space. Does Nerds clear directly up? Oh, the time up. It's passed. Mongols have backed off their forward mid stance. Trying to sell this mid pressure, turning into an A execute again.
Yeah, Mazinho's been handling it well here, and oh, he just goes and finds the perfect timing to remove Ultimate, get away, and now he has util to block. Throws it to give him something to work around when they molly him out, and good mollies all the same. Dead now to Naf. Here comes the commitment. Flash is good, forces off the AWPer. Senzu tucks on ticket. Nerds late mid. And 50 seconds left. They're in no hurry.
Timing.
The fight. Oh, he's just turned around. He's just turned around. Techno silently descending that ladder. Catches a good timing onto Nerds. And Naf next victim. 910 Zorb. Connecting from jungle. And it's not going to stop there. 910 gets himself another multi-kill. What's he up to now? 23 and 9.
He's just mauling him, isn't he? A great performance out of 910, but Mongols are putting together some good CS. That all started with Mazinho getting the opening kill on Ultimate, then staying alive. It took so many bodies to be able to flush him out. And then hitting the pause and throwing the util. JKS from Tetris throws out a connector smoke. But this is the one right here. Nerds playing Lurky Boy games, gets caught with the timing, and that's always going to happen, right? Timing is one of the toughest things when you're in the lurk, especially if you're exposed to so many angles like that. This is going to be the third tactical timeout used now from Team Liquid, and it is an emergency meeting. They can just take an eco and buy into, well, the last round and try and edge out 4 consecutive. They've gone Hero AK on Nerds. Their loss bonus will be 2,400 into the next. So if they can get the bomb down and Nerds can get a kill or two, there is an opportunity for Nerds to make sure he has everything he needs for the final round of play.
I love this music. It's giving kind of Blade Runner energy.
Right now we've got a couple of smokes in the mix. One towards top cat. One towards connector, so not the window smoke.
Hero rifle runs through the smoke, and 910. He's in the right place once again.
And maybe you're... look, if we just talk through the logic of that for Liquid, because I think they should just be made mincemeat of now, is if an AWPer starts window, most rounds you're completely smoked off. So going to window is redundant other than that initial fight. So sometimes the AWPer will want to start connector so that it can have a little bit more of a say, because more often you're going to see window and top cat smoke as opposed to connector and top cat smoke.
Right.
So in that situation, it's like, okay, they've made an assumption that someone is going to be aggressive over towards connector, maybe the AWPer. We think we can come through the window. They're not ready for that.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for them, 910 is having a damn game.
25 and 9, 129 ADR.
You can see Twitch chat, they think it's a little bit silly. They're obviously behind. When they hear my explanation, they're all going to put Chad think.
Chad think.
Chad think.
That's CHAD-THINK.
And now they've gone the standard. They've gone window and top cat smokes now, so that's more traditional.
This is actually a little bit quicker than we've seen before. These late ramp takes Mazinho has been playing very well. This time, they're going to be testing him early. Ooh, interesting duel. Blitz versus Nerd, but M4 versus Galil, and Galil prevails. Big win. An important opening as the Mongols have got 4 map points to take us the distance, to take us to Ancient. Ooh, dink to hit, but body is dropped. JKS important. Nerds tries to be cheeky through the smoke, and Senzu held. He has to try and disrupt further. Playing for his teammates' rotation, they are coming to lend him a hand. Orp posts over on the broken smoke, doesn't catch anyone on the entrance. What a shot from Senzu again. Swings in, ultimate trades. Should be fine. Should be fine to get that bomb planted. It's now the retake. And 9-10, chance to connect on that CT cross. Naf repositioning as well. He was in Palace. He's going all the way around. So he is the contingency plan. It's not planted on his side of triple, though. So it kind of hinges on ultimate and never mind. It hinges on JKS, and he's all on loan on CT. And he's dead too, and it's not Banner for Naf. It's not Banner for Naf. This is actually another horrible way for Liquid to lose the round. 13-8, we will see 3. Ancient up next. This first clash, this first taste of Mongols versus Liquid, and it's spicy.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more! Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Katowice while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Go.
CSGO for sure.
CSGO
yeah,
for sure. 100%.
What happened to the trains, but yeah. It feels weird a little bit, but yeah, at least we have the map back.
Has to be the old one, no?
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I feel like the new one is it's missing some trains. Like I don't think you could call it train right now.
New bad.
New bad.
New's
old
bad.
good.
Yeah.
Agree.
Good.
Ну, здесь вообще нигде не встать. Ну вот, посмотри. Посмотри, трансик сделали квадратненький. И просто там даже не спрятаться. Тебя отовсюду будет видно, понял?
Ебучий лего вот так вот поставили, вот так вот
Да,
посмотреть, что-то большое стоит.
Так ты понимаешь, что ты сейчас за трансом не можешь встать, что тебя не будет видно?
Да,
тебя
да.
будет видно либо с ВН, либо с сотки. Этот трейн новый мне нравится больше, как задумка вообще.
This was strong, right?
Yeah, you have a compared to CS2 because there's no heaven.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's missing something in the new train.
They even have the ladder there, but no use, no more.
I like playing up there when it was Cisco, but now there's obviously no heaven. I kind of miss it a bit. I feel like there's like a position missing on the map. So
Yeah, there's definitely something missing. Although it was a bit overpowered when you think about it, like especially when you were T-side and you could just plant the bomb and camp up there. You miss it, but it's kind of more balanced now, I guess.
I'm heartbroken. It was so nice to be able to go up a ladder and just hide somewhere sometimes.
Это расстройство, согласен. Это расстройство, но опять-таки, если с точки зрения удобности, CSGO было проще просто. Ну, ты понимаешь, да, вот из-за всех вот этих вот нычек. Просто тяжелее, но больше нравится. Я все равно за CS2, короче, не знаю.
It feels like so cluttered because you can do much, like you are just blocked out, but yeah, I mean, it's just new, I guess.
yeah, I prefer CSGO for sure.
Yeah, I still prefer
It's
CSGO.
better because of rotations.
Mhm.
I would say the old one. It's a bit like claustrophobic to go.
Yeah, exactly.
To go out now. In
Yeah.
the new one.
I'd agree.
Yeah.
It's too hard. It's too difficult for Ts.
It's very heavily in favor of the CTs because they can just quickly focus on A main or focus on pop and then turn around because they can see it from now multiple different positions.
Ну, я не знаю, я сыграл две официалки, я сыграл две официалки на зелени, меня две официалки отодрали, поэтому я за новый трейн. На новом трейне меня так сильно не драли, как меня драли 5 лет назад.
I think it's easier take control of this part in CSGO than the CS2. I think this is too hard in CS2. You can do a lot like Molly and the stuffs, but I think in CSGO you can just drop it with someone in your head, and that stuff is kind of cool. Yeah, I would say for sure CSGO. The new one is stupid, I would say. It's dumb that you have to go like in B holes to go down to pub. Yeah, I missed the ladder, that's for sure.
The CSGO one was fun because of the ladder there. Like you saw a lot of like creative ways, like people were taking it either by like double dropping or they were shooting the window and faking the flash, and it just becomes very difficult, I think, for the Ts to like take this control.
The ladder added a fun element. You have to be a lot more creative, but now you just have a long hallway and.
Про верхниз я скажу, что мне кажется, верхниз был актуальнее как раз-таки в CSGO.
Да, CS2, ВН, я не, ну, за атаку это более важная зона, чем за КТ. Personally, I would say that I like the changes in B side. In CS2, like the dynamics with the smoke, it matches really good.
But I think it's missing some trains, you know.
I mean, it's a lot more details now. I'd actually say I like it, and there's a lot of new angles, so I'm kind of happy that it isn't just the same shit, like you just play the same old position, so I'd have to, yeah, I like the new one actually. I like the new one, but they should add the back train there in again. It's too open for CTs, like if Ts have the bomb site, it's very hard to retake now.
Add some sort of cover back there for the CTs and it'll feel a lot more balanced, but it's the best part of the map for me, at least.
Ты знаешь, просто выходишь и просто просишь. Я не знаю, это просто голый план. Ты просто голый план. Ну, ты зиг закрываешь моликом, все, тебе пизда.
Ну да.
Yeah, I think it's so similar to CSGO, to be honest. I think there's a lot of change.
I like that it's longer.
Yeah, there's a lot of space.
Yeah. It's not cluttered.
Yeah, I prefer Cesio.
Incredibly hard to take control over this area because the CTs can just run into pop and you have, I mean, it's just a bunch of cringe, I'd say, like crossfires, etc. that has been created now.
That's true. But by design, I would say the new one.
Yeah, I can agree with that. We can go with the new one.
Ну, как по мне, ничего не сильно менялось.
Ну, на самом деле, много там, что поменялось, шире стало намного. Ну, сильно, на самом деле, поменялся концепт в любом случае.
You had more options as a CT if you were playing by yourself, whereas now, if we go back to the new one, it's like, there is a rail there, but it's harder to play in this area by yourself.
Looks like Valorant. That's not good.
Okay, so this one is personal for me because I really love Heavy God. I think that he's amazing teammate, amazing guy. I've only heard good things about him. I've only experienced good things about him. I think that he's also really good. Obviously, he lacks some experience probably in a lot of areas, but I think that he does his role pretty well. But obviously, I mean, it's a clear downgrade. Obviously, Nico is unmatched. I think no matter who you replace with Nico as a rifle, even if you replace him with Donk, for example, I think that there can be discussion still if it's an upgrade or downgrade because Nico, I think that he was the heart of G2 in their system. He was communicating a lot, and so yeah, I think it's a clear downgrade, but obviously I think Heavy God is going to be great as well for them.
I was expecting more of a downgrade, but I still think he's really good, and they are doing really good with him.
Yeah, I think that they will still definitely be a top team.
Yeah.
I think obviously it has to be a downgrade. Of course, in terms of individual skill, it's a downgrade. If you look at Heavy God to Nico, then obviously I would always prefer Nico, even though it's not the same roles.
I agree. I think right now it's obvious to say that Nico is the better player, but I think Heavy God is a really good player that he's also really young, so I think in the future he can be even better, but right now I would say downgrade.
Minus Nico and plus Heavy God. Nico, I think it's downgrade, but Heavy God is such a good player. He knows how to kill. Yeah, I think that's not much downgrade, but yeah, still downgrade.
Nico is more impact player, in my opinion, but Heavy God it's good plus for G2 anyway.
Don't second guess yourself, okay? If you feel for something, go for something, okay? Don't be afraid to fucking play against them because we are fucking them.
Nice, Mario, let's go!
That is ridiculous!
Taiwu's afraid of you, bro. He's scared, bro. Nice! Nice!
It's Falcons versus G2, and that means for the very first time on LAN, the cousins are playing versus each other in many years. Hunter and Nico. Yeah, Nico, it's happening pretty fast.
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping, you know, to not have it that fast and that soon, but yeah, still exciting game ahead, so yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Hunter, what is it like? Of course, it must be really odd for you.
I mean, it's very exciting. I didn't expect it that fast as well, and the only thing that sucks, it's elimination game, so whoever loses is out. If he won yesterday, both of us wouldn't matter too much, I would say. But like this, it's a bit of more pressure and tension, I would say. But yeah, this is how it is. We knew that will happen, and we need to accept it.
Yeah, definitely so. Of course, when you were in G2 together, you'd probably talk to each other about what went wrong in the game. Was there yesterday evening like, oh, I can't?
No, I mean, I asked him, like, well, I wrote him, like, I said, like, unlucky. And then he said, like, we play like shit. I'm like, I hope we play like shit tomorrow as well.
I replied, it cannot be worse than yesterday.
But, I mean, we also play like shit. And if he played the way that we played yesterday, there's a big chance we're going to lose. So, yeah, but it's going to be very exciting to play against them. I think it's going to be a lot of emotions, at least from my side. And I'm just looking forward to the match.
Yeah, I wonder how that's going to translate the emotions, right? Because you're used to so long for when he can't clutch around to go and support him. And now you kind of have to be like, Yeah, take that, bro.
Yeah, I mean it's mixed of emotions, of course. And even if he wins today, and if he loses, I'll be sad for him, and this vice versa thing, you know. So yeah, this is how it is. I mean, it's the game at the end. We just need to focus. We need to fight for our teams, and that's the most important.
Okay, is there still like gonna be hugging before the game or fist bumping, or only after?
I mean, I think we already agreed to each other before the game, but obviously after the game, there's gonna be hugging. Hopefully, not crying this time around. And yeah, I mean, from my side, like even if I lose to them, I'm going to be cheering for them throughout the event as well. So there's no anything really bad, no bad blood at all between us. So just a better team may win, and hopefully we're going to get the support from the loser.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you too. Good luck.
No problem.
Yeah, could not be more poetic that Nico has to face off versus his cousin, versus his former team, his former organization in an elimination matchup, no less, Janko. So far, how have you been viewing Nico on this Falcons roster? Does it make sense how they're using him?
Well, I mean, it's been a bumpy start. It makes sense how they're using him. He's the same player, got the star roles, right? Does something that he did throughout his career, really, in many a way. Unfortunately, for both of these teams, it feels like a lose-lose at the very beginning. Like they're both worse off, because for Nico and Falcons, it's going to take time, to get everyone on the same page. You have the heroic core, and you have Zonic and Magisk. Then you have Nico coming in, and obviously for G2, losing such a huge part of your team, right? Not just in terms of frags and output, but experience, calls in the mid-round, leading the CT side. That's why, it's unfair to Heavy God, the comparison, because it's obviously, but it's... You replace Nico in aggregate. Heavy God does not replace Nico. Hunter takes over some of the CT calling. Malbs obviously has to deliver in his roles on a high level, and then you're hoping that m0NESY can be a little bit more consistent in some of those big games if we get to the playoff games.
Yeah, as Exertion kind of so amply put it, Nico was kind of the heart of G2, right? Now he's flown the nest to join the Falcons. Just touching upon your point about the mid-round calls, it's something that I posed to Nico yesterday ahead of the game. How do you see that working alongside Kixon? Because I feel like we saw a tempo shift in the amount Nico was doing it once the rumors were kind of confirmed of his departure to G2. It kind of seemed like he just didn't really give a damn about how much he was interjecting in the later stages of G2 because he knew what the team needed to do, right? Obviously, Snax was willing and open to that. How much do you see him giving an input with Kixon now being the in-game leader?
I think that was something that Zonic also touched in an interview, where they're trying to be careful in a way that it's clear that Kixon is calling the T sides, right? And just let's make sure that he gets to do what he wants to do. For the most part in that department, Nico calls the CT side, and obviously Zonic with some input. So even Nico, I think, said in the lobby or one of the interviews, is like, I'll just do whatever the team needs me to do. Like if they need me to talk less, I'll talk. If they want me to talk less, I'll talk less. If they need more input and we need more help in the mid rounds, that's what I'm going to do. For Falcons, this is just the initial phase. Like this is just you settled that you sorted everything out, you set the structure for the very beginning, and now you're seeing, okay, does this initial setup make sense? Do we need to already make some adjustments? Do we just need some more reps? I think it's apparent also that they don't feel like they're replicating what goes on in practice so far in the official game.
Yeah, I mean, it would be an understatement to say there's a hell of a lot of puzzle pieces for them to be putting in line. Let's touch upon the brief history of Falcons with Nico so far. Obviously, some online games back at Blast Bounty, one LAN game here. What were your big takeaways from those?
I think just some of the fundamentals aren't really as clean. Like they're losing some rounds you're not really supposed to. They played Eternal Fire 2 times, which is, I mean, one of the hottest teams at the moment, really. And, winning Pistols, losing second rounds, losing to Pistols too many times. Some actually even clutch situations being a little bit questionable, which is where you hope they'll be at their best because some of the veterancy that they have on the team. So, yeah, it hasn't looked great to begin with, but hopefully, they can show us what they've been talking about when it comes to their practice games.
Talk to me about your favorite word. That is passion and maybe frustration coming alongside that. These are some images from just yesterday, but it's not like this is the first time you've seen Nico, getting a little bit emotional in some situations.
I think you roll back a year ago, different jersey, same expressions, or 5 years ago in a phasers. I mean, yeah, I think it just speaks of the frustrations and some of the initial problems that Falcons have been facing in terms of just their performance and what they're putting out on the server. And it is a work in progress. It was a work in progress to assemble a roster for them.
Yes.
So yeah, it's not going to be ideal. And Nico, a guy who is, you know, not afraid to let his emotions show.
Yeah, you can't bottle them up, you know. He's just taking that phrase quite literally, letting them out. Can you give us a little bit of insight? Maybe it's cheeky for me to ask, but when you were coaching FaZe with Nico on the lineup, what was his temperament like then? Was he a player that, you know, liked to exude when he was feeling some emotions?
I think, yes, definitely. I think he's matured a lot in terms of managing his frustrations and sort of not letting it seep over into the rest of the teammates. He never, ever let it out on his teammates or anything along those lines. It's just him sort of venting for himself, but getting him to understand that that has an effect on his teammates, regardless of the fact that it's not targeted at them, was a sort of a work in progress. And I think over time, as I said, like he's matured and understood the role that he has outside of a server as just a role model, especially in the latest iteration with G2, with m0NESY, right, who looked up to him from the very beginning, and sort of going into that next phase of your career where you're not the young and up-and-coming star anymore. Like now you're the veteran, and you have these other players are coming to the team to play with you, and you are the one who sets the tone. Like we talk a lot about culture building. The star players have a huge role in that.
Yeah, speaking of up-and-coming players, obviously with the departure of Nico, that leaves Mouths with quite some positions to be filling. So let's dive into Nuke to see how he's going to be tackling that one with m0NESY.
Hello guys, I play outside Nuke. I'm the star rifler for G2, so I get the most info from them and try to get entries for them.
I'm playing with op. Usually it's under heaven. Rotation, roaming on the map with op. I started playing this position when I joined G2.
For me, actually, I always played ramp. And this is my first time playing outside, so it's kind of hard, but I'm trying to understand now, and it's becoming easier. Since Nico left, I became the outside player for G2. I think trying to understand how to rotate and who should I call to rotate sometimes, and then trying to understand what the other team wants to do depending on the smokes they do, you know? I think that's the hardest part.
I think it's just about rotations, because if you want to play under heaven, you have to use your utility better. Or say even dictate a bit of pace, because you have op and you can do a lot of rotations and rotate people around on the map. And it also goes for Mario. He has kind of the same role and a voice in the team. When you go outside, you already discuss what you're gonna do on freeze time, but like when the first stage is hitting, for example, they do some smokes and some nades, and you have to react on it. But it's just mostly about committing to one plan and using your utility better and communicating it with Mario what he wants to do and proper reactions on enemies' moves.
It depends of what kind of smokes they throw, because if they throw the ones that are next to red, it means that they're probably gonna go full rushing secret, so you can break and stuff. But if they do the C smokes, the ones that are around main and garage, there's this meta of like doing these wall smokes 2 times, so you cannot just break them on the first time because they can rethrow it and they can just cross for free and you will have no info. You're kind of scared of going to m0NESY because like even with rifle or just up, he can just do a multi-kill super easy. It feels different on that side of the map when he's there, you know, like there's more presence about nades and support, and then also impact frags, you know, he's just gonna swing on you and kill you, he's gonna be posted, and yeah, I just gotta learn. Like what happens is that I don't have much experience on that map. We have good communication and everything, and like we understand each other really good. It's better in other maps, for example, than in Nuke, because like it's my first time playing there, so
yeah, good understanding of each other on the map is the most important. Yeah.
Well, then it's also good that Nuke isn't in the map pool today, but of course they have to think about a lot, they have to brainstorm a lot. Why are you laughing at this?
Photoshop.
Is it?
I don't know, it looks like it.
It looks like it looks fake. Why would it ever look like that? But it's such an interesting topic about Malbs, right? Steel, because it is about being the star rifler and about shooting the heads, obviously, but there is also that whole unquantifiable, or sometimes in Nico's case, very quantifiable aspect of the CS brain, the protocols, the mid-round adjustments, the feeling for the game in the high-pressure moments.
Yeah, Yanko was just talking about how, what is Nico going to bring to Falcons right now? Is he going to be just the soldier that's following everyone, doing what's best for the team? But when you look at the side of G2, you could tell that he had a big voice, especially when you looked at their CT sides when it came to the gamble stacks, randomly playing a third player on a site that you'll usually only play 2 players at, or just getting the rotation ahead of where the enemy's going. Oh, we think they're going to do an A hit, so let's just start shifting over there first. So losing that presence, having that fall more on the shoulders of other players, or perhaps Snax as the in-game leader, is that going to look as cohesive on the side of G2 that it previously did with Nico? And that's the big question mark that we're waiting to see.
Yeah, definitely so. And as you said already, maybe they would start shifting that already, knowing that that is a new reality for G2. Malbs also commented that Hunter is more of that big brother now, but also in terms of maybe secondary calling. So Malbs is really freed up because does it all come down to that? Because of course, now we're not even talking about Heavy God, who is also a very important part, but it seems like the key is obviously Malbs' comfort.
Yes, and also there's a big difference between being the second star and being the main guy that everyone looks to make plays, right? And Malbs had that luxury with Nico on the team, obviously m0NESY on the team, that like he was that third star almost. He definitely had his moments and delivered some big games to them, but now it's like, no, you are the one who has to be making some of these plays. You are the one who we turn to at times to deliver some key rounds. So that's a completely different mentality that you need to have in those situations. Something that's a little bit overlooked, I feel like. This is the rematch of the quarterfinal at the Major with some different pieces. I mean, Heroic played G2 in the quarterfinal.
True.
You have Nico and Magisk for Nerds and Shush, and obviously in G2 you have Heavy God for Nico. So there is familiarity between like the teams and the cores and how some of that stuff went. I just wonder, I wish we, asked Nico, how involved was he in preparation for this game?
Right. It is interesting, of course. I mean, there is a link there. I did ask them, normally when you lose a game, like would you talk to each other in terms of Hunter and Nico? But Nico knows these guys so well. So let's take a look at that map, Fido, through those eyes, perhaps, Steel. Yeah, we're looking at a Falcons Ancient pick. G2's going to start CT side there. When it comes to Falcons, when I was watching them play on Inferno, for example, it's not like they were losing because they had bad macro elements. They were oftentimes like sneaking a third player on B. It's just the execution of how things came down. It's about the positions that they have when, Magisk is out in the open, shifting around pit when they know it's going to be an A hit, or, the B player hiding on the back of B site on Inferno when they know that, the enemies coming in, they kill two players. Wait, we didn't kill the B player. So they look for the third player, kicks in, hiding there instead of, Tesses. So those are the things that I'm looking for Falcons to fix up and clean up in these situations more than anything else.
You saw some good stuff from Falcons, but it was too inconsistent, right? Like you saw some good aggressive plays, info plays, set up, then they go and lose to pistols, then they go and throw like a 2v1 clutch or a round with advantage. That's the problem. For G2, it's been a better start to the year. I mean, nothing to write home about. But it's still sort of a work. Yeah, yesterday obviously wasn't so great. And I think the problem is when you look at that Mirage against Virtus Pro and you're just seeing so many set calls on the T side, right? And that's something that you would not see with the old iteration, with playing a little bit more default. That gives you more options. Let's see how they approach it today.
Let's see. Indeed, it is elimination match for these teams. They have dreams of the Spodek, but perhaps they don't even make it to the next round here in Katowice. Let's see what happens.
Somebody falls tonight. G2 and Falcons. Nico versus G2. Mohan, what a treat it is to be bringing you guys this one. His first outing versus his ex-teammates. And as the desk so aptly said, bit of a rematch, core to core, when it came down to that Shanghai Major.
100%. I think what we saw yesterday from G2 was unfortunately really disappointing. And as Yanko just pointed out, a lot of it had to do with Malbs having a really rough series. G2 at their best right now need Malbs to supplant Nico. Nico's playing against them, and those two players I think are going to be even more interesting to pay attention to than the m0NESY and Nico duo of past.
Rifle to rifle as we get underway on map 1, Falcons map pick. We saw some pretty rough go of G2 on Ancient to start off 2025. Nice grenade. That's going to do a lot of chip damage across the board. Fast flurry up. Dexter gets first blood. Heavy God retreats back. 5 HP to his name. Snacks inside cave. That side of the site clear. Good. Bomb can go down, barring some kind of wild smoke spam, which does end up coming up to the favor of Falcons. Tesses on site. And we've got Nico trying to flex outwards, but Malbs is going to best him. 1-0.
1-0.
Keep track of that all day long. Retakes coming out. Snacks going to get blindsided from this corner. Kixan hanging on, and that's going to put pressure to Hunter 1v3. One of the talking points we didn't get into. Kovac on Kovac action. And Hunter's going to disengage from this one. Doesn't take his chances. Falcons win pistol.
1-0 here for Malbs over Nico, but Nico to win the round. Falcons with a really strong start, and they're going to be emotions high. Nico talked about try not to cry, depending on who wins or loses, with, you know, Hunter beside him in the interview with Shocks before the game started. It's an emotional thing, for sure. Because it's elimination as well, they both said they wished it was yesterday and that there wasn't so much on the line. Unfortunately, it's more fun for us that there is a lot more on the line. And it will also be a game where he said, you know, whoever wins, we're going to cheer him on for the rest of the event. But as it stands, you can't be friends in the server.
No, you know, going to try to keep it cordial after the fact. But you can see what that pistol means in and of itself. Wonder what it's like for Hunter looking across.
I think it's got to be awful. I feel like Hunter has put his entire career, and openly has stated this many times, into one day being able to play alongside Nico. That was his one goal. I've never even heard him say, I want to win the major.
Right.
And for him to get there is already beyond remarkable. Like, imagine you're just starting out playing. I know you.
1-0.
And you can make it your goal to play alongside your cousin, your brother, in Tier 1, before you're even in Tier 1, and then you get there. That's amazing.
Yep.
You know?
There's
Kovac blood, but, like, it's still incredible to do. But now that that's over, you have to wonder how Hunter's feeling emotionally. That definitely was a big part of his journey and why he ended up on G2 in the first place. You know what? It was 100% of the reason he ended up on G2 in the first place.
Yes, no doubt. And one of my favorite esports trophy lift moments was watching the two of them hoist it in Katowice not too long ago. One of the only few times where we see Nico shed a tear on stage. He said one of the most emotional things he's ever experienced playing Counter-Strike despite all these years. Now, here we are, 2025. One of them goes home today. No one's got history quite like Counter-Strike. Off the tech pause, back to the action. Force buy comes through from G2. And they'll be taking a glance at ramp. Tesses down here outside of the doorway. Kicksan's the one that's kind of at risk, and sure enough, he will falter. Snacks good 5-7 frag to keep man advantage. That's guns to be grabbed, and nobody else to hang on. So you see the reaction, immediate A exit out from Magis. 0 defense here, barring this donut player. And Hunter starts to creep along. Eagle shot misses, 5-7 put down. And it looks like the hooks are in for Falcons. Smoke in front of Donut serves up a real issue if they want to stop the bomb plant. Faking it out once as Nico, just ensuring if any activation should have happened, could have gone down moments ago. Flight connects, Dagster finds his, and it's all about m0NESY now. Not working with a kit, not working with vision, not working with a teammate. So he peels back for a moment.
Even though this comes down to 2 players here for Falcons, this is a 10 out of 10 rounds by them. They, even in their setup where Tesses is playing outside of B main, he's ready for a flash to come through. There's a huge chance they could have just stopped that push and then took A at the same time. So the fact they had the contingency plan to take the A site on this eco, even though these kills went wrong, shows you they're really thinking well. And then the shots come in, but they already have positional advantage on the site. So pretty rough guns for the retakes. So very promising start for Falcons.
This is just a side note, Mo, but I do want to take note, if we can, look out for these kinds of MP9 crouching duels. m0NESY in that 1v1 just now, in Donut, right? Because we all feel like, I think, the MP9 nerf maybe didn't identify some of the bigger issues. But I do want to kind of keep an eye out, because it feels like Valve never do things without data behind it. So look for crouching duels, okay? That's one.
Yeah, like he doesn't win the duel.
Yeah.
That's something that got nerfed.
You know what I mean? It's like, I'm not saying he would have won it pre-patch,
but you are saying math is real.
And that maybe we are crouching with MP9s more often than we realize. Now that it's actually had an effect on the game, keep your eyes wide open, folks, as time goes on. Don't just jump to conclusions. Maybe it will have real effects.
Oh, goodness.
Kicksan.
That was a laser beam.
God damn. As far as possible, it's not just a laser beam, but it's also a trigger. Serves as the activation for the commitment up the ramp. Snacks trying to find the better pistol. Will get his hands on the Deke. But effective smokes just definitely keeping G2 out of this engagement despite their best efforts to spam away. And now they can have some vision, so we'll see if any of these T's get peeled off. There's a follow-up smoke if Magis really wants to offer up a bit of safety. No kit for the retake, But again, CT so little invested. Why not try to start racking up costs? Last round was close, economically speaking. This time it's 2 casualties, but no third. TeSS hangs on. TeSS. Let's talk about TeSS and Falcons at the start of this year, shall we?
Last bounty, TeSS was the least talked about person on the lineup coming into 2025 and the most impressive player at the exact same time. I think his form improvements are carrying on from the previous iteration of Heroic that he was on, where he was already showing how good he was. I think bringing Heroic a lot of success, and it's great to see that in brand new circumstances after finally reaching a new peak in his career that he could continue, even though they've changed the 2 outside players of this team. But you could argue they've upgraded them as well.
TeSS goes running past Cave while it's smoked in front of Snacks. A little bit late to pop it open. Ooh, he picked that fight and loses it to his counterpart in Kixan. Man advantage as G2 try to get their first gun round undergoing. But right now, red room push perhaps here from Nico.
Oh,
He's found the path.
This is going to get mollied, and Hunter's going to walk away from it because he's going to assume this buys a few seconds. Nico's talking now because he's in a really advanced position.
Ramp play, Heavy God, nice.
Wow.
Just pushes down at the perfect moment. Kixan hands busy.
Hunter versus Nico.
Oh, it feels so wrong, but it
You
looks so good. Nico catching Hunter on the fallback. Monacy here inside a donut now. Mobs finds one versus Nico. There's the answer, but a missed shot reopens the possibility. Push comes out and Monacy's out. He's able to disengage. They're going to keep that pressure up. Missed flicks. He's supported, though. Mobs and Monacy right here to lock it in. Magisk turned back, 100 health, bomb on his back, 1v3, 30 seconds, but a cave push. Heavy God standing on Snacks' corpse, and that will catch him off. So we've got G2 on the scoreboard 4 rounds in.
That was a great play from Heavy God, who has had some critical impact, definitely. And I think that that moment's one where it looks like Nico's trying to take charge of the map because he's in the advanced position inside of window. They can start thinking about whether it's going to be an A split or B split. And that's when Heavy God makes his move. It feels like earlier than was anticipated by Falcons. I think the two worrying signs, if we're going to pick one from each team, it's Magisk's game yesterday was really poor.
Okay.
You know, he's not going to expect the most out of him, but it was just so below what he normally can provide. And then Malbs as well, who has shown us that he can definitely carry on this roster, but needs to do it every day now.
Don't stand up, TeSS. Don't do it.
Smell him.
Don't you move that noggin. T's come knocking with the exec over top. Heavy God's got util support. First one's good. Ooh, team kill. Nico blows a hole in the back of Magisk's head. And all of a sudden, that attempt to catch the B-side off guard gets absolutely stuffed.
Another solid setup here out of G2. This will have no legs now. I don't know what they can do with this round at 50 seconds. It's just looking like an elongated save. I have to keep checking. I have to keep checking the team logos when I talk about players.
Because it's all mismatched.
Yeah, it's all mismatched now. Like, I can't.
Yeah, well, just get ready because we do, you know, Rops versus FaZe after this.
Yeah.
It's a crazy day of Counter-Strike, my friend. Today really feels like that first taste of 2025. Kixan trying to jiggle it out. Yeah, that's a good Tech9 kill. Stepped up Dexter. Bomb can get scooped up. Should never get planted and won't be. Monacy moves in. I was a little nervous when Monacy was missing those donut shots one round ago. I think that, you know, you said one thing that maybe can be weaker at the moment is this worrying Malbs underperformance. But I've also seen Monacy look a little bit more human than some of the other top 3 players of 2024.
Yeah, that's no doubt.
So far in the last couple weeks.
Yeah, we've just quietly been ignoring him sort of in the conversation because he can be a slow start. But that has been a thing.
It's because we give him the benefit of the doubt.
Because Shanghai was weird too.
Yeah, it's like
Shanghai was weird. If you're only going back to check the numbers look fine. But if you were watching Shanghai, you know that Monacy was struggling.
And at the moment, sitting on a 1.07 rating, 2 maps into Katowice.
It's getting old.
You know, that puts him behind guys like Alexi B.
Alexi B.
No offense to Alexi. You were telling me yesterday that we've been watching Nico be very vocal in this Falcons project, despite not being the in-game leader.
I mean, he's outright calling. He's not interrupting people. He's literally just calling. A lot of setups, a lot of stuff. We had some comms where he was just calling straight out of an eco. So there's some stuff where it's clear he's the first to talk. It's not even like, hey, hold on, I have an idea.
Right.
But I think that's just something that's the same as when he was playing on G2. Stacks. Nice triple.
Kickstand, not the first in-game leader to have to weaponize and
I think
hear out Nico.
Yeah, I think it's fine too. It's not a star player taking over comms. It used to be a joke that, you know, Nico's the IGL and no one knew about it. Turns out it was always true that he was always calling. Right. But he's also clearly quite good at it, and we learned at Dallas that there's something to it. In fact,
good point. Good point.
You know, where and as a support caller, you could still expect him to be the impact player that he is, instead of, as long as there's always a real caller on the team, it seems like it powers up the roster, not just by having Nico's impact, but by having his comms.
Here we are, all tied up at 3 rounds each. Falcons back in with money, but utility's nearly non-existent already. At the minute 20 mark, 1 smoke, 2 frag grenades. At least they've got positioning. We didn't see a challenge down at the bottom of mid from the defense. And Snacks will be bolstered by Monacy in this one. Spam away, make it feel risky, and all of a sudden you'd think you're drawing them into the Monacy off, but nicely done from Tesses. Comes peeking in on the other side. It's a 2v2 in cave from both teams. And
Snacks used so much ammo because he thought he was on the right side of the bait, but it turns out both teams were baiting. And now it'll be a walk towards B. Let's see about the CT loose rotation and Hunter as he starts to make his way over to. G2 have been really good about these stacks. Up close against the smoke, but they'll have to peel back once this goes away.
Tesses in the same corner.
Maybe not.
Heavy God's SMG gets it. Snacks, strong trade frag as he falls back. Him and Hunter now in this B site. And we can see Mulb scrambling over from mid. 35 seconds. Pressure on Falcons to still make something happen. This smoke is not going to last forever.
Yeah, but it's still quite fresh, isn't it?
They've got Magisk now climbing up middle to come and join them. So clearly, this commitment from Falcons will be at the B site. The question remains is, how much of G2 is going to be here?
With no nades, you know, you don't like their odds in a retake. They have at least a kit to work with, but I'm sure they really want to make this a 3v2 before the bomb goes down.
Smoke on long side, flash for short. Oh, 2 players full white. Nico wastes no time. And while Magisk peeks beyond that pillar, offering Snacks a chance into the 1v3, he is at half health up against Kicksan and Nico. It's for the lead. And with the smoke still on long, it allows that ramp fallback. The longer Snacks took here, the easier it seems Falcons will be able to hang on to their post plant. Nico at the base of the ramp. Just going to try to play out the trade frag. Snacks silently on the approach. Has the kit, but again, half health. Not ideal. Taps it. Gets the first duel and won't win it. 2 survive for Falcons as they go up 4-3.
Yeah, I guess it was possible, but it's very low odds retake without a smoke in that situation. Tactic is great. I think this is a moment where, again, the CTs are the ones who are going to want to look for a kill so that they have a better chance in the retake with no utility. But Falcons throw the flash on short, the peek to get their kill, get 2 birds stoned at once, as we like to say in Canada. Also securing the bomb plant off of that frag, knowing they can't be double pushing up off of short just to get a little extra advantage. And they were also playing off the fact that I don't think they had a smoke in that position.
Fast A play.
It's not vacant, though. Monacy's waiting for them.
Waiting for bomb, though. That's the problem as well. Nice shots from Monacy under pressure. Oh. Doesn't give a damn. Triple from Monacy on A main. Opened it up for Tesses to upgrade.
This is a rare sight.
Bomb comes out a little late with the smoke down on it. Tesses unable to flick into the temple. It's a Kickstand 1v4. So desperate. Exposed in the smoke. The retake in an instant. That is Monacy standing tall.
Yeah, that's huge. Whole clip is beautiful here for Monacy on the hold. And again, you're getting a lot of plays where it's like fake feints into mid control into vacant A sites. And it's just very common to play open fort over on A on Ancient because of its retakeability. Because if you're playing Donut, you can come to the signpost and take the fights. But a round like this is a perfect ante for G2. They knew the play was coming. That's well done again by Heavy God. so important to win a round like that on CT side, because now you know Falcons are not going to try that as often as we see a lot of teams do.
Ooh, frag for elbow. That's going to find good damage. Half of Nico down. Mid-control gets taken over, and bullets just barely missing as Nico looks to go extending up into Red Room. There is no contest offered to him now.
It's a very safe jump spot. That pushes the entire banana play back into the site.
Mobs versus Nico right here, right now. And Nico's going to get the better of him. Activation on the B ramp simultaneously. They offer it to TSS. Double headshot from the Dane. And while that bomb moves up from Donut, what's left of G2 right now is separated. We've got m0NESY here in Temple, but not close enough to the site to stop it. And his teammate's so far gone that if m0NESY wants to be the hero, he'll have a chance. A first missed shot gives his position away. Incendiary flushing a player into the line of sight, and they are going to keep that pressure up. They want this op to hit the ground, and they got to fight for it. Still 2 kills offered up. No defuse, of course. This is Falcons back with a 5-4 lead.
Gotta love a round like that out of TSS. He didn't even make it a spray transfer, even though he felt maybe the double push was coming, playing very confident at the moment. Hits the first spray, pauses between the second burst, and it's right to the dome. Also, the safe jump spot. These small things are really important. You could take damage, you get shot out of the air, but this is clearly a commonplace idea for G2 to try to take this mid-round timing to get banana control.
I believe that's 1-1. Mobs versus Nico.
Round, I guess 5-5, and then if we win 2, we're in the lead, guys. Break. The Thomases are out on this round. For G2, it's actually 2 of them. And I think that's definitely something key. We're playing on the new patch. And we've already seen some moments where the Thomas looks great. Looks like it's worth the money for once.
Yeah, 1950. It's affordable. Oof, my God, dude. It is a festival at the bottom of mid, but here we get a change-up. Snax trying to get aggressive out A main with a teammate with him. So Kixan's about to have 2 players in front of him. Will he think about Snax? Seems like it, but not able to stop him from getting the trade frag. So suddenly that mid control seems isolated, because guess what? Bombs in T spawn here, Falcons.
Okay, Snax.
I don't think he's found it.
Really good at tricky plays like this, and Magisk seems to have lost him. And there it is, another one for Snax as he tries to go and get that back quickly. If he had, of course, the B site was right for the taking, but instead...
Man, he didn't see the bomb.
Oh man, but this, yeah, they might walk into their death right now.
Falcons are simultaneously getting kills back on B. This is a recovery. This is a 3v5 recovery. Oh, TSS zones in on Mobs. Snax tying up as the top fragger in round 10. Gets a 2K from a 4v5.
Never thought I'd see the day where we have to save Snax, Connor.
And then all of Falcons just walk out into the B site. He was 5 feet from finding that bomb, and this looks so different.
He actually made this round entirely possible, but you know what, man? The fact that Falcons, without the bomb, continued forward on a full B exec in this round means they earned it. That was a hard position to read for G2, and it took a lot of composure for Falcons to continue forward with their idea, knowing that this bomb was actually the main priority. But look what happens to the map now. The one guy sitting on the bomb can no longer protect it. His teammates who were playing on B were just not ready for that. That's a solid call.
And solid individual showcasing from TSS and Degster. It's those 3 kills that they nab inside the B site that brings this back. A 3v4 for Falcons, despite not having bomb possession and technically having Snax sit on top of it. But, you know, they went out in the odd chance that bomb does get recovered.
You know, the biggest problem of the last iteration of Falcons is like they had no style whatsoever.
Sure.
You could not say that this is their play style. They tried to do like fundamental CS. They played a little bit like this, a little bit like that some days, but they didn't stand out from any other team. You know, between the coach and IGL and that roster, they came up with nothing. This lineup already has a little style. This lineup also has a full core, as they tried to do last time, but one that's already operated well in CS2. And now they have even more ideas in CS2 from relevant players, Nico and Kixan.
Yes, sir.
But the way in that round and the one prior, where they had the open A site and TSS looked to stop the push on B, they've continued forward with 2 different ideas in one round more than once, and it's actually brought back really rough situations.
Falcons one team, but operating as 2 units.
2 wings?
Yeah. Keeping unlikely situations under control. Now TSS here's this stampede of players out from Cave, but it's a bit of a meat grinder between TSS and Nico, and Degster just wanting to disengage, make sure the op doesn't go down. Pistols out for G2 as what was once a tied game at 4-all is about to turn into a 7-4 Falcons lead. Bomb can just run over to that A site to guarantee it. Round 11 in their back pocket. Rain will be playing later today. As the round winds shower in the favor of Falcons.
I watch G2 and I watch Falcons to laugh, but I watch Eternal Fire to learn. And I think both these teams have as well, taking multiple losses. Actually, is it Falcons who lost twice to them? 2 series back to back?
Yep.
And I think have benefited from that experience.
Eternal Fire looking better than ever, so you'd be a fool not to keep a close eye on them. But if these are the teams you watch to laugh and Eternal Fire is the team you watch to learn, who do you watch to cry?
Maui.
Oh. And who do you watch to love?
My wife.
Ooh, right through that incendiary, no damn given by Kixan. Open red duel. Mob's peeling back as this pressure coming out from Falcons to finish off the T side. An 8-4 T side versus G2 on Ancient. Their map pick. That is what's up for grabs. As the CT utility is low already. Falcons have shown us the ability to recover disadvantaged rounds. They've shown us the ability to adapt throughout this T side. While TSS may be shining brightest, there's also Degster, Nico propping this up.
You know, G2 have been timidly playing with the idea of mid, but they really haven't been overtly aggressive like we see in a lot of Ancient games right now. But the late retakes can definitely pay off, and this is a huge find for Hunter.
Bad Molly, bad Molly. Snacks is supposed to have been cleared by the Molly. Instead, he drops TSS in the exec, and it's going to be the 2v5. 1 kill in already.
What a crazy fight to take.
It's a bunch of damage on Magis, not going to help him out. His individual shots just not connecting, unlike his teammates, and he needed that to happen because, yes, the bomb is down here in the open vision of the 4 remaining G2 players. So not as aggressive in mid out the gate, but a nice re-aggression in the middle of the round puts Degster into a dire spot, and a 5th one recovered for G2. It's enough of a defense, but it's still Falcons with that 7-5 lead. A pistol with full conversions and a nice streak of 4 rounds deep in this T side is what set up Falcons for this 7-5 half. We saw adaptation and we saw recovery. A couple of rounds that G2 definitely could have put on the scoreboard ended up slipping through their hands as Nico on the opposite end only went 1 and 2 in opening duels. So it's the rest of the squad around him that's putting forth this evening in the inaugural head-to-head of Nico versus G2.
Can't say we saw a bad half out of G2. In fact, Snacks played pretty damn well, and some of the calls were looking strong, some of the setups were looking good, but Falcons were definitely better. They stood out a lot, 2 rounds in particular, where they were in lost positions and recovered them. That's nice to see for Falcons, who spent the last year in lost positions and then lost them. So, is there really more magic to give here for this team?
We'll see if Tessez can sprinkle in a bit more. 12 and 8 as he begins the second half. It was quite key in some of those critical rounds. Mobs just guns down Nico, clock straight through the eyes. And as Magisk finds 1 kill on the hold, it's looking like that bomb's inevitably going to go down on A. So retake needed, no kit for the CT purchase, but they interrupt. They flood in and Mobs just owns.
The
Try it a little
Mauler.
faster, because Mobs is shooting sharp.
Wow. And tearing down Nico right there. That's like the perfect start to that clip. Insane from him. His entry power is obviously so relevant when it comes to Ancient. And I'm going to put a flag down before we start this half. We have seen that in the debut of G2, Mobs, as an inmate, so to speak, running the Asylum on some of the mid plays, where he could definitely be a bit stubborn about trying to get kills, especially when he's feeling it. But since that game, we've definitely seen, I think, Snacks take control back on the roster. So hopefully now we've got that perfect balance of Mobs on point, but the calling also controlling him.
Ooh, nice molly.
Wow.
Love that. Burns out green. Nobody actually there. Magic, ton of damage with the 1 MP9 that was here out of the gate. Fast flood yet again. Look how many Falcons members ready to hit with pistols, but the front runner's dead. It's headshots across the board and then a wallbang onto Degster. You'd think off that MP9, a flurry of defenders could have gotten something more done, but we're going to tie this game up at 7 rounds each. G2 also winning pistol and converting on their T side.
I love that, man. I'm actually so curious now how this game ends. Mobs had sort of just a half to start the game off, but now we can see this is going to be him at full strength. Falcons will have it tough. Setup on the round is obviously the right call with all the players dead on the A site. But I think what went wrong in their opening games was, okay, sometimes your star player has an idea, you want to just let them do it. But there were no support on his really sort of quick rushes, and now there's a lot more support. I mean, maybe you lose a second on the rush, but you're going to have positions mollied out that he doesn't have to clear. It might grant you a tempo later on in the round, and you certainly are less likely to lose him. Nice and close to the pack. Tied game, man.
I like that it's all starting very chummy. Mobs waving at Nico. Nico waved back the first time.
Yeah.
You know, but now G2 are in a good position at the start of this T side. And look at the difference. Still a laugh, but it is elimination looming. And as this series gets on, the seriousness of the situation will sink in. Big shoes to fill for Mobs. And a dire position for Falcons in round 15 as they have just that 157 P250 Desert Eagle. Cost-effective conversion round from G2, 1 to go. Oh man, this makes me nervous though. 5 CTs in the B bomb site. The bomb is outside of the doors.
So here's the thing. They're going to walk in a cave. There's only 1 player here. Oh, actually, T's are not making a move yet, so they're going to get a lot of info right now.
Oh, he hears it coming. Oh my god. What? That's nasty. P250 on the cave peak. Somebody's got to go get that bomb eventually. Grenade's going to finish 1. And that brings Nico back in on 21 health with a USP. Him versus Monacy. Not going to go his way, so You know, in a different round where they're better equipped for the situation, maybe something happens there, but it is a clean 4-player standing triple kill from m0NESY. He's now topping the charts 14-8. This is G2 about to get tested by the Falcons' first CT buy.
No kidding. This game's going to give us everything. We only have just gotten started. This is the perfect sort of staging to the day, though, I think. And what a day it will be. FaZe and Vitality up next as well.
Oh my God. You're telling me this is the appetizer?
Yeah, seriously. Sometimes all you need is a few good apps.
Yeah, you know, but Spirit versus Astralis, that was kind of just like a breadstick.
Yeah. Yeah. Here's the butter.
Maybe just a wet nap.
Oh, the timing is amazing.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
And this is the mid control I was hoping to see from G2. I think this will put a lot of pressure on them in these following T rounds. There have been some teams that have tried to, I would say, fake it until they made it with the mid control, but really were not as clean as some of the teams that they've been watching demos of when it comes to taking control of it. I'm expecting Falcons to be one of the teams to actually exec on it properly. And if they are going to be able to win Elvo every round, this is where G2 will definitely have the most trouble. We'll get into it more as the rifle rounds spur on, but for the moment, we've got G2 trying to find out if there are any outs left in this round at a minute. But I'm not seeing any stragglers here from Falcons. Dexter holding high or low? Let's see. Yep, high. Got that covered.
Love that. Just a success formula from the start of round 16. I mean, a kill apiece for TeSeS, Dexter, Nico, all simultaneous across the map.
I think that position now you can hold low and you see a shadow that you can adjust to really easily. Hunter. Full camo in the bushes.
I like to call this position Arnold.
Yeah. What's the lore?
From Arnold Schwarzenegger in the Predator movie.
When he puts the mud, he goes into the mud.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Counter-terrorists win.
Ugh. Chills.
Tied again. 4-4, 5-5, 7-7, 8-8. Numbers, numbers, numbers. What do they mean, Mason? What it means this round is your attack gets shredded in the first attempt. So first gun round for Falcons looks good. Let's see what G2 have up their sleeve. Back to the mid aggression. Nico diving around in anticipation of some kind of a swing. Look at that radar, man. Look at those nades.
That's what you want to see, man.
There's so much posturing out of the gate for control.
But this is a bit like, you know, oh, cool, we got B control. But, you know, usually you want B and mid at the same time. They have to have a creative plan to get this back. A re-smoke into cave as well. And unless it is going to be the full B exec, you got to assume Falcons are in the better spot for sure. This is where Snacks really needs to think. Because I would say Falcons are doing everything right. You can see the freedom of rotations, the op getting an even better angle, and on the quiet map, Dexter has every right to jump up.
Wallbang too, right? So he's going to be on high alert for this left side peek. TeSeS steps into his kill.
And look
Gets
at this.
it.
Now they were just hoping to wait it out and go B afterwards, but it's just pure information from Falcons. Now they have to frag their way out of this problem.
G2 trying to get something going on the ramp. Another volley of utility over top. That does get 4 defenders allocated to the B site. Huge flank coming out from Nico, running through the swamp.
These are moments where you can tell they're floundering a little bit. We've got that, yeah, huge flank oncoming.
Nico's coming.
And with the setup grenades here from m0NESY, he's surely just dead.
Yeah, Nico not going to waste a moment there. Deals with m0NESY, who's trying to throw supportive utility. And maybe those nades can offer up support for Hunter and Heavy God. They get a kill apiece. Malb's unable to hold back on flank. Hunter will find his. 2v2, low HP for what's left of Falcons. Big moment here for Nico. On an op. Of all things, 2 towards cave. He swaps back to the AK-47, swings up into the site, and it's a great recovery here for G2 as they puncture in as that flank starts to hit them from the back. Successful entries from 2.
Absolutely. They did frag their way out. They're 2 dead behind the smoke on long, and G2 get away with murder. But if that's going to be the way you win rounds sometimes. You think Malb's not winning his duel versus Nico. That's the critical moment. Like, Nico's flank coming in and catching them throwing nades. Them knowing it was a B-site exec the entire time. Those are the odds that are incrementally increasing your position, swinging the potential for you to win into your favor. But, again, this is, at the end of the day, a point-and-click adventure. And their entry pack delivered. And that was Hunter delivering after really not having much to say in the first half. Nearly tying up the scoreline. Still money here for Falcons. And if I'm going to keep it real, with the staging to last round, I think G2 are going to need a better response to this mid control.
Well, they'll begin with the red smoke. Oof, man. Nico goes running through it. Nice pathing. I mean, is he going to test this? Because you've got 5 players walking towards A main right now. You got 5 players walking at Degster.
Yeah, they cleared out B main now. Now Nico can walk.
Starting to activate. Catches Heavy God throwing grenades. Ooh, Degster flashed off his angle. We saw Monacy go big from this position. Degster trying to replicate it, and he will. 2 kills to his name. Hits that shot onto Hunter. Total stuff of G2's attempt in. 5 up for Falcons. We're tied again. This game will be tight to the end.
Yeah, such an excellent wide swing out of Degster. And they had all their clues early once again. G2 immediately go for the perimeter, try to make it. Last round was a very late B play. This time it's an early A play. Again, throwing that feint in terms of their utility in mid, but with not much behind it. Like, you can only trick teams that are worse than you. And Falcons are very aware of exactly what information they had. They didn't even smoke elbow.
4 rounds, non-consecutive wins, back and forth, back and forth.
Again, it's another simplistic call here for G2, but this one has low guns, so it makes sense.
So force buy that could queue up Falcons hitting double digits first. You see how emphatic they are about the just total shutdown in that last round. You've got G2 where you want them if you're Falcons. They walk away with a smoke and flash between them. And Snacks is playing the AK-47. Monacy on the Galil. Pistols for the heavier hitters.
Well, it is Snacks and Katowice after all.
And to be fair, he is amidst the top performing players of G2 at the moment. Nico trying to line it up. In a moment, G2 could just pounce. And it's going to either happen on Nico and Donut, or it's going to be Degster here in Red Room. And the multi-kill potential here for Degster. This is a tough one. Tough with the op, this close up, tries to get out towards B, then all of a sudden the flurry comes out. Missed shot, but at least he successfully fades away. And now that he's bolstered by defenders, he is able to go back at that one. But this Hunter position in the corner, it doesn't get fully cleared. Kixan takes the Tech 9 to the head, 3v3, guns getting picked up, trade frags efficient. Monacy with bomb has a teammate right behind him, and you've got Degster solo B.
They want to chase this down.
He holds, and he doesn't hit it. Monacy with a ripper of a headshot. 3 frags on this round. And just when Falcons start to feel the hype, now they feel the heat. Nico feels the need to fast playing and wall bang, and a second spray that almost gets a bit more in, but Heavy gone to the corner silent.
He's sensing it. He knows he's around default. Trying to bait him into peeking, but if he gives him time, Nico does this.
Oh, he's just toying with him. Then he commits. Nico dead, and it's a G2 push through Red Room that works. Can you believe that?
I can't, because again, another position where Falcons, they have the full info, they block the attack on A, you have G2 grouped the entire time, they walk up into window, and because Degster starts to peel back slowly, he misses his first opportunity to get a kill, then he really doesn't believe that it's going to be a mid-take at all, and that one gap is what brought G2 the round, but there was no fake involved in that situation. It was just pure silence. And also a symptom of the fact that Falcons were not holding on to mid-control that they didn't know. Also, this peak, I mean, what can you say about that?
This wallbang. Oh, it gave him hope. It gave him hope.
It's actually a great punish, though, from Heavy God. You could tell that when Nico gives you space in the 1v1.
Like, I cannot hear what's going on the server because we are panicking. Like, the dead people especially. And it's happening since the first half. Like, chill, boys. We are playing a fucking game. Just chill and give clear comms. Like,
no time to chill.
That was Hunter?
Hunter.
I'm not sure. The accent was like a little bit. Yeah, maybe it was Kixen. Oh, yeah, that was Falcons. It must have been Kixen. Happening since the first half.
Stark contrast, huh, from the celebrations that Falcons felt when they completely owned that A site. Mere moments later, and it's G2 on 10 first. You wanted silence? You got it.
Look at the timing. It's perfect here for G2. But, oh, the push is also amazing. Malbs, accidentally trades out Tessus. That's so unfortunate. He was down to 1 bullet of health. There is a very strong A setup at the moment, but we've got a team that doesn't have much to work with, so they're going to bite on everything.
Oh. Nico hits the headshot, but Hunter bests him.
Critical moments here for Hunter, man. The Tech-9 frag off the mid push. This kill on Nico.
Smoke to be laid down in front of Dexter. Oh, he tries to press out. He could have peeled a player off Donut. Bomb's gonna go down. You've got a bit more damage on Hunter, but he can still just sulk away back through A main. Magisk wants to do something about this, swinging out from the temple for the duel. It's another half health bar down. Kixan activates out towards mid. Shadow spotted. Easy pickup versus Monacy. And now what's left of G2 is actually working with low health. Both players split up. Hunter silently attacking from behind as Kixan's going to activate first. Moving forward, if he taps that bomb, it's going to elicit this Hunter peek. But these are not kits. These are not kits for the CTs. And G2 hang on to that post plant. 1 round closer to a win on Ancient.
Yeah, that stay saved again here for G2 in quite a scary moment when the trade comes out of cave. I mean, it's really good cover from Elbow, and the timing on the mid play coming in late was exactly when Falcons left it, but they almost had a tactic to supplant their lack of information. But again, they were in G2 put themselves in perfect positions to take that space back. And Hunter, again, key duel. If that was going to end A, you need to have that A main frag. He also comes all the way around off of that push.
Oh, damn. This one's so fast we missed it. Sorry, where is Nico?
That's worth a wave.
Obviously just pistols here for Falcons. Trying to save money to play for that 3-round overtime push. Bad Molotov here from G2, so making some slight mistakes on their approach to a B site, but again, should be good. It is just pistols. Off of the flash, the 5-7 pouncing onto Snacks. Good dodge from Snacks, jumping in behind box and working with his teammate, both of them peeling players back. Malb's freed up to try and get another. It is him that just blew Nico out of this round. And everybody coming together here for G2. Round 12 on the board for this T side. It is Falcons versus 3 map points.
This is one that will embitter you if you're Falcons, looking at the way that this half has gone. In the first half, they had lost positions, they converted. Now, they're putting themselves in great positions and then failing to the better players. You know, Monacy is still Monacy on this team. Malbs has taken out Nico. Hunter's taken out Nico. And we're getting shots like this all half.
And Snacks is finding critical impact too. I mean, look across the kill spread here for G2.
Yeah, this is a rare game where every single player is contributing. Snacks is actually having his best event in a G2 jersey, and that's not an incredibly high rating, but it is compared to his other events since joining the team.
And we know he's doing that while also trying to kind of forge a bit more of an iron fist. In the absence of Nico's secondary calling, Snacks got to make sure he gets a tight grip on the reins of this still very promising G2 project.
You know, but if I'm Falcons in this game, like you do not give up in this position. Like I've seen 3 rounds now that were just all theirs, and then you hit one great shot from a G2 player. That could happen again, but you would never bet on it. In terms of sustainability, I think Falcons have hit the nail on the head. But now the pressure is extra high. And another simple A-site hit coming out, but 3 CTs are here.
Matt just putting the smoke down in front. Oh, great grenade damage coming out from the defenders. Kixan just swings out from Temple, eats that Snacks flash like it's a snack, and then the backside held from Magisk only for a moment. Man advantage post plant about to come through. It is Falcons on their map pick. And if this retake doesn't happen, G2 go up first. Monacy not wasting moments. It is Tessus down. Him and nearly him alone at moments kept them in that first half. Things have fizzled out. Degster on the retake attempt, smoke down in front of him. 3 sets of eyes here for G2, looking to lock it in, and he is so desperate as he tries to spam through this smoke. He emerges, but he will not be victorious. A clean T-side from G2, and they looked strong. Not just 1 or 2 pieces. From top to bottom, G2 take the first map off Falcons.
Soon.
Nice!
AK
fucking nice, Abdul.
On the left side, on the right side of Xbox, on the right side, I think.
Bro.
It's okay.
Fucking nice. Good shit, Abdul.
Nice.
Thank you, brother.
Oh,
guys, this is something new.
Yes, this is such a good thing.
I'm blind, Mario.
Hey, Rush, carefully.
That's Nico. Nice, Ilya.
One more. The Xbox.
Chill. Don't cross.
Sound, he took off, guys.
Don't cross. We just chill, guys. Both, yeah.
I have temple, sound. Temple.
They smoke the bomb. Let's go together. When I go. 3, 2, 1, go. In the smoke.
Nice.
Nice boy. I have a
Nice,
Ilya.
Take the AKs, man. Take the AKs.
Лучше, блядь.
Guys.
Go.
Blind. One more CT, I think. Out, Xbox. Rocky. Went to temple. He's in temple.
I have CT if he cross the smoke.
I have donut, guys. I have temple.
A lot CT. Keep donut.
Temple, 3 temple.
One more Rocky. Nice! Hey, Mario! What the fuck? Hey, brother!
Nice.
On the bottom.
Close, guys, close.
Let's go. Flash again.
Wait.
Flash left, someone. Flashing left. Temple dead. I'm going out. Oh, wait, backside.
Headshot.
Default dead.
4v1. Chill. 4v1.
Yeah, out of this, yeah. No one can counter Kurva this anti-force. Yeah. Nico!
I killed AK on Monis, and I think it was his AK red line.
Don't repeat the call, guys. I don't know what happened, but for well fucking played, boys.
Yeah, it is.
Falcons versus G2 to stay alive here at Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2025. And Falcons map pick of Ancient goes the way of G2. Close affair, we could hear in some of those team comms as well. You know, a lot of desire, a lot of chaos maybe sometimes in the comms, but G2 managing to get it done in the second half on their T side.
They had us in the first half, actually. Falcons with a commanding lead. They started off 3-0 up, and it was on that 4th round that G2 were able to pick up their first round, and it was off the back of like Heavy God doing a push down ramp, and that was the first of many rounds that G2 started to crawl back into the game. But Falcons looked like for a long period of time there that they were in full control, and then it wasn't until the second half that...
Let's do something a little bit different here,
Sure.
Josh. Let's talk a little bit about the Counter-Strike, right? Like in depth in a couple of rounds. So let's look at the second half. This is a reset round sort of for for both teams, really. So let's see what happens to open up the round. Mid control coming in from the side of Falcons. You can see that the majority of G2 is in this area outside B, wanting to take that control. Not really going for early mid control, unlike Falcons themselves, who were taking a lot of space there. So just exchange of utility. You can see Nico getting that deep information. Now some of the rotations come in. They're worried a little bit about the bomb sites. This is going to be some good Counter-Strike from the side of Falcons. Like, they're going to keep being proactive here. They're not just allowing space for G2, and slowly but surely they're going to find an opening pick here outside of Cave.
Yeah, when you get into a situation like this as the CTs, it's always this timing of the round where something needs to happen. Because what's happening is this is the last smoke over for the CTs expiring on elbow soon. So once that expires, that is usually the timing of the Ts that are going to come back and they're going to retake middle. They're going to do it from both that B lane area and bottom of middle. So something is going to happen here from both sides, and we're just waiting to see kind of who kicks things off.
Right, and the call is set pretty much from G2 the whole round. They don't try to retake mid, they don't try to go away. Like, they're just trying to, maybe they're waiting for this reaction, trying to punish that and sort of win the round in these mid-round fights, but it doesn't go their way. And now you'll see, after that initial kill comes in, they spot Hunter towards the B bomb site. Look at all the rotations from the Falcons players. This is Nico as well, who he's going to push from behind, so they have full information at this point in time. G2 sort of trying to figure out, okay, can we do anything else? Is it just B the option for us? Again, all 4 players are here. But now something strange is going to happen. I think they realize, Falcons maybe, that they didn't have eyes on this sort of pathway, and that they maybe lost timing, and just the utility being thrown, they're thinking this is a fake, maybe to put pressure. That's what Falcons themselves did. So now you'll see Dexter, despite that, just deciding to sort of leave the bomb site. But look at Nico, is already on the flank. He already gets a kill. Now it's a 5v3. He's still going to check mid. So this is actually going to provide an opening for the G2 side of things. On the boost, Kingsan can't connect on the kill. They get a double there. And from this point on, they actually have a super winnable round.
When I look at a situation like this, I can't help but think about what's going on all the way up here, where we're looking at, look at all the X's on the map from the blue guys, the CTs. We're looking at them 2 at long, 1 at short. Nico, the player that was on that flank, he's still alive. He's waiting, you know, he doesn't go for more. He goes for his 1. He knows that he's going to keep a second player involved with him. All that these guys need to do here is stay alive and make sure that they move together. Going for spam kills, like, you don't need that. You have a 5-on-3, they're contained, they are worried about a flank, they're going to be split. One's planting, one's holding Nico, that's 1 player available. All you have to do is slowly strangle them out, converge together methodically. Do they want to do it methodically?
No, and the worst thing why Dexter is dead is because he got caught by Hunter, and that's because he was doing that rotation to mid that was a little bit unnecessary. And after that, Nico is left in a 1v2. They're going to lose this round, right? I don't think we have, if we have the next round ready, if you guys can just play it out. But there was also one right after that, a couple rounds, so they're able to recover. But in any case, G2 is down to their last buy, right? Like, there's not much that they can do. They're looking a little bit lost. They go for 5 players red room, right? In this round, you can see the buy for G2. It's very hodgepodge, right? Some pistols there. Galil only 1 AK on snacks, out of all people. So, you know, trying to go early on for this sort of an A execute, like, this is where they're going to get blocked. They're going to decide against it, fall back, go back to mid. Falcons are aware that the money is going to be tough on G2, that there's not a lot of utility, right? So this is now not looking great for the side of G2.
It's definitely not looking good, and you see them coming back into middle here. And Falcons, the entire time on their T side, they were actually getting into middle, into that red room. Nico especially, just being able to cross middle, get into that, and wreak havoc on the rotations from the side of the CTs. But here, we get to see Nico, he's locked off at Donut, has to be saying, hey, they could go red room, they could go middle, but right now, it's such a 2-1-2 split. They're trying to protect every part of the map right now, and that's going to not play in their favor.
Dexter in perfect position with the AWP. I mean, they're just running at him dry, misses the shot, but he sees almost everyone. Like, they have all the information here. Magus gets a kill, spots 1 more, and this is where things get chaotic for Falcons. Kixer, no idea that Hunter could be in this cubby, right? 3v3 situation, 25 seconds. Trades keep happening. 2v2 now. Dexter, they're coming towards him, and now just a 6 shot from Onesy, who was quiet for a good amount of time, but definitely stepped up in this round to deliver a key round for G2.
But these are two rounds that we're looking at right now where we're seeing the CTs kind of moving when they don't really need to. So one thing I really like to, say to my team is if you're going to like rotate somewhere, you need to be way ahead of that execute, because if that execute's coming, if they're going to be hitting the site, you're playing the retake anyways. So why move in certain situations? Dexter's moving back to B. Why? He knows that red's open, and then they're just running at them in that CT spawn to fight.
I think it's nerves, right? We heard from the check-in, right, being in their comms, Kixan actually being super frustrated with how much noise, how much talking is there, that people are panicking, that they're not communicating calmly, and that's why he maybe didn't know about Hunter, didn't hear it, right? And you can tell this game is not just an ordinary game for either of these two teams. But yeah, that was that from us here at the Telestrator. Let's go over to Freya, who has a coach check-in for us.
Had the opportunity to check in with Zonic after unfortunately losing out their map pick. Questioned him first of all about the communication, because we got a nice little snippet of Kixan during the game there. He said that he felt like it was decent considering how new the team is, but there were moments where they were off. He cited a couple of rounds where there were a couple of boosts, a couple of set strats that just weren't exactly being communicated perfectly. But he is looking forward to that second map and hoping to bounce back versus G2.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice, from the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more! Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Katowice while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Who you are.
I think that's upgrade, in my opinion.
I agree with that because the Kixan is I think the very different kind of IGL. I think so. Yeah. And to be honest, it's kinda too difficult to play against the Kixan, you know.
It's definitely an upgrade. I think nowadays you can say. I think Snappy definitely has a lot more experience than him, but at the same time I think Snappy needs very specific players around him to make that system work. I think he needs a lot of freedom in some way and trust.
From outside perspective, I look at it as well as an upgrade. I think he was really good in ENCE. I think he made it really good, like work, you know. They were doing really good job there, but yeah, I don't think he was good for this Falcons project. Yeah, I think Kixan, as you said, He's kind of upcoming, like maybe established and nowadays. But yeah, I think he can learn a lot there from Zonic. You know, I think it's an upgrade for sure.
Obviously, it's early stages, so we don't know each other that well yet. We're obviously trying to get to know, get to learn each other to know. But I think the whole project last year, I think everyone needed a fresh start, and I think Snappy can make success in other places as well. So I think it's kind of like a hard question, because I think last year was not specifically one guy's fault. I think it was equally on everyone, and I think everyone kind of got to the realization that we didn't click together as a team. And I think it's too early for me to say, but I am very positive about Damian, and I think he has a bright future. He's very young and he shows to be a captain. I think that's a good thing. So I'm very excited for my future, but also his future. I think he is one of the bigger stars in his roles and will be for many years from now. So yeah, I definitely believe it's gonna be a good fit.
The G2 unit succeed back on Ancient. Now we jump into Dust 2 next. G2 taking us here, Mohan. Any feelings you got to get off your chest? It's a safe space to say anything you'd like right now, right here.
I mean, I'm very impressed that G2 won that on their firepower. It's not... I definitely think Falcons called the better game, but I'm also not surprised to see G2 win in that fashion. That's part of the way they're going to win a lot of matches. And it's not that they had bad calls either. They definitely had some good rounds in the first half, even if they started with only 5 rounds. And here on Dust 2, it's only going to get even more individualistic, but I'm sure that Falcons can keep up. And I think I'm very much looking forward to Nico in this match on Dust 2 to really decide sort of how comfortable he's looking on this roster.
TSS on a bit of an adventure here, looking to test over on long doors. You want Nico on Dust 2? Here he goes. Jumps down to CT spawn. Hello.
Oh, the bomb.
Awkward.
A little awkward, and they don't know where TSS has gotten off to as well. It's a double whammy.
Ooh.
It's a triple whammy.
USP's looking real crisp.
That is the best time to start peeking. As soon as you drop the bomb in that spot, then the T's have to break their structure entirely. Then there's so many opportunities.
Come on, more. Oh
wow, it's just one
USP
bullet,
taps
one kill,
everywhere.
every single shot.
Here, this one will get a little messy. Glock down middle, I think not. Heavy God, 1 versus 4 would need the ace. That's a tall order, I must say. But he played well back on Ancient. Kixan, cheeky, keeps his head down and pops up for success. That is a clean sweep of USP headshots to come out from the Falcons CT pistol. Back on map 1, these teams split pistols. Let's see what Falcons can do with it here if they convert. But yeah, man, most of these were one-tap kills.
Yeah, seriously. The
2,
first 3.
3, 4. Still counts.
First bullet killed him.
Yeah. If you squint your eyes, it still counts.
He didn't spray right there. Kixan is an interesting IGL because I think after Paris, there's a lot of attention on him. And one of the things I remember him saying is he didn't really have any IGLs he looked up to in particular. Like when asked about his style of calling, he was sort of like, I try to make my own style. It's very much a man that doesn't have idols. And I think that's really why you can get to his level so quickly, is by sort of believing in yourself in that way. And towards the end of the Heroic, I think that was an even better team than what we saw in Apex on that deep run, right? That was after Kixan getting figured out a little bit, after having a lot more goes at Tier 1 teams. So it's even more impressive to see what they were able to accomplish.
Definitely 2 highlights of this man's career. Apex in Paris, Heroic in Shanghai.
I also appreciate him as a fragger, too.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, he makes a lot of good plays.
What about
first bullet accuracy?
What about when he buys Negevs?
Even more. I like him even more.
Yeah, you like that?
Yeah. And Anubis.
Little Negev mid-hold. Really talks about self-confidence. And Dexter with the scout, always good for one, but he'll double down, and Nico here on cleanup duty. 5 players stand. Falcons, good conversion, although not like G2 really invested in that one to try and off-kilter them with the pistol.
I can't tell you I have any idea how this game's going to go. I think I was very impressed from both teams in terms of how Ancient went. Individual, like especially Mobs, you know, just making sure he's having a good day.
Yeah, surely.
Monacy was also getting a lot of highlights, which is just something, it's, you know, beginning of the year, can't really know where he's going to be at. And then conversely on Falcons as a team, I think they, you know, 2/3 of each round, I feel like they were the better team, but couldn't close out the key ones.
It's also just a great sign to see that game of Ancient after the way they started 2025. It was one of the more embarrassing kind of T-side collapses we saw with this G2 camp. Back at Bounty in the online portion. There has just been a slow uptick in improvement from the G2 squad. Nice double layered grenades here from Nico. That's a ton of damage for Mobs to have to deal with.
Yeah, they tenderized that steak. Or Mobs is just trying to throw a setup smoke.
He's not asking too much.
Wonder after last map if Nico was like, man, we should have never signed this guy. It's too much of a threat.
Ooh, ooh. Nico hanging on into spawn. Magisk serves up a great distraction. Still some success, though, at the B site for this G2 split attempt. There's the flank out of Kixan. Mobs catching Nico in spawn. That's gotten Monacy sectioned off. Needs to run with bomb, and it'll hit the ground. So Hunter has to come out from the B site that he himself cleared only moments ago. And because at least the CT smoke is still in position, he can go ahead and run away with that bomb. But a fast move here from Kixan and great damage. Ultimately, Hunter getting back into the site with 2 HP. A bomb plant's lucky. They give him a bit of space. Dexter coming over, and that FAMAS going to be enough to make the difference.
Here's actually another situation where 2/3 of the round, Falcons look like the better team, but now they actually win in the end. There's a deep CT smoke, which is... The reason you do this is because you can take the fights in CT as well as go for a mid-B split and make it look like a cat play all at once. But I think because of Nico's grenades, they actually forewent the Freiburg drop into CT spawn through the smoke and just did the deep CT smoke. But what happened was Nico was playing in CT now. And the bait from Magisk shooting from the window worked out perfectly. They got those first 2 kills. So another situation where G2 nearly fragged themselves out of I think, a losing spot. But we're a little bit, Falcons were finally a little bit more clutch in the end. And the reason that we're seeing sort of a renaissance of that Freiburg drop is because of the CS2 smokes. Because now when you're standing behind CT, you can blow it open at any time. You can shoot through it and see someone and then start spraying. It's become harder and harder to mid-B the more natural way.
Magisk heard those footsteps down in the depths of the tunnels. See if he really expects this kind of a commitment, I would say, with the rotation out of TSS and Nico picking up the mid support.
Just wants to look for the flashes coming over top. But he'll shoot early.
Hanging on to the corner. TSS finding his. TSS then dies. Stacks. No way. Drive by. Tech9. Stacks goes moving through the site. It is Nico staring at the flame. And with it, G2 have taken over a bomb site they really had no business even getting into. I've never seen a flying pole like that. Keeping their heads tucked. Heavy God's going to take that nade. Now he sits on 40 health. We're waiting for that Tunnels player to come through. If Falcons want to keep this flawless streak going, retake demanded of them. It's a low health Snacks backside. If he misses a shot, then Monacy's back is compromised, but he'll lock it in. And Monacy wins the door duel. That was TSS and Magisk, both on site, and only 1 kill between the two.
I'll say this time, it's a good setup in terms of they have K-Sharp and they have close left of the doorway, which is really good spots to hold versus this, but they both make a mistake. Like Magisk shoots his entire magazine when it's a guaranteed exact position, and Tessus also sprays his whole mag through the smoke before he sees the nades coming over top of the roof. And if they know the exact's coming in, they both can't empty their mags like that. So really hoping that they got lucky and killed everybody in the tunnel.
Nice.
But, ooh, Dexter kicks off with a frag on Monacy.
He'll knock him down a peg, put the op in. Oh, Dexter. Really?
Wow. Okay, that's a classic Dexter move.
Oh, Dexter. I love it. Yeah. Gonna catch snacks off guard every day of the week, weekends included. Dexter looking for a little bit more here. Obviously.
I'm not leaving.
No. That's the thing with Dexter, you know? Stubborn in all the best ways.
Oh, my God.
4 kills, 4 shots.
All
and
dead
Heavy
in upper
God
tunnels.
better run for the hills, because they threw the opper forward where 2 rifles faltered, and it is an instant bounce back from the Falcons, up 4-1 in a few moments. Kicks and dies.
That was a monster moment out of Dexter.
Hell yeah.
I mean, look at the X's on the map. That's from an op. First kill, Amon sees everything. Then he sees the setup smokes a little, lurk smokes a little too late. And then it can't dissuade him from there. They don't want to lose any more kills. Heavy God wants to keep his AK. They'll call a truce.
I just want this round to end so we can watch the replays.
Yeah, seriously.
That first shot on Monacy was so clean.
Like, look where all those deaths are.
Yeah. Yeah. 4 different engagements in tunnels. And you saw that, like, G2 kind of tiptoeing their way up against him, like, oh, we can overrun. No, you can't overrun Dexter. His explosiveness, actually, in those sorts of moments are always so impressive. You know, throw it back to, like, B-Site, Anubis, Blast World Finals, the Dexter moment Harry casted. That one, dude, just a reminder that the explosiveness and multi-frag potential on Dexter is so clean. Up in your face every step of the way.
I'll never forget that game. I think it was his first game on OG. They played Mirage against Simple, and it was like he was playing like Simple was just some average player, and like that's who he is.
Ooh, Monacy wants a piece.
He said, "Run it back."
Dexter won't do it twice. Oh, I like this. This is probably what they wanted to get going 1 round to go.
And they're in transition.
Yeah. Look, you take Dexter off the site, and it's got nothing to stand on. 2 headshots from Heavy God. Monacy won't find anything as smoke pops on door.
That's a fantastic idea. I mean, clearly. But we have a position where the one thing they're worried about, they're not afraid of, which is Dexter. But why would he start there twice? You know,
why would he?
Why would Monacy come back to that engagement? If he thought that Dexter was going to be up there, obviously, this could have been a spawn thing. But those B-side players definitely getting taken advantage of now. We've had one clear mistake with, you know, emptying their ammo before actually seeing anybody. And now they get caught in a moment where it's a transition.
So, Mo, you think Dexter starts on B next round?
You know what? I think we got to have a lower play.
Okay.
Yeah, because you don't have to go in front of them to defend against that option, and lower covers other things too. So if this ends up being a mid B late, or let's say this happens again, and the B side player is just a bit more ready, then you at least have a way to catch him.
Yeah, man, just not having fun on that B bomb site. All right, we'll see what the adaptation is here.
Oh my, 4A. No, they're just going for long control, but spawns aren't there here for G2. They're the ones who are going to start tunnels. They're the ones who are going to go into lower.
Spawn is going hunting for any kind of a cap moment, but it was all about long here for Falcons. No resistance from Catwalk. You know, no pokes or prods barring those double doors. So it's still G2 to get enough of a position. We see Falcons trying to move back in, trying to keep pressure up with the util.
Another good grenade.
Nico's got another. Ooh, that should be, oh, that would have been a good one.
You can see how tilted he was. He knows exactly where they're standing. And you can see on the map they're playing Goose, so they're full committed to this A play coming in. Interesting boost here from m0NESY, but no one jumping up.
It's because we've seen it. Nico likes to go play that box.
Well, sometimes we're seeing the molly to stop the attack, and then someone going to jump up on Cat, and they're getting shot through the molly.
Trickle smokes. Nico trying to disrespect it, getting ahead of Malbs, but the flashbang deters him for only a moment. They're going to try to keep that pressure up. Nico, in on elbow, drops bomb. And that is going to serve up a real issue for his ex-teammates now. Originally hoping that m0NESY was going to find the op to pull Nico off this bomb site. Instead, it is 3v5 for G2 to have to handle. 15 on the clock, no bomb possession, and they write off their losses. But if you're not careful on this exit, it's going to cost you Hunter too.
Wow, very careful on the exit.
Worth it. He survives the shot. m0NESY versus Degster. Everybody's surviving through the doorway. Ooh, and m0NESY ends up losing the op for G2.
They won't get. Wait, was that after time? That must have been right.
Yeah, 2400.
Oh, that's rough. That's rough. It was actually a good opportunity for him, but like running forward may have been a better option.
Shame.
This is Nico. I mean, he missed his first grenade, which he was tilted about, but he knew exactly what they were trying to do. This round's interesting because G2 don't start off playing mid, so they don't actually have that much info. All they know for sure is that it's not a long play when they start out here. But to be honest, man, G2 these days are just like all about extremities.
Hello. Poor Heavy God loses vision. Maybe it wasn't after time. They still had a ton of guns.
But there was one save, no? Or maybe not.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah. Yeah, Hunter still kept his, hence the cash. Big money moves.
I think, yeah, a definite problem, I think, with the way that G2 worked the map their last few games is they have one idea and they really just stick to it. And you can really see Nico knows that. Ball control didn't work out, so they're here to pause and then just restart it.
Snacks pushes him off the ledge. Degster up on the line. When Degster's been a part of the round, that's when G2 have had their biggest problems. Sitting pretty at 6-1.
That one idea and they stick to it. Goose holds. It's the player they didn't even see last time.
Smokes himself off, gets the Tech 9 out in anticipation of the challenge. Some Snacks gets sat on his ass. m0NESY with a good trade, but suddenly the Wonder Kid's alone. And under pressure from a ton of players on this A site, Falcon's gonna go up 6-2. Degster didn't look uncomfortable for a moment.
It's not bad to recommit to plans, but one of the reasons that they do it so often is because they're not using like another extremity lurker, so they have to go and re-clear things. They don't oftentimes want to, so they'd rather just pause, leave the idea open that they went back to tunnels. But, you know, you have Falcons re-flashing mid, they're not hearing anything tunnels. So, again, I think the information has just been better for Falcons.
See that save from Hunter trickles a few pistols around in the camp, but this is G2 who, you know, they've been pretty adamant about trying to get up into Cat, and at times it's been turned away by grenades and whatnot, but the 2 times they followed through now, there's no further success. Not allowed in. So yeah, Hunter will spend that extra money for a solo AK. And a couple Desert Eagles on the board. How do you get one AK-47 into the action? And how long before G2 start trying to go back to bullying that B bomb site? Because both their round wins, B hits. One smoke for the mid to B.
Look at him just conditioning them.
Not even. Throws it over towards A site instead. Yeah. Yeah, Nico gets caught off by Hunter. Solo AK on the field. Surrounded by pistoleros. Tesses along the wall, digged out by mobs. Now Hunter's gonna try to chase down sight. Magisk to the USP. The tables turn, but a shot between the eyes. Sidearm just enough. Still a chance. T's able to get back out. Magisk back in with the sidearm. Now he starts to fumble. Snacks gets the better of him. Monacy's got the M4. Kicksands hot on the approach, but it's being held, and he pops back up at the perfect time. Boys, keep going B.
Oh, they get away with that again. And this is Nico throwing his nade off of Cat, and then instead of throwing a second one, walking back to mid B to support just in case. And he's still the one who gets caught off guard. This is a round where G2 come in with almost nothing. Hunter dies without head armor in this spot right to this USP.
One AK made possible by Hunter being the solo survivor 2 rounds earlier. Picks up the responsibility in round 9. Dexter now trying to challenge mid. You know, you had kind of called for the lower tunnels play. Falcons had remained quite passive when it came to the mid setups. Dexter getting a suicide frag. Excellent start. His counterpart's down. Now starting to flash for control into the tunnels. This is G2 having to expend some of their utilities to just take back what Falcons fought for. There's a wall bang. Sign of things to come. You want into the action, Mobs? You'll have to do it from 20 health. And I feel like this poor kid's been just peppered by frag grenades, wall bangs.
He's not seeing anything.
Yeah, Mulbs, I understand Mario's difficulty in getting his game going here on map 2.
But look at the tempo on the re-aggression. He just shot that from mid B.
Yeah, swinging.
Wait, not
goes
clearing
Nico.
this.
Hunter's going to catch him off from the corner. Too many players on Cat, though, for G2 to chew through all. That's Monacy's op now in the hands of Snacks to bring it back to just the one-man advantage.
And Snacks going all the way back to spawn. I don't know if that's just to get a different weapon, but no.
Yeah, he switched out to the AK.
They're also trying to throw a bait, but the problem is if Snacks fakes from outside and they're inside of tunnels, this will do nothing to the CTs. But if he walks by just into B, then we're in for a round. In fact...
You think he'd do that?
I think Snacks definitely could, but we have a really, like, it's almost a full commitment on the long player.
Flash for Heavy God. Turns back around. Snacks will be finding an open A site. Matt just hears it. But it's still going to be bomb planted. At the very least, it's bomb planted. Nice belt of utility here for Snacks. He's been playing a good series. He's having a great event. Katowice, his best in this G2 jersey.
He's just not thinking about tunnels, though, right now.
Not considering it yet, but repositioned over to the car. Remember, all of this being heard, so they're going to know damn well exactly where he's at. A little tease of what's to come. Tunnels player not even needed. It is the window challenge that gets the retake done. G2 with one more. Excuse me, Falcons.
Yeah, it can be hard to tell sometimes. Yeah.
Wait, where's Nico?
Yeah.
Falcons. That's 7-3. Falcons.
Very impressive for Dexter to win these head-to-heads versus Monacy. Challenged him in upper tunnels, turned that into a 4K. This is looking like Dexter's playground today. Doing a great job of countering the important players on G2. G2 have been getting a lot of yield out of mid-Bs and B plays in general. But you gotta say, every time that it's gone A, the Falcon setup has been ready and waiting.
The coast seems clear.
This is, I think, a bit more of a rare sight. You have late long control, but you have the tunnel split. Oh, I thought the bomb was going to go back. I was like, okay, this is something a little different now for G2. But...
Oh, nicely done, Falcons. Flushing Heavy God from behind blue box.
At least now they have options open, but the smoke in the tunnels.
There we go, Magisk. Attaboy.
know what I mean, though, right? I think you hear them take long at that point, and I think G2 immediately knows, like, okay, this will eventually be in a hit. Really good job to have a player in pit and long, ready to re-clear that. And Snacks, will he get away with this gun? Yeah, they're too far away to knock these guns out of their hands. And already a better half than Ancient to kick off Dust 2.
Yeah, the only success G2 have actually been able to find throughout this T-half is those B hits. One of them off the solo AK. Really just a bit of X factor sprinkled in. Otherwise, this half is a total sweep. We hit round 12. 4 T rounds, best case scenario. Oh, poor Heavy God, man. He lands the shot, but through the edge of the wall. So Kicksan's going to fall back with a quarter health. And it looks like G2 are going to go all in tunnels.
Yeah.
Why not, right?
But
You've got 3 round wins. It's been 3 B hits.
You finally have a lean towards B.
They've had 3 here previously, but it was still TeSS and Magisk to die with 1 kill between them. Right now, Dexter is sitting outside of that door. Window, rather.
This is looking clear as glass to Falcons, but not the first time I've said that and they've still lost.
Dexter's going to come into the peak. Dexter's going to challenge. Monacy scouring back sight. He is just so confident at the moment. 12-2 on the half. Dexter under pressure, but supported by top box. Queues up Magisk. Easy with the A4. Him and TeSS combined for all the other kills they need. Heavy God with the Hail Mary. 1v4 attempt. Damage was done. 35 to the clock, but that's all they're going to manage. And that there is a 9th to the board for Falcons, a defense that stands strong.
Mid now. I'm pushing. Off that, get a B pop. I block B split.
We good. They're doing smoke. The flash. The flash.
I'm only. Oh fuck, I'm ready. B, it's B. I'm with you. Holding chain with you. One more. Last mid, smoke B split. Okay. Last mid. With me.
I will take tunnel. I will take tunnel.
I flash.
I have tunnel.
Come.
Yeah!
I can't know, man.
Nice.
Just another moment where Degster puts up a defense, 12-3 on the half, and only a measly 3 rounds coming out of G2 on the first side. So right back into the action, we've got Heavy God in the kill feed quickly, and this pistol will be critical if there is a recovery to be had for the G2 camp.
There's got to be a weird texture to it. I've seen that smoke get missed so many times now.
And it's going to cost them.
Yeah.
More headshots coming out from the defense. That defense now being G2. But it has to be stated, Malbs and Monacy looking like shells of themselves after the first 12 rounds of play.
Even a plant is a small success. Let's see if G2 can stop that from going down. Push is coming.
Hunter's gonna wrap up on the ramp, and Magisk surrounded. Oh, still a chance! Still a chance! Magisk, 4 health, 1v4, surrounded, and successful!
What year is it, Magisk? Forget about yesterday. G2 dead silent.
An entire team on top of him. 4 players with Magisk in their vision, and he slams them.
Last bullet. Wow. That's one of his best clutches ever. And he's had some rounds.
Well done.
Okay. A plant is a small win, Connor.
You just never know in Counter-Strike when you're about to be, when you're on the brink of glory. Never a dull moment.
He could not have positioned himself better with every micro move to avoid bullets than he did in that moment.
And didn't spam a single shot more than he could afford.
Wow.
We are in Poland, so in the wise words of Pasha, full control.
Yo, Monacy has been stamped out of this game by Degster. It's actually unreal. Like it was 13-4 versus 4-11. I did not think that we'd see that after Ancient.
The fact that Degster has just been everywhere all at once. You could feel it with that 4K, dude. When he was pushing into tunnels, anytime Degster was nearby, there was no chance for G2. Magisk just has electricity coursing through his veins right now. And he's got a whole team right behind him to make sure that this long hit goes well. Single casualty on the approach. Nico on the other half of the map trying to hunt down this last remaining member in Snacks. He's looking for the door. As Falcons look for map 3. Mirage in the wings. Whoa.
Whoa. I was like, all right, CT half. It's definitely possible for G2 to come back. But I have trouble believing it now. It's a lot of UMP gods these days.
There's always a little shakeup, right? MP9 gets slightly nerfed. Somebody who is already kind of a fan of another gun wants to play that instead. And then they'll realize that they're still wrong. And they'll get back to that MP9 in no time.
He was barely peeking. Ooh. I'm glad we get a third map.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's possible G2 to come back, but I really feel like Falcons played well on Ancient. this series. That was a great map of CS in general. Even seeing G2 without Nico shine through in individual moments so many times, and versus Nico, no less.
I think really the big difference that unfortunately happened for Falcons back on that first map is, if I'm not memory recalls correctly, of like the 10 opening kills that they had throughout the map, they only converted like 7 of them. You know, those missed rounds.
Oh man, so much damage. They ran through that lower molly.
G2 get back into the game, so they've tidied that up on top of just some huge individual moment from Dexter. And obviously that Magisk pistol is, well, it's one for the history books of Kato.
Elimination game after all.
Yes, sir.
And speaking of, it was, Hunter having a really bad game until it mattered. And then so many critical moments in a row in those closing rounds.
You can contrast that Magisk moment as well to early days in the first half when he loses that B site with no kills back-to-back rounds and he just slams the desk or the chair or the whatever. The inanimate object. You're allowed to hit it as long as it doesn't have feelings.
You can hit me?
A half a Counter-Strike later, and he's posting that bad boy.
And people were literally calling for his head yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So, nice to see a reminder of what the Magisk man can do. Nico, double ump entry up the catwalk. Monacy's going to get blasted off the bomb site. Damn, Nico's making that ump look good. Real good. There's 12, folks. Falcons, 9 map points to extend us into Mirage. At this point, feels like an inevitability.
I guarantee you everyone on the server is still thinking about that 1v4.
It's funny, how a round of Counter-Strike like that can just leave a sting.
Mm-hmm.
And as professionals, you can try to move past it. And they're not going to be talking about it, but they're all going to be thinking about it. It's a bargain bin buy from G2 here. Triple MP9, auto shotty on Snacks, and a scout for Monacy. Falcons already in the process of putting the ribbon on this one. We've got Dexter, 14 kills. Nico, 13. Magisk, 16, dude. That trio right there, that core, is why this second map is so lopsided. And with the promise they showed us on Ancient, the conviction they've shown us on Dust 2, they will leave the possibility of a Mirage win in the back of our minds. An approach to the B site. Through the fire goes Nico. Blinded. Auto shotty to hold back door. And somehow this round's working. Or so it was. Magisk back into the action. He's got 2 players back towards mid. He gets caught. Snacks, of course, with the shotgun. This is his bomb site. His playpen.
You say that, but
and
Dexter's
still chance to clutch.
Got utility.
Monacy.
That's good revenge here from Monacy.
Hands on a real gun, posts a 4th at the very least. 9 rounds needed, 1 round down.
1 foot in front of the other. Love to see the auto shotgun be successful.
And then glad to see it get left behind.
Everybody wants that off duel this match. And there's that lower start. I was saying Falcons would try.
You're not going to win this game if you just turtle up. So Monacy struggling alongside Malbs.
As much as we love talking about op versus op duels, you aren't doing a good job if you're actually going against the other op in every round. That's your scariest fight to win. Heavy God holds on to long. Three players on the crawl up. Malbs maybe he has to be careful, but he still has the advantage. Nico versus him has been really interesting to watch. I think Mobs might even be ahead.
Surely not this map.
Yeah, surely not this map.
Here it comes. Exec to get them out into elbow at the 25-second mark. Hunter on ramp to try and support Goose. They've also got long under wraps. So the Goose player catches him off guard. And well, there's one more for the Mobs head-to-head. Dexter down as the Hunter spam comes out. That is 2 down, 7 to go.
Yep, solid from every perspective here. Heavy God with his long control, opening kill going their way with Monacy's lower play. And again, like we saw the first half, Dexter versus Monacy, B site versus B tunnels. But this time, Dexter sees nothing, and that immediately gives a chance for Monacy to pick a rifle off, which is your ultimate goal. Pick as many rifles off as you can.
It's funny, man. The way Zonic's leaning against the wall behind Falcons right now, it just, to me, the body language screams just, please finish this. You know, just, guys, please end this. We don't need to spend any extra brain power on this map of Counter-Strike than we need to.
It certainly feels inevitable, but G2 make him sweat. They'll have some success. Falcons have started this year with a 2-0 win over Ents online at the Bounty. Looking for their first LAN win, potentially here. And G2 also proving they can survive losing Nico. And both teams, more than anything else, with elimination at the top of their minds. Someone's going out early.
Pack of players wrapped up. Easy does it. Hunter with the quad. And 6 rounds, Mohan.
Let's go one at a time.
One by one. Got nowhere else to be. See? Look at Zonic. Guys.
Please, 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 please.
Guys.
Yeah.
You're going to close this, right?
I really think, I mean, with Zonic, like, years of experience and all that, but with Kixen and Nico on the team, you just got to be, like, letting them take control.
Yeah, of course.
Learning from them.
You guys are going to close this, right? Here's one of their real chances. With guns in hand, we shall see what gets offered over by G2. You know, it's that classic balancing act of starting to make a comeback, feeling a little bit more confident, but also not wanting to make a misstep and let this game end. This is one of the more reserved looks we've had from them, in contrast to having Monacy up in the tunnels at the start of the round, for example. Could have been worse. Only 15 damage on that nade for Nico. Luckily for Mobs, he's got another. Nico walks back, so those nades, considering 2 thrown out, not so successful. 45 to the clock. A lot of room given over here for the T-side up catwalk. What started as the 2-player long setup now draws Monacy back into Mobs. I mean, this is what's supposed to work. This is Monacy and Mobs on an A-hold.
Oh, they smoke him out of the mid-B. There's 2 leaned right now, and they're
Mobs
out.
running.
Mobs, is he going to push through? And Nico, is he going to drop?
Hunter on the door.
Yes.
Nicely done. Finding the right pinch at the right time. Nico trying to unroot something in middle. It'll be Dexter to do it instead. Nico and Dexter 2 versus 5, and time is playing against them.
Okay, but surely they can't get this back.
Nah, that bomb down towards the doorway of the B site, 10 to the clock. This is another chance for Falcons to have gotten onto a bomb site, but G2 throwing a spanner in the works. It's a kill from Mobs, Snacks, and Hunter. One apiece.
Yeah, this is well held.
Nico could die after time here as well. He's going to hang on for dear life. Locked in, he'll hold, and he'll move forward with it. But that is 4 rounds consecutive now for this defense.
It really is. That was a complicated position for sure. I mean, right there you have Mobs who has to make the executive choice. And again, as the rotator, if he's going to play towards mid-B or if he's going to play towards Cat. And the whole while Nico's trying to fake him out. making that presence known. But Nico's drop comes in late, and Malbs is allowed to fight versus those mid-B players, which is the nightmare situation when you're going for it. So, but this time, I think they smoke both deep CT as well as just a regular mid-B smoke. And I think that's a little bit trickier if you're Nico and you're going to try to find Malbs when you know he's down there somewhere. I'm not sure if he pushed out or not into mid. But either way, solid hold here for G2. Mixed buy for Falcons, but they'll keep on the op.
Off a Zonic pause.
And now
finally decides to come in with something. And hell of a time for Dexter to get back to where he had started this map with impact.
Well,
Snacks is down.
They immediately want to broaden their ideas here after that opening kill.
With the difficulties we've seen from Falcons on this T side, they better really value Magisk in that pistol round. From 9 to 12 off at the back of that early momentum.
G2 have a mixed buy, but they come in with a fair few grenades. They can still play a longer round.
Good on them to push back the initial cat control, but it's not G2 giving everything over for free. Oh, and Falcons, it's the right call to get out long. They'll see zero resistance whatsoever. Nico peeling away slightly. Man, what's this going to lead us to?
Oh, he's just going to go green box and let his teammates exec, and he's here to catch rotators. Full trust in the entry pack coming up long.
They've got the smoke on the cross now. Hunter's going to try to peel away from middle. Honestly, at this point, Falcons, they've just outmaneuvered G2 off the advantage. Heavy God to the bomb site, bit of damage in. It's actually Malbs to find the first kill of this hold, and then Heavy God comes in with one of his own. Eventually, Nico's gonna activate. Tessas sends Hunter spinning out of control with that D. Nico activates, Modesty down. Man advantage still for Falcons ever since the start. And with the bomb planted, it's their hands forced forward. Dexter off the angle, back in time. And Falcons, after sweating through the last 4 rounds, G2 trying to piece together something for respect. And Heavy God, with a Hail Mary 1v3 attempt, picks up the kit to try to close this distance. Long-range support offered from Nico in just a couple moments. And Tessas does a good job of keeping that head down. Heavy God dinked up, time ticks fast. Falcons will indeed close. Zonic comes in with a timeout, cools things off, and the Falcons step forward. A miraculous Magisk 1v4 in the pistol, and Mirage decides which of these teams goes home today.
Bro, I think we'll find. They'll pick Inferno.
I hope so. Our agent looks really bad.
Yeah, we're terrible on agent.
You're right.
But G2 are much better. No way they'll pick it. They'll pick Inferno.
You know what? Our Inferno is so clean.
Alright, you dumb, bro? You always take so long.
Yeah, let's go.
Do you think he'll buy it?
Who knows?
Maybe they'll try and pick nuke or something.
I hope so. We've been cooking a nuke.
Whatever you do, never pick cash against me, motherfuckers.
We go the full distance. Mirage required to see who will be surviving here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2025. Bit of a perplexing situation, Janko, because despite G2 really bouncing back, looking fiery on Ancient, they started off this map of Dust 2, their map pick, incredibly slowly.
Yes, indeed. It seemed like, you know, the only success they could find on their T side was towards that B bomb site, right? And not even always in full gun rounds. Sometimes when they just had pistols, things worked out their way. But when it came to the actual gun rounds, it seemed like Falcons were one step ahead. It was a little bit easy for them to read what G2 was trying to do. They were always positioned well for some of those hits, and Dexter, has to be said, you know, had a really good game on that CT side, especially with the AWP doing a lot of work.
We got to see a little bit of everything that game. We saw, you know, losing to Glocks. We saw some bullying happening from the side of Dexter onto Monazy in the head-to-head. We saw, yeah, just like the only site that they had access to on that T side was that B side, as Janko said. One of them was a mid to B. Heavy got on the entry on a couple of those as well. And then everything, it's just like anytime Dexter went B, it was just completely on lockdown though. And then he goes back to A. G2 just had no opening into the game at all.
Yeah, I love how proactive Dexter was during that map. 6 for 0 in terms of openers. Great to get him to see do that. But when you compare that to the other side, you kind of touched upon it, the head-to-head versus him and Monazy. Monazy uncharacteristically quiet in this one.
Yeah, this entire series, I mean, safe to say that this year doesn't seem like he's yet reached his form that we saw for the majority of 2024. But, you know, the conversation about Oppers going head-to-head is so old, like, but it actually kind of happened in this game where they did end up running into each other a lot, and Dexter was able to, as you can see, get the better of Monazy pretty much every single time.
It's one of those things as well where it's just like the angles that you post up in. This is why, you know, when the conversation about like, oh, yeah, anyone can IGL. Well, oh, yeah, anyone can op. Just pick it up. It's just a gun with a scope. Knowing which angles, I mean, Monazy's a great opper. Don't think that I'm saying he's not, but like knowing exactly which angles have the advantages because you're closer to the other wall than the other person, or you've got that right eye peak advantage and they're coming in from the left angle, so half their body's exposed. I think Dexter was getting the likes of Monazy on a few of these angles where he could see Monazy well before Monazy could see and react, because Monazy is a really quick opper. So that's just a testament to just how well Dexter was opping here too.
Some of that is game planning too. You could see, you know, Monazy was trying to surge B with the op, but Dexter was there. Usually that's not where Dexter opens up the rounds. They also sent Heavy God in the round that they won. He got a double entry. So clearly the plan for G2 was to put pressure on that B bomb site and go for some contact plays. But for me, the most important round of Dust 2 was the second pistol.
Yes.
Right? And not just because pistol rounds are important, but because Magisk just came through in a crazy round in a 1v4, right, where, you know, it looked like, okay, the pistol round is going to go for G2. It's going to be an uphill struggle for Falcons, but more so because, like, this Falcons team, if they're going to have any success, he has to play well. Like, he cannot be a weak point of this lineup.
Yeah, I look at this. It's a 2 versus 4. You've got the best player in Denmark alive. They have no armor on them. And then, you know, Tessis, the best player, he goes down. It's on Magisk now in 1 versus 4, and he actually pulls it off, looking like he's prime Astralis form again. Look how hyped everyone is. I don't know.
Yes, I still got it. Yeah. I still have it. I know how to play. I do know it. I haven't forgotten.
I don't know if that's excitement or shock. Like, oh, holy shit, he pulled it off.
2018 Magisk. He's back. He's back in the server.
Listen, this dude was like in 2023 anchor of the year. He was the best player in the world in his position. Obviously, 2024 was rough for anyone involved with the Falcons organization, but now you have a better lineup. You know, you managed to sign Nico. Now you need to show, you don't need to be anchor of the year again, but you need to play on a much higher level, and you need to deliver some of these rounds and have some of the good moments. And, you know, Magisk is fortunate to have had such a storied career and so much success, especially with Zonic, and that's what gives him some leeway, you know, and some time to sort of bounce back and deliver some good performances. So sooner rather than later, I think is what everyone would be happy with over in the Falcons camp.
I think the funny thing is, until that round happened, I think the narrative of that game would have been the only rounds G2 won were at Majestic's site because he, you know, they didn't even use the utility properly. Oh, you're doing like a mid to B split. We have an incendiary. Are we going to use it at doors or window or anything? No, we're just going to let them run in and get the entry or the double entry on us. Maybe I get 1 kill at most. That's not good enough. Pistol round happens. He gets a 4K. Oh, all that goes out the window.
Well, Falcons do push this one to 1 map apiece, which means we need to go ahead and check on in with Shox, as she had a few words with Taz.
There's an interesting dynamic here because the players basically go out the same side, right? And in the situation that we are in currently, there was a bit of back and forth, a bit of banter of Nico versus his old roster, but obviously a big scalp to get. Taz from the side of G2 said, yeah, it was uncomfortable for us on that T side. That wasn't good. They're also sometimes peeking us and we're just not ready. We're not winning the duels that we should be. But on Mirage, we are very, very confident. Of course, the coach is never going to say anything different, but we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, it certainly didn't look like they were ready in that second pistol. Do you think G2 misplayed that? Like, not to take any credit away from Magisk, because that was amazing what we pulled off. Do you think G2 could have played that a bit better?
It seems that they all wanted to fight at the same time, just the way he was weaving. It ended up being a little bit unfortunate. I can't necessarily say they messed up, but... Yeah. I'm really curious to see how this Mirage goes because G2 lost to VP yesterday, and on their T side there was a lot of set calls, you know, not too much default and giving space to their players to sort of work the map and do something. And I think that's a recipe for disaster if they try to do it here. And also we'll get a head-to-head of Nico's replacement versus Nico. I mean, when it comes to connector / mid area, to see how G2 are going to approach it.
That's going to be interesting to see how that dynamic works with, you know, Mobs as the rotator and connector, because Nico was doing a lot of the heavy lifting in the mid rounding. I mean, the same thing on Dust 2. We didn't get to really see much in the form of G2 in any capacity on their CT side, really. So here, this is going to be a big test to see. Does he fill those shoes? Magisk, is he going to be locking down A side? Is something I'm going to be looking for Falcons as well, because, you know, he's been an issue for them. A Inferno we saw a couple days ago, even here B on Dust 2. Is it going to be a repeated, or is that 1 pistol round enough to be like, holy crap, I can play again?
And also, let's go, m0NESY. You know, you've had 2 maps to deal with the blues of playing against Nico, right? You're still in a G2 jersey and you're about to get eliminated from Katowice if you lose this map. So absolutely, I feel like he needs to step up, shake it off, right? And deliver some of the impact that we've seen throughout last year.
I never normally ask for predictions, but I think there's a little extra emotion in this one. Janko, who do you think is going to be surviving here in Kato?
I think Falcons.
Yeah.
I think they've had the number of G2, and if they can minimize their mistakes, not make too many fundamental mistakes, I think they win this one.
I agree. Looking at Ancient, it was Falcons slipping up there. Their macro looks really good. They just need to be a little bit cleaner, iron things out a little bit. They should have this.
Well, the score will be settled on the grounds of Mirage. Third and final decider to see who is heading home.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Katowice while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Nico, for yourself, fourth organization in close to 10 years, right? What was it that prompted you to make this change? Because, you know, you had your brother on the previous team, you had Monesi, who you formed a really close bond with, who's one of the best players in the world. So for a lot of people, it was looking from the outside a little bit surprising that you made the switch.
Yeah, I think the reason why people see it as a big surprise is probably because we actually got the best team towards the end when I decided to leave. So that was maybe a bit of unfortunate timing for myself, I would say. But obviously, if I take a look at the whole 4 years that I've been a part of G2, I think it's pretty safe to say that like first 2.5 years were like pretty disappointing results-wise. We haven't won a single event, and with this I have been very disappointed in how we played, in how some things has been managed throughout this time with the roster changes we have made as well. So we haven't really been competitive for the titles, I would say, for majority of that time. We obviously had some peaks where we were going through the finals, but we were never really as good as Navi were, for example. I think that we probably just used the chance that everyone else was like way worse than Navi, for example, at the time. So yeah, the biggest reason why I decided to leave is just due to this, that I haven't really been eye to eye, or not to say eye to eye, but I didn't really agree with some of the changes we have done throughout the majority of the time in my team. And with Falcons, I really believe that they're here to build a team around me, and I think we have the right people to help me achieve those things as well. So this has been the biggest reason why I switched.
What are some of your first impressions with the Falcons organization, just in regards to your Counter-Strike team and all the support staff, and how's it been?
I mean, everything has been good apart from, you know, all the struggle of getting a team and assembling the team, but which is not in their power, obviously. But they are very welcoming. They had taken a very good care of me ever since I joined, and I really enjoyed being here so far. But as I said, this player break has been pretty tough for me and for them as well. We didn't really know which roster we were going to go to almost like 10 days or 7 days prior to boot camp. So it's been very stressful, but as I said, we share a common goal. We want to build the best team possible, and obviously it's going to take time.
Well, 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 what do we have here? Map 3 between Nico and his ex-teammates. For the very first time, it is him versus G2. And for the very first time in a long time, we had a hell of a clutch from Magus back on Dust 2 that got the Falcons guys heated up. Few rounds come back from G2, showing us that they're still going to bring fight throughout the series, but a nice tack pause. Zonic comes through, they close that. Mirage left between two teams, a bit of an extended break in between. Mohan, someone's getting eliminated between G2 and Falcons. A Kovac goes home at the end of this map.
And one goes on. I definitely, I'm wondering about G2 here on Mirage. I think we saw the win conditions on Ancient, and that's individual level, but I fear Falcons can meet them there, especially having bought maybe their second best player. So I don't know. I don't want to call this one too soon. We'll have to see. I think one of the big differences maybe is Monesi versus Dexter, actually. If it's head-to-head or just raw output, either way, Dexter had his number on the last map. That was a pretty crazy surprise. So here we go. T-side and Falcons start the crawl towards A.
Nico, the first victim. Support back by Ticket Booth. Magus trading back. We know what that Glock can do.
But double under Balk play. They're not ready for it, it looks like.
Yeah, Heavy God. This is a grid moment. He's shooting. Oh
my God, it's taking too long, though.
Oh, man.
Oh, he took too long.
Oh,
Heavy
man.
God, man.
2 kills come out.
Just take the shot.
Heavy God lets so many go past. Doesn't shoot the bomb.
Don't make me sponge this, man.
You're not allowed to leave. I need you.
Oh, that was really bad because his teammates are going to die.
Yeah.
You know? Can't tell everyone to hide when they might have a good opportunity.
A little weird that the bomb plant actually comes off, though. Like, I thought he was like just about to take the shot finally.
Should have already taken it. He was just waiting and waiting. Yeah. I like a lot of the rounds that we see for Heavy God, but that's a rare moment where it's like, eh.
I don't think he likes it either.
Not the way you want to start out the map 3.
Ooh, classic. The unsilenced Monacy USP.
It always feels like we have Simple when he takes that thing off. On G2.
Yeah, little Simple still out there in spirit. Wink, wink. You can win this round in a million different ways if you're Falcons, because surely, with absolute certainty, 5 USPs stacked inside of this A site won't win. 4 guys on ticket, about to be met by Dexter.
Really comes down to how much you believe.
2 kills come out.
AIM Labs round ever.
Elige would have gotten all 4 in one spray.
Yeah.
He's like, I've got a program for that.
Yeah, we have a refrag map that has these people in the same place.
Put it in the database. Easy conversion, as you'd expect. Falcons go 2-0.
It's a worthwhile stack, obviously.
Yep.
If I have just to be 100% honest.
Yeah, go ahead.
I worry that the stacks calling has not been bad, but I think it's going to be too simple in contrast to Falcons to win this map. But I mean, maybe it could have been the same way on Ancient. We didn't see that result. I just think over the course of a whole best of 3, that's the main thing that's going to catch up.
Yep. Kicks in. He's cut from a different cloth. Nico dies empty-handed. Met by his brother in Hunter. Snack slides behind Van. Eesh, and Snacks is going to go down with nothing. Hunter's not able to get anything more, but luckily the rotators do. And slowly but surely, they have peeled players off of this hit.
They don't know that Mobs is out of this. If he starts crawling around, this way, over top of that default box, there's an opportunity, but now it gets found out.
Oh, nice swing out from TessS to get Mobs. Heavy God, obviously, in the meantime, gets a fully displayed TessS to clean up. 100 health versus 78. Kicks in, swings in, goes hunting, and sits him down.
The all too confident kicks in. He plays rounds the way he wants to. Not much of a behold right there. Some good entries. They came through the smoke, too. It was weird. I mean, from Snacks' POV, that it's full smoked, and he's wondering when are they going to jump out of the halls or whatever. But he has another teammate here, and he kind of looks away. Maybe he thought they were going to flash first. So it's not the most beautiful attack from Falcons, that's for sure. Always calm. Always calm, by the way.
It's nice to see people in Falcons jerseys celebrating something. Magisk as well, because he was a part of the biggest struggles.
Yeah, I mean, last iteration of Falcons is simply just not worth watching. Just going to put up plainly. This one, though.
Deagles? Deagles with 2. Nico can't see a thing.
All good.
Running around blind as a bat, and he'll still recover. So again, just like with the USP round, you get a couple casualties against Falcons, but it is a 4-0 start nonetheless. And we get the buyout of G2 now. Snacks thinking he's going to get away with murder, but Ace?
Was that all?
Yeah.
Oh, he caught every kill. Not just an eco warrior. Saved the day.
Can't believe he gets the one after being blinded like that. 5-7 bull is just whizzing by his head.
Well, that's what, 6 aces?
Dude, we've cast so many. It's insane. Mid-control doesn't go the way that Falcons had been hoping for. This time, not nearly as successful with Nico dead early. But TeSeS could have good timing here on the jungle walk-up. Although his teammate announcing the approach with that utility. Still, TeSeS is a bit ahead of the timing, and there's nobody inside of this site that can really hold him back. TeSeS, he's gonna manage to blindside Malbs.
And yeah, he's paying attention under Balk. You can see he's just trying to shield himself from it. Heavy God is in a fine spot with his teammate. Maunasi jump spotting CT. And interesting smoke. The bomb's actually going to go up on a cat, and TeSeS has to find a way sort of out of this position. And oh, maybe he doesn't. Maybe you're trapped in there with him, TeSeS, right to the dome. This just makes this round so complicated.
We've got Snacks alone over on B as that catwalk approach starts to come through. Snacks, good job by holding back Magisk. And Degster scouring the field with the off. Has to get the bomb back at the very least here.
Yeah, he could take this back. Going to A is not any easier, however.
Yeah, so they're going to continue forward. We've already got that rotation to the back market door. Degster gets his fight against Snacks, dives into the cover. TeSeS finds out that the rotator's already extended, and it is Degster a kill deep in a 1v3.
Walks
Smoke
by
down
this,
in sight, 5
no
seconds.
time to plant.
Nah, he'd need the kills, and he's not going to get them. So looking to save that off, he runs for the hills, and that is G2's first round. But my goodness, does TeSeS make that look scary for a second?
That was really nice from him to not only get the lure kill on window, but also really take his time to set up Heavy God for that headshot. But behind that, they don't get into the B site. And that could have been a play with a kill, you know, under Balk that turns into an A spot, but obviously from G2's perspective, they still have Maunasi and CT spawn, so on paper, maybe it was still the right decision to go B, but they couldn't outfrag Snacks here, and he got away when this op shot missed. That killed the clock entirely. That's a nice catch-all position from Snacks, excuse me, whether or not they were going to go out B apps or come across Cat.
Bohan, just because I don't think you know the stats at the moment, but coming into this last map, who do you think's the lowest rated player on G2? After 2 maps of play, who is the lowest rated player on G2?
I would say Hunter.
Maunasi.
It had to be something unexpected, huh?
0.82 rating coming into this, beneath Snacks even.
After Dust 2, I guess that might have been one of his worst maps, period, on G2.
Oh yeah.
What was just Dust 2?
Just Dust 2?
He was like 4 kills, right?
0.52.
Holy.
Malb 0.49. The productions, the means of production, shut down for the G2 camp in that previous map.
Pure Degster difference.
Right now, Malbs is going to come back into a smoked mid window, but there's something fishy about it. Nico is inside. Frag bounces out the window. He's going to try to press into Malbs? What?
How does he get away with that?
Nico!
That elicit. You should send him a wave. I think. Hey, Malbs.
Oh, and then Magisk over towards ramp is just as quick with it. Heavy God's dead. That's been this consistent under Palace player. But don't let your guard down, because there is still one member of G2 in position, hiding back box, makes his activation. Oh, the spray gets away from Hunter, and the only piece of G2 that comes away with a kill is Snacks at the end of the day.
Through a smoke as well, and I'll have to walk this one away.
Brother, ooh.
What a kill from Nico. I would call it unlucky for Malbs, but to be honest, they're the 2 guys right now that get kills like that all the time, and sometimes versus each other. It's so ridiculous because he's not even just like on a flat angle.
I guess, I mean, if we see it from Malbs, I guess Malbs was just jumping up or something, but still, bro. Just the audacity to make that walk bush happen, you know?
Terrorists win. Well, not a very competitive start here for G2, but there's a lot of reasons for that. Falcons are shooting hard. Yeah, I guess.
You know,
it's still crazy, but
yeah, we can give him the out, but TeSeS likes that.
Just rub one out quick.
Full focus.
James style.
Somebody poke G2 with a stick, man. Wake up, boys. Katowice is on the line.
Kato champs.
Matches coming out from Palace. Nobody on site to stop this at all. We've got that forward ramp positioning, of course, from Heavy God. Ooh, Shadow gives way to Kicksand, so he comes back in. High alert. Would have heard Magisk earlier.
Oh,
Heavy God
that
killed
kill?
Magisk. Yeah.
What?
Unbelievable.
With such low HP. Still alive.
We do get one back the other direction for Falcons.
But right now, the bomb is walking up to B. This one goes back to Snacks.
NiKo on an op, fully exposed to Catwalk in a second, but there's nobody over there.
I want to say this is actually a really strong position for NiKo. If this round goes on, yeah, they could definitely walk into this.
And he knows about the jungle
NiKo
Kai.
out-opping Modesty, something I never see in my life. At least I thought.
Today is a new day, my boy. NiKo's gonna fake us out.
Yeah, that's a good fake. Oh my gosh, because then it still leaves room for it to potentially be an A play, but Falcons are not biting on it. Hunter gonna sneak into position.
This is a supported Snacks. It's going to have to be these two. I mean, Heavy God is so far removed and so low already. Tessess on the approach, gets Snacks dealt with, and now Hunter just up along the wall. They can't let their guard down, but they will. 10 to the clock. Yes!
Oh.
Hunter, he gets hit by NiKo, who's going to have to combat op his way to the clutch, but the time decides it. Hunter in that bomb site with 3 kills on his own.
Critical sequence, man. Hunter's somebody who I've always had, like, making my list, alongside HLTV. I've always had Hunter higher than HLTV has had him in previous years, but in CS2, he's just not really been that guy. That, when he joined up with NiKo on G2, he was the third fragger. Like, he was really putting together so many amazing rounds, and that was a sequence that really reminded me of old Hunter.
That's awesome.
You gotta do that every round. You know you're getting chirped.
Man, NiKo's being lucky as fucking shit.
I don't know who that was.
I think it was Mobs.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
As the most America-sounding player.
Man, NiKo. Damn, man.
Yeah, dang it, NiKo. That boy lucky as hell.
Oh, nothing personal.
Nothing personal.
I don't know, those eyebrow raises feel a little personal. Just positively personal. Hunter to be challenged by a P250.
They just walked through.
Oh! Tessess and NiKo! That's 2 more. No,
now
not
Modesty
versus
has
pistol.
to save it.
And he could. You damn well know he could. Player up on site, one hides behind Arch. Monasty's got pressure on him, and as the shot misses, the USP comes out, but it's low health on 2. He is still getting swarmed, and he misses that chance to deal death out. Heavy God on a slow rotate. Falcons able to puncture through mid with a measly P250.
Oh man, you're on connector, and you're thinking I'm gonna get a bunch of kills right here with this spam through the smoke. Hey, you know what? There's only one inside of the B site, and they're thinking about fighting the exits. Heavy God, though, doesn't know that. Oh, all dead.
That's
no way.
Gut-wrenching outcome if you are G2.
It is, man. Hunter was basically 1 or 2 bullets away from just a full lineup 3K spray down, no questions asked.
Oh, that is Falcons holding a mirror up to G2, and all they see is a skeleton. 2 one-off rounds. This is 5 non-consecutive round wins in a row.
The swarm on Modesty was amazing. That must have been so frustrating. Modesty can be great in those positions, but yeah, so strugglesome.
This is Falcons all but guaranteeing a great T-side on a decider map with elimination looming.
Trying to push B on all fronts.
Good headshot supported by Dexter at this point. They're just going to sweep away the 3 CTs trying to get frisky in apps. That is 7-2, all but confirmed. You know, there was a sign of things to come, I think, back on Ancient for the Falcons camp. There was good things being put forth by them.
I hate to be the guy, but I feel like the better team lost that map. I think the Falcons definitely showed what they're showing now, what they showed on Dust 2. And if you shine through with X Factor, that's one thing. But where you want to be is you want to be FaZe. You want to have the best calls and then a lot of X Factor. Then you really are, you know, going to win a lot. But right now, G2, I think, just a bit more X Factor than team play. I think it is great.
You want X Factor?
Okay.
There's a little bit. 2 clean deagles out of Heavy God, but
I just got to say, you know, we spent so long making fun of the Falcons in that last lineup, and it's refreshing to be able to look at them and take them seriously.
Sure.
And just be able to say, like, this is a team now. Like, they look good.
Obviously, Nico's a huge injection, but the funny thing is, it's basically the same formula. They bought out the core, and you know, when they bought the core of ENCE, like that wasn't a bad decision at the time.
That was a really good. That made sense.
It made total sense. The same way buying the core of Heroic after a top 8 major performance makes sense. Just this time, it looks better. Second shot here from Heavy God. But because there was only 2 CTs left over with that first flush of the apartments, nothing else really for G2 to get going over there. Guns back in. 3 rounds of this defense left for G2. And with the timing of this, man, this fast B hit, I mean, Snacks is only now climbing out of the market. The smoke's already down behind him. Cat support is offered up. Hunter, clean kill. Snacks has gone unnoticed, and the player who hits the ground in Nico will get the trade frag back. We've already got 2 sets of eyes trying to challenge from Catwalk, but they are staved off, and then Dexter's on the angle, and Nico takes his time, and the lineup's good. Heavy God comes out with a saving grace. G2, it's their third.
That's nice, man. Heavy God. Some bullets on the players who thought were just standing outside of default, got Nico in the process. And G2 still, I guess, could recover this half. 3 rounds so far. 5 wouldn't be terrible.
Oh, he was blind. Recovers it slightly.
Let's go!
All right.
Maybe we don't want to write their obituary too quick.
The economy wobbles here for Falcons in round 11. Tech9 and a Galil on the field. Ooh, m0NESY on the ticket booth. He's looking about ramp, but there's already players on site. Nice little snap into Tesses. Beautiful second kill from m0NESY. Puts fire at the feet of Default. m0NESY trying to connect in with a third, has an entire team rotating into him, and that pressure offered up by his teammates. That is m0NESY to draw the line on the sand of the A site, and then everybody else swoops in. Like you said, maybe we wrote the start of their obituary a little too soon. 4 rounds confirmed, and a 5th likely. Money is a problem here for Falcons at the tail end of their first half.
Yeah, it was the last round was a solid call to go B, but the rotations were in place, and Hunter got his kill off of Cat, and everybody chipped in. They can get away with stuff, but they still have to keep up with the players here on G2. And this buy no better than the last. This is sneaky.
Gonna try to pop out onto the A play. Ooh, nice turn here from Mulbs. Beautiful deagle shot out of the Palace. Oh, and Kixan offers one as well.
Wow.
3 players from Falcons, all a pistol kill a pop. 3v2 post plant. m0NESY and Snacks having to join forces. Now, luckily, m0NESY's got a whole belt of util, but this ticket position, does that cause a disaster for the retake? We'll see if Magisk wants to slow burn or whether he tries to take a fight earlier. Again, he is the player with the weapon. The others still on just those pistols, but the pistols got this started. Dexter waiting for a chance to come out. He'll get one. And then the sandwich cleared out from m0NESY, but 9 HP, times against him. And this anchor in Magisk offers up the clutch. It is 8 rounds for Falcons. Ladies and gentlemen, G2 on the brink of elimination.
people, we gon' hustle, run a mile, oh. Elevation on the middle, got me rising, oh. With the crew, you know we going where we riding, oh. Got 'em silent, way my wrist be dripping, got 'em freezing, got me blinding. Yeah, yeah, now we riding. Grinding for the family, put the pressure in the pride in. Pride in. Go really know we violent. For my people, we get lethal. Run that, she go, you know we going down. In that, we blow. Run that, sequel, no evil. Can put the fire out, fire out. Pressure, give it all the mouth. Say it loud, man, they know we coming loud. Know my people on the missions, other night around. Sight, got 'em hype up. We gon' do it solid. Never give a shit about what they call it. They don't want no problem with the power. Where we coming, taking over, know it's ours. Ayy, we gon' do it solid. Never give a shit about what they call it. They don't want no problem with the power. Where we coming, taking over, know it's ours. We gon' roll this shit straight with a vengeance. Ain't no hesitation, you can be my witness. Round up, it has to beginning. Might be on the paper, gotta get it, know we fired off. For my people, we get lethal. Run that, she go, you know we going down. In that, we blow, run back, sequel, no evil, can put the fire out.
Firebox.
Firebox and bench.
One stairs.
Here's one, I kill Firebox. Dead stairs.
I smoke side.
Jungle up, be careful, jungle up.
Dead.
Nice, boys.
Up
I
to the
blend
line.
two. Get the
Up to the
C4 down.
line.
I blend Fnatic.
Boys, I'm gonna stay sandwich, we'll fight them, okay?
Okay. Found one, I think.
Yeah. One stairs.
Bench, pick.
Dead.
Sandwich. Sandwich.
10 HP,
Go,
10
go.
HP.
Time.
Not 10, half.
Nice, boys!
Two
Guys,
hits!
that's insane. That's insane.
4-round lead for Falcons as the G2 camp need to stave a comeback here and now. We saw promise from Falcons on the first map, but it is a map win on Dust 2 where G2 were not even competitive. And much like Ancient, they lost a lot of opening man advantages out there for Falcons to steal away.
Oh, okay, B-split's good. No, it's actually turning into an A-split real quick. And this is interesting because there's still 2 CTs here. Not watching this for the moment, but
Magisk is just shooting them in the side of the head. Oh, Malbs guns him down. But that distraction got Nico back into the engagement. Malbs tries to chase him. Reload's good, and there is no follow-through from Malbs just yet. Bomb is down in the middle of the site. We
really
get the
awkward
support coming up from TessS.
Key players TessS.
We'll see if he can strike. Being covered at the moment. Kicksan gets the catwalk kill. This is critical. Right now they are corralled, and it forces the T's to split up.
Smart move by Modesty. Only way to expand. So
Malbs tries to
take
play
care of yourself.
On top of Box, but he gives up that position. Modesty trying to get into the jungle now. Where is Nico? They have to wonder whether he has taken this long road, and it's a good angle here for Nico. Pistol for Falcons. 5 rounds the advantage.
And that's going to be the one that matters for Nico. Him and Malbs giving each other eyebrows after every frag, but now I think it's way too serious. That's going to be a 9th. Another pistol here for Falcons, and a really good opener out of Hunter to kick this off. But when they got the B kill, there wasn't really a bad site to go to. But that's to say, like, A site still had strong positions. They didn't really... I think if they had someone waiting Palace, that would have looked more like natural. But instead, Nico was up there, got a kill, stayed alive, and B site had a full split. So maybe they were just assuming the more rotations would come in, but at least for G2 here, we've still got 3 Galils. You can see the CTs are starting to lean again towards A, and it looks like taking over Palace control is the perfect move. No one's here. A ramp nade to let them know they're here as well. And this is just what they do, man. No map control.
Magic's gonna have a damn field day if he comes out on this flank at the perfect moment. Nobody's watching. Heavy God takes an MP9 to the back of the head. They're gonna try to force their way out ramp.
Actually, it's CTs with that one smoke that came out. They're starting to move a little bit, but
Nico should know. I mean,
it just probably looked a fake from him.
Magic's not here.
I don't know.
Thought he would have heard that second set of feet at least line up, and they still able to puncture through. Hunter gets the kill that opens up the bomb site for the plan.
I think that's Magic's call, actually. He probably thought that was a total fake. Because he heard one guy running, right?
Right, yeah. Although the retake could still happen, Monacy's going to try his absolute damnedest to make sure it doesn't. Weird moment here as Snacks connects to the head of TSS. And all of a sudden, G2 could be taking back momentum because the gun goes empty. Snacks to the clutch.
Wow.
When Magisk hears that one player
I think
running...
he's the one who makes the comm, and it's his mistake.
But I really thought it would have been obvious that the run was in the other direction and that the timing of the player walking back didn't make sense.
But it was the same guy.
Oh.
Yeah, it was the same guy who was running who he's ended up killing. But point is, he only heard one guy. So no one else was even throwing utility, so... Yeah, he made a mistake here. They had Palace control. They had 3 players on A and everything, but they just left the site.
Interesting turn of events.
Yeah, this keeps the game alive for G2.
All right, well, that's something worth celebrating. This time the attack spread out. TSS looking to strike somebody down, but not peeking deep enough to find anybody in con. Smoke ahead of it at a minute mark. Oh, there's the fight.
On.
He picks that up. Unreal. Fire at the feet of Magisk.
Great
so the
flash.
climb up, gonna get the better of him, but Nico's Desert Eagle hits just as hard. We get this walkout from Con. A little bit more damage out from Nico, but it is Malbs to give space for the bomb to cross over. Suddenly those CTs could peek from their spawn, and as they do, it is Hunter to hold both back. And Degster's nowhere to be found, so G2 tiptoe their way through some resistance on this A site, but clearly with this plant position, wary of the flank. And an impossible moment for Degster, surely. No kit, no armor. 1v3. And like I said, positioning means they're already aware of the threat.
It would be cool to get comms on that round. I think there really isn't anybody else that could have made that call, but just to make sure, because it looks like it's going to be an important one if G2 make this comeback happen. But also, you still have a lead. You're Falcons. It all can't rest on one situation. Have you got on the MP7?
One of us.
One of you.
Yeah. My man.
Make some money.
Oh no, he's gonna die with it, isn't he? And then you're gonna make fun of me again. I can feel it coming.
That's not what this is about. That's not what this is about, Connor.
Snacks adds a couple freebies to the scoreboard.
Ooh, it's a close game now.
Hunter gonna do the same thing. Oh, what could have been?
2 rounds off the back of that one play. The irony of it being a kill, resulting in a bad rotation.
Those kinds of moments don't happen all too often. It's also Hunter at the top of the scoreboard for G2. Nico at the top for Falcons.
Ooh. Make sure those desks are reinforced. Oh.
That's a
nice
shot
attempt.
that could have been.
Yeah, that was the
Snacks burned out. Nicely done there. Incendiary sets up Degster to catch somebody being flushed out. Snacks thinking he could get away with a bit of an extension, a temporary extension from behind box. Instead, it is G2 with their IGL down. And that opens up this support into the jungle between TeSeS and Nico.
Are they doing something interesting here? I mean, they don't know the A-ramp walkout's happening, but they're aware it could. And Malbs is the only one on the other side of the map making some presence, but they see this walkout now.
Nico sees it. Player down beneath, ready for the fight. Hunter's gonna go swinging. Instant headshot on Magisk.
Whoa, no supporting utility here.
Nobody at all. No util, nobody holding an angle. Hunter just completely takes the pressure off the site. Oh, but TeSeS doesn't get the kill as he exposes him through smoke. Now that utility comes back the other way, pelting the CTs that are left up, and all of a sudden Malbs is going to activate from bottom middle.
Oh, okay.
G2 back through a site. This is Hunter going off now.
Absolutely. This is a moment that's the most worrying so far for Heroic. Yes, there was the one bad call that results in 2 more rounds won for G2. Or for Heroic. For Jesus. So many teams, so many changes.
Sorry.
But he gets spotted under Balk. There is no utility. If people are out by Tetris, that is when they're actually at their most vulnerable on T side. If you can throw a flash, you're at their will, because anybody can swing from under Balk at any moment. It's very hard to play anti from that spot. But I don't think he even asked for utility, right? Surely someone would have come to try to help him clear that out. Instead, if you play under Balk, it's a great position. But if people know you're under Balk, you don't have anywhere to go. You can get spammed before you can even peek. So this is a free frag for Hunter. And that lack of support is one rare moment here for Falcons where I feel like they aren't playing together. The comms are a little bit wacky. And G2 can really sense an opportunity now.
Especially when you consider that TeSeS and Nico were just both floating around Con. Like, look. Right there in that moment, there is a flash that comes through from the other side.
Yeah, it's a T flash, but yeah, no.
Hunter just so out in the open, dude. Running that risk felt like it had to be then and there. Now this is a round that could get weird just because it's a single M4 and a single FAMAS. Magisk had a little extra, so they can play around in round 18. Falcons leading G2 9-8. m0NESY trying to be patient here as he hopes that an opportunity presents itself. One does, but he misses.
They really want, see, I just keep saying it, but when they want an idea, they commit to it, no matter how long it takes in the round. And the Falcons are always cluing into that. The second time they're pushing Palace on a play where they know it's an A ramp, this time they won't make the same mistake. So G2 right now are a team that when they try a new flavor of ice cream they like, they go back to the shop every day for the next week.
They get it in tubs. And Malbs. That Molotov's going to bounce underneath Palace. This time there is no CT home. Not there, but there's plenty still around. Magisk's FAMAS finding one. Nico is waiting for the time to strike. The M4 finds it and then kicks in, gets a second. Nico, no, it's him instead from sight that pops up with one and looks around, but the sandwich player still stands. And Nico waiting for that support to come out from TeSeS. The slow encroach from jungle is coming, but he's taking his sweet time. And comes. Nico still survives despite the nades. Sandwich held with 2 rifles. Falcons take 10.
Oh my God, man. That was... Connor, I just want to give you credit for making that sentence as long as possible because no one knew what was going to take place from default. Is it going to be the op shot? When is TeSeS going to help? He was sitting there in jungle for 10 years. He was watching Nico. Man, Nico's my favorite player, man. Can't wait to see him put on a highlight. And then he realized, like, I have to help him. Nico's just trying to buy time for me to get closer. And then when he finally does, it's obviously beautiful. Here he comes. The one they couldn't dislodge. Heartbreak Hotel here for G2 now.
Oh, huge nade, and look at this.
And another A-ramp crawl out.
Gonna try to keep it simple, straight to the point. Out from ramp they come. Magisk this time from the top rope, slides down and dies the hands of Heavy God. Dexter from the ticket. We've still got players pressed up along the wall. Hunter with bomb on his back. And he hopes that he can find Nico. Doesn't want to, but he'll have to, and he will. Headshot straight. And as that smoke fades, TeSeS with a chance to interrupt, but he doesn't take the peek.
He might not have heard that.
TeSeS is just a second behind again. And Hunter, we're not able to get a second kill to Connector. All of a sudden, the jungle presence shown. That is all 3 CT spotted. Snacks knows what's up, but what can he do about it? Does m0NESY hold the line and Snacks just hang on?
It's gotta be him.
Can do it. And as he goes back to the peak, he takes a bit more damage, loses the one in the smoke. Now Snacks is gonna have his hands busy, but he's done a good job of the reposition. Kicks in, no kit. Spam comes at him. And G2 with conviction back out from the A-ramp. and they work it out this time.
That's solid, man. That's a fight. And again, they copy and paste, man. Copy and paste when it comes to these A plays. Sonic looks completely dead inside, staring into the abyss here as he watches G2 crawl back into another. What's in his mind right now? What's in his mind right now? I can tell you what's in mine if I see this happen again. Magis on the balcony again. Another A-ramp walkout again. The defense is not getting better at dealing with this same play, but they are trying the same formula in defense. When the round goes on a little later, they get into good spots. They take Palace and whatever, but their opening setups, it's pretty much just been Magis going to the balcony, waiting for the attack to come in. Everybody please help me, and then whether or not it works comes down to the kills.
They're going to have another one out of the hat. This time the single op. Before it was the M4 and the FAMAS. And again, you know, content to go clear a path to at least get some kind of information. Information sets up X Factor.
That's refreshing to see a default here from G2.
Big reposition. Assuming that this is going to be a cat to be with bomb, and it is taking shape as so.
NiKo has full vision, so they're not worried about that. They're funneling now into Dexter.
This is all they had. NiKo will die over on the A site. The bomb is still committing, and m0NESY gets the better of the duel. Heavy God comes out, and they've already spotted this one player sliding into the back site. TeSeS should not be long for this world.
Nice one, G2.
As G2 are going to tie this game at 10 rounds a pop.
That's a great read from m0NESY and just exactly Dexter's pathing. He's the only thing that could have made that weird. And he's now m0NESY at the top of the board, it looks like, for G2, and at the top of the damn server as well. Surviving what we saw on Dust 2, which was a total squash from Dexter. And that's annoying. Kicksand's still around. He's trying to keep him here. Okay.
m0NESY has other ideas.
10-10, Connor. 10-10 map 3.
I can't believe it, dude.
Someone's going home.
How is this the appetizer?
I don't know. I don't know. Vitality phase.
You know, it might not be. Vitality phase could just be the dessert.
What do you think, Nico?
I left mid.
Being behind side, Damian, okay?
I'm ready.
Let's see.
Looking B now.
I let you go alone.
Yeah, I'm in kitchen.
Move towards.
I'm going to short now.
I'm going towards B. We're gonna play. I smoke on. Okay, good shit.
You want me to keep pushing?
I don't see short. I'm coming towards
to
B.
re-smoke, Damian?
They smoke window now.
Focus on yourself.
On top mid, I think. On ramp.
Abdul, I'm taking car.
He left B. Careful.
I smoke con again.
I'm running towards B
First
now.
contact, Abdul.
Okay. I can boost window.
Or pick on me. It's fine.
Yeah, so it was Magisk, and he said they left to B, and that's what it looked like.
Yep.
In reality,
like one
player
been, leaving.
Yeah, could have been. It was hard because he didn't hear anything, but he ran through Palace and they heard him as well.
Another fast one. Another fast one. This is what worked. Again. Last time around, T's got through, and Dexter, it's a one and done. A double up on default yet again. TeSeS next to NiKo, and he's gonna hold him back. Snacks his head ripped off. m0NESY finds the response immediately, but it's a 1v2 still left to piece together. Frag grenade to the box is so damn close.
We got vision.
And yet still so much time. So much time on 50 health. He hits the headshot again. And he runs. And as he runs, NiKo spites him from behind. It's Falcons 11 first.
Just when he could have got away or got the kill. NiKo pushes through the smoke. m0NESY just slammed his hand into the desk. He nearly wins the clutch, Connor, and I wish I could highlight that. But can we pay attention to the fact that this is a 1v3? Why? Because they tried the same damn A play again out the ramp. They get hit with a nade, 2 playing default, Dexter with the up on jungle. What are these calls?
Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes.
Fair enough, they got away with it so many times, but how many times are you gonna bet on black before you expect the other team to get better at blocking?
Modesty still ferocious. 21 kills, surpassing Nico on the other side. It is Modesty versus Nico in the deciding map with elimination. Cannot be understated.
Let that one go.
Thank you. Last time, promise. Pistols back out. How do you adapt? Because if you don't, you die. Fast charge up catwalk. They're going to try to play with tempo again. Spam comes out from connector. Softens 3 players, and yet Mulbs is still able to get that arch kill first. And it might not be pretty, but it could still work. Dexter stands up to the challenge. Double for him. Kicksan still got van control, and we've got G2 still trying to fight back this 2v4.
And Mulbs goes above. There's a chance he can get Dexter, and he finds him.
Yes! From the top of the van, and he goes back again, and this time the bullets go past him. This was a 2v4, and it falls silent because bomb is on the ground.
Best chance so far here for G2, but Nico's on the prowl.
He's got Magisk right with him. Heavy God behind the arch, and they're just going to pause, and as they do, Nico looks to make the first move.
There's going to be a timing where this...
Oh, there it is!
There it is.
But there's a second player in the same place. Magisk's clutch potential so high in this series. He's now been found out. Heavy God still behind Arch. Mulbs on half health. 3 kills into this round alone. And as Magisk gets shaved down to 68, the T's look to disengage. Back, Cat, they come at him, and they hit that headshot. Woo! A 2v4 out of G2 to tie us at 11 all.
Oh, wow, look at that. The minute they try something new into B, and they get their first kill so easily. Credit to Dexter for putting up an effort with his 2 op frags. But overall, Mulbs found the golden opportunity. Jumping up on the van with that van pillar smoke over to kill Dexter. Key trade. And the pause in the 2v2 is brilliant here for G2. They give themselves a chance. You know, whenever people are walking out of the market door, they have a long corridor to get through. You have an opportunity for them to be looking around, and now...
Fire with fire. It's lesser buys. Oh, MP9 taking a lot of damage out here in mid, and Mulbs is going to make the difference. Kicksan into the apartments, hears them pulling back.
Oh my god, they almost went through that.
But he can't really afford to chase this. He tucks in, and they start to leave.
He has to take some kind of risk, but Heavy God's watching it.
Easy pickup.
Oh my god, G2 are going to get 12 first. I can't believe my eyes. After that miscomm so early on in the half, 2 conversions, the total comeback, and a chance to actually close this game out, 13-11.
It was an 8-4 first half put forth by Falcons. With pistol win, they celebrated, but maybe, just maybe, too early.
Just because Heavy God was running back to spawn to set up more grenades for A. Just that one moment of timing granted G2 a golden opportunity, and they seized it with both hands. And now Falcons, after probably spending the majority of this series, grinning, thinking they could eliminate G2, may have that rip from their hands.
3 rounds of loss bonus. There are players on the Falcons side with $0 in their bank accounts. This was a solid buy that they hoped would net them something. There are 3 players with $2,900 here for Falcons. Dexter will be the most equipped, and even that should be shy of an op.
We know how crucial that is for Dexter.
One wrong call in round 14 offered this opening over to G2.
Looking to win their first series on land this year. For G2, it seemed so unlikely. Even at the end of the first half, it ends on them getting deagled. It could have been a 7-5 half. Instead, it was 8-4.
Man, they tried to go swinging, and they met their maker.
Heavy God, man.
Yep. Very good presence of mind.
Yes.
To make sure that one doesn't slip through. Dexter, oh, he does get the op.
Oh, okay. All right. That actually keeps odds alive.
Man.
Again, another set play here. out of G2, but something a little different. Nico, he didn't see that.
Oh, now he's in the smoke.
Maltz is watching his exit.
Surrounded.
He's just dead.
Doomed. G2, 5v3. MP9s for Kixan and Magisk. Pressure into the A site.
God.
It was simplicity that was starting to cost them. And yet aggression cranked to the 10 is what got G2 up that catwalk. It's what got them in this A site. Magisk and Dagster will respond, but it does not feel like it's enough. Dagster missed chance. That could have been critical. Both kills could have been theirs. And instead, 13-11 for G2. A Falcons team featuring Nico, his first chance, and he had them against the wall. It would have been at the cost of his friends and his family. But they show resilience today, and they send Falcons packing.
I can't believe that we're watching this. This is G2, who have to go over to Falcons now, shake hands, and pretend like they feel bad, but they probably feel amazing. What a clutch of a half in the end from an individual level. This will leave Falcons completely embittered. This lineup showed so much promise, even within this series. But for that to end in regulation, not in their favor, is truly incredible. And they'll chop it up now. Post-match, all smiles. And as Nico said, they'll be cheering on whoever ends up going through. And they knew it was going to be elimination today. That won't make that hurt feel any less bad, I'm sure. But we've got Shocks with a few words.
I'm with m0NESY here on the sidelines. m0NESY, so hard fought. It took everything. I could see it on your cam. But what do you think got it over the line?
I don't know. We just trusted the team. Trusted the plan that Janusz was calling, trusted the calls, and committed together.
You know, I have to ask about that one round where it was up to you in the 1v2. And then I just felt your frustration because you were so close in getting him. And I felt like it was going to... So what happened in the team to make sure that you stayed in the game and that you all stayed in the game, you know, to live another day here in Kato?
I mean, like that clutch, like I didn't just expect him to go through the smoke after I killed the first guy because he didn't play immediately, you know, after I swung understairs. And that was kind of stupid from him, but it worked for him, you know. Sometimes you do bullshit, but it works. But I mean, we just didn't give up after that round even, and like we just trusted each other. We knew that they have 1-0 because he saved after he killed me, and just listened to Janusz, to Snacks, and yeah, we won. I mean, it was very stressful and very like we just did a great comeback. Everyone played good. Everyone stepped up on T side, on CT side. Something was not working, something was off, but it is what it is, yeah. I played like fucking shit, but my team is great.
No, you didn't.
Huh?
No, you didn't.
No, I was fucking awful.
Thanks for carry.
Today. What carry?
Thanks for carry.
Hard carry was you.
Well, but honestly, that's how it is in a team though, right? Sometimes it isn't you. Sometimes it is the collective. So, you know, can you use that now to make sure that tomorrow, of course, you have another chance to get to the Spodek, right? You don't want to play 2 games like that.
Yeah, you know, like every game is a learn. You can learn from every game, even from a victory. We didn't play the best, but there is a lot of mistakes we did and a lot of room for improvement. And yeah, I believe we will be even better tomorrow after this game because we can learn a lot. We're going to have discussions and it will help.
How's your hand?
And I just smashed something. That's fine.
Ah, it's okay?
Yeah, I just wanted to smash something after we won Beled because I was so angry. After the second map on the stool, I wanted to throw away the mouse in trash, but yeah, I cannot throw this mouse. No. So never mind. I have no energy to say anything.
Okay, I can confirm it's only a scratch. It's just a scratch, so he's gonna be good. Okay, back to you.
Yeah, very emotional m0NESY, a very frustrating series, but most importantly, G2 able to stay alive here in Katowice, come back on the T side to close it out, 13-11.
That was some great resilience there to be able to crawl back round by round. G2, I don't think we're going to see a game like this for a really long time. The way that these guys were just like the meta game, the constant gamble stacks on that A site, just like having G2 just work up and try to focus on Magisk there in certain situations, and that one blunder, Magisk thinking that they were going back to B, they just re-smoked window. Heavy God was running back towards A, stops, he forgot something on the ground, goes back to pick it up. Bad call, Eesh.
Yeah, very charged series, obviously, and I think Falcons will look back and then a very unfortunate sort of ending for them when it comes to that second half, not being able to string rounds together, right? Constantly getting reset, even though they did good work in the first half, and G2 just at the very end realizing, managing to make the adjustments. It was surprising that they were going again for some of those set plays and set executes when their default was actually working. That's what netted them the first couple of rounds on T side. But yeah, the most important thing to stay alive in the tournament so far.
You bring up these defaulty rounds, and I have to agree. It's like Mirage, you can do so much, even if you add in a little bit of a fake, but it was so just like, let's just go and do this fight and take it exactly like in these positions. And honestly, it came down to the slimmest of margins when you have rounds like that. And, you heard it in the interview with Monazi as well. Like when it comes down to someone just doing a big round, a big moment, and even, Monazi, even though he failed like one of those clutches against Nico coming through the smoke, he seemed really upset about that, smash the table.
Nah.
Yeah, well, that happens. It's Counter-Strike. It gets sloppy, it gets messy, and it was good resilience.
It happens, and I think we have Freya ready with some words from the side of Team Falcons.
Nico, I know it's a super tough situation right now, so really appreciate you giving me a moment of your time. It came down to the wire in those last few rounds on Mirage. I saw you calling the timeout before. What was the final round? What were you saying to the guys in that moment?
I was just trying to make a plan of what we should do, and obviously try to make them, keep believing. It was a very close round. Like even the rounds that we have lost, it was a hard game. It was a very hard money-wise as well. We struggled. They reset us a couple of times. So City Side Mirage has been tough.
In terms of the emotions you're feeling right now, obviously, I can imagine you're incredibly heartbroken to be going out in this fashion, but we did see you obviously giving, some sportsman words to your previous teammates. Can you tell me what's going through your head right now?
Yeah, I'm obviously super disappointed, even though we lost, to one of the best teams in a close fashion, but still this is when I'm playing, I'm never going to accept that anyone is better, that there's a better team than us. So it's tough to lose, obviously, but I feel like we played like some good Counter-Strike, but also we had some moments where just like we know they're going and we are like on the right side and we just cannot close out the rounds. And these are the rounds that hurt us a lot this whole event, even yesterday. So I think there are a lot of positives to take out, even though we lost both games. And I'm happy that we showed some progress in today's game comparing to yesterday. So yeah, there's not really much to say. We are still a new team, and we knew it was going to be a tough event. The group was tough. We faced, a very hot Eternal Fire, and obviously G2 is one of the best teams in the world, so we knew it was going to be tough. And there's a next event soon, so just go back to practice, rewatch what happened here, and see in which direction we take next.
Yeah, leads me into my final question. Obviously, Cluj coming at you very fast indeed. We saw you guys having a bit of a boot camp just before we went into Blast Bounty. Have you got any plans on the card yet? Do you know what the team are going to be doing?
Obviously back to practice, maybe a couple of days off because we had a very, very hard practice ever since the season started, since we were a new team. I think we had like maybe 2 or 3 days off overall since the season started, so we definitely need some undeserved time off, I would say, just to clear the head a bit and just to rest. But as I said, there is not really much we can do, just back to work. And I truly believe this was not the real face of us. I think that we have done much better on practice, and I think here it just came up maybe to nerves a bit of pressure that we want to show people that we have a good team, that, we want to prove ourselves, and maybe that hurt us a little bit, which is pretty normal, I would say, to feel this way. But this is something that we will have to overcome rather sooner than later. So, and I believe once we do that, I think we can play much better CS than what we have shown at IEM Katowice.
Nico, really appreciate your honesty, appreciate your time as well, and best of luck moving forward into Cluj.
Yeah, obviously a tough run for the Falcons, eliminated in last place, but it does feel like in this series we saw glimpses of where this team could go.
They had G2 on the ropes, and we saw it come down to a few moments, and I think Nico kind of touched on it a little bit there. It was on those CT sides especially, and I have to look at a couple of the moments. For example, like, you know, they're defending A site. Magiska's alone there because they're clearing out middle. They know exactly what's going on around the map. Magisk can smoke himself under, you know, balcony in that shadow dark area and wait for the teammates to come support. He throws it like towards ramp and he's not playing it properly. And it's situations like this, and like the round where Dexter is killing them. They're coming up cat to B. He kills 2 of them. They have a 4-on-2. He could just play that advantage, moves to bench instead. Heavy God gets up on the van, finds him, and it opens the round up for G2. It's these types of moments that really flips the script.
Yeah, getting carried away a little bit, and unfortunately we touched a little bit about Heroic versus G2 at the major, this sort of being a rematch. It was Malbs who was the difference maker then for G2, had a big role in this one as well. But yeah, I think that's it for this one. After the break, we're going to have Vitality versus FaZe. Winner goes to the SPA deck, and the loser will have to face G2 in that lower bracket. Tune in after the break.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate. Nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys! Hey! All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
Well, it's a big day for Vitality and for Rob specifically, going up against the X team in FaZe. So how much extra motivation is there today for you?
A lot. We'll give everything. You know, it's the X team. We need to beat them. No, but there's nothing between us, and I think it's gonna be a fun game. There's gonna be some back and forth, and I mean, we know each other really well, so we know how we like to play. But I think there's going to be some mind games, and yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I know there's no bad blood, of course, but there is a lot you can do to help, right? So have there been extra sessions with Apex to make sure that you get him today?
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
In stratting against FaZe.
Well, yes. Obviously, I can provide some info and some habits how FaZe likes to play, but I think the truth is that they are a whole different team with Elige. I think they did a lot of role swaps They play quite different than with me. So yeah, the truth is, it's really hard to predict what they will do, and I think that's their strong side right now. And I think for us, we just prepare what we want to do, and that's about it.
Good luck. Elige, it's a huge match today for FaZe and yourself, a chance to go to the Spodek. But of course, there's something extra at play here. These guys are playing versus their ex-teammate, and now you're in there. So can you tell me about the atmosphere in the camp and the motivation today?
I mean, everyone's super excited to get playing today. There's a little extra spice today. I think the story writers are doing a good job this tournament. All the scripts are going to plan. And yeah, I mean, this is going to be a really big test for us. They're a really great team. So yeah, excited to get started.
Yeah, you're probably seeing that, of course, as maybe the biggest test so far with the team. You want to feel like that.
Yeah, we want to feel like that for sure. I mean, they're a really great team. So us being tested at Katowice to make it to the Spodek, I mean, that's obviously the goal. And we haven't even played like all of our maps yet. So I think everything is just like a really good test for us. And yeah, it's going to be a hard game.
Good luck.
Blonders, I hope you're ready.
Let's go.
We just had NiKo eliminated by his ex-team. Now we get Rops versus his ex-team. And luckily here it's going to be a little bit less of heartbreak because this matchup is not an elimination game. It's nothing but celebration, jubilation. Everybody get up and dance. Someone's going to the Spodek between FaZe Clan and Vitality. And I think you saw the respect on full display there from Johnny Jabs. This is a big matchup. Two big, heavy-hitting teams, and two of, arguably, you know, the big contenders to try and put forth a fight versus a team spirit that, at the moment, is looking kind of untouchable in Kato.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any other challenger for them until we see matches like this play out, essentially. So we've got the Vito flying through, and it's already looking fantastic. You absolutely love to see Nuke and Anubis coming through a Dust 2 finisher.
Yes.
Sometimes a FaZe Dust 2, that's the best map somehow.
That's magic.
I don't know. Like, they're preparing for their FaZe versus Spirit Dust 2
that's
Grand
what
Finals.
It is. Okay.
Yeah, looking for a different outcome this time, but hey, it was close.
We'll see if Robs can do any jumping no-scopes in a Vitality jersey.
Yeah. We didn't see Inferno, which is something that makes me very happy. We have FaZe who tried to play Inferno twice, looked incredibly awkward on it, and I think that their roles that they've been changing up a lot. They keep saying it's not a big deal, but it is. Even Rob said it. They're a totally new team now. Let's go.
Let's waste not 1 second, shall we? Brokey gets taken off of the top hut, and with it, first blood drawn. A best of 3 for qualification to the Spodek. Vitality and FaZe. My God, I got goosebumps coming into this pistol. It's a great day of Counter-Strike, and there's still so much to come. Let's see if the retake can be managed here for FaZe Clan. Kerrigan to flash their way out, but kind of hits himself with that one. And Mezzy from backside's going to make this look real easy. Frozen, no 1v5s, nay. Magisk already has the clutch of the day.
Yeah, won't happen. That's a really strong route into Vitality. Obviously, it's just a fast call, insta upstairs. And it's Rops who can bring a lot of information about FaZe.
Yep.
You know, everything that Apex was wondering about FaZe, Rops can tell them the answers.
Which I found really interesting. Obviously, Effia caught up with him before the game, and Rob says, like, you know, this is just such a different FaZe.
It is, yeah.
And that's true, right? Tons of role swaps and whatever, but you better have some tidbits of information after the tenure he had on FaZe Clan.
I mean, just knowing Kerrigan and yeah, there's so much that he learned, regardless of how much is still changing. You know, we see Twist was so inspired by Kerrigan's calling that he goes and tries to do that job on Liquid, and you can see that obviously Kerrigan is still the master, and that's something that has to be respected. But I have a feeling Robs isn't going to try to be an IGL one day himself.
You know, I hope not.
Yeah. But if he called something for me, I'd listen.
Sure, that's fair. Brokey turned back from the ramp hold. Doesn't want anything to do with Heaven. And all of a sudden, we've got Tease flooding downstairs. Elige working his way in with Frozen, and a bit of a stall out from Vitality at the exit of the double doors, making sure that they throw some utility out to really make sure that this push forward goes smoothly. Rops gonna be sat up inside that lobby. Nice new piece of the Vitality camp. Ooh, almost exposes the planter.
That would have been on good timing, man.
Uh-huh. But the bomb goes down before Flamesy gets popped.
And now no one has to move.
That bomb will bring them all down with them. There's no kit on the play for this retake. Rain trying to get this one moving down the ramp, but by killing that flank, they've also opened an exit route. And all the CTs trying to get in have now fallen. So that's going to be Vitality converting pistol with, you'd think, 3 alive, but Rob's going the wrong way. It's all right. He'll get the better of him.
For me, the main lesson for Vitality in this game is definitely, I think they just need to try to speed up their T-sides. And I think they're already starting off with a good tempo. But when they looked a little rough so far, I think it's with trying to include ROPS in these T-sides and how I think it's like, I don't know, maybe it's not the fact that it is ROPS, because he's just replacing Spinks. It's not like their tempo slows down a ton. But in learning how to play at a tempo with a new player, I think their calling is starting to be a little bit worse on the T-sides. So that's natural. Same thing will be occurring on FaZe, I'm sure. We've already seen those moments. And if anything, FaZe have way more role switches that they've had to deal with.
Oi. Oi. Hello, Frozen. Haven't really had a conversation about Frozen lately. Launders?
Yeah, it's been, he's not even doing that many interviews and stuff right now, I feel like.
What's up with that?
Just chilling.
Just chilling. Hiding in the backdrop. But takes a step forward here in round 3. This one kind of forced to slow down, just with that looming threat of ROPS being dead. Hoping somebody else kind of steps up, and there it is.
Oh man, another Deagle, man. It's a quiet map, and here it is, these very heavy ammo coming out. Another kill, maybe, nope.
Heaven player about to peek. Rain tries to cheat his way through it, and now we're gonna get the bomb plant front sight.
Nice, some conviction in that attack after they lost those 2 players. A round that could have been soured.
Launders, I would like to use this chance to air a small grievance.
Oh, I love that.
It's a grievance that I have with ESL. I'm not going to get us fired, I promise.
All right, all right, all right.
But Flamesy has been miscapitalized in the kill feed at ESL events for over a year.
In the kill feed?
Yep.
What's it in the kill feed?
It's a capital F. But it's a small F in reality. And with on this new HUD, obviously everything's fully capitalized, so you can't tell there. But I'm going to be a real negative Nancy, and I'm going to say that live.
That wouldn't be a Steam name?
Nope.
Oh yeah, just on the scoreboard as well.
So
that wouldn't be a Steam name?
I really hope that doesn't get us fired, but I had to get it off my chest.
That wouldn't be a Steam name, Connor?
No.
No.
And if it is, and I'm wrong,
yeah, the capital
I'll take it
F
up with him.
The capital F is way too aggressive.
It's too aggressive.
That's not Flamesy.
Flamesy. Settle down. It's Flamesy.
Flames.
Right. Now the game begins. I feel so much better.
It will be interesting to see ROPS playing against Frozen playing ramp. His old spot. Tried to crack that open last time. Got a dig between the eyes.
Crossing, huh? Apex gets down there.
Yeah, that's disruptive. That just pulls at least one through the floor. Elige coming to look to take care of this.
Ooh, like a ghoul.
Watching his timings as well.
Rain disengaging a little bit, offering a little more room over. Smoke falling out from the sky on blue box. That's fun.
Yeah, we get the unbreakable smoke and the mini wrap. There's still players up in heaven. Vitality's still sussing this out. I mean, they've got the lower crawl. Flamesy looks to be just a bait outside.
Oh.
Could get caught off. Elige up to the plate.
Good shot from Elige. Closes the door.
And he's out.
And climb into the rafters.
Now this is Broke to come and help. He's going to take an angle, probably on control side.
Rain's been able to get the better of the fight outer. 30 seconds to this clock.
So I'm telling you, these slow rounds, you got to watch for them here with Vitality. Let's see if they can pull this one together.
Feels like a comfortable 5v3, but Kerrigan Gonna be found out. Oh, he got wind of Rops. Would have spotted the barrel. Gets a dink in. Now easy cleanup for Frozen, you could assume. And Zywoo a little slow to react to that upper play.
Yeah, didn't even know. That silenced them for working. That's a great kill from Kerrigan. Obviously, Rops going for the shoulder peek, and Kerrigan wasn't playing tucked, right? Rops is probably hoping, okay, if he's opposite vent, he's just totally flush with the vent, and then I can hard clear him. But instead, just a little bit of information. So this one's not too late, but it's actually credit to FaZe. Like, for not moving, Alish gets his kills, gets his 1 kill. Brokey has a good rotation, but no one overreacts.
Ooh, big sprint in, though. Flashes find their mark, and Kerrigan with 1, but it's a Mezzy double triple entry. You love to see it if you're Vitality. Wow. They crank that dial, smash their way into upper, and Mezzy is now standing at an 8-1 scoreline 5 rounds into this game.
You gotta appreciate Mezzy's speed this game. He's been going crazy on the entries.
Mezzy,
you know, when he was, before Cloud9, before Henry G had scouted him to join Cloud9, he was the player that, when you looked at the Yelp reviews from his teammates, they all said he's the most malleable piece. He'll play any role and be good at it. He'll learn all the nades, and it looks like he could change speed too.
Ooh, Brokey just wants to keep the off, not asking for much. Oh, okay.
Let's go in! Fuck that man!
It's not 3D Max. Calm down.
Yeah, man, he got heated yesterday.
That was great.
You saw that?
That was awesome. Very solid round here, Mezzy.
We're 17 on B. Even my mother's on B.
Let's go in! Fuck that man!
Bringing that same energy, that same ferociousness that is definitely the driving fire behind the Vitality excitement.
That's exactly what you want to see. CT, less questions. That's just for everyone.
Yeah.
Actually, that's the thing though. FaZe, CT, there are questions. CT is where they're trying to use Rain as an anchor sometimes, where Alicia's taking some of his positions, but it just doesn't feel like everything is worked out yet. I don't think we've got final spots. And to be honest, even watching some of the games back, they're floating so often. Like, they're even trying different things within maps.
It is this revamped identity of FaZe Clan. Said there's a lot of moving parts, a lot of change-ups in the offseason. You know, doesn't take a genius to see the impact that Alish was able to have on a lesser team throughout 2024. You feel like it's just a matter of time.
Let's see if Alish gets away with this one. Oh,
yes.
It looks like yes.
Ooh, well, does he get away?
Well, yeah, not cleared.
All the way back.
Ramp, no trade.
Fun little 5v4 established by Alish. Comes at a cost of half his health.
Zywoo didn't move a muscle there, huh?
Oh, Rain gets owned though. Flamesy just slides off the roof. Look at him go. Just jumping around merrily through smokes, wrapping back now around Garage, where he could find a duel versus Brokey. Ooh, Alish actually ends up killing him.
And more damage.
And then Mezzy comes through. Mezzy, who has found multiple kills on entry, gets shut down with just 1. Kerrigan in no man's land, front sight, finds Flamesy in main. Apex has been silent, but Kerrigan... Hello, Kerrigan is incredibly clean with it. Now he's up to 5 frags in this game already, too.
Taking matters into his own hands, and I have been seeing a lot more Kerrigan moments as a fragger recently, which has been really cool to watch.
Mo, what's going on? Chopper? Kerrigan? What are these guys doing?
Yeah, he doesn't even rely on a breathe strip to be able to frag like this.
IGL's stalked to the rooftops and beyond. Yeah, let him know. Let him know. Flames are going to try it again.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa. Goes for the slip and slide.
You get Rops in your team, you start doing that every round. Classic.
Frag for the cross smoke. Ooh, Apex gets the better of Rain, so.
Bro, this is insane, the way these trades are happening.
Yeah, it's a fun game already, and we've got 3 maps of it. Ooh, Brokey takes a Tech 9 to the head, just trying to throw the smoke.
Yeah, he's going to have to take that on the chin, walk away, Frozen up to the plate.
Nice. Already down in position, but exposed to Mezzy, who puts his hands on an AK. It's man advantage here for Vitality, despite Apex being barely alive.
I think Apex knows that he's going to have an opportunity here, but Kerrigan gets all the way out. Okay. Spotted and disengaged. 2 HP, very smart here for Apex. They know they have the lower sight in their hand. And the secret rotation is cut off, and that will just mean that FaZe instantly go to save.
Off to the Savus. Savus Maximus.
I was going to say that. I was going to say that for you.
Yeah.
But it didn't make sense, so I didn't.
Make fun of him. Idiot.
Try to be a nice guy for once.
Don't worry, you've conditioned me to make fun of myself.
That cannot be understated.
Last one today, I swear. Oh my god. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rounds, non-consecutive. Back and forth we go. And you can see it starting to take a toll on FaZe Clan, but this time Broky's allowed to hang on. Pourquoi?
Because
what's wrong?
He died, 2 HP, maybe that's why.
Oh, surely.
Yeah. I don't even know where you can save at that point. He was back at Secret.
Yeah, on Ancient.
Yeah.
Well.
Oh, even there.
Bomb radius.
Oh, Elijah's got the old Nova out.
Okay. I think actually a huge part of this too is Vitality put pressure on the comms.
Love it. Look at him charge out, but who other than Kerrigan? Oh! Wow. He's just going to track Zywoo. We got this conga line of players working their way down vent as Apex will sit outside still. Fast challenge, bottom ramp catches Flamesy off. Oh, but the nade kind of popping in the air with the shrapnel and the cover and the teammate back sight.
And Apex still taking upper.
Hanging around because Elijah's coming through. That's an easy pickup on the North American. Mezzy sitting behind sight, Silo. Flamesy already on control. I mean, honestly, these are good positions. The 3-player push out from the ramp retake. Mezzy's going to finish off Kerrigan, and as he tries to snap down to the pistol, Frozen, why do you have a pistol? Flamesy gets 2 kills. This game is insane, and suddenly Vitality leads 6-2.
It's like, Connor, are they saving or something? What was that? He had to drop his gun? I don't know. That definitely made that impossible. Mezzy at 12-3 this game, folks.
What the hell is happening? His second kill on Zywoo is hilarious. And yet FaZe aren't left laughing.
Why did he have that USB?
I don't know, man.
For the whole retake. Creating chaos.
Yeah, you said it last round, and maybe they'll give you a chance to extrapolate.
It's because of the Elige comments. Because even though he's not even switching to another language, he's switching to a different region. And he's talking about how all the comms are different, right?
Apex finds Rain, but there's a second player red box. That one's covered, and luckily so is Brokey. Man, there are layers. And right now, Brokey trying to find a path either out of here or forward for the next frag. And Alicia's around to support. I mean, this is still a viable push around, but oh my god, the timing here. Oh, quick shot from Zywoo, who I don't think we've said his name much. Brokey still hanging on to the red box before Mezzy, the best player in the server at the moment, is going to take him down. 3v2 advantage for Vitality. This T-side is shredding through the first half of this game. Lickety split. And Rops licks his lips in A-site because Kerrigan puts his head on a silver platter and puts Frozen in an unlikely clutch.
Wow. This has been a sweet treat of a T-side so far here for Vitality. Frozen walking alone can go and get Brokey's op. And even Flamesy comes up to try to punish that save. Frozen won't even go for it, actually. This, whether he knows it or not, is his best option. Wow, wow. Credit to Apex. Game plan's looking very strong today.
Hell yeah. He is up there, too, trying to chase Mezzy to the top of the scoreboard. Uh-oh, check your corners. There's room for everybody.
So Lee was saying, like, even on Inferno, you know, we call it Big Pit in North America. They call it Dildo on Face.
Oh, really?
So there's a lot of stuff that he's got to get used to. Those freaky Europeans.
Yeah, you know. Don't get me started on Biggs calls.
And then there's Mini and Main. But if Twist could do it.
Exactly. Yeah, just a little time. Just a little time. There's many a reason to have faith in Elige, many a reason to have faith in Kerrigan.
So when a game's getting played this quickly, and Elige says, you know, it's all good, except it does take you mentally like an extra half second just to register what was called. If it's a rush, if it's very fast calls like this, complicated outside defaults with lots of utility and lurks, then yeah, those are moments where it can get a little bit more hard to focus quickly. But I like that Elige has been kind of taking a lot of liberties on his pushes. However,
Yes.
he's been getting caught.
He's been getting caught, but he still has more output than Rain and Brokey combined. You know, that's another thing. We can talk about communication and the pace and all that breaking down, but the kill department hasn't clocked in for work yet.
Yeah. Yeah, Brokey's getting countered hard.
Rain behind the smoke. Ugh. Damn. Frozen actually not able to finish that frag off, so Flamesy's Mac 10 will be health limited moving forward. Despite Frozen's best efforts to get the opening kill, hasn't managed just yet. Luckily for him, Flamesy takes his sweet time climbing up the roof.
And this push looks like a small gap, maybe. Rops above.
Yeah, this is fun.
Obviously, he checks on it from 5 different positions because it's Rops.
How many players would just kind of be like, you know, a little lackadaisical with that positioning? But no, he is on top of it.
There are no timings with Rops.
He is the clock.
Well, upper pop, is this the right idea? There are a lot of CTs here.
Yeah, 5-7, ready to go. Rain doubles his kills, 15 on the clock. Easy climb up here for Brokey. Maybe this one wasn't it. Rops, you know, the only player to end up getting kills this round, despite all that wiggling around from Vitality, all that posturing, all the possibility in the world, and they decide to walk a main smoke.
They stole their vision away. I mean, they had Frozen, who had to go back into heaven and play from inside. So Vitality got what they wanted out of the rounds. They made FaZe hold their breath upstairs and just chill in their spots. If it had been a lower play, there would have been no real way to get the round back. But Vitality just assuming maybe they quietly rotated down. So the stack works out, shots get hit. Brokey careful on his approach into heaven. So maybe there was a timing there for Flamesy to take a peek, but he was so low on HP. And only had a Mac 10.
Pressure can be kept up. Final 2 rounds of the half. Oh yeah. Apex versus Rain. Again, critical 2 kills 1 round ago with that 5-7. He is the reason that FaZe have a 3rd round. But this constant threat of lower, not to say that FaZe have looked incredibly awkward on their rotates up and down.
No, they've been pretty good in general.
But it's just Vitality looking all the stronger. They get Frozen to look into the opposite way. Kerrigan can't even come out to challenge, so suddenly B-Site about to be compromised on one half. Maybe not so much the other side. Zywoo hanging on with 4 HP is going to keep Brokey busy. Brokey just getting that sliver of an angle in. Kerrigan has slipped the net. Oh, but they find him.
And the bomb's planted backside safely.
Yeah, and Rops is going to be able to turn back for Brokey, so Rain to the clutch 1v3.
Wow. This has been a T-side so far for Vitality, man.
Door closed. Player gets exposed.
Let's go, boy!
Apex happy about that as this 8-round T-side from Vitality really starts to set a tone.
And the real strong part about FaZe compared to other teams on this map, it's like having Rain play outside with a rifle, sometimes enough by himself because he's so good at that. And that leaves a lot of room for Brokey to continuously play ramp or to fill other positions and flex a lot. But in this game so far, Rain and Brokey not really getting into it.
Brokey on the hunt, freed up this round. Oh,
man. Yeah, just a little off, man.
Yeah, now all of a sudden the timing from Apex looks all the better. But Kerrigan did kill Flamesy right before Apex put the bullet in the back of the head. Rain doesn't see it coming, but...
He did see him, or he heard him, but didn't think he slipped back in.
I mean, Apex got a kill, right? I guess he assumed he had joined up on the bomb site, but...
No, it's weird. I thought he was going to get hard cleared.
Apex just sits there, sits pretty, and waits for another chance to hoot and holler, as it looks like round 9 for Vitality's T-half is inevitable.
What a start. Yeah,
phenomenal play coming out from the French-led ROP squad. Still so bizarre seeing him in a jersey that isn't FaZe. Valiant effort from Frozen as he gets flashed out. Obviously, all they had left is this Hail Mary. Couldn't have said it better. Well, what we thought was going to be a real competitive affair turns into a total blowout to the favor of Vitality, because King Mezzy hits the ground running today. His entries on that A site set a tone and a tempo that Apex would follow through with all half long.
100%. Great calls, great follow through, and Mezzy understanding the assignment entirely. So much impact round in and round out.
Look at that kill count. 14 Mezzy, 13 Apex. Everybody else single digits,
I don't think we said ZywOo's name a single time.
Once, maybe? Zai who? We'll see if he's needed on the defense. Pistol round pushing into the upper hit. Looking good for FaZe in the 5v3. Lobby swarm out of the ramp, though. Could this solve their issues? Ooh, doesn't look likely. Oh, Flamesy, hold on. 3 kills in. And a chance at a little bit more. 4 bullets in the magazine.
9 health, they can't kill him.
2 Ts to take down Apex. Trying to join up with him. Flamesy!
Apex.
That's an Apex assistance, and it's a 4K for Flamesy.
Damn near all 5 upper pop in for FaZe. It looked so good for a second, but they couldn't extinguish the Flamesy.
3v5. Oh, c'est pas vrai. Apex having a field day today.
Well, it's not that the calls weren't good. Entries were good. But
damn, and it wasn't just a crossfire in lobby, Mohan. For a second, it looked like you had the hut T, the spawn T, and even the squeaky T. It was like a trifecta of a lobby hold. And Flamesy just walks into it, spins in a circle, finds an exit, and Vitality take pistol and a 10-3 lead off the back of it. Ouch.
Ouch indeed.
MP9's still a feature here for Vitality, despite now playing on the newest patch of Counter-Strike 2.
Can't wait to see Robs on Thomas.
MP9's inside the site. Thomas at a further distance. M-Force in the spam fight, almost giving a chance back as Apex gets dropped to 9 points of HP.
Spacing out the ammo and utility just to put pressure on the cross. I don't see everything in this round, so they might have to respect it with 1 rotation. I'm not sure, but if they don't, they'd be correct. That phaser's still completely upstairs, back in lobby. We know how tempting it can be to do the late squeaky when you have low numbers. That can almost be an equalizing way to play, because you can also escape down the vent if you need to. There's no more utility to block, so they're just going to have to space out these flashbangs. But, I mean, they really know it's coming.
Yeah. See if Flamesy can hang on in the open floor. Mezzy over towards main, looking to help when needed. Oh, gun goes dry. Mezzy waiting for a chance to strike. Oh, perfectly just carving through that smoke, catching both players looking elsewhere. Mezzy having a field day this evening, 16-5 as Vitality go up 11-3. Their victory on Nuke just mere steps away.
Absolutely lovely map from Vitality from every perspective, to be honest. I was most worried about their T side. That's not a problem. Pistols, great individual level.
Really? Okay, Kerrigan, I see you.
That T side honestly deserves a second watch back with how chaotic it was.
It's definitely the best T side from this new Vitality of 2025, right?
Yeah. Certainly feels that way.
Good. This is a roster we want firing on all cylinders as soon as possible. I don't know who threw that smoke.
Robs wouldn't have thrown that smoke.
Main held on to. Mezzy, it's a double kill. Flamesy back sights got all he needs. Triple for Flamesy.
This is crushing.
Double for Mezzy. 9 map points.
Playing like they got somewhere to go, man.
Yeah, the Spodek.
The Spodek.
This matchup qualification.
Alicia's never won a Katowice. Every time Kerrigan gets a new 5th for Kato, they end up winning.
He did step forth into the Spodek with Complexity 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. I remember Darth Mike stuck around to watch them play in the arena, and then they got smoked. Oi. Excuse me, that's when it was still liquid.
I was thinking.
Yep.
Oi.
Easy Mezzy unleashed. The brother can do no wrong.
Yeah, and Rob's on the push too.
Yep. Rob's just gonna really twist that dagger that Mezzy so quickly thrust into FaZe Clan's chest. It is a slaughter as they try to get their way into this A site. I mean, it hurts to say, but we didn't see a FaZe Clan in this first map of play.
Not at all.
And the question was all about the T side. That was the weak point of Vitality that we saw at their debut event this year. How long would it take to get ROPS integrated into a system that could compete in the S tier of Counter-Strike?
About 45 minutes.
And it looks like we've got that first glimpse of it today. And it is no chumps that they take down on Nuke. Nay, nay. This is FaZe Clan with a measly 3-round score versus Vitality, who are on the highway to the Spodek, folks. But luckily for FaZe, they'll have a chance to bounce back. Can they? That's the question.
Main looks clear. Is maybe push door. I'm pushing A.
Yes, I'm ready to convince.
You will C2. C2! Let's go, guys! C2. I'm really holding door. Holding door.
Just one.
Oh, Matt. Oh, nice try. Oh. C2!
Two side.
Raté.
Back lobby.
Indo. Oh la vache. Rat. S. Back lobby dead. Ready, fire. C2. One door. C2. One door and C2. I pick C2.
Close door.
C2. Dead.
Last door.
I push him. Dead. If you see this one, I look like the biggest bot.
I expect you the whole time.
I look like the biggest.
An unexpected quick win coming in for Vitality. I think most of us has this game as being very, very close. It should have been a competitive one. We thought that it was going to go down to the wire, but there was only one team on the server, Kasad. Vitality absolutely manhandling FaZe Clan on Nuke.
One-way traffic, like I like to say it. I mean, there was no way that anybody expected something like this. 9 rounds on the T side. We know that Vitality likes to play Nuke. They're good at Nuke. They have been historically good in Nuke. But I expected some sort of resistance reaction, at least in, like with some timeouts or something going into this, 1-6, 1-7, whatever the score was. But nothing really happened. Everything that Vitality tried to do worked for them. The map was like, what, 16, 17 minutes and it's all over?
And it's all over. A very quick and very fast opening to this series. However, we still have a second map coming up and potentially a third. But before that, we want to dive into these two guys. Obviously, a big storyline coming into this game is ROPS being on the side of Vitality, Elish coming in towards FaZe Clan, and we set up this little game, Kasad, where we're going to find out who got the better deal. Is Vitality better off with ROPS, or is FaZe better off with Elish? And we categorize it in 5 different categories, starting off with firepower. Now, if you had to put, an edge to either Elish or ROPS, who has the most firepower of the two?
For me, overall, I would put firepower as Elish. That's my personal opinion, because over the years we have seen a lot of dominating games from Elish. Not that the ROPS didn't do it, but I feel like Elish, wherever the team he was in, he was like that superstar, even Complexity that was kind of lacking results and everything. But during Liquid time, he was the guy you were looking at, like to get those numbers. Either coming in first or second, he would be the guy delivering frags. And ROPS is by all means a sharp player, right? It's just Elish is sharper. That's all.
That's the thing. We have to give it to one of the two in this one. I agree with you. ROPS also being up there. Communication skills, I would lean towards Elish again. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I think by in history, you played in NA, you played in Liquid for that matter. I was in NA for more than a few years. I played against Elish multiple times. Well, I can't even remember how many times, but everything like that we know and everything that Elish did in the interviews, in like these little videos that he posts as well in YouTube, and everything that he says and does, kind of signs that he has a communication a little bit more on a higher level, a little bit more creativity than Robs, even though Robs is good on his own role.
And that's the thing. I think Robs is great at communicating. Again, I think one way to phrase it as well would be to say that Elish has a bigger voice in the teams that he's playing. He's more demanding in terms of how he does it, also down to the positions. Now, in terms of experience, that's a tough one. Who had the more experience of the two?
I think you and me share the same opinion here. It's kind of 50-50 because you can't really take anything from any of these players. Both of them won Grand Slams. Both of them won multiple events. Obviously, you know, Robs won the major as well with FaZe. Elish didn't. He didn't. And then, you know, overall, I think many years behind both of those players and many great matches on stage, in studio, online, everything kind of points out to be 50-50. It's kind of hard to decide, so we don't want to go give anybody the advantage there.
In terms of the clutching abilities, I think both can clutch, but I'm leaning towards this guy over here. Robs, arguably the better clutcher. Again, down to the positions on the maps as well. Robs often ends up in the clutches.
Yeah, I mean, there is no doubt. If you are 11-11 third map of the major finals, you're 1v2, who do you rather pick, Robs or Elish? I think 99% people, you know, would say definitely Robs because of the history, because of all the things that he's done. That's his normal position, normal kind of environment where he kind of thrives in. So I would pick Robs definitely. And then, you know, we have the final category there. I want to hear your opinion on that one, versatility. I think we kind of agreed yesterday when we discussed this segment. And let me know what you think about this kind of rivalry.
I think it's a tough one. I think both players are very versatile in the way they play Counter-Strike. One argument that is favoring towards Robs, I'd say, is the fact that he can pick up the secondary AWP. We've seen Elish a couple of times tried, not to the same succession as Robs. So if I had to give it to one of the two, I'd probably give versatility to Robs. I think he offers, you know, especially on the CT side, a little bit more. He plays some of the same positions as Elish, but he can pick up that secondary AWP role and be a little more efficient with it.
I do agree, simply because there is an example of Nuke just played. I mean, if FaZe had a secondary open, you kind of react to different things like Robs would, you know, do sometimes, then maybe they would get more than 3 rounds. But overall, it pretty evens out because, you know, we have some things on the Elish side, some things on Rob's side, and one thing that's kind of equal. So, gun to the head, who do you pick? Got the better deal?
Oh, that's a good question. I think Robs is going to be a better fit. I think Robs is going to be a better fit within Vitality in short term. I think Elish long term could be a better fit for FaZe Clan. I think it's impossible to tell. In all reality, you know, I want the viewers out there at home to maybe think for themselves and figure out who do you think is the better fit. Also, I want to move on with the game that we have at hand. I know Trace is catching up with one of the coaches.
And as you can imagine, FaZe not necessarily getting that desired result here on the first map of the series. That would obviously be because they just got their self spanked over there on Nuke. Now they can look forward to Anubis. Just talking to Neo here, he obviously understands that at the very beginning of the game, things didn't necessarily go their way. There was no inertia had from the side of FaZe. You couple that with a couple of rounds here and there, and then before you know it, you're down single digits, and that's not ideal. Either way, we still have Anubis on the forefront of this series, and we're going to see if we can make it all the way to 3. Let's find out.
Let's find out indeed, Polska.
Yeah, that one just kind of slipped in there. Don't know if you guys heard that. It was just a little nonchalant.
Some of your best work, Trace. Some of your best work.
Hey, thanks, man. Been working alongside you for a while, so I know that means something deep.
But about Anubis, so let's talk about Anubis a little bit. A great, I mean, fantastic game out of Vitality. FaZe really didn't have a lot to say, right? So what's going to have to be the main things that change on Anubis so they don't go out without a map win?
Well, we did see Vitality play in Copenhagen on Anubis, and they played against Eternal Fire. And there was one thing I remember Major saying after the game is that they localized the fact that Robs is now moving into the anchor position, which means Flamesy on the CT side is moving into E-Box, or into Cave, as we also call it. Flames were struggling a little bit, and EF kept hitting Cave over and over and over again. So that positional change on the CT side, where Flames is now finding himself in a complete new position. Is that something FaZe is going to test out as well to see if they've solved that? Or is that something Flames and Vitality have already, you know, figured out how to deal with? And also Robs, you know, playing that anchor role, he didn't have the best game against EF, so maybe they're a little bit rusty in each their respective positions.
Listen, I don't care who moves there, but the thing is definitely what the spell's problem for FaZe is the fact that they just lost the map. The way they lost 9-3, 4-0, 13-3 on a T side. Now you're relinquishing T side for Vitality once again on the most T-sided map. FaZe didn't get to play at all CS in the past hour, and probably not going to play in the first half as well. So they kind of have to win their series back by winning on the second half. Now it's going to be very difficult, so it doesn't really matter about the positions. It's just right now FaZe is in a massive problem.
And it also doesn't matter if you want to say anything, because we're going to a break, and when we come back, it is Anubis.
Polska, go on.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Katowice while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Really tough to say, actually. I think it's no clear answer. In some way, I think they did need more of an aggressive player. Robs, maybe didn't have the best year, but he's incredible when he's on form.
I think Elish also brings a lot on the table, so I think it's pretty equal in my opinion. If Robs is peak form, I think he can bring more on the table than Elish.
For me, actually, I would say slight upgrade, but just because I really appreciate Elish's work in his role. Yeah. But I obviously not taking anything away from Robs as well.
In terms of roles, it's an upgrade for FaZe. I think Elish is a downgrade, but only because he takes more resources. I think in terms of individual skill, they're very equal.
I think it's kind of the downgrade, I think, because Robs is the lurker guy, the anchor guy. The Frozen and Elish are the same position players. One of them must be played on the anchor, yeah.
In my opinion, I think it's upgrade, because I think FaZe was downfall, and there is only achievement was 2 major final. But major final is something, but yeah, I think FaZe was going to downfall, and coming up with Elish is, I think, upgrade.
In my opinion, Vitality is an upgrade, because it's Rob's good lurker and he's have ideas and he's play aggressive, but passive it's have good player. LH is so aggressive player like Donk, but he's another play style, not have good lurker like Robs, because Robs it's really good player.
Unique.
Yeah, LH it's like entry fragger. It's not lurker, it's another position. I think it's FaZe downgrade. In my opinion, Vitality is upgrade, but we just see in this year.
Hey Future Pros, back on Anubis, this time with a nice multi-nade set you can throw to help your teammates take the A site. For this exec, you will need a smoke, molly, and a couple of flashes. Your smoke will be for heaven. To throw this, get into the corner next to this section of the wall. Aim at the point where these bricks converge. Then jump throw the smoke. your molly will be for default, which is a very nice position to have cleared out for the tees entering the site. To throw this, remain in the same spot and aim just to the right of the middle point of this top pot. Then jump throw the molly. Lastly, use this line up here and jump throw both of your flashes. This will blind many areas on the site, just watch out for anyone playing fountain or the close wall, as it won't fully affect them much. Good luck taking A.
Earlier today, we promised you that it was an appetizer with G2 and Falcons and that the real meat was coming in this head-to-head mode, but it looks like we may just have a sweet little treat.
Yeah.
This dainty 3-round half. That's all they had.
Dude,
all they had.
Bottom fragged in
9
that 13-3.
kills, 11 deaths in a Vitality 13-3. Now that is a Vitality I don't mind watching.
No, not at all.
I'll take it.
That was cool to watch. Can't lie.
Mezzy on top.
And credit to Apex, man. You know, going into Kerrigan, up against Kerrigan, who might be the king of integrating new players. Apex did that seamlessly. Now, it obviously can be argued that FaZe will have the harder time, but also, you know, the score wasn't even close. It wasn't even close, man. ZywOo wasn't even necessary on that map, but Mezzy was.
Rob's ready for this kind of a push.
I got another stat for you after this.
Hit me.
After we see what happens this round, even though it feels like it's almost done.
All right, we'll give it a little hope.
Oh my God.
We'll watch. How about Rob says?
Yeah,
you know,
I guess he's gonna get the last two. No,
I was gonna say we've only cast about 7 aces so far in Kato.
Here's the stat.
Hit me.
At the Shanghai, obviously Vitality destroyed FaZe all year last year.
Yes.
Except for at the 2 majors.
Correct.
That's where FaZe beat them. And Apex is pissed about that. That shoved them out of 2 major finals and stole their hopes. When they played last time, they played Anubis at Shanghai. FaZe crushed them. Who was their best player?
Was it Rob's?
What rating did he have?
1.6.
Higher.
1.8.
Higher.
2.
2. On the dot. So not only did FaZe lose the key piece of the puzzle of winning Anubis at the Shanghai Major last time, but they are literally playing against him now.
And he gets a 4K in the pistol.
And he gets a 4K in the pistol. 2.0 rating. Not HLTV 2.0 rating. A 2 rating on the 2.0 rating. 2.1 rating.
My God. A machine. I'm pretty sure Apex just said, "Oh, please, Robs, come back." I think that's what I heard. Which at that point, brother, you're just rubbing the salt in the wound.
That's a good find. I guess that's kind of like Nico finding Mobs and then Mobs beating him.
Yeah.
Take him out of Kato.
Yeah, kind of. God damn.
What's FaZe gonna be? What's Vitality gonna be like if ZywOo starts fragging too?
I'm almost afraid to find out. Ooh.
Oh my God.
You mean if or when he starts to frag out? He's going to send his little peons chasing the A push. Bit of money made by the MAC-10s. And as you'd anticipate, conversion. But this was a force buy, so maybe you would anticipate a bit more of a resistance. Doesn't look likely. Desert Eagle in the pocket. Bomb is coming from long. Don't write it off yet. The jig is up.
Go! 0 kills, 0! You don't deserve anything. Let's go!
Don't deserve anything.
Anything at all.
I still think when Apex looks up, he can picture 3D Max in front of him. Yeah, it's like 3D Max has burned themselves into his vision.
Yeah, he tweeted about it, how fun it was. Felt like he was playing a French land in the past. I think he maybe just wishes people would yell back.
Yeah,
you know?
Sure. Yeah.
Let's go! 0 kills, 0! You don't deserve anything. Let's go!
Tough to yell back when you lose 13-3.
2 rounds, 0 kills for FaZe.
You don't deserve anything.
Anything at all, Apex.
Man,
nothing.
If a man yelled that at me, I think I'd...
Not even a scoop of Neapolitan.
You don't deserve anything.
Not even 1 croissant. Not even an exante goût.
Not 1 puff of my cigarette. No 1 sip of my espresso.
That is Scarface.
Now he's my little friend. You come to me. Oh, no, please, 1 kill. There we go. First kill for FaZe has been found in the final moments of round 3. Vitality off to the races with momentum on the most T-sided map in the pool.
1 kill. Some might say it doesn't matter because it wasn't rifles. But look at the money for Vitality. That's why those kills matter, even if you don't win the round.
Wowza. 3 players on above 5,000, 8.6 for Flames.
Oh, can you shout at him?
Yeah, I started winning, I was shouting as well.
I swear to God, bro.
Yeah, if I start winning, I'll start shouting as well.
Yeah, makes sense, makes sense. Funny Apex, 0 kills.
0 deaths, though.
Popping champagne.
Guns in the hands of FaZe Clan. Win this one, you can crank it a decibel or 2.
The true power of Rops is going to be, I think, on A site. Like, just the way that he can push for A main control so frequently, and I think really strengthens that part of the map on a map that's struggling on CT side. I mean, if this split comes in, FaZe have absolutely nothing right now.
Nope. Flamesy eats the flash. Frozen traded out.
I mean, this is not a good position for FaZe, man. They had no E-box, they had no canals, they had no push on A, they had no mid, like they had nothing, actually. That's sort of a rare sight for FaZe. You know, like we criticize a lot of teams, or at least I do with like, you know, who are not at this quality when it comes to like, oh, they're sitting in very vanilla spot. It's never FaZe though, sitting in vanilla spots, especially not on the B site. You know. There will be some questions about Flamesy playing E-box on the CT side, because the last time they played it wasn't great. He looked a little uncomfortable. You know, I think he'll get better at that spot. It's just a really important position. But yeah, not a great start from FaZe in terms of ideas here. They even get a first kill on that exec, and still you know they're going to lose. Whoa. All right.
All right. All right.
Let's go! Thank you!
That's nice. 15 grand down.
Little chip into the damage. I mean, economy. Take a bit back, but yes, Flamesy dropped first, and oh, Mezzy blinded through the smoke.
Yeah, but like,
yeah, you know,
you're
at
dead
that point, you know
that eventually.
Yeah, you can shrug it off if you're.
Let's go! Thank you!
These 2 positions are fine if you have a tempo rotator, or if you have E-box, or you have an A-main flank, or something. You know what I mean? Something else.
Sure, a trade-off.
Yeah. Some of the spots were bad, but.
Think they go through that?
I think they're thinking about it. We'll see if they need it open, because they'll be right. It's a fake.
Elige getting up into heaven before anybody can come committing through, but it is long A under control for Vitality.
Yeah, full exec coming.
Couple pieces, and the Mac 10 entry works. Mezzy, instant second kill. 5-0.
Insta-save.
5-0. 5-0.
Don't even think about it.
Police. But maybe we don't need the cops. We need an ambulance. Somebody gonna have to
DNR.
Somebody gonna have to pick up FaZe once they've been mopped across the floor. Again, exits. That's what FaZe. Oh my God! He hit him with the wall. Wow.
Wicked.
Dude, I don't know what's gotten into Mezzy.
British player! Oh my God!
What the hell? He's making fun of his own teammates.
Bro, I'm right here. Mezzy just looks down the line like,
it's
Apex.
That's only the like 60th joke today, I'm sure. You know.
Oh no! British player! Oh my God! My whole life.
It's not even any punchline there. It's just
man, right back to it.
Can't believe they're running out of banter.
Come on, FaZe. Come on. Get it up and going.
Yeah.
Because right now it is Elige dead again.
It's the White Ninja comic. You know, you got the stick. You're poking the guy on the ground.
Do something.
Do something.
Do something. Mezzy 7-1. Flamesy 7-1. Apex 0-2.
Yeah, you can just walk in a B now.
It's right there for the take. And frag grenade over to Temple. That's going to get Rain's job made even more impossible. Brokey, this could be a good...
Zywu setting up grenades?
Come on.
Oh, he's running though.
Hoorah. Get it in. MP9 from the flank. Goes for the crouching MP9.
It was a nerf.
Crouching MP9 shots. These are the ones. Watch, he's going to crouch when he tries to take these duels. Ooh, or just has his head ripped off. Nicely done, Apex on the scoreboard. Push out from Kerrigan. Nice! Double kill from Kerrigan. Can he do more? Good amount of damage, but Frozen comes out.
He crouched. They were crouching.
I think people do it.
Yeah.
I never thought about it before, but I do think a lot of people are crouching with MP9s.
Yeah. He did dink him on the flank.
That's a lot of papers. And yet they don't even need to push past page 1. Oh! What? Bend it like Beckham. All right, well, that's 6 rounds in. I think the first map took about 17 minutes. We could very well be halfway through the second.
My coffee hasn't even kicked in yet. Just kidding, I had an orange juice.
That is true. After you had a grape juice.
It was blackcurrant.
Okay.
And they were small. Just drink your warm tea.
I'm working on it.
Luke. T-smoke to dissuade them from pushing out, and they still do, but won't matter. How far do the CTs want to go?
Surely they're going to piece together something in this series. Surely,
I mean,
FaZe Clan can do something to stop this onslaught.
I feel like they need a 30-minute break just to like get their head in the right place and then just like approach this game again, because this is their map pick, right?
Yes.
Yeah, this is their map pick now.
It's
I mean, I was like, hopefully Nuke
check.
wasn't, but like, is this any better?
Right? Now Mezzy and Flamesy on a tear up into the site. Here we go. Yeah, Frozen. Triple kill from the back plat, but it's not over. Robs has got targets in front of him. It looks like it's enough, but now we could talk about Zywu. No, he exposes himself in 7 rounds in. FaZe have found their first round win.
All right, 4v5.
And it's FaZe Clan.
Yes.
Which means they're never out of a good fight.
Yeah, it just wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't make sense.
But if they lose this next round.
That being said, though, you know,
yes.
Let's say everything's like in Vitality's minds in terms of like T-sides and all that stuff that we're saying, oh, we're not sure if it's all there. Let's say for them, they feel like it's all there. They destroyed FaZe most matches last year.
Yeah.
And now they have a player from FaZe to like help them with all the prep and everything like that. So like that kind of adds up, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah. No,
it is like a nightmare sort of matchup if people are playing well.
Kind of more of what we've come to expect in this head-to-head, unless it's at a major. And Kato's a big tournament of the year, but it's not a major. And it's a FaZe Clan that isn't just the same old FaZe you've come to know and love, but one that's had to revamp a lot of roles and positioning.
And yeah, it has been said, Vitality are obviously pretty much impervious in group stages. They've always played their absolute best versus all their biggest rivals. Wow. Excellent control.
We are still talking about the 2024 Cologne champions, by the way, in Vitality. Their tournament hoists or trophy lifts, you know, not as often as they would have loved last year, but still, that's a big one. Trying to tap into that potential right here, right now with a newfound Rops. Flamesy takes a bullet to the forehead, still gets the better of Rain, who is now having an atrocious series, dude. Yeah. Poor Rain. I mean, he had 2 kills for basically all of Nuke.
Can I just say I love the mustache, though?
Sure.
Another dink through the wall.
Oh, man, Apex.
Bad goes to worse.
Frying them like eggs. Cracking them like it, too. And then they just pause here. They stall out. They wait for that other duo to... That... You have to...
He thinks he's still on FaZe!
You have to be kidding. Zywu into the 1v2 clutch.
No,
you have to be kidding.
He thinks he's still on FaZe, Connor. See that absolutely murk the guy in Temple. Rob's just like, that's not funny at all. Oh, wow.
Looked like a nice shot.
That's pretty funny.
Well, that's a first.
Probably should have been aware of the split.
Yeah.
I don't know how.
No, I'd say he definitely should have been aware of the split.
Banter. That's banter, man. That's banter. That's a way back into the game here for FaZe Clan. That was a one position for Vitality for sure.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Sometimes he team kills like 10 damage, like wouldn't have mattered.
Sure. No.
This one actually won them the round.
Oh yeah. That has.
They got a secret agent, man.
And it's not like there was a CT stood behind him. That's just a bullet upside your buddy's head. And that otherwise would have been a great chance to reset FaZe. And now you have let them into this game.
Imagine, Connor. Imagine.
I would love to.
Imagine that catalyzed the comeback. We've already had the crazy moment of the day. That was Majesk having the wrong read on the A play, and G2 end up winning the game.
This is a different kind of crazy.
That was pretty crazy.
Yeah, but this is a different kind of crazy.
That's true.
This is something else. This is FaZe now. 3-round streak made possible by Rops.
Oof. I mean, hey, at least they got their 6 rounds already.
That could end up being one of the most, one of the most noteworthy team kills in CS2 history.
One of the most historic. One of the most remarkable.
And it all boils down to how this map ends.
How the series ends, Connor.
Sure. How the series ends. Now we've got ZywOo.
I'm willing to blame it all on that if somehow FaZe wins.
All right, let's do that. Let's do that.
Because that would be the most fun opportunity.
Let's put the stakes on Rops. Vitality don't win this series. It's all him. Brokey going to give the cover here to Kerrigan on the fallback. That's that AK changing hands. Rops picks it up, but they are met by more util and frag grenades and smokes and all sorts of disturbing utility. Turned away from A main.
Yeah, if it was someone with worse aim, it would have just been a body shot, Re-aggro. High-low setup here with Kerrigan, Brokey. Hard spots to dislodge. The smoke will help.
Gap. They're still going to run boost him in. That'll get... Whoa, what?
Nice one, Kerrigan.
Nice double kill. That didn't look likely, but now AK for Apex. 1v4, 35 seconds. Bomb on the crowd.
He can... Honestly?
Run.
Okay, no. There's 2 left. And
yeah, they're going to gun him down.
And, yeah.
All right. Still 2 kills in. Keep that money modest. But it is a 4th for FaZe in a row. Why are you laughing, Wanders?
Because I'm a shithead.
Nice snap, by the way. 3rd guy in goes down. This 2nd kill as well. Suddenly a little quieter.
8-4 still crushes the half.
Sure.
That's open. Is it possible, though?
We'll see if Robs can make up for...
Is that Brokey up again?
His transgression. Swap across. Behind the box, he'll sit. Looking to just lock in any A main aggression. Bomb sits back by Beans. Making sure that the CTs can't get aggressive out middle either, but this is just going to bolster FaZe on the B bomb site. Nade out from the window, softens up Robs. Bomb still floating between 2 possibilities. Minute to the clock. ZywOo still hasn't been able to get into dark. Obviously, Mezzy hears all this movement.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good audible, but they're not shy about it right now.
And also, there's still this constant stream of utility to keep ZywOo and Apex out of dark. For all they know, there's players in here. Would have heard them up along the wall. ZywOo gets the trade frag as the in-game leader goes down. Oh, challenging out. They didn't see it coming.
Rain's still alive.
He can get this pillar in. Goes back with another dink. That's good. Damage done to Mezzi. But a bomb plant that'll go uncontested. Elige not here fast enough, and still we get this walkout middle from Brokey.
He's in a good spot, though. He's coming in quickly. Flamesy.
Held by Jail.
Oh,
nice
good
spray control. And remember, Mezzi's down low HP, 13 points of health, and Brokey's going to take that long road with Berettas in hand. Yeesh, this could get ugly. Comes around the corner, scoped in, doesn't see that low HP long anchor. Elige is trying to carve his path forward. Rops gets him blindsided, and the Berettas pop off. Brokey's got a small chance. He's got the kit. He swaps out guns, needs to kill Rops in an instant. Oh, he just missed the lineup through the smoke. Now he can't find the bomb. And then we get that spin out, but he doesn't have the time, so it's another round for Vitality. Rops posting the clutch.
Yeah, they'll take some sweat off the brow for that one. At least they end the streak. That would have been FaZe a little bit having too much fun after that one kill and then their 4 rounds in a row. So they'll actually go right into attack timeout now, because I think that was also just a wake-up call that they could have played this half a lot better to start it off. Even though Vitality had some good calls, we had very uninspired setups from the CT side, and that's not the best phase. That's not the phase that I'm used to watching, so they're obviously capable of way more, especially on Anubis. I wonder what the conversation will be, because unfortunately for Kerrigan, he's a little hamstrung by these MP9s here on round 12. No aught for Brokey. This might make the A site quite appealing for Vitality, but to be honest, they've made good rounds on both sides of the map. Yeah, they're starting to lean this direction.
Like you said, 8-4 would still be a bit of a crush on this T side. Likelihood it happens. Apex setting the flash in for the long control. Frag grenade almost timed to perfection, but 3 seconds too soon. Flamesy dives into the corner. We get that camera push coming down to help out. That's Brokey trying to add the AK to the
already
A site.
through the smoke, man. Kerrigan, he just has to hope they didn't push through, but they did.
Yeah.
This round might be over if they just get into the site and Kerrigan's walking far back.
Full-blown execute at this point. Bricks is on fire, but there is no follow-through just yet.
Yeah, that's true.
CT's chuck a flashbang out. Now Kerrigan, MP9 up first. Still more distance between the second defender in Brokey and that mid support. Oh, no way!
Wow.
Jumping Mac-10 into Kerrigan's brain. As big as it may be, it is blasted nonetheless. And it is a forced retake on this A-bomb site in front of FaZe. The moment they get closer, that smoke goes down on camera. It's the final piece of utility here for Vitality, so gonna use this time to just throw Elige over towards storage instead. Doesn't look like we've got a player climbing heaven just yet. And as they pop open that camera smoke, the retake's on. Bit of a Hail Mary. Jumping out, Rain goes down, and that is a little recovery at the end. A bit of grace offered by Rops to FaZe, 4 rounds straight, but that's all this defense got.
Yeah, they're up tempo. One low.
Come here.
Sun dead.
That's on.
10 seconds.
Let me play.
He's low as well.
Nice!
Thank you, Robs! Thank you!
Nice shot,
Thank
Robert.
you! Thank you, Robs!
Nice shot.
Thank you, Robs!
I drop it one.
This is our lifeline.
Ooh, you hear that last sentence?
So,
this was our lifeline. And off the back of that, 2 more additional rounds. 3 rounds, thanks to Robs. That was our lifeline.
One final gift for FaZe Clan.
Or is it all just false confidence so that they have more rounds to rip their hopes away?
They really do know how to use momentum or moments like that and turn it into momentum. And it looked like Vitality were shaken for a touch.
Yeah,
but,
it's funny how that just started to invigorate their positions, and they just simply looked like a better team after putting those rounds together. Flamesy gonna leave a little to be desired there with the USP peak. Things get weird, but ZywOo's got the A main push. Apex is still alive, or was, and Mezzy's just sat here on his bomb site, ready. Nice tap from Mezzy to kick it off, but we're gonna go 2 versus 2 in the second pistol. It's the Bald Boys of FaZe Clan up against Robs and ZywOo.
Yeah, but there's a new sheriff in town.
Oh, he opens himself up to that. And Elige from the plat can't manage. And man, ZywOo. What was that, Launders?
There's a new sheriff in town.
Yeehaw. Dude. Brokey messed up.
Yeah. He walked by it, then turned. I guess he did clear it properly. It just got shot first.
ZywOo just let her rip.
The dueling master.
He is.
Another pistol for Vitality.
Yeah, as if they needed a little extra.
How many players had more than 10 kills last map, Connor, for FaZe?
On FaZe Clan, there was 2 players who had 10 or more kills. Kerrigan and Frozen. Rain was 5 and 14. He is now 4 and 12.
Oh, and we're missing nades. Oh, no. No, we didn't. Okay. We're landing nades.
Got an AUG on the field. No surprise, it's in the hands of Rops. Little lean back A setup, solo mid defender, and
see 3B right now. And again, talked about Flamesy had a really awkward start playing in E-Box previously. They're coming at this site.
Here comes the real grenades. Still an incendiary out here. CT's dropping that one. Apex has got the next one if needed. But Alicia's found an entry frag. Flamesy running from the threat. Will get the double, but Alicia had already gone one better.
Yeah, those are the only 2 kills that round, so
beautiful.
Super solid exec here for FaZe.
Nice force by round win by the looks of it. Apex and Rops could still take a look.
Yeah, look who's coming in. It's Rops with the bull pulp.
But he leans back.
Whoa. My goodness, it looks like I'm staring through a frog's mouth.
What did you call that?
Bull pulp.
I know you're not a gun guy, Mohan.
Isn't that what it was called in 1.6?
And I'm glad you tried. Bull pup.
Bull pup. Oh, I like extra pup.
The bull pulp. Oh, that's funny. Yeah.
Yeah. Knew who planted that bomb. Brain. In case people didn't know.
That's funny.
I've been saying that for almost 20 years. Wait, no. 25?
Yeah. Oh, that's funny as hell. Do you know what constitutes as a bull pup?
No.
That's a lecture for another day.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. Don't want to talk over something interesting because we've got this bit of pacing at the B side. Elige, who was the king of opening it up 1 round ago, is taking a second look. He was trying to, but he looks into the sun, and those pistols start running around. Oh, Mezzy. Clean with that SMG, but obviously at this range now, Brokey's got the edge.
Such a key duel to win, man. I mean, I guess it would have been traded anyways, maybe.
Rops isn't given anything to shoot at. We get this collection of FaZe players reconvening towards the what looks like inevitable A commitment instead. And Vitality are reading this.
Oh my god, they're going to meet him there.
Doesn't have to be A. Still a minute on the clock. But it looks like it will be.
Wow. I mean, there couldn't be a better position for this weapon right now. At least they get 2 on the push right away.
Yep.
Rop's going to just play tucked. I mean,
eats that flashbang. They're going to get a little closer. Flamesy's trying to set up a distraction. Og, good for 1. Oh, there's the Deeg. Now it's on.
Oh, nice shot, Rain.
Nice.
Oh.
Rain and Frozen headshots quickly putting down the high hopes of Vitality.
Oh, man. Are Alicia's hands hurting? He's got, like, feels like he's got some RSI or something.
He's always shaking it out, eh?
Yeah. Sometimes that's like, you know, when it burns. We do, like, when you go climbing, you get tennis elbow, and it just, like, the tendonitis just burns. I hope he's all right. I always thought Alicia's going to
live forever.
Live every part of his body. They're just going to live forever, longer than any other CS player. But he does do a lot of aim training. I think that definitely can have an impact.
Game on. It's only a 3-round gap. Vitality 9-6 and Vitality without guns here in round 16. So they'll set themselves up for the A main push off the flash. This is all they've got in store for us. They find nothing other than a patient Brokey. B-site under wraps. That's a crazy amount of damage for pistols at that range, but it gets cleaned up by Brokey, who's trying his absolute damnedest to hang on for dear life. That's an AK to be retrieved and maybe saved if you're lucky. Rops knows that they're coming for him. They want it back, Launders. Hey, that wallbank's not often used, but he peeks into the Elish. Spray down. 7 rounds for FaZe, inching their way closer.
It all started with a team kill. That's going to be the name of the documentary.
I need to push. I made a plan. Let me talk, please. I made a plan. We have the perfect plan.
That's it.
Why are you laughing at him?
I know to know what the plan was. The plan is simple.
And apparently perfect. So here we go.
All right. That's for this following round. Let's see the plan.
Flamesy to take up position. This is Kerrigan's Mac 10. Ready to jump into the darkness. The unknown.
Must be unnerving a little bit if you're Rops, knowing that, well, everyone knows how you play A. You're going to be there.
Right,
you're going to be solo. Wonder what is going through Kerrigan's mind.
Moving pieces over. Reading into some kind of A threat, but it's utility at B at the same time.
Yeah, they might have stacked in the good... No, bombs coming over towards... Yeah, it's coming over towards A. Just fake, but...
It's the right read.
Yeah, we'll see if the CTs move, man. They're not moving for some reason. Oh, I don't know if that was spotted or not.
Interrupted. We've got 35 seconds on this clock. Kerrigan goes real deep on B, finds out Flamesy's still there and holding the line. Bomb is sending flashes to support this A hit, but in reality, they rock the boat back.
Let's go.
They've got time for this. Kerrigan goes in alone, and Rain is still trying to keep them committed to the wrong bomb site. CT sent scrambling over. We've got Frozen on jail, 2 players stuck in sight. ZywOo first on the scene, and he finds Elish turning away. Jail activates, dealing with the Apex right next to him, and ZywOo's not able to get a second frag, so now Brokey's going off from behind the pillar with Frozen right with him. Everybody here for FaZe collects kills. And it is Rops left 1v3. He is not even going to try this.
This is a sweet round from FaZe. Best so far. I mean, best so far across both maps. Love this. This is, you know, classic Kerrigan calling. This is keeping options open. This is not just a fake, but literally a fake that turns into a double fake due to the circumstances. Kerrigan dying on one side of the map, them smelling that it actually is heavier lead towards A, and then they cancel that idea. That is some great CS coming out of FaZe to bring this to 1.
9-8. 4 rounds straight out of the FaZe clan T side. Pistol was not fully converted. for a second, I really thought Vitality had outpositioned FaZe, but Kerrigan going that deep on the B site, he figured out what Apex was up to. And we are long gone from that blowout back on Nuke. The 13-3 that led us to believe this was just going to be an easy cleanup for Vitality.
I was so doubtful when we saw these first...
Dude, the first 6 rounds?
Yeah, like... And for them to show up like this on T side is wonderful. Elige topping the scoreboard as well, and like, you know he's going to have T side impact, especially in the way of entries, and that's always been the most important, interesting thing about this roster move, is with them having a third player who's a star player and aggressive. He's kind of the best individual player since, you know, Rain's form like many years ago, or Nico in 2017. Like, FaZe have not had star aggressive riflers besides Rain. And obviously Elige's consistency, and if he's set up with Kerrigan, like, you'd think this might actually be a good thing for FaZe. Obviously, you still have to match the accomplishments that came with Rops in the first place.
And still growing pains as well, but Flamesy gets there off the Mezzy flash. And he'll just fall away from this. Doesn't want to give away man advantage.
That's really well done by Flamesy. No overcommitment.
Perfect timing.
Didn't see him.
The first player gets a buy.
Oh my god, you're gonna miss both. Oh, no way, he missed both.
Frozen, however, starts to soften up that B-side defense. Broky's just making sound as he jumps around, but they go the wrong way.
The bomb is going B. The bomb is going this way.
Broky's still sitting outside of Dark. They're gonna walk down those stairs, but I mean, CTs have gone the wrong way. Flamesy on this bomb site. Here's a ruckus on the other side of the smoke. MP9 from Ruggs, and ZywOo kind of drops this, attempting to chase down Rain and at least keeping him out of this post plant, but Broky gets drawn back. Here's the approach by ZywOo, who's just stomping through the water.
Oh no, Broky!
Then Robs activates. They didn't know about the second flank. Rain will get that one back. Now Kerrigan in from Plat. He's hanging on, but can't do it long enough, and Rain on a quarter health's gotta come in. How can he get into this with that bomb being diffused? He's got to chew through players, and he won't. They get the timing on the bridge, and timing betrays Broky.
I mean, the missing 2 people crossing seemed to only benefit FaZe for a second, but Broky missing that shot, there's no way around that. That shot was way too easy. You know, ZywOo didn't even jiggle or anything. He really was about to just eat that bullet, and they'd retain E-box control and have a powerful line in Canal. So much comes down to that one kill.
And this opening, flashbang set up Flamesy. His shot.
I was just totally unaware of the thought that an op could be that committed. You hate to see rounds end like that, especially after the rounds we just saw from FaZe. Especially since they were this close to actually tying this game up, which seemed impossible like 15 minutes ago.
All the money FaZe have with 1 round of loss bonus comes into this 19th. Op in the hands of Broky. And a chance for Vitality to put an end to this comeback. A comeback that would leave Rops a little embarrassed. Flamesy is absolutely going off. And in the past, we've seen Flamesy be one of the better Anubis players for Vitality. I swear he's had some crazy carries in the past. Key piece to this B site right now. Him and Mezzy extend out. Frozen hears that, goes back to just double check. Sure enough, CT's with information. Now there is nothing in middle to hold FaZe back.
Yeah, sometimes I feel like those flash retakes are the most effective when there's no one even there, just to get it cleared out.
Rain challenges. Ooh. Deep mid smoke as well, so Apex is just stuck in Temple right now with no real conclusion as to what is in mid. No certainty here for Vitality.
Yeah, and if they keep rocking the CTs back and forth, they will pull them out of the forward B positions, which is what FaZe are trying to do, but a late smoke, well-timed here.
Drops at 40 seconds. Incendiary doesn't get in. Oh, Flames! He gets spammed down with his teammate dying right behind him through smoke. Did they pop that long one open? Bomb's gonna cross over. And that flank out from A main didn't activate fast enough.
They did a really good, Rain did a really good job of like duplicating his presence, flashing Rops, coming into peek the smoke, like really dissuaded him from even trying that. And as slow as Rops plays sometimes, he is very comfortable at this push. This is one of the best in the world by far. But he wasn't willing to do it here versus FaZe, and the B entries go their way again. They're just rocking the pendulum back and forth between the A and B site, and as much as they do that, they know that Vitality are not going to get into the key spots that'll hold this site. Vitality are just trying to scare them into going A, but it's not working. Right now, they're kind of just avoiding Rops. It's possible now we get the chance to see this duel happen.
Damn, a round previous that had so much back and forth, so much posturing, and now it just looks like it's going to be the early commitment.
Coming in light.
FaZe trying to shake it up a little bit. Is that a fatal mistake? ZywOo, first blood. Ooh, barely has another angle here, just trying to keep himself off their line of sight. He is stuck in with them, able to escape in a 5v4.
This is not a position they wanted to cancel, and they have no one else anywhere on the map.
They know nothing.
They have to leave with just they used so many grenades on this attack. Totally countered. Perfect play from ZywOo. Like, got his, got out.
Another Molotov can be thrown here. Oh my god. Shot by Brokey. ZywOo could have just been that victim.
Those are the opportunities, man. How many do you have?
One smoke, one molly, no map control. Do they walk away? Oh, they're going to have to take the chance.
Look, the late rounds to the B site have always been effective. And the reason is because the CTs are not willing to get into committed positions here. The heavy stack comes towards this side of the map, but the rotation is slow. Now we have the push from Apex. This could catch him, and he runs it.
He goes into the another missed shot. Again.
But Brokey, they still get into the site. They still get into the site.
At least able to disengage. Flamesy stuck behind that smoke, tries to chance it, tries to apply pressure with the bomb plant attempt. And with vision on Dark, now taken up by Apex, Brokey won't miss that one. Slow moves from Vitality are going to cost them. Kerrigan rocks the boat back to B with 0 information and 2 grenades to his team's name. It is enough to tie this at 10 rounds each.
It's a total Hail Mary call from FaZe. We've seen some great ones. This one is, we are out of nades. We really wanted to do a full A set play this round. It completely failed. ZywOo got a kill, stayed alive the entire time, and even re-peaked A main. And they even pushed A main, Connor. They even pushed A main, but they didn't rotate anybody to the other side of the map. But what has happened every time here for FaZe? They walk through E-box into B, 30, 20 seconds, and no one's there.
And on top of that, no rotates, but also Flamesy playing back on like long corner. And that smoke goes down in front of him. He just kind of gets caught running through it.
Yeah, like
this is your defense.
This is wild. Flamesy's alone. So if there's 4 players coming to his side of the map, he can't play committed by himself. And he has no teammates that are even close by to do it. That was kind of like the worst of both worlds, but how does half the map feel like it's not getting information from the other side?
A little slow to the draw.
And FaZe taking advantage of it.
And unbelievably, this second map of the series gets tied up. We heard it in the listen-in coming off of the last half. Kerrigan called Rops' team kill a lifeline. 2 additional rounds after that one. They lose pistol, forced by win.
Are they going to try the same play? No. Maybe they'll dress it up a little bit differently.
If anything, that, A commit into ZywOo. FaZe are kind of lucky they were able to shake that one off.
It's might be... See, those late round moments, Flamesy needs to be in E-box. Like, that's what Sphinx would be doing.
Right.
He'd find the right peak as soon as they're walking up canals around 30 seconds, take one off, and then the option to go A isn't even there. So this is definitely growing pains for Flamesy. but it's something that FaZe can continue to take advantage of for now. Very hard to learn in a live game.
They're going to push 2 players around. Apex going to flash him out. Oh, Frozen full blind, but jumps away from the engagement. Knows he's under pressure. Sends a flash back the other way. CT's peel out. Frag grenade for Frozen. That's a quarter of his HP gone. Kerrigan smoke, so he can't really do much about this. But he could molly out Flamesy. Nope, never mind. For Plat. Elicits utility reactions.
They have to be brave enough to play E-Box this round. I'm just going to say it. Even if it's going to be an A play, this will be a lead for him. So, yeah, Flamesy walks in.
Coming out middle, there's been a lot of space being taken by FaZe. They've never really capitalized on mid, despite there being no resistance from this half of the map. Now, Elige on the entry, Rain successful to A main, and A gets crunched from both ends.
Oh, man, that's incredible. Another amazing round here for FaZe. They somehow opened up mid in the midst of all of this chaos. Instead of going B late, they show them the open wound early, let them know that they could attack at any time, and then make the split happen towards the A side. It was full A before. Mid has been really underserved throughout this game on both sides, to be honest. And it gets used at the perfect time. This is Kerrigan at his finest. And Elige will say no saves.
Guns are valuable. There's extra cash on ZywOo. That's about it. Gonna chase these guys down. Full clear. 5 up from FaZe in the lead.
Yeah, and they've got some money, but it's mostly on ZywOo.
Yep.
Mezzy can buy for himself. Yeesh. Vitality have to make a decision here, but it's certainly not going to be to save.
They're still coming in. I see MP9 starting to be purchased up anyways. This is that Rain A entry, just as ZywOo had turned away. So total blindside from that mid pressure.
Like, I mean, he took the shot towards camera, missed it, and then fell back, and no one was watching A, or A main, excuse me. So that's definitely a mistake from ZywOo, but it's also a new threat. We haven't seen this look out of FaZe.
Rain said that he would start getting loud once they're winning. First time in this map, first time in this series. FaZe Clan have a lead over Vitality.
What's Kerrigan gonna come up with next?
What's he gonna say if they pull off this win? Flash for A main. Doesn't really find Rops. Rops and Rain locking horns. Here's a flash for Apex to push through. Elige full blind. Nice opening.
Oh.
Just one of the very few moments of interruption we've seen Vitality throw out towards mid ever since that double bridge cross that went unspotted. So they've been so lightly sprinkled in throughout this defensive half that Elige gets caught.
It's a really good pick play called from Apex.
Top fragger of FaZe Clan hits the ground in round 22.
Here it is. That B split. Thing that's worked so well for FaZe.
They may not be inside E-Box this round either, but at least you have 3 players here. And trying to send up some utility to pressure. MP9's layered for this exit. Brokey chucks the molly out, not going to disrupt anybody. Kerrigan clean headshot, but the trade frags fast. Mezzy, empty-handed. Apex having to do everything right now. His 3 kills in this round surely could be enough, but the other CT's still so far removed that they've got to start working this retake slowly.
Such a good plant. Now they can push back CT. This is going to be so hard to figure out if you're on the CT side. But the bomb is... You can hear it, not on default.
Upgrade here for Rops. AK in hand. ZywOo right behind him, trying to piece together this clutch. Rain's able to fall back further. ZywOo's going to scope in, get the further player. Oh, and he almost has a chance. Double kill from Frozen in the post plant. 12 rounds to the FaZe Clan.
No way.
Spittle on the screens. As FaZe have a reason to be hyped.
Ooh,
it's an Apex triple that doesn't end up being enough.
This is a map that this is one situation Spanx would have had solved. When it comes to the game plan right now for FaZe.
Oh, and Elige already has the opening.
Oh, Rob's going down early. That hasn't happened before.
Oh, and then this A main swing comes all the way in for total lane peaks.
What is
Mezzi's
happening?
Famous Flamesy headshot with the MP9. We go 2v2, but the Rugs play back from Rain's going to get this into his hands. Him and FaZe with the 2v1. All you have to do, easier said than done, is best ZywOo in a clutch.
It's another clutch. Last one was 1v2. Shot off by centimeters.
It took 5 seconds to get us an entry frag in this critical 23rd round. Frozen is going to lean back in anticipation of a potential dark push. That lets Rain try to piece together something, but he doesn't actually follow through on A. And ZywOo, what if ZywOo posts up on this bridge? How's that bomb ever going to cross?
Yeah, we'll see. It's all a matter of timing. This pillar and everything. Shots missed.
Whoa.
And now they're going to be influenced into going A, but they know that it's more likely ZywOo's leaning that direction, so they go back.
Ooh, and he's going to take the long road. And then he's going to realize that it's an even longer journey.
Just shot on this map.
Yep. Utility rumbling over towards the B site. This was a 6-0 start after a 13-3 domination on Nuke. A lifeline offered. And Smoke meets ZywOo as he arrives. They layer up on Plat. If ZywOo hits that first shot, watch him clear the harder corner. Rain's going to lean out ever so slightly. ZywOo cautious on the approach. Oh, too many misses. And can you believe your eyes? 2 CT rounds, all that Vitality are able to push. That was an 8-4 T-side, a pistol win, jubilation from the get-go, and a reality check from Kerrigan and co.
Thank you, Robs.
Listen. Yeah, you have him. He's holding you. Not this one. Oh. Not this one low. This one. Oh my god. I'm chilling. Yeah, I'm going in Omen. Let's get him together. Nice! Nice.
British player! Oh my god!
Turn off.
First time I see that in my whole life, mate.
Yeah, they're up tempo. Only one low.
Bomb here.
Tan dead.
That's on.
10 seconds.
Let me play.
He's low as well.
Nice! Thank you, Robs! Thank you!
Nice shot,
Thank you! Thank you, Robs!
Nice shot.
Thank you, Robs!
I drop it one.
This is our lifeline.
What an awesome comeback from FaZe Clan, keeping this series alive, pushing it to a third deciding map, which is going to take place on Dust 2. Thrailing down 9-4 on Anubis. I think most of us thought that the game would be over. Vitality looked poised, Vitality looked great, but FaZe Clan and Kerrigan fought their way back into the game. Now, often on the desk, we find ourselves speaking about key rounds, and I want to show you guys the essence of what I mean when I say a key round in the game. Because round 14 is essentially where the game was restored, essentially where FaZe Clan came back into it. So if we dive into it, I just want to set the scene. You can see the scoreline is 9-4 for Vitality. They just won the second pistol, and you think to yourself, this is game over. There's no way they can come back into it. Now FaZe, they go for the buy. Focus on this. A couple of Tech 9s, a Deagle, a Mac, and an AK-47. They're risking it all in this round, which means that if FaZe are not winning this round, it's game over. Vitality goes up 10-4. It's going to be a save. It's going to be 11-4, and by then you'd think the game is over. But FaZe Clan, they do it well. They're very, very aware of the fact they have limited utility, limited weaponry. And what do you want to do? Well, we spoke about it coming into it. You want to test Flame C. You want to test that bomb site over towards A, because that's where they've been struggling a little bit. Sorry, over towards B. So they apply a bit of pressure, they use a bit of utility, and then they come in with an execute. Frozen standing outside, Kerrigan coming in with a Molotov, and they just swamp the side. You can see all the rotation. Now, if we stop the clip, now try to focus on the man right here, Flame C, Saivu, and also the player Messi that we have right here. Look how much movement all this utility is causing. Basically, they're being forced out of position. And what happens is that FaZe are going to come into the bomb site, and they're going to make it look very, very poor. Saivu standing at an angle, FlameC not sure where to be, Messi hiding behind the smoke. And as you can see, the FaZe timing right here, they send a play in, and they just swarm the side. Elise gets a double kill, Kerrigan comes in with the trade, and all of a sudden, FaZe finds themselves in a 3v2 that is essential for them to keep themselves alive in the game. Bomb goes down, Apex comes in for the retake, so goes Robs, but already by now FaZe Clan have had time to take on new positions. Elise is now fighting AK versus MP9. Robs standing long distance with an AUG. He finds the kill, which again reasserts that Apex should probably go in for it and try to retake. At this point, they can't really do much and they end up losing the round. Now, when we say key rounds in Counter-Strike, this is exactly what we mean. As I said, had FaZe not been successful with it, it would have been game over. So for them to win this force buy, for them to keep the game alive, well, it prone the comeback, which was very essential for them, but also essential for this matchup. We have Shocks catching up with X-Test to hear his thoughts about where it went wrong for Vitality.
So, yeah, Vitality, bit of a shellacking for them. And I got to talk to Exitaz, and I asked, you know, how much does this have to do with the fact that you have those new positions, of course, with Robs in the roster and Anubis. And he said it was all that. We were confused about it. It wasn't working. We weren't really communicating the way we were supposed to. And it all comes that, exactly that. He seemed quite disappointed, I want to say, specifically because it was on the CT side. So we'll see how it evolves into Dust 2.
Yeah, and we are absolutely going to have to sit back and see that. And for what it's worth, Kassad, did you have something you want to add?
Oh yeah, a lot. First of all, I like how they in these coaching check-ins they do like super quiet, like it's somebody sleeping behind, like you don't want to wake them up. But X-Test being disappointed, I think that's kind of normal at this point because they were dominating in the first map. Coming into second, they were up 9-4 in in that round that you just explained, and overall they were in the driving seat. But we said, like, if you give FaZe was just waiting for a time to start playing, but they couldn't really start playing on the CT side of this map, and Nuke was as it was, so they started playing it. They got the win. What I like the most from tactical point of the actual game is the fact that now FaZe didn't really go through middle all that much. It's not, for me, when Anubis mid is pretty much useless, especially on the T side. You can use it to fake, you can use it to take control, but I do think every execute should be finished with more people on A or B or K, whatever you want to do, simply because the CTs, when they run out of utility, it's pretty nearly impossible to hold any of those two sites, simply because the angles are so tight, the site is so designed poorly that you cannot defend it by not having utility, and obviously you have to use utility throughout the round, and then, once the T's come to your side, you're pretty much dead.
Yeah, sometimes I wonder if he takes a breath. Sometimes, but in this instance, I get it. There's not a lot of breathing room to be had in this series now that we find ourselves going to a third, okay? We find ourselves going to Dust 2, even more importantly. So Just a quick look at the stats. They'll tell you that ZywOo dropped 30 last time they played this.
Yeah, I mean, ZywOo obviously gets all the freedom in the world to function on Dust 2, so does Brokey. So it'll be interesting to see if they can find an impact with the AWP. I think it is one of those maps where the AWP gets to dictate a lot on the CT side, where he has free range of motion in the sense that he can go towards A, he can go towards middle, he can even stationate himself on B if he wants to. I've been a little bit disappointed with ZywOo so far in this series, and also the last series he played in Copenhagen didn't really show up. Let's not forget that he is, still one of the best players in the world, but his impact haven't really been shown that much or to the level that we expect from him. So that's something I'm going to keep an eye out from. And then obviously for FaZe as well, they came alive. And I think when it comes to FaZe Clan and Dust 2, it's the whole conversation with Rain playing the anchor roles. Last time around, Rain was playing towards long as an anchor. Elise was playing the rotation role, which is something he's done before. So again, keep an eye on Elise, keep an eye on ZywOo. I think those are the two most important players and the two most important parameters in terms of the win conditions for the respective teams.
And a parameter is just short of a kilometer, right?
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows, and nobody cares.
Anyway, Kassad, if you look at what he's saying here about Dust 2, can you buy into this same idea?
I do agree with the fact that AWP on the CT side is quite, unique position, and obviously ZywOo is going to be the one taking that spot. For me as well, the A rotator who is dictating the round, the mid rounds and the early rounds. How do you want to take long? Do you want to fight 2-1-2 like a defending middle early on, or even defending middle in the mid round? And he has all these grenades to throw on short. We saw what Nico likes to do on Dust 2. There is a lot of, kind of responsibilities on A rotator and the AWPer on that one. We have Apex, we have ZywOo, even though people don't expect from Apex to kind of deliver numbers, but definitely from ZywOo, as far as the Apex side, he needs to read around properly, he needs to organize his players properly, and they're going to have a good CT side if that happens.
Yeah, and that is what it comes down to. Now, we do have the B stream going on here. Unfortunately, that means that, we can't necessarily see it, but it is 6-9 right now. We do know that.
Okay, so a close game over on the B stream. 3D Max and Big, if I'm not mistaken, duking it out to Survivia and Katowice. Will be interesting to see how that's going to pan out. I think 3D Max have been a positive surprise so far, but let's see.
Yeah, she's got to sit back and wait, which is exactly what we're going to invite you to do as well. We go to a quick commercial break. We come back and we try to wrap up what is FaZe and Vitality here in Katowice. And I can guarantee you, you don't want to miss this one. It's Dust 2 when we come back.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys! All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
Hey Future Pros, taking B site on Dust 2 can be brutal. With this B door smoke, however, it might feel a bit easier. To throw the smoke, get in line with this dot at the back of the stone pillar. Aim at the left tip of this ray of light. Then while holding mouse 1 and mouse 2, use your forward step jump throw bind to throw the smoke. This will land in the doors and completely block off vision from anyone playing outside of the B bomb site.
The emotions when you play against FaZe now, I think it's definitely a mix. I mean, obviously there's some long-time friends. When you depart a team and you join a new team and then you play against your ex-teammates, I think the competitive side of you will always want to beat them.
That's gonna be interesting. Seeing Robin in the Vitality jersey is weird a little bit, but I mean, it's part of the business, to be honest. It was, I think, maybe a little bit the same when I went to FaZe and I was playing mouse on the tournaments, you know. It's a little bit personal, you know. Let's just be honest, that's how it's gonna be, you know. A little bit personal when we're gonna play them.
I know FaZe inside out. I mean, that's the truth.
It's not about focusing on the players. For me, it's about more focusing on us than them.
We have a lot of really aggressive players that want to like take things into our own hands, and it's been really positive on a lot of maps where we have a lot of really good trade potential when we're going out in different areas and people are wanting to get active.
2024 for us has been great against FaZe except at Majors, which was the most important tournament. It was always a great game to play each other, always special in a way. But yeah, the last one didn't end on our way.
I'm excited to smash him this time.
Dust 2, deciding map, Spodek on the line. You thought this was over 6 rounds into Anubis, Mohan. And when I say you, I meant you, and I meant me, and I meant everybody listening, and the analysts on the desk, and even maybe Vitality, and possibly FaZe Clan 2.
Yeah.
Maybe just a leash, because he's new. He doesn't know that FaZe Clan don't go down without a fight.
He's been on the wrong side of that
That's
a few
fair.
times, actually. Going back to Sydney.
Very fair.
Yeah. If you can't beat him, join him.
And that is what he has done. Maybe. Hello, Alexian Fallen?
Yeah.
They're watching on tonight as well. My goodness.
This series is so much better. I get a third map. It would not have been right with that second, if the second map went the wrong way, because like we did not get to see anything good out of FaZe in the beginning. Then the FaZe calls at the end, man. Kerrigan's calling.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
tell him, Launders.
Let's call a spade, bro. This guy's the best caller. Like, his mid rounds are pristine. Finding the open site every time. Every exec had options. They had a forced rush they canceled and still found a new way to win on a double fake. They will, like, and then it was back to back to back to back. And they had Flamesy so shook, he wasn't even willing to step into E-Box, even though no one was there, bro. No one was even there, Flamesy. But for real, though, Spinks would have won that game.
You think so?
They need to, yeah, he would have. Because that was the position they were abusing the most. And Vitality were not playing there. And if Flamesy's going to replace him in that spot, he needs to be in there. He needs to be in there like Rops is at the mouth of A main.
Right.
Like, he needs to be taking that 25-second peek just to check if they're walking back up canals. Get the one kill, get out. Instead, he was playing rotator spots. So we moved past Anubis. FaZe somehow, through fire and brimstone, win that game, and now bring it to Dust 2, where some of their most classic series have ended.
Can you think of any? Off the top of your head, maybe, I don't know, Shanghai Grand Finals?
Esperoto.
Also, tip of the hat to Frozen, who across Anubis ended up going 20-13. Highest rated player at the end of that. I felt like I started this series by saying we don't really talk about Frozen much anymore. And he put forth a performance deserving of some praise.
Yeah, that's actually really, I didn't really even notice any
Right? He's doing it
Frozen.
silently,
I think
man.
it was like maybe those walk back kills.
Doing it silently.
It's kind of how he always was.
Apex just killed one through the smoke spam. That's kind of rude.
Not too shabby.
Flamesy gets forced back off catwalk, though. We get a lot of positioning out from Long, and Kerrigan wastes no time putting that P250 upside ZywOo's head. But Robs clears the door. He was worried about that cat run up because Flamesy's just jumping around. Apex is jumping around, getting a little damage in, but not enough. Frozen. Just has his head torn clean off by the 8 HP Flamesy. Apex continues to just at least feed information over, and then that retake is clean as need be. 4 players up. It is Apex and Vitality with the pistol.
Have FaZe won a pistol? They lost both. They ecoed at least in the last map.
Yeah, that's a crazy question to ask.
I don't think
5 halves into this series, Mo. I can't remember.
I don't think FaZe won a pistol on the first map. They got smacked.
Still no pistols. Trying to reignite that fire underneath Apex, who was loud and proud the moment map 2 began. Had to stomach the system kind of falling apart on Anubis, but here we go. Force buy for Kerrigan with a scout. Doesn't waste a second. Already up catwalk, looking to challenge this A site.
What if they just buy Eddie?
FaZe Eddie?
Vitality Eddie.
Man.
How many FaZe players do they need to buy to win?
Catches ZywOo off.
It's just late shot that misses is too funny.
Under the shot.
What's even happening right now? Plant's coming down.
No way to get a bomb off that. Kerrigan, I mean, the way he sprinted up catwalk to try to get into this site. Too many chances versus ZywOo missed, however. Still, it's the bomb plant that's good. You know, a scout purchased and a bomb plant off it. You take that.
How'd that end with no kills for FaZe?
I don't know.
That's actually a miracle. No kills and a plant.
If people don't know Eddie, by the way, FaZe Eddie, that's actually another secret weapon of FaZe Clan.
He was their coach at Antwerp.
Yes, he was. Had to stand in and...
Always in a good mood, Eddie.
100% win rate at majors, Coach Eddie.
No Eddie, no major.
You know, FaZe, they don't walk around with a mental health coach because they have Eddie.
Yeah.
Apex, like, shut the hell up.
I make the noises here.
All right. Op for Brokey. Oh, with the scout, bro.
Oh my god, with the scout. With the bonus weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does have to be said, ZywOo was definitely missing some off shots as well on Anubis. It wasn't just Flamesy not playing E-Box. Flamesy had a good map overall, by the way.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, super strong, but...
Just maybe one of those weird things where it's like...
He just needed like 1 more kill.
Yeah.
2 more kills, yeah.
Or just a different position that would open up rotates. It's weird. It's like the key piece of what's coming up short is still statistically playing well, so... We heard it in a listen-in. Apex thought he had a perfect game plan. Oh, Alicia is going to be able to clear him. That's
Everyone who picks
back up.
Anyone who picks up this op is cursed. Now it's Alicia.
See if it comes back to haunt him, looking for a little A contact. Smoke trickles down to the corner, and Alicia scouring the field for somebody to shoot at. Flamesy's been spotted over here on ramp, trying to keep his head down just in case Long gets attacked. Not the case. Alicia still waiting for something to pop up, and Frozen going for the bomb plant. Robs, king of the jump up, not needed just yet. Flamesy activates, rain out in the open, and it's 2 up for Vitality as the retake connects.
Good start here, Vitality. Nice retake. Another bomb plant's solid for FaZe, but this one kicks off with just a wicked shot out of ZywOo. Wow.
Right to the chin.
After last map, a little bit too scared to get excited about a good start for Vitality.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it was 6-0 up on Anubis. Everybody's goofing and gaffing. And the next thing you know, play's been extended to a 3rd map.
What was the comeback versus Spirit?
On Dust 2?
Yeah, on Dust 2. That was a lot of rounds.
I'm going to go take a little gander.
Came down to a 1v2 by Shiro as well. It could have definitely gone overtime. Oof.
I don't remember because we were listening to the commentary in Chinese, Launders. That was an 8-4 CT half from Spirit.
I think you gotta go look closer to the... Yeah.
Yeah.
Boy. 12-5.
Zywoo. He lost track of one. No way. Kerrigan comes out of that smoke and gets a kill. There we go. Back to expectations. Damn, eats that Tech-9 dink like it's dessert.
I was hoping he'd keep missing so we could change his view model.
Okay.
Because...
You're not a big fan?
No.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on right now with his view model.
Give Big Uzera a call while you're at it.
Yeah, true.
My favorite Brazilian player.
Maybe that's his favorite player.
My least favorite Brazilian view model.
Let's go.
Holding for a cat push, but there's nobody there. 3 players go long for Vitality out of the gate. Layering 2 incendiaries to really make sure there's nobody in there. And then a smoke for good measure as the peel back occurs.
Oh, he has a K-sharp lineup for that spam? That is perverted.
Leash covered by the smoke again. Peel back from the mid plate. It's just Mezzy prancing around. Smoke out tunnels gets Robbins a little intrigued as to what Rain's up to. He's been trying to puff his chest since the start of this round with those shots through, but 3 players taking a look at long for FaZe Clan. 50 seconds.
They're doing such a good job of dislodging Vitality. Look at the Colonel defense right now. They need to get something back. Split's working out, but Elige.
Nice. Rain sends a flash in to help Elige. Apex now looking at long. That underhanded flash. Oh, they turn from it. Zywoo missed shots. And as Rain looks to emerge from that cat smoke, he just buys all the time. Another missed one from Zywoo. We get this quick scramble defense up from Spawn. Rocks catching Kerrigan over by Cross. And Frozen able to get the offer out of the equation. And look at him go. An additional follow-up as Rops took the long road back around Xbox. 1v3 here for him. And with vision from Rain, he can disengage.
Dude, it's
FaZe just rock this boat, just like back on Anubis.
Just like back on Anubis, man. They're doing this, and Dust 2, it makes perfect sense. The A site, this is like fundamental to the game plan. I think Vitality could get ahead of this by committing to playing in pit, so that they're not in rotator spots. But you know what? I was thinking like the way Spirit play long on Dust 2, I like it even more where they always have a guy floating. They never play full committed. They have Shiro playing Carp. They have a guy spotting long, and then they play Goose. It allows for faster rotations because like pit is so far from everything. But in this position, if they're going to keep sort of falling for this, and I say that with all due respect because it's like alchemy the way that Kerrigan is making them rotate consistently back and forth without knowing what they're going to do next. But if they're going to keep making them do that, it's kind of like the easy solution. Like sometimes I say, okay, on nuke outside, you should just start secret because they keep using secret against you. Yes, it's not always the best idea to start secret and you tie up some resources there, but if that's a big problem for you, then maybe you should just get ahead of it. But I'm also curious if FaZe can do that again. Because that was a good-looking split.
Brokey, slow start.
Yeah, Brokey's been missing too, man.
Doesn't help when the scout takes your head off in the mid-fight.
Yeah, look, all his hair's gone.
Just because he moves so fast. He's trying to carve his path towards mid-box, and Brokey hanging on. CT smoke comes down. Again, this cat play. Apex trying to take a look at it. They make sound disassembling the boost. That's 2 players close doors, and Elige damn well knows it. He's going to try to pressure this. Oh, but Robs gets the kill, traded back. Eesh, Apex, it was a chance. Luckily for the defense, ZywOo clips Rain's wings over towards that tunnel exit. And then all of a sudden, they go charging up the catwalk where they will be met by smoke and 2 defenders with no long control. That nade's going to kill one. And with those other 2 players tagged up, you'd think this comes to an end, but Frozen's got other ideas.
Here's a chance. High output player on Anubis. Frozen in a late round situation.
40 HP to work with, smoke to cover him. He can reposition. And there's nobody on the catwalk. He has extended into cat. Now, bomb is planted on the other side, so Frozen is not going to have vision on that. He needs to hope that he cuts these players down before they get on that site.
Did he plant for long plat, or is it open to him?
Oh, Frozen into the cover. And as he comes back at it now, he sees both, but ZywOo, nice shot, offered over. Vitality right back to winning ways.
Okay, no time to dip out, man. Wanted to get a 1-tap in, escape. And where exactly was the bomb planted? Inside of default or on the outside?
I thought it was on site side.
Okay. Wonder how he was going to win that round.
Right, he would have at least had to come back to like halfway out elbow. Ooh, Rain's little melon sticking up over the smoke.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Let's go!
Well, the 1-round phase 1 was excellent.
He's saying high praise for Kerrigan in that one. I thought there was a real chance when Elish heard that mid boost get disassembled and the Molotov pushes Robs into the fight there. You know, that was an instance where Vitality were scrambling, but it also came with Apex off the cat swing.
Actually, you know what they need right now?
Tell me.
A team kill.
Okay. Funny guy. How about a double up? ZywOo and Robs.
Okay.
Ooh, Flamesy first blood. FaZe come out swinging, wasting no time getting into this long challenge. Easy pickup for Kerrigan. A1S Barrel is going to betray you every day of the week.
Not a great spot for Vitality.
No, not at all. Not with this double op and ZywOo being burned out from behind car. Oh, but the other molly bounces off the top of the car. Oh, and then ZywOo gets 2. Robs has found 1. That's 3 op kills in an instant. But there's a player right behind him. Elish is standing inside ZywOo. He knows he's got to be in that corner. Elish wants more from this play. This is a big moment for Elish in a 2v3.
But is he... Okay.
Yes.
He will grab this. Rob's below.
And Robs just threw out that smoke grenade, so Elish should know.
He's coming to clear this.
Yeah, he's going to get it. Both the operators go down at the hands of Elish.
The perfect approach.
And Apex is just sent scrambling back up catwalk. Elish honed in on this hold.
Apex just waiting for the plant. But 2 players on 100 health. This will not make the round any more difficult.
Frag grenade to soften up Brokey. Elish back behind car. Smoke. Oh, it offers cover, but he opens it with spam. And Elish gets 3 kills in a very pivotal moment because that was nearly a 3 versus 5 back from Vitality thanks to those oppers.
Yeah, man, they created a really good situation, and then ZywOo nearly brought it back with a weird molly bounce, but Elish passed by going through the smoke. And stamps his name all over this round.
Ooh, Xtaz mad. Should be. That's a door blown off the hinges and a great chance for FaZe Clan to now get a 3rd on the scoreboard. Very little weaponry for Vitality. Flashbangs getting eaten by their teammates. And it looks like it'll just be the one and done. Challenge out through the window. What else are you supposed to do at this point? This is a weird ZywOo view model.
Yeah. He's the guy who never changes settings, you know?
What's wrong with him?
He draws up his config every time he sits down at the PC. Did you know that?
He does what, sorry?
He doesn't have a config, so he just like does all the settings every single time he sits down.
Oh, he's like me.
I guess now in the CS2, though.
Not as bad.
Yeah,
a lot of it gets saved. Not all of it, but a lot of it.
Yeah. Brokey looking for a kill.
Oh! As was ZywOo. But difference being he already has 9.
Molly and Cat, so boring. You hit that B-hop. They're trying to walk out of this, and they will.
Okay. Something a little different.
Yeah. 2-3. Zaiwu on the other side of the, he's the mid-B rotator. It's a great time to go for this.
Man, this B-site's going to have to find a way to hang on for dear life. Rops is out of utility. Messi, an incendiary for the window. Locked in on the doorway. Oh, they're just going to try to push in. Messi and Rops keep it clean for the first wave. 3 more where those two came from. And they're going to try their damnedest to still push out. Zaiwu then given a chance to help.
Incredible.
Rops from back plat.
Incredible.
Stops the approach.
That is a B-site defense. Wow. They put the perfect amount of mustard on that hold, man. Not over-swinging. Look at the headshots, playing off each other. This is a scary sight, man. Messi and Rops. Make no mistake, that was the right time to go B. No one was in CT spawn, that could help. No one spamming the smokes. 5v2, pure.
Wow, Zaiwu sprinkles in a little help. But I think at that point, honestly, round was already won. No one is getting Rops off that plat.
Did Zaiwu get a kill over the smoke?
Yeah.
Oh, from A? Okay.
On the second wave of players. Once he was close enough, I think he popped it open.
I think that was an audio bug.
Yeah, something weird. Excuse me. Man, pretty light cat hold. I say that, it's actually Zaiwu, number 3 player of the world last year, hanging on to the approach. Ugh, Zaiwu number 3.
Yeah,
it just
you said
sounds
that.
weird,
I was like,
right?
wow,
Right?
that's,
yeah, cool.
that's low.
Makes my skin crawl. Probably makes his crawl too.
Barely made top 20.
Career low. Nice track, though.
Okay.
Yeah, he's starting to come together right when they need him. Leaves the door open for the cat extension. Ooh, Frozen, nice headshot. Oh, double through the doorway. Apex should be able to catch him off, but Apex actually just lets him keep going. Bomb's going to get planted.
The retakes have not been great here for Vitality.
Now, luckily for Apex, he is able to get the better of Frozen. This compromises the post plant, if not for Elige coming back to take the head off. Zaiwu and Flamesy trying to push back from long, but they left that door open. I'm surprised it's 1 kill from Zaiwu, and he doesn't stick around to look for more.
I mean, the thing is that if you're taking the fight from there, if they've dropped into spawn and they approach you like high-low, you're just going to die. So you got to take your, your one duel, and then you do go to set up for a post-plant situation, and your teammates retake through CT spawn with, the correct amount of utility and stuff. But when Frozen gets his kills there, that's what makes this so difficult. The half has been recovered now for FaZe.
No way. Okay. Good, good, good. That goes how it should. P2000 down. Frozen getting the better of Apex and opening the door wide for the taking. A site will be FaZe Clans. Dude, they even peel all the way back from middle just to make sure nobody dies.
With Elige, I wonder how good FaZe's T side can get, because as much as Kerrigan's calling has been fantastic, like, Elige has also been really good on some of these T rounds. And I feel like he's just someone who adds so much to moving your round forward on T side. Because when I talk about, okay, like their last, it was Nico and Rain in 2017 were their last best aggressive players, like that's a new weapon. That's a new weapon on T side. With the Twist, Rops, Brokey core, it was really slow mid rounds, or sorry, slow late rounds, where they could just clutch almost any situation, or 2v3 or 2v4, and you're probably still going to get that, but now, like, your openers are stronger, I feel like.
Which maybe takes a little time for everybody else to get used to, and for us as viewers as well, I think, to maybe see a shift in the strengths of FaZe. Elijah's sitting pretty at 10 kills, 7 deaths. He was key in Anubis right there with Frozen. I mean, this would be kind of the best instance of Elijah's impact in a FaZe jersey.
This would be so hype if he actually won this game for so long. Like, because how have all these maps have gone, I've just been like, oh, Vitality are just going to win eventually. But now it seems like, who knows? It might end up being a paper tiger if they don't get their act together.
Lots of moving pieces for Vitality this round, but no fights. Trying to make sure they're ready to go when it really all starts to happen. Flamesy,
they're waiting for cat nades, you know, they're not coming. So.
Jumps off long plat.
Right, here's that pit play.
Oh, sees him, but can't stop him. Oh, and Kerrigan gets the double. That is embarrassing. In-game leader through the long smoke makes you look foolish, and it's damn near flawless here at the end of the half. FaZe Clan 6-6 as Kerrigan goes entry mode and dishes up a little impact.
Boom. Off today. One pit.
Cabin lower. Only rotation. Look lower. You can come jump.
Ace that's clear.
Element
that fucking bitches.
Hold lower.
Come in lower.
Lower. Come in lower. Have it.
One more. He's coming left side.
No! I'm wrong! I'm killing Simon in the back! That's not possible normally!
Good job.
Ooh, boy. Kerrigan, after that last round, as many entry frags successfully as, well, the likes of Elige. More than, in fact. Just shoots Zywoo in the back of the head, unravels all of it, calls him names, and then they start to get revenge here in this pistol. 2v2. Brokey off the cat hold. Top middle taken over with the bomb. They've got this defense split. It's one per bomb site. Look at this move from Brokey, though, down through CT.
I think this is a wise move from Brokey. He can support mid and have a lot of opportunities to fight, and you know, A's more retakeable, but cheating over now completely, as he was the last spotted. It's the only known information. And they didn't see him cross. So, yeah, they actually are going to walk right out into him.
No trade either.
And he's still holding full information on the cross.
He's just going to try to sign up for the raw duel, but now that one CT gets back, where the hell's the second, he wonders. Kerrigan to the left side. He has no idea. Kerrigan, oh no. Okay,
no
yes.
bullets.
Finn locks it in.
Just honest.
Brokey sells it. Hook, line, and sinker. Flamesy chasing the wrong direction.
FaZe are in the lead.
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 FaZe are in the lead in the series.
FaZe in the lead in the series.
There's no way that happened today.
And there is a...
G2 got back in the lead and then won the series. That was impossible. Now FaZe are in the lead in the series?
Yeah.
Nothing like a series that subverts expectations.
Love it. Wear it. FaZe Clan.
All the good starts, Vitality. But you can't survive 2 bad finishes.
Also.
And first pistol.
Yes.
In the whole series?
Just about to bring it up.
Oh my god.
6th pistol of this matchup. FaZe Clan, nab it.
Imagine qualifying to the Spodek on 1 pistol.
Imagine qualifying to the Spodek off a team kill.
Imagine not qualifying off a team kill.
Whoa! Brokey's gonna catch Mezzy flying through the sky. It's looking good. Triple kill for Brokey. We got the Glock burst coming out. A sign of desperate times. 8-6 FaZe Clan, pistol and conversion. This was a 4-0 start for Vitality once upon a time. Yes, Launders? You have something to say? An opinion, perhaps?
Nothing anyone is
Cares
aware
about?
of.
Oh, okay.
It's the only things that have been said in the last minute. This is...
Here goes FaZe barreling towards the first gun round of Vitality into the tunnels with 3. And they get there so fast that Robs didn't have a chance to establish any control.
Look at the map control.
Stark difference, huh? To the first half?
Yeah.
A Vitality that were content to just kind of lean back and let things happen. And that's sort of why, again, CT side on Anubis. Flamesy leaning back maybe a little too much when it came to that B defense. Numerically up there. This time not the case. Worst performing player on Vitality in map 3. But it's never too late. FaZe literally teaching us that right now.
They might not have heard this at all with the Molly. Kerrigan getting nice and comfortable.
Man, they just held on to tunnels from the start of this round. They will not forego control of it until they have to.
This is weird because they could walk out mid, smoke mid B and get into the site open, but 2 players in the tunnels surely will at least get a fight. Let's see if they get a kill, though.
Rain's drawn away, frozen behind the pillar, swings in, ton of damage versus Apex. They're concerned about another CT. Now that's been confirmed. Flash in front, so be it. I mean, Robs, he only has to fight as much as he wants to here. But now that he's blinded and running for that bomb site where bomb is planted, Rain catching Apex. It's little bits of HP for the 2 players that had to come through tunnels. But obviously that mid to B split just goes perfectly for Vitality. They aren't met by any resistance.
This won't be a fun retake, but it's definitely viable.
They're going to give it a shot.
We're coming in low grenades here.
We're coming in no grenades.
No kit?
No. I don't think this is a retake at all, Mohan.
I guess not.
I think this is just FaZe Clan trying to rack up a price tag.
I think only ZywOo can save tunnels, though, so they might die.
Yeah, it's looking like a costly one. Oh, all that damage. 3 players stand for FaZe. ZywOo, good to go. Unless...
Oh, 5 deaths here for Vitality. But it was still impressive that they won despite all that map control. But then again, it was also around that FaZe didn't invest much into. They tried to maximize their SMGs by keeping them close together in close quarters positions.
Yeah, I mean, look at the who would you rather be?
Yeah.
8-7 scoreline. Yes, you lost the last round. Who would you rather be?
Elish.
Same. Liege on the brink of getting back to the Spodek. I don't want to jinx it, but it would be a very strong sign for a new FaZe Clan. Because Vitality so often win this head-to-head, right? Outside of major matchups,
they crush FaZe.
Vitality own them. This could be a sign of changing tides for Kerrigan versus Apex. Right now, we've got Rops just locked in bottom middle, long control totally over there in the hands of Vitality. Again, it's going to be quite a bit of space to be taken. Rops sees players extending down Cat.
Molly misses.
Not ideal, but luckily for Vitality, there is nobody behind Car.
But Rops out middle.
Oh, wow.
Wow, what a find out of Elish.
Rops is going to hear a lot here. This is such an interesting position. But as he comes back, oh, Rain just straight up gonna blow him away with that M4. Now we've got Gandalf held, Sight held, all the layers of defense here. They win the fights elsewhere before this long cross even happens, and it is only Mezzy to get a single frag. Those Galils and 1 scout, single frag.
That was a crazy situation. You have Rops on T side with a rifle fighting back in towards mid where the CTs are coming from.
How does that happen?
And somehow Rain finds him.
Adamant that Rops had to be out there somewhere.
This search
4
as
Galils
well.
and a scout with nothing to be proud of. And they're going to go for a force buy again here. 2 rounds of loss bonus. Team Vitality are bottoming out the bank accounts to try to keep FaZe off 10. Oh! That's why! Scout shot to the brain of Rain. Flames right to the corner of Long. Electric opening kill here for Vitality. Is the force enough? Tech9 spam through the smoke. Rops has found pretty quick timing of Catwalk, and he doesn't need to activate, but damn, those nades just come raining down on him.
Nice from FaZe right here. They squeeze back, and they come to Long as well.
Brokey spraying through, confirming the presence of the last remaining players, and Apex's pistol just good for 1. It's a second frag from ZywOo's scout.
This is a 1v2.
Yeah, you telling me he could win this?
I am.
He's got a bomb to pick up first. Knows there's a player on site. And the second CT starts to just take a little bit of distance back, but yeah, it fades in front of him. Frozen ends this. It is FaZe Clan 10-7.
That is a wake-up call, even with the shot right there, but like
Devilish
the rest of the round
opening kill.
is so good out of FaZe. Everything on the A site. That's brilliant. That is absolutely brilliant, man.
Thou shall not pass.
They look alive, man. This has got to be the best moment for Elish on this team, playing a LAN match in this environment, potentially having a chance to qualify to the Spodek in a game that almost felt hopeless for a second, and experiencing the calling on this level and getting some of these opening plays in. This one has it all.
All right.
And maybe it has an eco.
And another one.
Oh, ZywOo's pissed off. He's got these kills with the scout. Now the Deagle shot's coming in.
Leave it to Vitality to sprinkle in some X factor when the going gets tough.
There's a bait to make it seem like he's going long. Does he catch ZywOo off on the side?
Yes, he does, and he doesn't take any damage either. Kerrigan's been playing well enough to deal with, what, a 19 HP Rops on a pistol, Mezzy's P250?
I'd rather be FaZe once again in this position just because of the armor.
But there's that M4 floating around in Flamesy's hands. Oh, Rain extends! Double kill's huge! Mezzi's now got his hands on that Colt. Kerrigan would have seen that jump over. Bomb plant will not be disrupted.
Oh,
Mezzi's going to go for the peek. Kerrigan up along the wall, not ready for that. Oh, but he flicks it!
Kerrigan!
35 years young. Huge round from Kerrigan, getting the better of Zywoo, getting the better of Mezzi, and still talking trash.
The day this guy retires, I'm out too. I'm going to. I can't.
FaZe Clan is supposed to be about how Kerrigan wields the magic, but tonight he is the magic with a shot like that.
Wow, what a critical juncture, man. That was almost an eco. It was almost the last round as well. Totally caught off guard and held his nerve entirely.
And what's really cool too is with Kerrigan raising the bar, it's everybody here for FaZe on the scoreboard contributing for this 4-round lead. Vitality on full round loss bonus, come back in, op in hand for Zywoo. There's a single Galil, that's the real limitation. That and the 4 rounds between them and FaZe. Wow. There hasn't even been a bomb plant in the rounds that FaZe have won on this CT side. 5 for 5 denials. And the 1 round that Vitality won, all 5 players dead. The economy bottomed out because of it. I'd barely call that a win.
Vitality absolutely shaken up. They were shaken up by Rops's team kill and lost a few rounds after that. Then they lost the map. Then another fast start. But no composure, even with some of these great kills coming out from Zywoo. Another good position found. But the novelty of those good positions is going to wear off if it doesn't work out again. This round FaZe, they're committed 3 towards A, which means Rain will have no help in his new spot playing B.
Feels impossible this time. Feels impossible. He'll get 1, but Zywoo right there for the trade frag, and yeah, out position this time. FaZe not in any kind of a place to help out on that B bomb site. So good call by Apex. Off of the opening kill, Zywoo is trying his absolute damnedest to go above and beyond as needed by Vitality.
He's definitely had some critical frags.
A 4-round lead cut down to 3 as majority stay alive for FaZe Clan. But they are in no position to go for the exit kills this time around. Here we have it, opening frag.
Just pure patience, nets him this one. What can Vitality do with this? Zywoo's buying him time.
Terrorists win.
It's a good thing 3 survived as well, because the money not quite there. FaZe Clan know damn well they still got work to do.
Last time they had a buy like this, second round of the half, they went for full on tunnels control, cat control. You see oftentimes a stack out in front of the doors waiting for a timing where the T's are walking down mid, and you go for a flash retake timing. That's just the best way to close the distance. There's lots of opportunities for that, and that's why Long ends up being a really good anti-eco spot. But with the 3 save guns, Vitality won't treat it as such. And we've got the FAMAS buff coming in. We've got lots of grenades still for the CT side, so Vitality have to take this round very seriously. The biggest prize is on the other side of this, though. Wow, Brokey doesn't even get full utility in this position, even with extra money left over.
Yeesh. Trying to rebuild.
But this is the way back into the game for Vitality. It's an expensive round.
And already they hear Elige rumbling around on the catwalk.
We turn to Apex now here on T side to see what he can conjure up. He's got the soldiers to make this happen. No, ZywOo. So I don't want to say rare form, but in form.
Simple as just jump spotting for the contact. Both players with fire in hand. Elige dumping grenades, but there's not much behind it. Now down to just an incendiary. 50 seconds on the clock. We scale more utility out for middle.
Yeah, sometimes they take a bit too much time. It's dust too. It doesn't take a long time to get into your default and pick your site.
This B site's going to get tested by strong numbers yet again. I mean, sure, Frozen is floating around in CT spawn. If he can kill Apex, then maybe these players fixate in. Smoke goes down right in time. They don't want to test that.
They're going to respect the block, and they die in mid.
Big pickup from Frozen to catch Apex like that. It's going to be a scramble.
Molly comes down on Cat. They have to commit to A, though.
If FaZe can secure 12 off this buy, everything on the line right here in round 20. Elige leans back on ramp. He's already emptied his belt. Now he's just got to hit the shots. He's got a teammate in front of him that gets popped first. Flamesy catching Kerrigan means no assist for Elige. Brokey's able to get back in time, and he shaves the second player off.
He can't play
Deep
now.
peek from Robs, misses the timing. Time decides. The clock belongs to FaZe.
Oh, and Robs barely stays alive at the end of the round, but FaZe get 12.
That smoke on the B attempt.
Wow, that's it.
There's the most minute chance that they could have tested that.
It's dust too. It doesn't take that long.
He goes for that kill, but I mean, it would have had to been a jumping attempt.
Yeah. They're in the middle of everybody trading down. He might have not looked at the clock. But that coming down to that late, not having the option to go back up Cat when there was absolutely no friction in the default the entire time, just having FaZe Elige jump spotting on Cat, having everyone play back in the sites. There was nothing special about this from FaZe. That was Vitality just draining time, not making something happen, and taking too long to draw out grenades like the one that blocked him in the end. Having to respect a smoke like that is the worst case situation. If it came down any earlier and they weren't in the tunnel, they could have blown it open and gone through. Something like that.
Dude, the money still buns. MP9s for Kerrigan and Rain.
And a full mid push on this round.
Get up in their grills. Flash for Elige to deal with, but he's not going to shy away from this. It's him and Frozen out middle. Smoking off Suicide, leaving Frozen here. It's a Mac 10 on Mezzy versus Frozen's M4, pinned against this wall with nowhere to go.
It's kind of crazy. It feels like it gives away his position, but also gives him a way out. And even moments like this, where they've delayed so much of the clock, Vitality can assume they've left mid, but now they are left with an area of the map that they have to make sure it's clean.
Sure. That'll just keep burning time off the clock.
Already at a minute 10. We saw how long it took them to make a decision last round.
This time, though, there are no further utilities from FaZe that's going to slow things down. We saw how critical that one smoke was on B last round.
Wow, check out how expensive this was last round.
Last nade out for FaZe Clan.
FaZe got 3 people on half armor,
but
1 kit.
Oh, the scout!
What?
But do they... I mean, that's the only A defender. That is all they had. They were hoping that there's going to be another mid to B attempt. You'd have a duo holding both sides of that split.
They're not moving.
They're not biting down on the Cat kill, but it doesn't matter. Vitality still double entry.
But there's still 2 people left.
Yes, sir. Ready to rock and roll. Rain pushes into the tunnels. Kerrigan along the wall. They're not ready. A player falls into the backside. ZywOo's good. Got another. Kerrigan still fights. And so close, but not enough. The first of 4 for Vitality secured.
Becomes a 3-round game. They went through the cobblestone roads to get to the B site. That was the hardest path possible. Not a smooth entrance whatsoever, but they still fight their way through. Scary moment as FaZe do not respond to the 1 scout shot that happens off of Cat. Vitality are expecting the overreaction. Nothing takes place, and FaZe nearly profited from that.
Forced by FaZe Clan, and it doesn't look good. FAMAS, Scout, hell. There's a USP here for Kerrigan.
It's all the strange guns. It's the Scouts and Deagles for ZywOo getting him these kills in these crazy moments.
That jump up headshot had to be nasty. Elige looking for justice now with the FAMAS, spotted by that SMG. Still, numerically, a little bit more presence here in middle than previous rounds, but it's the equipment here that lacks, clearly.
Eyeing down the B side again, but this time, up a whole lot of time on the clock.
You know, this is the first time in the series where ZywOo really does look like a player of a tier above everybody else. What? Oh! Rain Desert Eagle shot. Oh, a second! No, you can't lose like this.
They can't dislodge him. Scout shot slowing him down.
Rain is still just firing like a turret in the windowsill. Apex 7 HP. Mezzy and Rops, you better be ready to bail this out. Good grenade damage, but it is still 5 members strong here for FaZe. This would be the most classic thing ever. So for Mezzy to just start to reclaim 4 kills out mid, Rain is the only guy that popped off with those Deagle headshots. They tried to flood into Mezzy, and if he falters in that moment, then this retake is so on. Rain, no way he can ace this.
They walked into that.
There's a peek that could be had on Plat. He doesn't have the kit, just the flash, but the bomb's not planted for the tunnels. Oh, and Rox is gonna end him. Mezzy, take a bow.
It would have been okay. It had to be an ace from Rain and maybe an ace from Mezzy in the end. And here we have it. A game that may go the distance. Scary at every turn, but Vitality consistently passing the test.
You could see FaZe making moves like they believed in the possibility of winning that one. Instead, we're going to go round 24 before the guns come back out for FaZe.
Yeah, that was the force down. They would have loved to do it there. 24 rounds. Hopefully.
If not,
I'm sponging out of here.
Dude, Kerrigan is just something different tonight.
Dude, what did he eat?
Another
dink. I mean, doesn't matter.
No. Okay. Apex tapping into his Mezzy abilities, cleaning up shop. Elige and Kerrigan 2v4 with vanilla pistols.
Why is ZywOo so cheap? Doesn't upgrade his pistol?
The hell? Hits the harder shot. And is here. Oh, Kerrigan? Dude.
4 headshots that round out of Kerrigan.
Unbelievable.
And we're going to round 24, folks. Map 3 again.
Leave it to Vitality to string 3 rounds in a row to push us to the 24th. A head-to-head and a series on a day that deserves every round of Counter-Strike.
Yeah. Sometimes you get a day like this and one game delivers. Both? You're dreaming.
And it sure as hell felt like it was going to be nothing but a blowout. A quarter of the way through Anubis when Vitality were up 13-3 on the first one and 6-0 there. FaZe win or overtime. Had to wait a while to get these guns back in hand. Rob's taking a glance at that B site. Rain and Frozen layered up. And a smoke in front of them to keep them busy, but they'll return with a util of their own. And we have seen FaZe pull off holds with very little grenades.
We got a mirrored image of a round where Brokey walked into an op shot. This time, he doesn't overextend.
Robs takes some damage. That's through the smoke spam. Just firing shots from back plat, but now they're going to try to position ZywOo to maybe peel a player off this site before the commitment comes in.
Yeah, it's Operation Kill the Clock, and as long as Brokey stays alive in mid, they look even strength, but they're actually thinking more about the mid B.
It'll really boil down to whether or not these B anchors hold their line. As Frozen and Rain with a flash between the two of them, we saw a critically placed smoke grenade deter Vitality so that the clock could be burned, and
here's the
FaZe
flash.
got their 12th. Flash in for Rain. and it blinds the players in the back, but the mid-split comes in perfectly timed. Frozen into the window.
Oh!
Yes! The headshot is clean as can be. And as Frozen's now behind Pillar with a player up on him, more damage. And that damage could be immense, because now Mezzy has only 15 health.
They're
and a
going
flash
for it.
fast interruption offered up. Elige is stuffed. You think that retake's easy? You think you have the element of surprise, but a 35-year-old fragger has kept you on your toes all night, and now both players low. Kerrigan with a huge edge, but with fire on top of the bomb, he's got to reroute. That's fine. He's got the kit, no nades, a little more health burned off. ZywOo further back, playing like one of the best in the world. The flash is going to find Kerrigan, and now time truly against him. Come on, Kerrigan! You can't! Vitality push overtime. Of course, we go the distance.
Oh, yeah. Let's go overtime, baby. This game deserves it. Frozen, nearly stellar hold. I mean, 2 kills and the dink on Mezzy as well. That's almost as much as you could ask for. Rain also gets the first frag after the flash comes in from Frozen. The tethering off each other was fantastic. And Kerrigan damn near wins that 1v2 as well. But he let ZywOo escape the first time. And ZywOo ends regulation, 27 kills. Key impact every step of the way. I don't know who thinks they're going to win this game, but I just can't see it ending. Oh, what a sneak.
Kerrigan again. Oh, with a nade out. Doesn't get the headshot. They try to pounce on him. He's fine with that. Oh. You want it? Come get it.
It's more highlights.
Kerrigan leans back into the corner. Rops will find one in mid. No, he can't do more. Surely. ZywOo. How many times does ZywOo have to bail out Vitality? Rops climbs up, gets caught in the process. Frozen's got his. Brokey being burned. Able to keep his head down. Misses a shot.
It's a
critical whiff. ZywOo looking to then put this up. What? Over car. Smoke exposed. Slides down into cover. Shot from Rain connects. And Apex's spray won't really find his target. What's he want? The bomb. And as he gets it, the CTs go up. Climbing to the catwalk. Apex keeps his head down. What are you up to? Dan Mattis glare. Hoping to tap into potential. Nice headshot to Rain. Winnable clutch. 26 HP. Frozen swings and grabs it. It's a FaZe Clan lead in overtime. 13-12.
Oh, that IGL looking for his moment. And instead, it will be Frozen who tops the charts for FaZe this time to get the last word. A lead to FaZe again after a crazy moment and another highlight out of Kerrigan. Absolutely pristine rifle work.
Brokey leaves Slack open for long.
Brokey was allowed to miss last round. They had enough behind it to make up for it.
But how many more times before it costs them?
Yeah. Especially with ZywOo playing like this. This test is going to be a 3-parter over on the B site. And when Frozen played committed, they actually did quite well. And with this information, again, you see the lean. Like, they see some A nades, nothing here on Cat.
Oh, they're biting on it. Oh, man, Rain. Incendiary down, but fire at his feet.
That Molly actually does everything.
Buys a bit more time, but still the movement back. I mean, Elige, she's going to go for any kind of a cross. You'd think Apex could see this. Flashbang.
They're trying to recommit.
Yep, it's a warning sign to the commitment. The T's have to know support is inbound. Elige in from window, popped by Flamesy. Rain off of car, multi-kill needed, tons of damage. But with Brokey on the doorway, nothing more can be grabbed, not yet. He's got fire at his feet. And Vitality get in on the entry. Kerrigan stomping his way around spawn.
Apex can hear this.
Apex will take him down, nice headshot. Still a bit of damage out of Kerrigan, all things considered. But a massive ask of Frozen and Brokey. Wow. You could see the fire it lit under Vitality to spot Elige going to bolster B. They pounced before things could get much worse. And Rain damn near lines up 3. Frozen looking for just a thread to pull on. He's not going to be afforded any kind of sneak play. Brokey turned as well to be chased down. Vitality are going to tie this game up 13-all. We go no scope for no scope.
It's going to be expensive for both.
And ZywOo's the only player that gets out of that round. Now on the brink of a 30 bomb.
Yeah, it looks like B-Sides definitely got its opportunities. And this is a round where they have a Liege in the window. Well, it's just absolutely blasted away. But with the 2 mid setup, they had a chance to kill Apex. They tried to flash, but it was only to get Brokey to cross. It wasn't to actually clear anything out. And the fake with the long control actually works out here for Vitality. Just the light touch. The threat of it being a 5 long, I think, was something that actually brought this round to fruition. They could even afford to have wait out the entire incendiary and re-exec.
Flamesy had 9 kills to his 19 deaths. Walking into that bomb site, and you saw him almost look away from the window because they knew that Rain would have been on the car. But he readjusts, and with 1 bullet, obliterates the rotator.
That was such a clutch shot.
They start this round with 2 hard dedicated into B. Double op now for the defense in Brokey and Liege. Trying maybe not to bank on Util blocking off vision and stopping executes, but just a well-timed Liege op shot. We've got a slightly different direction now. Vitality leaking out middle, 3 players strong.
Yeah, the Liege op with the full tunnels push. And this removes a problem from the future, especially because we haven't had the Vitality defaults where they're holding on to the control of the map that they're not using.
This is a
It's
good
possible
adaptation.
they run it back to B, but once Liege is in a really advanced position with the op, it's just so strong. You can easily walk into it.
Careful, Rain, careful.
Vitality had to be careful with the clock.
Agreed. We've already seen them lose a round to a mere second of difference. Now they see nothing. Oh, Brokey's gonna land his.
Oh, the flash is not good enough.
For a match that's featured way too many Brokey misses, that one could be key. 5v4.
They have full cat control. He doesn't have to move from here.
Bomb is committed. It has to be A with bomb out long. Even with Flamesy finding the kill on that B site.
No, 25 seconds?
Yeah, they still have to try to come out with the split. Brokey's been burned into the open, but he won't miss. Apex's second victim. ZywOo's gonna be forced to move forward, but we get the trade out of Rops on the catwalk, and he's gonna keep hands busy. Yes! Rops again, back to back. And Liege, who was once over towards that B site on the ops, got an M4 rotating over.
That's the only thing that saves it now. Liege has to pull off the 1v2.
The element of surprise. ZywOo dancing around at the base of ramp, sends the nade on him. And Liege gonna keep this creepy crawl, walk up through while Rob sits in smoke. This is a sectioned off 1v1, but ZywOo's got a back turn. Vitality have a lead.
Leave it to Rops to live outside of his temporal existence. He knows there's 2 on cat, knows there's so little time, but still plays it exactly the way he wants to. Shoulders it, forces it to be uncomfortable to take the second fight. And they just can't stand it. Frozen starts shooting early. I need to remove this threat. I need to go fight ZywOo.
Jumps the gun. And that is Rops-esque. Weapon X, stolen from FaZe and utilized against them in a critical 27th round. Vitality swapping to the defense. ZywOo wants into the action. This guy has been a beast. We get Rops on a secondary op burning. Obviously, Liege then knows exactly where he's at. ZywOo's got to be careful because he's burned down low as well. And this could very well be FaZe tying us back up at 14-all.
You don't see Rops participating in fights like that too often, but also he knew mid was under attack. There might not have been an easy way out. Very smart from Liege, careful in all his protocols, methodical as we know him.
Awkward to do it with the op.
Look at the jostling over at Lung 2. You can see that Vitality are going to make their way up in this direction. FaZe, excuse me. FaZe couldn't ask for better spots for this. We saw last round an opportunity to actually make it go back to B, but because of the setup, the structure of the round, and the time left over, they couldn't. This will be another round where they have to commit.
A little awkward for Elige as he gets blinded. Keeps his head down under the opper. Oh, what? Rain,
he got both.
ZywOo was low health, but that tap to Apex and Frozen getting the better of the long. This is a flawless one from FaZe.
Oh, they got clapped.
Working to get tied right back up.
Wow, they got totally clapped by Rain, running across Cat.
Cue up those Rain shots. ZywOo, okay, he's low, but that headshot, it sounded sick. Flawless from FaZe, 14 all. Let me see it.
Oh, that's ZywOo sitting there with an op.
Oh, Apex actually hits the dink. It's not anything crazy. Just felt clean.
I don't even know if there would have been enough to stop that, even if Apex got him at that point with ZywOo going down on long.
This is the power of FaZe Clan. Not one or two, but all 5 players playing up to snuff. All 5 players between 19 and 21 frags.
Kills. Yeah, that's an even table. And on FaZe, there is no sitting at the table unless you're bringing something to it.
Yes, sir. And Elige brings a different style. Maybe a little less closer, but is that an auto start? No, dude, Rain.
Oh my God,
Rain.
it's hitting.
Come on.
It's hitting hard.
Do what you gotta do for the win. You don't compete to make friends.
It has been many years since we've seen the auto sniper door strat. On since they lured Suicide.
Dude, and the fact that those CTs paused in the corner. Because why would they ever expect that?
They have to think about that now.
Unreal.
I don't even think Rop saw that on his tenure on FaZe.
Very gross, Rain. Flamesy activates long A flank. Frozen's gonna catch wind of it. They're not playing in the dark. It's not as if.
Rain has a lineup here. Oh.
ZywOo better keep that head down. Rain about to mess up his hairdo.
Look, 2 players that got tagged by the auto are low holding B.
Nobody else for Vitality to try to help this site. Auto damage softens up both. ZywOo is burning to a crisp. The fact that he brings one with him, unbelievable.
Yeah.
But the fact that Vitality aren't anywhere close to this means it's unwinnable. They'll come out with a little bit of mid-control. What does the retake look like if they chuck it out? Mezzy to smoke off tunnels, double incendiary, flashbangs to try and fight their way through. And a smoke grenade towards tunnels would keep Rain out of the equation. You're gonna burn Frozen into the open. But it doesn't even look like they're taking this chance. They're kind of stuttering and stalling, and Frozen, what are you doing? Where are you going? Completely burnt out. The retake's still on Kerrigan, because Kerrigan is playing as well as he is. Lights up the scoreboard yet again. This is FaZe Clan with a map and match point. Overtime map 3.
This is what they wanted to show Spirit in the major grand finals as they get into overtime. This is LAN Clan.
This is the most entertaining team in Counter-Strike history.
Yeah. I can't believe ZywOo got a kill. That was incredible. But the Mollies were doing work this round.
Now featuring Elige.
Oh, Rain's such a pest. And it was that. It was those tags on the B side that made it easier.
For sure. You had ZywOo sitting half health. He burned faster than Frozen. And again, with 2 players hard committed to this B site, it's a very open middle of the map offered by Vitality.
I'll leave it to FaZe to try a completely new tempo in a situation like this. You know you have Vitality flustered. They're going to be trying to guess your next move. But you know what? We've still got good ideas here. That's something a little different for them as well. Vitality have to remember it's 1 round and we go another overtime. No problem. Worst guns of Famas.
Yeah, but Famas looks best in the hands of a Frenchman.
Oh, here comes that split again. The crawl. Look at that. It's a heavy lean towards long this time. This is rotators out of the picture entirely. No one will be pressuring the mid-B smoke properly.
They're trying to spam through it desperately. Mezzi. Oh! He got both. Lineup as Elish steps into that stream of bullets. And the window player in Rops can hold, swinging out for more. It's a good amount of damage on the players on the door, but he still can't get it just yet. 3 players up, no scope from Brokey, turns it around, and he stops the player in the spawn. Oh my goodness, just Brokey things and a wall bang? As if you needed anything else in this round.
One more kill, it's an ace for Brokey. That situation is so ridiculous. Outside the window, it comes down to a USP.
A what?
Versus an op.
How? Oh, what?
Round 31. I forgot about that Rops Mezzi combo, by the way.
Wow.
That one that got 4 kills on the defense on the B site together. They got something special brewing.
That Elish headshot just steps into the stream of the A1S.
Same play, new speed, but this time Apex close by.
And man disadvantage.
But they're getting by unnoticed.
True.
Apex is shooting bullets, but he doesn't see anything.
The bomb hasn't, though. The bomb is still stuck in. The bomb is locked in Cubby. And so a bit of pressure on the B site's great and all. Kills are gonna have to be a critical part of this. Elish is looking for something else, but now in smoke.
They can refresh the smoke, but as you mentioned, bomb has to get connected.
It slows down somewhat. ZywOo, he's gonna take damage. Rain comes out with an entry back B. You've still got Mezzi to deal with, and with low HP players in front of him,
perfect
it's
timing.
actually the headshot from the back. Frozen peeks in from window. What a squeeze from
That was
FaZe.
so stressful. The fact that they could stay calm with the bomb in that position is unbelievable. I
Desperate.
mean, I don't even know if Brokey realizes that it was out there. But what's key is they don't panic. And Rain, the entire time, is still working. He's working the body constantly. You could see him outside the smoke in B tunnels and rounds where they're not even hitting it. He's there spamming and putting pressure. This is a 4v5 victory out of FaZe. This is Kerrigan, the caller, going first. But there are 5 heads to this Hydra.
Frozen just coming in window and stomping on Mezzi like a bug. Enough's enough. FaZe 16-15.
That Rops Mezzi combo on B has got to instill confidence, though, if you're Apex, thinking about these CT rounds. That's something that is yielding a lot. They are working really well together. Mezzi extremely comfortable on these angles.
Rops with a sniper in hand, though.
And that really does mean that they can play a 3-2 lean and not worry about mid as much. But we saw this round. They took out Apex in CT spawn.
Ooh, not what you want to see as an Opera on a B plat.
They had to work hard to get in there. It's a rinse and repeat.
Very nice. Just as the utility comes raining into the B site, they get active on long.
Look at Apex coming over.
Door may be
but he's gonna get
smoked.
off.
He gets past the sniper. Flames is going to activate, going for more. A real chance at a triple kill, but all the while over on B, fight still unfolding. Mezzi holding, and Elish gets his.
Yes, and that's the bomb to his name. 1v2 situation.
If only he had more than 8 health, maybe you could believe. But if ZywOo misses another shot, leave it to Jonathan Jablonowski to just offer a couple jabs. 2 headshots, all that separates him and FaZe from 17. And with hands no longer busy, he goes hunting. Low health Mezzi, approach from spawn. And Elish, pick your targets wisely. First one's clean, fall back, and ZywOo's got him with the USP.
Woo. Comfortable on any gun, ZywOo denies that clutch. And Vitality pick up 1 in response. How do you distill that situation in the B site? The kills that came down. I think Rain got another one. Kerrigan's literally in the site. And the bomb getting dropped here. This is actually great push-pull from Vitality because as they cheat one over across mid, it's the same moment that Flamesy crosses outside of long. So then...
Hey, we need to get in position, okay? If you want to do something else, you call a bot to me, okay? Because this is not how we're supposed to play. So let's fucking focus up now and win this shit, okay, boys?
When they saw one cross mid, that's exactly when Flamesy caught them trying to go A to cheat.
Yes, sir. And Flamesy, honestly, the one player underperforming right now in the server, has a huge round when it matters most. 32's got his name stamped across it. He peels back. Oh, that lineup from Elige didn't look bad, but the frag grenade wasn't worth it.
Ends up not being worth the damage.
2/3 of his health gone. ZywOo to bolster Flamesy on the cat hold.
Yeah, it's very sensible considering what we're seeing. A more classical position here.
Door challenge? I mean, Mezzy's locked into this versus Elige, who's got to be careful to keep himself alive.
He gets tagged.
That's a huge wall bang for Mezzy to have to deal with now.
There's no flash on cat just yet. They've held this position stalwart.
Just sitting and waiting, and they may be rewarded. Flashbang doesn't find Flamesy.
And is that the bomb at their feet? Yes, it is.
Desperate now for Kerrigan as he tries to press out long. All that's left to FaZe Clan's attempt. All that's left to fight for 17. Frozen and Brokey on a slow crawl up cat.
They were missing a key piece in this round. And that was putting pressure on cat faster. It was very smart for Vitality to not move in that spot.
Flamesy just sat there playing counter flash. Swapping out guns. Brokey knows he's up close. ZywOo. It's a good old bait and switch. And it is a desperate time here for Frozen. 25 to the clock.
There was so much going on the map. Plus, we had the long control getting taken that we thought that it was all good. There's no way they would push up that far on cat, but the one flash isn't enough to dislodge anyone. ZywOo smartly doesn't drop in a CT, doesn't freak out. They play a strong setup to its fruition. And Flamesy and Anti means that ZywOo can afford to get flashed. And he would have come for the next kill. Crazy. That's one of the most common setups we see on Dust 2, but in this matchup, we're not really getting that. We're not really getting a lot of the regular plays that you normally see. 5 long, that op cat setup. It has been a whole lot of mid-B, let's be honest.
Yeah, damn right, and it's been fun.
Yeah. Yeah, it's let's test the new guys on B. That's been the game plan.
Oh, I like this. Frozen and Elige doubled up and lower, and the first one's easy, but ZywOo's not going to let it go for free.
Oh, interesting. Because they have Elige here, Brokey can still hold on to mid, and Apex is thinking, well, smart. They read it could be 2. Takes the wind out of their sails. 4v4.
4v4 and dismantling that opening gambit from FaZe Clan.
I'll have to know what the idea will be now. What looks more tasty here to Vitality?
Ooh, leaving mid open?
"50 seconds, Mezzy's walking back. It's got to be just a setup utility because
it's got to be.
They are not going to go A on this round.
I mean, we've seen one round in this match, this entire series, come down to the clock, and it was Vitality as the victims.
They just feel like the map is too quiet. I mean,
35.
So I was perched up on cat. I mean, are they just going to simply fake or actually commit?
If they test this mid to B, it's going to be Elige with a chance to shine in that FaZe jersey. Oh no, they caught Rain. But do they then forget about Elige? Absolutely not. Both defenders with nothing. And you can't challenge out from spawn if you're FaZe. That is Vitality securing 18.
Wow, they try to do something different. Spotted on the way out.
Surely. Because maybe you pop this smoke open, maybe you try to press out. Rox is going to get the barrel right to the edge of the smoke. And now poor Brokey, desperate on 7 health. They have got him in the bag with 2 map and match points.
That's a massive win for Vitality. OT, what, 3 secured?
Damn right.
They counter this lower play. They have the molly to make sure in case there was a double push, that gets taken care of. And this is an unfortunate moment for Rain where he catches the flash as he's moving out. But they still would have hard cleared that front door position. 2 of them out like that on the side. It doesn't feel like they would have been able to get more than 2 kills, you know.
Feels like they were way more worried about a tunnel commitment and then just trying to hold on to the side of the site.
Vitality playing their cards right.
And Mezzi being a king when it comes to holding B as an anchor and entering it in this last round. I mean, Elige went down in an instant, and then he turned and got the double over on Rain. And even Rain taking up that spot, you know, caught on the crossover. You've got this entire pack, this death ball of Vitality on high alert, fired up at this point.
And this is Spodek point for Vitality.
Flamesy, the tip of the spear. Oh, and he gets the opening. Kerrigan down. Sweet revenge for the round at the end of regulation. Kerrigan got his long entries instead.
Don't let Flamesy get warmed up.
He has been quiet throughout this third map after trying his damnedest to keep them in Anubis. Everything now starting to fall apart. Vitality sit comfortably in a 5v2. And just when it seemed like FaZe Clan, for the first time in over a year at a non-major event, we're going to beat Vitality in a best of 3 in any series, it seems to have been ripped from their hands. Alicia's gotten a taste of what it means to play for FaZe. That bullshit on full display. But Rops, putting a bullet to the back of Frozen, is now being weaponized against his ex-comrades. Rain, you don't have the health for this. Vitality to the Spodek. And it could have been faster, it could have been cleaner, but they survive a real challenge, a real test, and show us that they have a chance to step forth back to challenge Spirit after missing out last place in 2024. Vitality come back to Katowice, and they do it with conviction.
It wasn't clean, but damn was it beautiful. So many great rounds back and forth. All the way through this series, not just on Dust 2. And in this matchup, once again, outside of the major with 2 new players, it'll be Rops and Vitality to take a massive win to get into the Spodek.
Both the players we interviewed before this game said this one was going to be electric. It was smirks across the board. It was trash talk out the gate. And it's nice to see that FaZe shut Apex up a little bit, made them sweat, made them work. But it's work deserving of a Spodek.
There it is, the Spodek, and you're exactly right when you talk about vengeance in this Vitality squad, coming back from what happened last year to now, totally different looks, and ultimately we're going to get the chance to talk to one of them, you better believe it. But yes, they do advance on into the playoffs. They're going to have VP in front of them, if my math is correct, and that's in the Spodek. Speaking of winners, hey man, what's up?
Hello, how you doing? Ambassador.
Oh yeah, that you guys got a thing in common. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Okay.
But I saw you put FaZe in the. You predicted FaZe to win. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
No, I predicted FaZe to win, but I think it's just part of the job. You have to show you're honest. So it's.
I'm trying. It got close though. You were close to throwing that game on more than one occasion. Yeah. How did that happen?
I mean, Anubis was. I think City is tough for us in that sense that I'm new on Cave and we have a lot of things that we couldn't figure out even with Spinks back then. So we just need to keep working and find our rhythm on this map, on City specifically. And Dust 2, to be honest, Dust 2 was competitive. This is the game that we love to play for, so fuck it.
Yeah.
Hopefully I don't get fined.
No, I don't think you will.
Okay.
Nah. But I do think you were a menace on the CT sides, man. Like, your stats over there were really good. Did it feel right in the server today? Did everything click? Or is this how it's been going for Vitality behind the scenes as well?
I think we've been grinding a lot. We have great practice and everybody's being very productive and everybody puts a lot of effort. And I think this is very key for us. And I think on the practice, it also showed up that we, you know, it's just like any pro player would know that you have good practice and you just need to transfer it to official in the sense that you put the energy and you put the effort and you initiate plays and you're not scared to play. And I think this is a great match for us because we're still a new team and a game like this against FaZe is a lot of experience and a lot of time and a lot of opportunity to learn from the small mistakes and even some good rounds they did. So I think that's a big benefit for us that the game went long and this is the qualification match.
You had a bit of time now with Rops, you know, and can you maybe perhaps explain us and the viewers what some of the differences between playing with Rops and Spinks are? Not necessarily saying one is better than the other, but they must be different players to be around.
Yeah, I think the main thing is I wouldn't say they're I think they're quite similar in the city sides. Like they both want to play aggressive, and they both have they have the ability to pick up the second op and this kind of stuff. So I wouldn't I think there it's quite similar. Obviously, Robs takes more anchoring positions, so I think it frees up Mezzi a lot. And as you can see, he stepped up phenomenally so far. I think on this side, Robs is just more like aggressive plays. Like he wants to do more plays early round. Which with Spinks, I'm not sure it was like more mid-round sort of stuff, and he had obviously some plays early round. But I think Robs is more, he wants to play. He can't sit, he can sit a long time, but he don't want to sit much of the game just not doing anything. So I think this is the main thing that I noticed so far.
Okay, first of all, congratulations on making it to the Spodek semis quarters. Doesn't really matter at this point. Playing there is always legendary, and not many people get to kind of experience that. But let's get back to the off season in a sense, right? You guys brought Robs. Did that bring like a fresh perspective to the team, fresh ideas? Something did it feel like too stale at the end of the last year? And now him coming in is going to be like a refreshed atmosphere in the team.
I think definitely yes. I think the one thing that we've noticed is that he grinds a lot. He's in the server. The train is coming out. He's 7 hours finding utility. So I think, and this thing just inspires you because you sit next to him and you're in the proc room, and I'm sure you know this, but someone has CS open and someone comes behind and you start talking, and eventually it's all the team just talking about those theory in 9 p.m. And I think that's something that we needed, but also last year has been quite tough because also as a lot of interviews have said, it's Spinks didn't want to play with us towards after Cologne and this kind of stuff. Not after Cologne, but in this player break. So it was kind of tough to find our rhythm, and then this having a new player that it changes a lot. Like you feel fresh, and I think usually, from my experience, people talk that you want to switch two players to get a new vibe and this kind of stuff. But I think it opened up, Robs being an anchor and this kind of stuff opened up a lot of space for Mezzi. And I think it's something that is very crucial for us because we want him to step up and be the second voice and the second leader. And we think he's very capable. And also he's playing really well. So it helps a lot if he does those headshots.
You want to tell us also how it all affected you? Because when I spoke to Nexa multiple times about you, he said a lot of nice things. Like pretty much everything that he said was, really good.
Him.
Yeah, and I paid him a little bit. But the thing is, you coming into New Year with a player like Robs, did it kind of do something for you individually, in a sense that he kind of get you new injection of motivation? Coming into 2020.
I think you're right on the spot that there is it's a motivation boost, but also the thing that I noticed so far, and obviously it could be an honeymoon, it could be many things, but he sort of set a new standard in the team, I think we were a bit lazy in some sense, and we could have done way more and be more efficient in the practice and theory and many things. And I think him joining the team personally on me affects a lot of I can see that I can do 5% more every day, and this changes the whole game for me. And I think the one thing that I also found out, and I was surprised, is that he's very social. He could be sometimes quiet, but he's very social, and he talks and says what he wants to do, and he says a lot of jokes, and we found we're good friends. So I think this benefits a lot to have a team that I think some teams are just colleagues in the sense, and I think
the social aspect of the thing.
Yes, it's a dead team, not dead team, but they're not friends with each other. And I think this is something that is really key, especially with 2025 being so tight in the tournament after tournament after tournament. You have to be able to speak with your teammates and like it, and being able to see them 7-8 hours a day plus. Because if you don't have that, I think nowadays it's just you're gonna be miserable. Yes, it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, there's levels of camaraderie that get built with that, and then you have days like today where it reinforces what you guys did in the server, right? So it kind of hones in on the idea that what you're doing is right, and you're not trying to reinvent the wheel. Is there anything you want to say before we send you to bed?
I just want to sleep. Oh, it's 10 p.m. Oh my God. Yes, I want to go to sleep.
Yeah, go ahead.
Have a good night, Ambassador. See you, Stana.
Adios, amigos. Yeah, that's Flames. That's Vitality, and that is the Spodek secured. And again, in contrast to what happened last time around,
Yeah, I think it's very telling what he's saying right here. You know, I think it's a very underrated fact for many people out there watching that for the past 5-6 months, Vitality didn't really feel like a team because Spinks wanted to leave after Cologne. Now they feel like a team. Now they have a player who's bought into the project, and we see the initial result coming in here versus FaZe Clan. Let's not forget that it could have gone both ways. That was a very close game. FaZe could have won, so could Vitality, and they did, and booked a place in the Spodek. So it's a good start for this lineup, but it wasn't easy, and easy wasn't it either for G2 against Falcons. They had to really fight to put Nico to bed.
Yeah, you know, you look at just these results right here, these last two matchups of the day, Kassad. I mean, what can you say about that, bud?
I mean, we just watched Vitality FaZe, right? And the game delivered. You can clearly see the difference in quality with these teams, with some other teams that we won't talk about. But also there was an aspect of, like, you know, I guess rivalry, Falcons, Nico, you know, G2, which kind of made the game super interesting. But in fact, it was totally a high quality of Counter-Strike, in my opinion, at least between both of those teams. They're struggling. Just compare this game with the last one, it's night and day, right? But, you know, we need to give them time, so maybe they improve that because they're world-class players anyway. But, you know, the quality right now for that game wasn't really too high, in my opinion.
Yeah, we'll throw the brackets up on stream so that you guys can all see that at home, as well as the schedule. We'll get into that as well. You know, Kassad, overall, I think it might go without saying that the people that showed up in the server today, the individuals, had basically a motive to go and prove it today, you know?
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Virtus Pro, right? They have
That's
been
a massive surprise.
A lot of, like...
Slow start, wasn't it?
Not just that, but from community backlash, right? Like, so many millions spent to get nothing. Now they delivered after, like, you know, rough playing as well, and whatever happened before that. So now they're in spot. They're going to be playing for the semis against Vitality. The pressure is off, I feel, right now, at least for some time. And, you know, so that's good.
I'd agree with that. You know, for VP to book a place in the Spodek is a massive surprise. You said it after the play-in, they didn't look great, but beating G2 and beating EF is no joke. Also, Group B is shaping up to be quite interesting. The top game right there, Spirit versus Na'Vi, that's one we're going to have tomorrow. Obviously, golden game for many, many reasons. The best team of 24 versus arguably the best team in the world right now, the major winners. That's going to be a banger. We had it back in Copenhagen. It was a close one. I expect it to be a close one.
It's a game of the tournament, yes. Definitely.
Yeah, it could be a grand final.
I thought we just had those.
Final.
Yeah, but tomorrow is a new day, Trace.
Yeah, it is, and it can't always be the night. That's what they're saying. Here's what it looks like tomorrow. Again, you were talking a little about this Na'Vi Spirit game. I'm looking over on the left side. I'm seeing Liquid Mouse and where that game might take either of those teams.
Liquid and Mouse has their own problems. They lost to Gamer Legion in a pretty kind of convincing fashion. Liquid fight their own battles and their own demons. So for me, that's a 50-50 game. You know, after that, we have, like we said, Spirit, Na'Vi, and FaZe G2 to kind of finish up.
I think the FaZe G2 is interesting, right? Obviously, FaZe played well today. I think G2 is a team that, regardless of what you think of the chemistry, regardless of what you think of Snacks as an in-game leader, you name it, as a team, they have all the ingredients to be a good team. And we've seen it before. Every time you count out G2, every time you feel like you have no expectations for them, that's when Modesty comes alive. That's when Heavy Guard comes alive. That's when Snacks occasionally have a good game as well. So I feel like whenever you count G2 out and whenever you have no expectations for them whatsoever, which would be fair to have after having watched them play so far this tournament, that's when they turn up. So I wouldn't be too safe if I were FaZe Clan right now.
Yeah, they were making Modesty work today, weren't they? They were making them work pretty damn hard over there on that beast side of Mirage. Hey, here's that beast stream. As you can see, stage 2, we're well and truly there within. I know you're a big Astralis fan. Is there anything you want to say on their behalf?
Well, not at all, first and foremost. Second of all, Gamer Legion versus the Mongols. One of those teams will also book a spot into the Spodek. I think that's not necessarily a surprise if it were to be the Mongols. We know them to be good, but for Gamer Legion to be in a position where they're one game away from getting inside the Spodek, another massive result for a very limited budgeted team. Ash as a coach, he's spinning gold out of a lot of stuff over there. So to me, that's interesting. The Astralis Furia one, you said that I'm a Astralis fan. Not at all. I think those two are by far the weakest playing teams we have at this stage of the tournament. I think Furia have been close to embarrassing in terms of their level of gameplay. Again, don't count them out. They can always show up, whereas for Astralis, it's not much better. So that's a game to figure out who are the worst ones.
Yeah, Jacob, thank you very much. We're talking about spinning gold, but I don't see Rumpelstiltskin around here anywhere. Thank you to you as well, Kassab. We're going to go ahead and call it a day for the Intel Extreme Masters here in Katowice. Guess what? We're going to be back tomorrow, though. We've got plenty more Counter-Strike coming your way. See you there.
twisting up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me, I don't shove it, I rise above it. Fight or fly, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match, it's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. And Strollin's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Goldie!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice, from the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more! Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Katowice while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you.